Divine Martial Tyrant Emperor Chapter 1985 to Chapter 2058. In the huge saint's lair, almost all the treasures disappeared wherever the swamp passed. The clay bodhisattva displayed its professionalism, like a swarm of locusts passing through. Unable to find any more valuable treasures here, the clay bodhisattva handed over a dozen divine ascension beads to Gu Chen. So many? Gu Chen was slightly surprised and accepted the divine ascension bead. This place wasn't suitable for further research. Let's go. Gu Chen immediately escaped into the swamp space of the clay bodhisattva and asked him to leave as soon as possible. The clay bodhisattva did not dare to delay any further. He quickly slipped out of the Hakone saint's lair and left the Hakone sacred grounds without anyone noticing. He was extremely cautious throughout the entire process, afraid that even the slightest bit of exposure would be exposed. The Hakone saint's death could not be kept a secret for long. By then, not only would the Hakone sacred ground and the Jade dynasty be shocked, but even the Heavenly Pu Dao court might send people to investigate the cause of the Hakone saint's death. Because this matter was related to the boss's true identity, the clay bodhisattva knew very well that this matter must not be exposed. There could not be any mistakes. All traces of the Fear Castle had been erased by them, including the Orochi saint's corpse. They had also cleaned it up to prevent anyone from discovering anything from the corpse. If they could not find the corpse of the Orochi saint, his lair, which had been ransacked, would definitely become an important place for interrogation. Therefore, the clay bodhisattva was extra careful and did not dare to leave any clues behind. Gu Chen had been observing the clay bodhisattva's actions from the beginning to the end. Seeing that he was bold and meticulous, he secretly nodded his head. As they gradually left the 8 branches sacred land, the clay bodhisattva asked, "Boss, where are we going next? Back to Pei Dynasty?" When they left the Chen clan, they said that they wanted to return to Pei Chao. They had already spent a lot of time in the Fear Fortress and the 8 branches sacred grounds. They should return as soon as possible to prevent others from associating with them. What do you think the people from the Green Willow sacred ground will do if they find out that the Hakone saint is dead? Gu Chen's eyes flickered as he suddenly said. That goes without saying. Of course, the first thing we'll do is to snatch the territory of the 8 branches sacred grounds. Moreover, Sage Lu is likely to take action personally. At the very least, the Hakone sacred grounds can forget about getting a share of the mineral vein in Xianxia County. The clay bodhisattva answered without hesitation. As the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Since the ancestors of the 8 branches Holy Land were gone, what else could they use to fight against the Green Willow Holy Land? With just Lu Sheng alone, he would be able to annihilate the sacred grounds of Yamada sects. By that time, the sacred grounds of Yamada sects would not be able to protect their own interests. It would be a miracle if they did not perish. What would the other forces think if they saw that the Green Willow Sanctuary reacted so quickly? Gu Chen asked again. The clay bodhisattva was stunned for a moment. Soon, he realized what Gu Chen meant. Boss, are you trying to pin the death of the Hakone saint on Sage Lu? There are only 2 saints in the entire Jade dynasty. Since Saint Hakone is dead, it can only be Saint Lu's doing. Gu Chen said indifferently. The clay bodhisattva was speechless. What Gu Chen said made sense. This plan should work, but the Green Willow sacred ground must be the first to discover the death of the Hakone saint. You want us to secretly warn the Green Willow holy ground? If that's the case, I'm worried that we'll leave some clues and people will see through our plan. The clay bodhisattva began to think seriously. Gu Chen's identity was too sensitive. If he could divert the attention of all the forces to St. Lu, that would naturally be the best. If we let our people do this, we can't guarantee that nothing will go wrong, and it will easily arouse St. Lu's suspicion. I have a better idea. Gu Chen had an idea in his mind. Without saying anything else, he took the clay bodhisattva and flew directly into the sky, heading in the direction of Peiqing. Although the clay bodhisattva could fly now, it was far slower than him. Now, they needed to return to Peiqing as soon as possible to avoid arousing suspicion in the future. A few days later, Gu Chen returned to Peiqing. He called Yimi over immediately and asked about the situation in the Jade dynasty. Yimi was confused. Didn't the pavilion master just return from the Jade dynasty? Was there a need to ask her? She didn't dare to complain. She truthfully reported the information that Honesty Pavilion had received in the past few days. There was nothing unusual. Hearing this, Guchen and the clay bodhisattva looked at each other. It seemed that the news of the Hakone saint's death hadn't spread yet. Even the people of the Hakone Holy Land didn't know that he was dead. Or, even if the Hakone Holy Land had noticed something, they didn't dare to let outsiders know. This was naturally a good thing. Guchen asked me some other things, then dismissed her. After a few more days, it was about time. Guchen called the clay bodhisattva over and took him to the divine wander world of Honesty Pavilion. Boss, you said that we should let the Green Willow Holy Land be the first to know of the Hakone saint's death, but we didn't send our people to inform them. What exactly are we going to do? On the third floor of the divine wander little pavilion, the clay bodhisattva asked curiously. The longer it took, the more likely it was that the Hakone saint's death would be discovered by others. If someone got the news before the Green Willow Holy Land, the boss's plan would fail. However, after returning for a few days, he didn't see the boss take any action. Most of the time, he was cultivating, which puzzled him. Put this glove on. Guchen took off a glove from his hand and threw it directly to the clay bodhisattva. The clay bodhisattva caught it subconsciously, then realized that something was wrong. What's going on? The clay bodhisattva's eyes widened, looking at the glove in his hand in disbelief. This was the divine wander world, and they only had illusory spiritual bodies. How could they touch something from someone else's body? The glove in his hand felt so real that the clay bodhisattva couldn't help but wonder if he was really in the divine wander world. Put on the glove, do you hear me? Guchen shook his head. The strangeness of the heaven-winding silk in the divine wander world really defied common sense, and it was hard for people to accept it for the first time. The clay bodhisattva finally recovered and put on the glove according to Guchen's instructions. Only then did he realize that the third floor of the divine wander small pavilion had been sealed off by Guchen at some point, completely isolated from the lower two floors. Seeing that nothing unusual happened after the clay bodhisattva put on the glove, Guchen was relieved. He walked to the window, looked at the nothingness outside, and said, "Try stretching your hand out." The clay bodhisattva opened his mouth, wanting to say that the barrier of the divine wander world was unbreakable, but he suddenly remembered the strangeness of the glove. He quickly stepped forward and stretched out his gloved hand. His hand easily passed through the barrier of the divine wander world and reached into the nothingness. How is this possible? He was dumbfounded and turned to stare at Guchen in disbelief. Even if the boss was the glorious ancient tyrant body, there was no way he could do such a thing. When Guchen saw the clay bodhisattva successfully break through the barrier of the divine wander world, he couldn't help but smile. It seemed that his judgment was correct. He was not the only exception. With the magic of the heaven-winding silk, he could take others with him to the divine wander world. If he was the only one who could travel through the divine ascension realm, then its value was destined to be very limited. Therefore, Guchen had always wanted to see if he could bring others to the divine ascension realm. He even wanted to take it a step further. As long as he had the heaven-winding silk, even if he was not there, others could travel through the divine ascension realm on their own. If he could do this, then his intelligence empire would be just around the corner. The intelligence of the entire Tao world would be played by him. Among his many subordinates, Clay Bodhisattva was the one he trusted the most. He had also participated in the whole process of slaughtering the Hakone saint, so he was the most suitable candidate for the experiment. Seeing that he had successfully broken through the barrier of the divine ascension realm, Guchen did not explain much. With a flick of his finger, a heaven-winding silk shot out from his fingertip and extended into the nothingness outside the window. "Let's go, I'll show you the world." Guchen smiled and stepped into the nothingness first. Clay Bodhisattva was full of nervousness and excitement as he hurriedly followed behind. After identifying the direction, Guchen went straight to the divine ascension realm of the Azure Willow Holy Land. Clay Bodhisattva moved slowly because it was his first time trying, so he fell behind. Everything around him, even if it was just nothingness, was very novel. Guchen did not deliberately guide him and let him explore on his own. When Clay Bodhisattva became proficient, he would let him go back and forth to the divine ascension realm alone to help him gather intelligence. When he was also proficient, his attainments in secret techniques would be further improved, and he would create a specialized intelligence theft team. Now, he was actually not very interested in the task of building an intelligence network for Householder Peach Blossom. No matter how perfect Householder Peach Blossom's intelligence network was, could it be more comprehensive and convenient than the Divine Ascension realm? However, it was always good to have one more intelligence channel. Besides, giving Householder Peach Blossom some tasks so that he could do his best would also save him from thinking about helping the Revolutionary Army monitor him. Clay Bodhisattva learned from Guchen and flicked his finger. A heaven-winding silk separated from his glove and extended forward to explore the mysterious Divine Ascension realm. It felt very magical. Gradually, he was no longer nervous. Not to mention that the experience of traveling through the void was very wonderful. Even if an accident happened, it would only be a mental breakdown. There was no risk at all. His mind gradually became active. He guessed what Boss wanted to do by giving him such a miraculous ability and bringing him to roam this seemingly boundless spiritual world. After a long time, the Divine Ascension boundary of the Green Willow Holy Land appeared in front of him. The clay Bodhisattva looked at the world of plants behind the light barrier in front of him and was stunned. Very quickly, he sucked in a breath of cold air as he guessed where that place was. The cultivators of the Green Willow Holy Ground mainly cultivate demons made of plants and trees. Don't attract too much attention. Before entering the Divine Ascension boundary of the Azure Willow Holy Land, Guchen reminded the clay Bodhisattva way. Then, he transformed into a vine monster. The clay Bodhisattva nodded. It was not troublesome to transform. With just a thought, he quickly turned into a flower demon. There was no problem. Guchen broke through the spiritual barrier with the clay Bodhisattva and stepped into the Divine Ascension boundary of the Azure Willow Holy Land. The Divine Ascension boundary of the Azure Willow Holy Land was like a huge garden with a palace in the center. The intelligence station was located inside, so there were quite a lot of cultivators going in and out. The two appeared in a remote corner of the garden. Guchen walked unhurriedly towards the palace. Obviously, it was not the first time he did this. The clay Bodhisattva looked at the flow of people at the entrance of the palace and couldn't help asking, "Boss, is this how you intercepted the intelligence of the banks of the Azure Willow Holy Land and the 8 Branches Holy Land?" He originally wanted to say steal, but it was not appropriate, so he changed the word. At this time, his whole heart was burning. It seemed that Boss had a way to steal the intelligence of the 2 holy lands from the intelligence station without anyone knowing. With such an ability, why would he need to spend money to train spies? Yes, as long as you have the help of the glove on your hand, you can easily steal the intelligence from the intelligence station. Guchen answered truthfully. He originally wanted to let the clay Bodhisattva understand the situation and master this ability as soon as possible so that he would not have to worry about it. Since I can browse the intelligence here, does that mean I can also forge intelligence? Boss, do you want to pass the news of the 8 Branches Saint's death directly to the intelligence station of the Azure Willow Holy Land? The clay Bodhisattva was smart to begin with. He quickly thought of other abilities that Guchen might have and guessed his purpose for coming here. Since I can browse the information in the intelligence station, I can naturally record intelligence like the cultivators here. However, don't forget that each Divine Ascension pearl corresponds to a specific cultivator's spiritual imprint, and leaving information on the intelligence station is equivalent to leaving your spiritual imprint. We are outsiders to this world. If we leave a spiritual imprint here, there is no guarantee that the Azure Willow Holy Land will not notice. Guchen answered casually. He had naturally thought of what the clay Bodhisattva could think of. He had even wanted to try it before, but he gave up in the end. Even if the Azure Willow Holy Land discovers that the spiritual imprint doesn't belong to one of their own, it will be difficult for them to trace it back to us. This ability is still valuable, right? The clay Bodhisattva felt a little regretful when he heard this, but he refused to give up. He knew very well how much damage it could cause if he could create false intelligence in the Divine Ascension world of other forces. Of course it's valuable, but how many times can it be used? Once it happens too many times, the Divine Ascension sect, which created the Divine Ascension world, will definitely be alerted. We don't know if the Divine Ascension sect has a way to track our location through the spiritual imprint. Once they find us, it will be troublesome. Even if they can't find us, once the news that the Divine Ascension world is no longer safe spreads, it will not be so easy for us to steal intelligence in the future. Therefore, forging intelligence here will not be worth it. Guchen analyzed. The clay bodhisattva suddenly realized that this was indeed the case. Even if forging intelligence could be exchanged for a few benefits, it would not be as good as stealing intelligence for a long time. Since we can't directly pass the news of the 8 branches saint's death to the intelligence station, how can we hint to the people of the Azure Willow Holy Land? The clay bodhisattva asked doubtfully. Guchen glanced at the stream of people going in and out of the palace entrance and said, "The intelligence station will record our spiritual imprints, but these people won't. Our appearance here means that we are on their side, so there's no need for them to suspect us. We can pretend to chat and let the people passing by hear us, and they will naturally be able to pass on the information we want to pass. Even if the Azure Willow Holy Land has doubts about the source of the intelligence, as long as they investigate, they will soon be able to confirm that the 8 branches saint is indeed dead. Although this method is a bit stupid and troublesome, it is foolproof. Without a spiritual imprint to track us, they won't be able to find us afterwards." The clay bodhisattva's eyes lit up when he heard this. Not only will they not be able to find us, when the Azure Willow Holy Land realizes that they have been made a scapegoat, they won't think that someone invaded their divine ascension world. Instead, they will suspect that there is a traitor within the Holy Land. That's right, it depends on which unlucky bastard we are going to target. Guchen looked for a suitable person to pass on the information. As the saying goes, rumors are terrifying. Next, they would try their best to spread rumors. The Green Willow Holy Land encompassed an area of 1,000 miles. Towering ancient trees that were more than 100,000 years old could be seen everywhere. Lush and verdant orchids were everywhere. For demons formed from plants and trees, this was a paradise for cultivation. Cultivating here meant receiving the protection of the Willow Saint. For other creatures, this place was not so friendly because almost all the plants and trees here had become spirits. They would eat humans and prey on foreign races. They were more difficult to deal with than any army. Such a forbidden land for life, a paradise for plants and trees, was strangely located at the center of the Holy Land. There was a small human mountain village. Most of the buildings in the village were dilapidated. Under the corrosion of time, they looked like they would turn into ashes at any time. However, the strange thing was that the edge of each wooden house emitted a strange green light, protecting its appearance. There was a large green stone at the entrance of the village. The word Ming was carved on the stone. It seemed to be the name of the village. There was also a willow tree beside the green stone. It had lived for many years. The trunk was so thick that it would take 20 people to wrap their arms around it. Its branches were green and glistening. They swayed in the wind and emitted a green luster. At this moment, in front of the willow tree, a locust demon knelt on one knee and reported the information he had just received. The nest of the old poisonous snake in the Hakone Holy Land has been ransacked. The old poisonous snake himself has suddenly disappeared. The snake children and grandchildren of the Holy Land can't find his whereabouts at all? Where did this information come from? Is it confirmed? An indifferent voice came from the old willow tree that had taken root here for many years. This information is circulating in the Holy Land. The original source of the information is temporarily unknown. However, the description of the matter is vivid. It doesn't seem like a rumor. Moreover, our spies in the Hakone Holy Land have recently sent back news that the Hakone Holy Land is indeed acting strangely. The locust demon reported seriously with some excitement on his face. The old poisonous snake likes to collect treasures. If all the treasures were really robbed, he would definitely be furious. It's impossible for him to be so calm. And he himself has actually disappeared. This matter is indeed a little strange. The old willow tree muttered. That's right. No matter what happened to the Hakone Saint, this may be a great opportunity. I have already sent people to further investigate the specific situation and probe the Hakone Holy Land. I believe there will be a conclusion soon. The locust demon said. Why go through so much trouble? I'll personally make a trip to the 8 branches sacred grounds and I'll naturally know what exactly happened. The old willow tree sneered. The locust tree demon's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he became even more excited. If the Divine Lord was willing to personally make a move, the truth would definitely be revealed very soon. If something really happened to the Hakone Saint, the sooner they knew about it, the better it would be for them. Putting everything else aside, the negotiations over the mineral vein in Xianxia County had dragged on for so long. If something really happened to the Hakone Saint, they could take advantage of the situation. Alright, I'll be right back. The willow branches on the old willow tree swayed in the wind. Amidst the dense green light, a handsome man walked out. He had blue hair and blue eyes, and his temperament was out of this world. A cool breeze blew past, and he disappeared in front of the mountain village. The old willow tree, which was still in its original place, seemed to have lost some of its charm. It was still silently guarding the mountain village behind it. Lu Xing flew in the air, and in less than half a day, he descended above the 8 branches sacred grounds. He hid among the clouds and closed his eyes as he looked at the seemingly tranquil sacred grounds of Yamada Sex. A fresh breath was emitted from his body. Then, the plants that could be seen everywhere in the 8 branches sacred grounds suddenly seemed to come alive, and formed a mysterious connection with Lu Xing, who was in the air. Every flower, every blade of grass, and every tree seemed to have grown eyes and ears. Lu Xing, who was high up in the sky, could actually hear the footsteps coming and going from the 8 branches sacred grounds, the whispers of the creatures in the sacred grounds, and even the movement of the birds swooping down to snatch away the insects on the flowers. Nothing could escape his senses. The elder ancestor's longevity lamp has been extinguished. I'm afraid the situation is not optimistic. We must be mentally prepared for the worst. Damn it. Who killed the elder ancestor out of nowhere? Could it be that Lu Xing? Lu Xing alone is unable to kill the ancestor. This is simply unimaginable. The ancestor has 8 heads. Who could kill him without anyone noticing? Could it be the shepherd tribe? Only they would have such an ability. Alright, the elder ancestor is already dead. It's meaningless to discuss who the murderer is. What's important is what we should do next. This matter can't be hidden for long. Once it gets out, the 8 branches sacred grounds will be in big trouble. The most important thing now is to find a backer. We must find a new backer before the Green Willow Holy Grounds finds out. Many chaotic voices entered Lu Xing's ears. He suddenly opened his eyes, which were filled with shock. That old poisonous snake is actually dead? After fighting with him so many times over the years, I could clearly feel that he had hidden some trump cards. Even if he were to face a sage king, he wouldn't be easily defeated. Who could it be? Who actually has the ability to kill him? Lu Xing's handsome face was gloomy. After pondering for a while, a decisive chill appeared in his eyes. The 2 sacred grounds have been keeping each other in check for a long time, causing neither side to be able to develop and grow stronger. Instead, it has benefited the Jade clan and fulfilled the Muhuang dynasty's intentions. Now that the old poisonous snake is dead, this is a great opportunity. If I can take over the 8 branches sacred grounds, then the Jade dynasty will be under my control. Lu Xing thought of the negotiation at the Xianxia County mineral vein. The Jade clan clearly didn't have any sage, but with the support of the Shepherd clan, they took 40% of the share. Lu Xing and the old poisonous snake could only take the remaining 60%. This wasn't the first time such a situation had happened. For a long time, the Shepherd clan had deliberately used various means to maintain the balance between the 3 forces of the Jade dynasty. They used this interference to make the Jade dynasty their backyard. This situation had always made him feel aggrieved. If the Green Willow Holy Grounds wanted to advance further and he wanted to obtain more cultivation resources, he had to break the status quo. However, because of the existence of the ancestral priest of the Shepherd clan, he and the old poisonous snake were afraid and didn't dare to expand their territory. They even had to hide their cultivation for fear of attracting the ancestral priest's fear. This was a lesson learned from the mistakes of the past. Back then, Xianxia of the Qin clan was like a tall tree that attracted the wind. He attracted the suspicion of the ancestral priest, which was why he ended up missing. Under normal circumstances, Lu Xing wouldn't dare to break the balance that the ancestral priest wanted. However, now that the old poisonous snake was dead, the balance was destined to be broken. How could he bear to give up such a great opportunity? He had to take over the 8 branches sacred grounds at the fastest speed so that the Shepherd clan didn't even have time to give any instructions. His Green Willow Holy Grounds wanted to be the number 1 in the Jade dynasty. Lu Xing looked at the 8 branches sacred grounds below him and a monstrous murderous aura suddenly erupted from his body, causing the weather to change. In Paidu, the clay bodhisattva walked quickly into the Luoshui palace and brought the important news that Gu Chen had been waiting for many days. A day ago, Sage Lu attacked the sacred grounds of 8 branches. Other than a few members who escaped, the sacred grounds of 8 branches were almost completely annihilated. Along with this shocking news was the news that the Hakone saint had died. Now, the outside world was saying that Lu Xing had killed the Hakone saint. Even though the direction of the script perfectly matched the intentions of the originator, Gu Chen still secretly clicked his tongue. He had guessed that the Green Willow Holy Ground would act quickly, but he did not expect that it would be Sage Willow himself who would exterminate the 8 branches Holy Ground. Willow Sage's ruthlessness and decisiveness in killing had somewhat exceeded his expectations, but after thinking about it, this was the best choice for Willow Sage. Anyway, the Green Willow Holy Ground was going to snatch the territory of the Yamada sect's Holy Ground. If they could wipe out the enemy in one go, why would they let them go for some empty reputation and create a lot of trouble for themselves? It was conceivable that the higher-ups of the Hakone sacred grounds must have gathered in the sacred grounds to discuss matters at the critical moment of the Hakone saint's death. With Willow Sage's actions, the Hakone sacred grounds had completely lost its backbone. The remaining people were just a motley crew. The Green Willow Sacred Grounds could obtain the territory and benefits of the Hakone Sacred Grounds at the lowest price. He had struck it rich. Our spies in various parts of the Jade Dynasty have been sending back news. After the Hakone Sacred Ground was annihilated, the Green Willow Sacred Ground quickly took action. They either bribed or forcefully seized the territories of the Hakone Sacred Ground. At this rate, it won't take more than a few days for them to become fatties. Boss, aren't you envious? The clay bodhisattva smiled bitterly. The Orochi saint was obviously killed by their boss, and they were fully capable of destroying the Orochi sacred ground. However, they gave up the initiative in the end, and the Green Willow sacred ground took advantage of it. Although they had ransacked the Hakone saint's treasury, the various territories and businesses owned by the Hakone sacred grounds could generate a steady stream of wealth, which was actually more valuable. What's the use of being envious? If I could just snatch it away, why would I be willing to give it up? What's more, the Green Willow Holy Ground might not be able to swallow all of them. Even if they did, they might have to spit out some. Gu Chen shook his head. If he made use of his power to seize the initiative, it would be equivalent to telling everyone that the death of the Orochi saint was related to him. His identity could not be exposed, and he could not even give others a chance to suspect him. He would not seek trouble for himself. Moreover, if the Hakone saint had died at the hands of Lu Xing, it would be considered an internal conflict within the Yu dynasty. However, if he had died at the hands of Lu Xing, the nature of the matter would be different. Under his deliberate arrangement, the Pei dynasty displayed an attitude of peaceful coexistence with the Yu dynasty. Even their ally, the Qin clan, had no ambitions. This way, they would not arouse the suspicion of others, but if the matter was exposed, they would definitely be viewed with hostility by everyone. He did not care about the enmity between the Green Willow Sanctuary and the Jade clan. What he was afraid of was the powerful neighbor of the Jade dynasty, the strongest dynasty that had a Dao ancestor. At his current stage, he did not have the confidence to go against the great ancestor, and the forces under him were not on the same level as the Muhuan dynasty. Therefore, he could only restrain his sharp claws. No matter how ambitious he was, he could not expose them. It was because of this consideration that he purposely suppressed the ambition of the Qin clan and prevented them from fighting for the interests of the Yu dynasty. It was to numb the true enemy. Boss, do you mean that the shepherd tribe will not sit idly by and watch the Green Willow Sanctuary dominate the Jade dynasty? They will soon take measures to weaken them? The clay bodhisattva understood the situation of the Yu dynasty. After hearing Gu Chen's words, he quickly guessed what he meant. That's right. The shepherd tribe has always treated the Yu dynasty as their backyard. They will definitely not be willing to have a force that has absolute say in the Yu dynasty, as it will not be beneficial for them to exert influence. However, the destruction of the Hakone sacred ground is a done deal, and the balance has been broken. What they can do next is to find a way to restore the balance. The Jade clan has always been obedient, so the shepherd tribe will first find a way to support the Jade clan and use them to weaken the influence of the Green Willow Sanctuary. Although the Jade clan is rich, they have never been as valiant as the other two sacred grounds because they lack a saint. Now that the Green Willow Sanctuary has taken over the territory of the Hakone sacred ground, their influence has expanded rapidly again. It will be even more difficult for the Jade clan to keep them in check. Under such circumstances, what do you think the Shepherd tribe will do? In the Yu dynasty, which force has the ability to keep the Green Willow Sanctuary in check? The corners of Gu Chen's lips curled up. He had made himself very clear. The clay bodhisattva's eyes lit up. If that's the case, the Chen clan's chance is here. That's right. The Chen clan has always been suppressed because of Saint Chen. The biggest source of pressure is actually the Shepherd tribe. As long as the Shepherd tribe doesn't agree, it will be meaningless even if the Chen clan forms an alliance with the Pei dynasty. It won't change the fact that they are isolated. If they have any ambition, even the Pei dynasty might face a crisis. Back when he tricked the Chen clan leader into forming an alliance, the Great Prophet had encouraged the Chen clan and said that it was time for them to come out again. However, how could it be that easy? With the Great Prophet as their backing, the Chen clan indeed had the guts to take a step forward. However, if they took a step too big, they would pull their balls. The current situation was the right time for the Chen clan to come out. They only needed to go with the flow, and the Chen clan's past predicament would naturally be resolved. Getting the Chen clan out of their predicament would be very important to his later plans. Wonderful. What do you mean by legitimate? This is legitimate. No wonder Boss kept stopping the Chen clan's elders. It's a pity that they didn't know about Boss's intentions at all. The clay bodhisattva exclaimed. This step-by-step plan was indeed impressive. He suspected that Boss might have thought of getting rid of the Hakone saint a long time ago. The accident at the Fear Fort had only brought the plan forward. If nothing goes wrong, Qin Shanming will personally come to Paidu to persuade us in a few days. Even if I kneel down this time, I'm afraid he'll force me to convince the Great Prophet, Gu Chen teased. How would they know that everything is actually decided by you, boss? The clay bodhisattva shook his head. The Qin clan's rhythm had been completely grasped, but they didn't know it at all. On the other hand, such a huge change had happened in the Jade dynasty, but no one had thought that Boss was behind all this. Boss had hidden himself too well. He clearly had a powerful physique that allowed him to look down on the world, but he was so cautious at every step. Nobody knew what he had experienced in the past. Perhaps all this had something to do with the man who had the same name as him. The clay bodhisattva guessed in his heart. He had participated in the entire game between the Paidu dynasty and the Heaven and Earth group. After knowing Gu Chen's real name, it wasn't difficult for him to guess some things. The person in the Heaven and Earth group was extremely powerful. If Boss wanted to compete with him, it was destined that he wouldn't be limited to the Paidu dynasty. As for the direction he wanted to go, if there was anyone who wanted to stop him, he would most likely kill the gods and Buddhas who stood in his way. Before coming to Paidu, Qin Shanming had prepared a bellyful of excuses, such as the righteousness of the clan, and how they would be interdependent without each other. He had even thought of throwing away his pride and crying while hugging his thighs to successfully complete the mission and return. But he didn't think that Yunfei, who had rejected him so easily the last 2 times, would tell him that the Great Prophet had agreed before he even had the chance to use his glib tongue. It hadn't even been a pot of tea yet, therefore, Qin Shanming could not wrap his head around it and suspected that he was dreaming. Even though Gu Chen had mobilized the Crow General to accompany him back to the Chen clan at the fastest speed, he still felt dizzy and unreal. When the wind blew continuously from the sky, Qin Shanming finally regained his composure. Then, he started giggling excitedly. Great, the Great Prophet had agreed, and the 8 branches sacred land had been destroyed. There was a huge amount of wealth in the Jade dynasty waiting for the Chen clan to take over. The Chen clan, which was almost out of food, finally welcomed the dawn of a rise and would once again be all-powerful in the Jade dynasty. On the back of the golden crow, Gu Chen sat cross-legged and cultivated silently. The old man beside him would giggle foolishly for a while and be in high spirits the next. It was a stark contrast. Oh right, Yunfei, once we make a move, it's equivalent to snatching territory from the Green Willow sacred land. It's not safe if we attract Sage Lu's attention. I wonder where the Great Prophet is now. Can he personally oversee our clan? After Qin Shanming had had enough fun, he finally remembered something important and asked Gu Chen nervously. The annihilation of the Hakone sacred grounds had just passed. They had deeply experienced how vulnerable a force without a saint was in front of a saint. For the sake of the Qin clan's development, they had to take the risk of offending Sage Lu to snatch territory. However, they were also worried that Sage Lu would be merciless and descend upon Mount Dingkong to massacre the Qin clan. Although the clan had a backup plan left by their ancestors and he firmly believed that they would not be as vulnerable as the 8 branches sacred land, he was still a little worried. Now that he thought about it carefully, he was overjoyed earlier. Although the great prophet said that he supported the Qin clan's entry into the world, he was not sure how much support he had. Qin Shanming became anxious again when he finally got the chance. It could be said that he was worried about the Qin clan. The great prophet is roaming the world. I'm afraid he won't be able to come to the Jade Dynasty anytime soon. Hearing this, Gu Qin opened his eyes from his cultivation state. Seeing Qin Shanming's old face instantly tense up, he smiled and said, "But great elder, you can rest assured. The great prophet has always been able to predict the future. Since he rejected the Qin clan twice and agreed this time, he must think that this is the right time." Thinking of the rumors about the Luo men's foresight, Qin Shanming felt that what Gu Qin said made sense. Qin Shanming's expression eased a little, but he still felt uneasy. Of course, the old man believes in the great prophet's ability. However, this battle for entry into the world concerns the future of the Qin clan. Does the great prophet not have any practical support? Qin Shanming was a little embarrassed and asked indirectly. It was not that he was greedy. With the support of the Luo men sage, it was enough to provide the Qin clan with a lot of confidence. It was just that he did not see the specific strength of the support, not even the great prophet, so he felt a little guilty. Practical support? Of course there is. Am I not one of them? Gu Qin understood what Qin Shanming meant and said with a faint smile. Qin Shanming was a little speechless. In his opinion, Yunfei was indeed a genius in the clan and had a close relationship with the great prophet. His future was limitless. However, he was still too young. Not to mention taking the place of the great prophet to oversee the Qin clan at a time like this, his strength was probably just passable compared to the other elders of the Qin clan. Qin Shanming had never seen Gu Qin fight. His position as an elder was given to him because of his relationship with the Luo men, so he did not count him as a combat force. To put it bluntly, no matter how talented a genius was, it was meaningless as long as he had not grown up. Given the importance of Gu Qin's identity, they would not let him take the risk. However, seeing how confident Gu Qin was, Qin Shanming suddenly had an idea. He asked expectantly, "Did the great prophet send any men to you?" Whether it was the disciples of the Luo men or the killers of the Wang clan pavilion, even if it was just the troops of the Pei dynasty who pretended to attack at the border, it would be helpful for the Qin clan's upcoming expedition. Qin Shanming did not know about Gu Qin's position in the Pei dynasty. Even though he had heard that he was the current pavilion master of the Wang clan, he thought that it was only in name. Gu Qin shook his head and explained, "Great elder, although the great prophet supports our clan, he cannot interfere too obviously. If the cultivators of the Luo men or the Wang clan join the Qin clan's camp and attack the Jade dynasty, it will not only cause the Green Willow holy ground to be sensitive, but also cause the Jade clan to be wary. This will not be beneficial to the Qin clan. As for the troops, there is no need to mention them. If the Pei dynasty sends troops, they will be suspected of interfering with the internal affairs of the Jade dynasty. I'm afraid that the powerful neighbors in the northwest will be dissatisfied." Qin Shanming was shocked. Although Gu Qin's words sounded like he was not putting in the effort, it reminded him. Indeed, one could not rest easy with the support of a saint. The situation in the Jade dynasty was complicated to begin with. Even Saint Lu could not control the situation. The great prophet has great foresight. The old man understands. Qin Shanming nodded heavily. It seemed like the Qin clan could only rely on themselves for this battle. That was good. If they got used to external help, how could the Qin clan truly rise? Seeing that Qin Shanming did not look dissatisfied, Gu Qin nodded secretly. This great elder was not bad. What he said just now was true, but it was not that he could not help at all. The reason why he did not intend to use any manpower was that he wanted to see the strength of the Qin clan. He did not form an alliance with the Qin clan to be a good person. If the Qin clan could not be helped, why would he waste so much time? To put it bluntly, the basis of the alliance was that the Qin clan was useful to him. Now was the time to see the strength of the Qin clan. They did not speak again. The golden crow flew at high speed and finally brought the two back to Mount Dingkong. As soon as they leaped down from the golden crow, the elders of the Qin clan immediately gathered around them. Great Elder, what's the situation? Many elders asked expectantly. Many glanced at Gu Chen, trying to guess the reason for his return. The great prophet has agreed. We can act now, Chen Shanming said in high spirits. This time, he did not let everyone down. That's great. Ha ha ha, the heavens bless our Qin clan. The group of elders was instantly overjoyed. They had been waiting for the stars and the moon, and this day had finally come. Everyone immediately crowded around the great elder and Gu Chen and entered the conference hall. They could not wait to arrange their troops and launch a thunderous operation. Great Elder, how many people did the great prophet send? Fourth Elder Xianxia asked curiously as soon as the discussion began. The hall immediately quietened down. All the elders were listening attentively, looking forward to it. Chen Shanming looked a little embarrassed. The great prophet said that if the Peiqing dynasty intervenes, it will easily arouse the sensitivities of all parties, so we will have to rely on ourselves. As soon as this was said, all the elders looked at each other and whispered to each other. Huh? You said you'll support us, but you won't send a single soldier. The great prophet is very sincere in his support, Xianxia said sarcastically. The other elders didn't say anything, but they all felt that the Luo sect lacked sincerity. Gu Chen sat in his seat and glanced at Xianxia. He said calmly, Fourth Elder, you're wrong. Isn't it enough to lend us the identity of a saint? If what happens next angers Saint Lu, the great prophet will have to take a risk. Yunfei, are you from the Luo school or the Qin clan? Xianxia turned to Gu Chen and said discontentedly, everyone knows that the Qin clan has been in seclusion all these years. Our overall strength has fallen far behind that of the Green Willow Holy Ground. Without the help of the Peiqing dynasty, we'll have to sacrifice many clansmen on our own. The war hasn't even started, and you're already worried about casualties? Gu Chen's eyes turned cold. He could clearly feel that the other party was deliberately targeting him to make him isolated by the elders. Yunfei, you're of noble status, so you don't have to worry about your life in battle. But it's different for ordinary Qin clan disciples. I have to think about their safety. Xianxia mocked Gu Chen. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he said with a smile, Yunfei, you're also Emperor Pei's teacher. It's said that you're second only to him in the Pavilion of Innocence. This war concerns the future of the Qin clan. As an elder of the Qin clan, shouldn't you put in more effort? The elders thought the fourth elder was going overboard when they heard the first sentence, but their eyes lit up immediately when they heard the second. That's right, the elders had heard of Yunfei's deeds in the Peiqing dynasty under the alias Chen. With his influence, it shouldn't be hard to gather more people for the Qin clan, right? At the very least, the assassins of the Pavilion of Innocence would work for a fee. It wouldn't be too much to treat it as the Qin clan hiring the assassins of the Pavilion of Innocence, right? Facing everyone's expectant gazes, Gu Chen said expressionlessly, without the permission of the great prophet, I don't have the power to mobilize the killers of the Pavilion of Innocence. My influence over Emperor Pei is also not what you think it is. The elders were slightly disappointed after hearing this, but it was normal after thinking about it. Although the Qin clan had formed an alliance with the Luo sect, how could the great prophet be at ease handing over too much power to an outsider? Even if Yunfei really did make a great contribution to the restoration of the Pei dynasty, the great prophet would still be wary of him. Besides, there were rumors that he was just a puppet, so what real power could he have? It seems like the great prophet is still holding back from my Qin clan. Xianxia didn't expect Gu Chen to answer such a shameful thing so readily. She pretended to sigh regretfully. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and there's no need for our race to accept handouts. As a disciple of the Qin clan, I will fight side by side with the elders. There will be no exception, Gu Chen said indifferently. Well said. Although our clan has been on the decline for a long time, we still have our pride. We won't accept handouts. We are in an alliance with the Luo sect, and we are on equal footing. If we need them for everything, won't we be a joke to others? Qin Shanming continued Gu Chen's words, sounding rather heroic. Hearing this, all the elders felt their blood boil. That's right, they had been sulking for too many years, and they had waited for this opportunity for too long. Could it be that without external help, the disciples of the Qin clan couldn't do it? No, the glory of their ancestors still existed, and the Qin clan was still a strong clan. Qin Shanming demonstrated his leadership as the great elder. Soon, everyone stopped talking about their dissatisfaction with the Luo sect and seriously discussed the plan to seize the remaining territories of the Yamada sect's holy land. When the fourth elder, Qin Qinghe, saw the atmosphere, he stopped pestering Gu Chen and joined in the discussion. Soon, the specific plan came out. Because the Green Willow Holy Land had taken the lead, the Qin clan had to speed up. All the elders would lead a team to seize the territories that had not been occupied by the Green Willow Holy Land. There was no need to confront the Green Willow Holy Land directly. The gap of benefits left by the Yamada sect's holy land was huge, and it was enough for the Qin clan, who had been thirsty in the desert for a long time, to eat and drink to their heart's content. If we all go out, who will guard the clan? The patriarch seems to have reached a critical moment in his closed-door cultivation. He didn't even come out for such an important matter as the destruction of the Yamada sect's holy land. We can't count on him. We must have someone stay to guard the clan, in case someone takes the opportunity to attack us. When the discussion was almost over, the second elder raised an important question. All the elders were silent for a moment, and their eyes flickered. No one took the initiative to speak. Without a doubt, although the risk of leading the team to seize territories was high, the benefits were also the greatest. The Qin clan had been poor for so long, and the elders were also short of money. Now that there was a chance to make a fortune, of course, they were not willing to stay in the clan. In my opinion, it's best for Yunfei to stay in the clan. Yunfei, are you willing? The second elder stroked his beard and asked Gu Chen. It was obvious that Gu Chen was the youngest among the elders. In terms of seniority, he should be the one to stay in the clan. Moreover, in the eyes of the elders, he was too young and not strong enough. Moreover, he was the key person in contact with the Luo clan. They could not afford to lose him. After considering all these factors, he was the best choice. The second elder's suggestion was reasonable. As long as I can do my part for our clan, it doesn't matter whether I'm at the front line or in the clan. I'm willing. Gu Chen did not refuse. He did not lack cultivation resources, so he did not need to fight with these elders. Seeing that he agreed, the elders were relieved. Although Gu Chen was the youngest, because of his special relationship with the Luo clan, if he did not want to stay in the clan, they could not force him. Yunfei, can you stay here alone? Don't let anything go wrong. Chen Qinghe said with a hint of mockery. It was obvious that he was questioning his strength. If the fourth elder is worried, you can trade with me. Gu Chen glanced at him and replied coldly. Haha, forget it. The territory that the old man is in charge of is not simple. You won't be able to handle it. It's safest for you to stay in the clan. Don't cause trouble for everyone. Chen Qinghe said. The elders had strange looks in their eyes. They could all tell that the relationship between these two was not good. Gu Chen smiled and did not say anything. He could not be bothered to argue with this person. Alright, we've decided who will stay. Next, we'll discuss the arrangement of the members of each team. The first elder patted the map and reminded everyone to cut the nonsense. Soon, a detailed plan was drawn up. The next day, all the members had arrived. The 14 teams of the Qin clan left Mount Dingkong and moved separately. Wonderful bookhouse Mount Dingkong suddenly became deserted. Even the Qin clan's ancient city at the foot of the mountain was mobilized. The Qin clan used almost all of their strength to embark on the road of external conquest. The grievance brought about by years of poverty and weakness made every Qin clan disciple work hard, vowing to make contributions. 14 teams fought everywhere. Even though the remaining forces of the 8 branches Holy Land could not withstand a single blow, they won almost every battle. Mount Dingkong received good news from all directions every day. Gu Chen stayed behind to guard Mount Dingkong. In addition to cultivating, he would read the good news in his spare time, so that he knew the situation at the front line very well. The Qin clan was indeed a hidden clan. The results they achieved in a few days exceeded Gu Chen's original expectations, which made his evaluation of them rise a lot. Fighting for territory would inevitably harm the interests of the Jade clan and the Green Willow Holy Land, so Gu Chen secretly ordered the modest pavilion to closely monitor the actions of the two forces to avoid any accidents. But it turned out that he was worrying too much. The 8 branches Holy Land had left too much of a fat piece of meat. All the forces mobilized almost all of their manpower to fight for territory. As for the places that were already occupied, most of them gave up decisively and looked for another place. When a giant fell, there would be ants eating it. This was a carnival of all the forces in the Jade dynasty. It was not only the Qin clan who took advantage of the chaos, but also many second- and third-rate forces. But this situation was destined to not last long. When the 8 branches Holy Land's territory was divided, all kinds of annexation and fighting would follow. The powerful forces would certainly not be satisfied, and the smaller forces would not be able to divide the spoils equally. So after a series of chaos, the only ones left would probably be the Green Willow Holy Land, the Jade clan, and the Qin clan. When that time came, even Gu Chen could not accurately judge whether the 3 sides would fight to the death or stop fighting. Although he was sure that the Mu clan would not let the Green Willow Holy Land be the only force, wars were often full of variables. Until the last moment, no one knew who would win. All he could do was try to grasp information faster than others and take advantage of the situation. "Boss, I carefully investigated the Jade clan and the Green Willow Holy Land Spirit Wander Realm according to your instructions. They really have spies in the Qin clan. These spies are now mixed in with the Qin clan's troops. If we don't get rid of them as soon as possible, I'm afraid they will bring losses to the Qin clan." The clay bodhisattva approached Gu Chen and handed him a list. Gu Chen took the list and casually opened it. "There are quite a few of them." Gu Chen smiled and shook his head. It was no wonder that Patriarch Chen was so worried about his own people that he even hid the inside story of the alliance from the Council of Elders. Judging from the information Clay Bodhisattva had stolen from the 2 great forces in the Divine Ascension realm, there were dozens of spies in the Qin clan. Of course, most of the people here weren't important higher-ups, and most of them didn't even have the qualifications to enter the Fixed Sky Mountain. They could only live in the ancient city at the foot of the mountain. A few of them could be considered to have infiltrated the middle ranks of the Qin clan. They were the more outstanding members of the 2nd generation, and there were 1 or 2 names that Gu Chen had some impression of. He must have seen them at some gatherings. That guy is actually not a spy, it's a bit surprising. In that case, the elders of the Qin clan haven't been infiltrated. Patriarch Chen and the Great Elder have good foresight. Gu Chen teased with a smile after he finished reading the entire list. The clay bodhisattva knew who that guy was. In fact, before sending him into the Divine Ascension realm to steal information, Gu Chen had specifically mentioned this name in order to prevent him from missing anything. This 4th elder Xianxia really can't find any evidence that he colluded with the Azure Willow Holy Land or the Jade clan, but this person is indeed a bit suspicious, the clay bodhisattva said after thinking for a while. "Oh? What's suspicious?" Gu Chen asked with interest. After interacting with 4th elder Xianxia several times, Gu Chen always felt that he was a bit strange. This was not purely because he was against him, but because he was more fearless than the other elders. The great prophet was now the protector of the Qin clan, but he dared to repeatedly question him in front of him, as if he was not worried that he would report him to the great prophet. One had to know that even if a saint killed him, the Qin clan would not dare to say a word of complaint. Where did he get the confidence to question the sincerity of the cooperation between the great prophet and the Qin clan, and even repeatedly sow discord between them? Of course, there were occasionally people like this who were simply bold and spoke without thinking, but just to be on the safe side, Gu Chen still asked the clay bodhisattva to investigate him. According to the information that the Azure Willow Holy Land and the Jade clan have on this Xianxia, his aptitude in the Qin clan was considered very poor when he was young. Even the opportunity to go out and gain experience was made an exception because his ancestors had made great contributions to the Qin clan. Xianxia had traveled outside for about 2 years. When he returned to the Qin clan, he began to stand out and rose rapidly, finally becoming an elder, the clay bodhisattva explained. Gu Chen understood what he meant. The Qin clan used to live in seclusion, so it was not easy for the younger generation to go out and gain experience. Most of them were talented, such as Qin Huandong, who could be ranked in the top 3 of the younger generation in the clan. If Qin Qinghe wanted to go out and gain experience, he would have to rely on the contributions of his ancestors, so it was obvious that his cultivation talent was not very good. Such a person's fate had changed after going out for 2 years, rising all the way to the position of an elder, which sounded a bit suspicious. There are many fortuitous encounters and opportunities in this world. Perhaps Qin Qinghe encountered some kind of special opportunity during those 2 years. Gu Qin shook his head. The clay bodhisattva was purely guessing, and guesses could not be used as evidence. There is indeed such a possibility, but just because the Jade Clan and the Azure Willow Holy Land couldn't find any evidence of him being a spy in the Divine Ascension world doesn't mean that he's not a suspect. He may be a spy from another force, or the information in the Divine Ascension world might have been overlooked. After all, the Jade Clan and the Azure Willow Holy Land can't communicate with each other in the Divine Ascension world all the time. A spy of Qin Qinghe's level is highly likely to be highly protected, with only a few people knowing his identity. Upon hearing this, Gu Qin seemed to be lost in thought. What you said isn't impossible, but a spy at Qin Qinghe's level can't be easily supported by any force. In the Jade Dynasty, only the Jade Clan and the 2 Holy Lands have the ability to secretly train him and support him to the position of an elder. What if it's outside the Jade Dynasty? The clay bodhisattva smiled. Gu Qin's eyes suddenly lit up. If it's outside the Jade Dynasty, then it's interesting. This information is very valuable. Continue to dig deeper into Qin Qinghe and find out where he went when he was young. Yes. The clay bodhisattva nodded and pointed to the list in Gu Qin's hand. What about these people? Do we give the list to the Qin clan? If the spy was not eliminated, the Qin clan would suffer a big loss sooner or later. At present, these people were still in hiding. They were probably planning to wait until the Qin clan had occupied most of their territory before launching a fatal sneak attack. It's normal for some people to die accidentally during a war. Send our people out to deal with these troubles in secret. Gu Qin said calmly. If he handed the list to the Qin clan directly, they would definitely ask about the source of the information, which might expose their secret. It was impossible for these spies to surrender without putting up a fight, and they would definitely deny it. He did not want to confront them when the time came, and it would cause conflict within the Qin clan. Assassination was the simplest way. At this juncture, the Qin clan did not have the time to investigate the murderer, let alone link it to him. Understood. The clay bodhisattva took the list from Gu Qin's hands and left quickly. In the next half a month, the Qin clan's achievements in various places continued to expand, and the news of victory came one after another. At the same time, the number of casualties also increased. This included the dozens of people who were secretly killed by the assassins arranged by Gu Qin. These dozens of spies were secretly cultivated by the Jade Clan and the Green Willow Holy Ground for many years. Suddenly being killed in such a concentrated manner naturally aroused the suspicions of the 2 forces. However, they did not suspect Gu Qin, but that the Qin clan had long known the identities of these spies and took the opportunity to kill them all. Therefore, the Qin clan became more troublesome in the eyes of the 2 forces. They could see through the identities of the spies long ago but did not expose them, allowing them to bring out information all these years. This meant that the information they brought out was not important, and the Qin clan had hidden more unexpected strength. Combined with the rapid expansion of the Qin clan during this period of time, the 2 forces finally admitted that the strong clan that was once on par with them had returned. 2 months later, the turmoil in the Jade Dynasty reached a watershed. The small forces were basically annexed or subdued, and the competition between the Jade Clan, the Green Willow Holy Ground, and the Qin clan officially began. Originally, it was just to divide the benefits of the 8 branches Holy Ground. However, after a round of bloody shuffling, the strong stayed strong, and the small forces that were able to drag out an ignoble existence completely disappeared. The situation in the Jade Dynasty was unprecedentedly clear. Under St. Willow's power, the Green Willow Holy Ground annexed the most forces and territories, and was now the number 1 force in the Jade Dynasty. The Qin clan seized the second most forces and territories. From the original seclusion, they directly became as influential as the 8 branches holy ground and seized countless resources. In comparison, the Jade dynasty gained the least. This clan had never been good at fighting and was used to living comfortably. They did not have the fierce spirit of the other 2 forces. At this point, the elders of the Qin clan were very nervous, knowing that they might officially face the Green Willow Holy Ground. No one knew whether the Green Willow Holy Ground wanted to stop or wanted to take the next step and wanted to take the Qin clan. No one knew. The after effects of swallowing so many territories suddenly became apparent. The Qin clan's combat strength was limited, and in order to consolidate their gains, they could only scatter their people. The elders were stationed in different areas. The prohibition of Dingkong Mountain was also fully activated. The elders had sent messages to Guqin many times to remind him to guard the mountain gate well. They were afraid that the Green Willow Holy Land would capture the leader first and destroy Dingkong Mountain. The situation was very sensitive. Guqin thought that the Shepherd clan would intervene, but there was no movement. No one contacted the Qin clan. The situation was very sensitive. Guqin thought that the Shepherd clan would intervene. Unexpectedly, there was no movement. No one contacted the Qin clan. This was a bad sign. If the Shepherd clan did not express their stance, Saint Willow would definitely make a move and attack the Qin clan at any time. Did I miscalculate? Guqin frowned. He could not guess what the Shepherd clan was thinking. He could only think of a way to contact the Great Prophet. If Saint Willow really attacked, he could not do anything while everyone was watching. Only the Great Prophet could stop Saint Willow. However, when he finally contacted the 2 prophets of the Luo men, Qiao and Qiu, they brought bad news. Patriarch Mu has invited you. The Great Prophet has already arrived. We can't contact him now. Patriarch Mu, the Dao ancestor behind the Mu dynasty, one of the top cultivators of the primordial Dao world, had actually been taken away by him. The sudden occurrence of such a thing at this critical juncture made Guqin feel uneasy. Could it be that Patriarch Mu had sensed something? He did not know if the Great Prophet was dead or alive. Would he reveal his secrets? Guqin could only ask the 2 prophets for details. When he heard that the Great Prophet had received an invitation from Patriarch Mu and had taken the initiative to go, he felt much more at ease. The Great Prophet had always been wise and could predict fortune and misfortune. If he had gone, he would not be so foolish as to go obediently. In that case, Patriarch Mu might have another reason for inviting him. It should not be related to him. Didn't the Great Prophet leave any message for me? Guqin was speechless. Since he had taken the initiative to go, the Great Prophet should have had time to inform him of this matter. The Great Prophet only said that if Mr. Chen asks, say that the problem lies with the Qin clan and has nothing to do with Mr. Chen. Qiu conveyed the message truthfully, and Guqin fell into deep thought. It had nothing to do with him. The Great Prophet was afraid that he would overthink. However, if the problem was with the Qin clan, what was going on? Based on the current situation, allying with the Qin clan to resist Lu Xing was the best choice to protect the Mu clan's interests in the Jade dynasty. Was there some apprehension that caused the Mu clan to be hesitant? Also, if the Great Prophet was called away now, the Qin clan would lose the backing of a saint. If Lu Xing came, they would definitely be defeated. Could it be? Guqin pondered for a long time. His pupils suddenly contracted as he thought of someone, the missing Qin Xing. He had more or less investigated the inside story of Qin Xing's disappearance back then. On the surface, a tall tree attracted the wind and had offended too many powers, but in reality, he had aroused the suspicion of Patriarch Mu. Qin Xing was astonishingly talented. His self-created 3 fixed saint techniques could suppress the majority of the 3,000 minor techniques. It was known as the pinnacle of the great Tao of saints, which showed how terrifying his aptitude and comprehension were. It was normal for such a person to appear in Patriarch Mu's back garden to arouse his suspicion. It was also at this time that Qin Xing suddenly disappeared. Some said that he had been secretly killed by Patriarch Mu, while others said that he had sensed the danger in advance and had disappeared to avoid it. That was something that happened a long time ago, and no one knew the truth. Even the Qin clan couldn't confirm whether Qin Xing was dead or alive. If Qin Xing really didn't die back then what Patriarch Mu was doing now could be understood. He was testing to see if Xianxia would appear when the Qin clan was facing a life-and-death crisis. If the Great Prophet was here, Xianxia would know that the Qin clan was protected and naturally wouldn't appear. Therefore, he had to ask the Great Prophet to leave. However, if he wanted to use the lives of the entire Qin clan to force Xianxia out, Patriarch Mu could have done so a long time ago. Why did he wait until now? There were many doubts in Gu Chen's mind, but he also realized that things weren't good. When the realm of Dao ancestor was involved, the situation had become unprecedentedly complicated. The situation that should have been under his control had taken an unexpected turn. What was the Mu ancestor planning to do? If he could not find out what he was thinking, every step he took might be a dead end. The Qin clan might be finished, and all the effort he had spent on the Qin clan would be in vain. He might even be dragged into the whirlpool. If only I could find the Shepherd clan's divine ascension realm earlier. Gu Chen frowned, deeply feeling the lack of information at hand. If he could enter the Shepherd clan's divine ascension realm, he might be able to find out what the Mu ancestor was thinking, and he would not be in such a passive position. However, he had been searching for the Shepherd clan's divine ascension realm for a while, but he had not found it yet. The only thing I can do now is to wait and see. Gu Chen sighed. It was not a good thing to act rashly at this time. He could only open a path and build a bridge. After a few more days, what should come finally came. 3 elders from the Green Willow Holy Land came to visit. All the elders were scattered outside, and the patriarch was in seclusion. Gu Chen was the only person in charge of the Qin clan, so he was naturally the one to receive them. Hehe, is there no one left in the Qin clan? Why did they send a little brat like you to receive us? In the ancient city of the Qin clan, one of the 3 elders from the Green Willow Holy Land saw Gu Chen and immediately mocked him. This person was a Pu Yao, with a huge emerald green gourd on his back, and his cultivation was at the peak of the 7 Ascension realm. It seems that the Qin clan doesn't understand the principle of greed. They obviously don't have the ability to swallow so much territory, but they insist on eating it. Aren't they afraid of bursting themselves to death? Another thorny demoness with an impressive figure also opened her mouth and said sarcastically. They came to visit the Qin clan purely to find out what they were capable of. The Qin clan wiped out all the spies they had arranged in just a few days. Such a well-prepared visit made them think that the Qin clan must have hidden their strength, so they deliberately came to probe before their next move. However, they did not expect that in the face of their visit, the Qin clan only sent a seemingly young junior to receive them. Were they not afraid of being unable to control the situation? At this time, they would not suspect that the Qin clan was deliberately pretending to be weak. Even if the Qin clan still had some hidden strength, they would definitely not be willing to make things difficult for Lu Xing. Therefore, at this time, they should show how much strength they had, so that they would not dare to take action. The Qin clan originally had 14 elders, and now all 14 of them were outside. There should have been no one left on Mt Dingkong. Call your patriarch out. The 3rd elder was a hazel fiend. He was extremely tall, and his skin was covered in tough armor. He spoke rudely to Gu Chen. The patriarch is currently in closed-door cultivation, so I'm in charge of all the affairs of the Fixed Sky Mountain. If the 3 of you have anything to say, you can discuss it with me. Gu Chen replied with a smile, as if he couldn't feel the disdain from the 3 demons. We are here on Sage Lu's orders to deliver a decree to the Qin clan. A brat like you who is still wet behind the ears doesn't have the right to receive the decree. Get lost and call clan leader Chen out. The hazel monster's face was filled with impatience as he sent out a palm strike. He wanted to show Gu Chen the difference in strength between them. The power of this palm strike reached 50 million daos, causing the expressions of all the Qin clan cultivators present to change drastically. However, Gu Chen remained expressionless. Just as the huge palm was about to reach him, he raised a hand and casually pressed down on the other party's finger. That's right, the other party's palm was 5 times the size of Gu Chen's. Gu Chen's palm looked much more slender, and was only able to hold on to the other party's finger. However, with this grip, the hazel demon's palm was unable to move forward any further. It hovered in midair, the 50 million Dao swallowed and spat out, but it only lightly blew at Gu Chen's hair. Gu Chen's palm that was pressing down on the other party's finger slightly exerted force. Kacha, the hazel demon's finger was actually broken. His expression changed drastically as he immediately retreated. What? They had known the hazel demon for a long time and knew that he was originally a hazel fruit. All of his demonic energy was naturally wrapped around his body's hard carapace. In terms of demonic techniques, the two of them believed that they could easily defeat the hazel demon. However, they believed that they could not break through the defense of his body. At the very least, it was impossible for them to do so easily. Who are you? The hazel demon pulled a safe distance away and looked at Guchen in bewilderment. He knew that being able to shatter his finger meant that he could break through his defense. This person was enough to pose a threat to his life. I am the new elder of the Chen clan, Qin Yunfei. I wonder if the three of you have heard of me? Guchen introduced himself as his eyes flickered. The three of them had provoked him the moment they arrived. How were they here to negotiate? It was more like they were here to probe the Chen clan. After knowing that the great prophet had been invited away by the Mu ancestor, Guchen was worried that Lu Xing's actions would also be instructed by the Mu ancestor. If that was the case, he would be even more passive. However, if Lu Xing had received the Mu ancestor's instructions, then his current actions would seem a little unnecessary. Chen Yunfei? I didn't expect you to have such strength. The three demons of Green Willow Sacred Ground looked at each other. They had naturally heard of this name. After all, it was related to the Luo sect of the Pei dynasty. However, according to the intelligence they knew, this person had obtained the position of elder of the Chen clan because of his relationship with the Luo sect. His cultivation should be very limited at such a young age. You flatter me. My strength is at the bottom of the younger generation of the Chen clan. I can't show myself. Guchen replied indifferently. When Pu Yao heard this, he sneered and said, You want to say that the younger generation of the Chen clan all have the strength of the sevenfold realm? You really don't know how to brag. The three demons were not stupid. The Chen clan had been under their surveillance for a long time, so how could there be so many talented members of the younger generation? You three don't believe me? Then I'll call my cousin over. Guchen glanced at the door. Someone quickly walked in with large strides. It was the clay bodhisattva. The cultivators of the Chen clan present had strange expressions. They all knew that this person was not a member of the Chen clan, but a subordinate of Elder Yunfei. However, the three demons did not know that when the thorny demoness saw the clay bodhisattva, her eyes flashed. A thorny thorn covered with poisonous thorns suddenly flew out from her palm. The clay bodhisattva's expression did not change. He grabbed the thorn with his bare hands. The thorn sank into his body as if it had drilled into a swamp. He completely lost his reaction. The thorny demoness expression changed slightly. When she realized that she could not pull back the thorn, she could only break it with hatred and looked at the clay bodhisattva with fear. Another sevenfold realm cultivator, could it be that Chen Yunfei was not lying? Was the younger generation of the Chen clan really so talented? Don't be fooled by them. This guy looks older than Chen Yunfei. How could he be his cousin? Pu Yao reminded. That being said, the Chen clan had two sevenfold realm cultivators in such a short time. Who knew how many more were hidden in the dark? From the looks of it, it was indeed as they had guessed. The Chen clan had hidden a lot of strength. It's up to you whether you believe it or not, but the three of you should get down to business. I've already said that the clan leader is in seclusion. I'm in charge of all the affairs of the Chen clan. Sage Lu, you can tell me anything. Or could it be that the three of you are not actually here to negotiate, but purely here to cause trouble? As Guchen spoke, there was a chill in his eyes. If the three of you are here to cause trouble, I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out of here alive today. Guchen's words were sonorous and forceful, with an unknown source of confidence. As soon as his words came out, all the Chen clan cultivators present jumped in fright. Elder Yunfei was the only one left on Mt Ding Kong. Although his attack just now had been stunning, there were still three people on the other side, especially Pu Yao, who carried a large gourd on his back. He had made great achievements in the Green Willow Holy Land, and his strength had reached the peak of the Seven Creations realm. Even the Great Elder and the clan leader might not be his match. Moreover, even if he really had the strength to kill the three of them, killing them was equivalent to falling out with Sage Willow. Where did the Chen clan get the confidence to do so? For a moment, the Chen clan cultivators present broke out in a cold sweat. They thought to themselves that Elder Yanfei was really young and hot-blooded, speaking without considering the consequences. Such arrogance, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Pu Yao's face darkened. If these words were said by the Qin clan leader or the great elder, it would be fine. Since when did a random junior dare to threaten his life? Today, they came here to test the waters. Since the other party had said so much, if he backed down, where would the face of the Green Willow Holy Land be? Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of the Qin clan leader. I will let you know what propriety is. The emerald green gourd on Pu Yao's back suddenly spewed out a shocking green light. Countless green vines swept out from within, and in the blink of an eye, like a flood, flooded the entire hall. Boom, the residence was instantly crushed by the green flood. Everyone fled in a panic, and only Gu Chen became the center of the countless green vines, with no space to dodge. As if he was being targeted by countless green snakes, Gu Chen clenched his fist and subconsciously wanted to use the origin of shock to shatter all the green vines. However, when the secret technique's energy was converted, the origin of shock rapidly turned into the origin of fire. Boom, a high-temperature flame poured out from Gu Chen's fist, burning all the green vines that were approaching him in the blink of an eye. However, the number of green vines seemed endless, like waves of green waves. Just as one wave was burned down, more came, covering the sky and covering the earth. In just a short while, the mansion that was used to receive the three demons had been turned into a sea of green. Everyone stayed far away, afraid that they would be drawn into the battle. Although the green vine was just a plant, it could easily crush rocks and iron wherever it passed. Cultivators below the sevenfold state would not even have the chance to be dragged into it. Gu Chen saw that the green vine was not going to stop. He pushed off the ground and tried to fly towards Pu Yao. Pu Yao floated in midair. Countless vines surged out of the gourd, following his back to his feet and moving towards the ground, creating waves of green ripples. Seeing Gu Chen's attempt to leap into the air, he only sneered, and countless seeds suddenly flew out from the vines below. As soon as the seeds got close to Gu Chen, they immediately took root and sprouted. Some of them entangled Gu Chen's arms, some bound his feet, and in the blink of an eye, he was wrapped up in 3 layers, like a chrysalis. Bang! The huge chrysalis fell to the ground and did not move for a while. The Qin clan cultivators in the distance were shocked. Oh no, Elder Yanfei is trapped. The Qin clan cultivators were about to go help, but they were stopped by the clay bodhisattva. Don't cause trouble for boss, he said calmly. After seeing Gu Chen's heroic performance when he killed a sage, he knew that these 3 demons were not his match. Although boss could not use the glorious ancient overlord body in front of others, these guys were not sages. Ha ha ha, you were so arrogant just now, but Big Brother Pooh lost immediately. What a joke. The thorn demoness laughed so hard that her body trembled. The Jinyao also shook her head. In the past, any enemy that was tied up by Pu Yao like this would definitely lose. The parasitic seed was not simple. It had super reproductive and recovery abilities. No matter how hard one struggled, it would quickly grow again, and the nutrients were the enemy's flesh and blood. This move was almost always successful. If the Qin clan leader or great elder fought with Pu Yao, they would definitely be careful and would not fall for it easily. They would still have the strength to fight. However, Qin Yunfei was too young and lacked battle experience. He fell for it immediately. If Qin clan leader is not coming out, let me invite him. Pu Yao ignored Gu Chen and glanced at the Qin clan cultivators in the distance. Countless green vines swept out along the ground. At such a crucial time when the Qin clan was entering the world again, Qin clan leader was in seclusion. This made him think that something bad was going to happen. It was because of this that he led the team here. No matter what, he had to force Qin clan leader out first. Boom, at Gu Chen's location, the huge green chrysalis suddenly exploded. A figure swiftly rushed out from inside and attacked Pu Yao. What? Pu Yao was shocked. He was about to defend when he heard a loud roar. Freeze! Then, his body felt like it was bound by something and he could not move. Don't even think about it. His eyes turned cold. The gourd on his back was connected to his mind. Even if his body was frozen, with one thought, it would attack. Dong! Dong, a muffled sound came from the gourd. The green light at the mouth of the gourd could not come out, as if it was blocked by something. What is going on? Pu Yao's face was full of shock. He saw the figure close in on him with lightning speed. The fists covered in flames were aimed at his head. Just when he felt like he was going to die, the fist suddenly dropped down and hit his shoulder. Ah! Pu Yao screamed in pain. One of his arms was charred and half of his body was a bloody mess. Stop! Seeing this, the thorny demoness and the hazel demoness rushed forward. Gu Chen's fists turned into palms. The fists turned into fists and the flames turned into sharp golden light. He slashed at the two who were rushing at him. Rip! The faint golden shadow of a giant blade sliced through the air. The thorny demoness' scalp prickled and her body slowed down. The hazel demoness rushed forward. Bam bam bam, the shadow of the blade was smashed by the hazel demoness' sturdy body, but it turned into countless tiny blades that cut hundreds of wounds on his body. After blocking this attack, the hazel demoness knelt on the ground, panting heavily. The thorny demoness suddenly jumped out from behind him. Countless thorny vines grew out of her body, trying to attack Gu Chen and give Pu Yao a chance to escape. But Gu Chen didn't play by the rules. He grabbed Pu Yao's body and used it as a shield. The thorny demoness was shocked. All the thorny vines spun around and struck the ground. The ground was instantly corroded. The venomous thorns on the vines contained an extremely terrifying poison. What? You really don't want to leave my Chen tribe alive? Gu Chen sneered, threw Pu Yao on the ground and stepped on his chest. If you dare to take one more step, I'll kill him. You, the bramble bird empress was so angry her face was red. Surrender yourselves. Kneel. Gu Chen ordered again. Seeing the thorny demoness' reluctance, the force on his foot increased. Pu Yao wanted to tell him not to worry about him, but because of the pain, he only screamed even louder. Blood flowed on the ground. The thorny demoness saw that Pu Yao was going to die. She gritted her teeth and said, I don't think you dare to kill us. Then she knelt on the ground, looking like she wasn't going to attack anymore. Acting rashly now would only cause Pu Yao to die. And if he died, they wouldn't be able to report to the Holy Lord. Since that was the case, they might as well surrender for now. They believed that the other party wouldn't dare to kill them. After all, that would be the same as fighting to the death with St. Lu. On the other hand, everything happened too suddenly. The thorny demoness didn't understand how someone of Pu Yao's strength could be defeated so easily. With fear in her heart, she didn't have the confidence to continue fighting. Seeing the thorny demoness surrender, the already heavily injured hazel demoness also fell silent. Gu Chen called the clay bodhisattva and the Chen tribe cultivators in the distance and asked them to seal the two demonesses. The Chen tribe cultivators witnessed the battle with their own eyes. They were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. When they came to their senses, they rushed forward excitedly and followed Gu Chen's order. They didn't expect Elder Yunfei to be so powerful that he could defeat Pu Yao, who was ranked very high in the Green Willow Holy Land. Everyone's morale was greatly boosted. They felt that the Green Willow Holy Land was nothing great. Their Chen tribe had really risen. The thorny demoness and hazel demoness cooperated obediently and successfully became prisoners. Only then did Gu Chen withdraw his foot from the chest of the unlucky guy on the ground. Pu Yao could have chosen any method, but he just had to summon a large green vine, which was connected to his body, which made it convenient for his heaven-twining silk. Just now, his heaven-twining silk moved along the green vine and directly wrapped around his body. At the same time, it also sealed the mouth of the gourd. That was why the battle ended so quickly. As for the parasitic seed that trapped him, it was even more of a joke. His body was so strong that he could tear a way out with pure brute force. On empty Ding Kong, the three demons who had lost the ability to resist were escorted to Gu Chen's courtyard. After all, there were many people in the Chen clan's ancient city, and the restrictions were not as complete as on empty Ding Kong. Therefore, just in case, Gu Chen ordered the three demons to be escorted here and prepared to interrogate them slowly. Why did you come to my empty Ding Kong? Tell me everything, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. After throwing the three demons into a house, the clay bodhisattva brought over a bench. Gu Chen sat down and asked expressionlessly. Pu Yao and Jin Yao were both seriously injured. At this time, they endured their injuries and stared at Gu Chen with hatred, not saying a word. However, the thorny demoness was flexible. She forced a smile and said, "There's no harm in telling you. The Sacred Lord ordered us to probe the Qin clan to decide the next step." This answer was standard, but Guchen frowned and said doubtfully, "With Sacred Willow's strength, if he wants to know the Qin clan's situation, he can just make a trip himself. Why beat around the bush? Isn't he afraid that you won't be able to return? What qualifications does the Qin clan have for my Sacred Lord to descend? Do you think that just because the 8 branches sacred ground is gone, you can replace their position and be on equal footing with the Green Willow sacred ground?" Pu Yao sneered. In his opinion, Gu Chen's question was very ignorant. Once one reached the Saint Realm, how could he easily show his face in public? If the Qin clan could not withstand a single blow and they could deal with it, wouldn't Sacred Willow be known as bullying the weak? And if the Qin clan's strength exceeded his expectations, they would not dare to kill his messenger. They had to probe back and forth to control the situation. Pu Yao's mockery did not anger Gu Chen. Instead, he fell into deep thought. Under normal circumstances, he could understand the Green Willow sacred ground's probing behavior, but the recent situation was a bit strange. Since the matter involved Ancestor Mu, he inevitably became suspicious, so he needed to get to the bottom of it. In fact, he could have used a softer way of talking to the 3 demons, but because he wanted to understand everything, he showed his flamboyant side so that he could capture the 3 demons and interrogate them. Although the Qin clan has been living in seclusion for many years, our foundation might not be weaker than the Green Willow sacred ground. The great prophet of Luo sect is overseeing my Mount Dingkong, so it's only right for Sage Lu to pay a visit in person. Sending 3 small fries like you is just a disgrace. Thoughts spun rapidly in Gu Chen's mind. He then opened his mouth to mock Lu Xing, as if he did not take Lu Xing seriously at all. The saint of the Luo sect was guarding the Dingkong mountain. When the 3 demons heard this, they were slightly shocked. They didn't say anything and exchanged glances. Gu Chen noticed their expressions and had a rough idea of what was going on. He said, "If it was during normal times, I wouldn't dare to touch you because of Sage Lu. However, with the support of the great prophet, the Qin clan will have to make an example out of you if we wish to establish our position in the Jade dynasty. Do you really think that I won't kill you? Even if I kill all of you, with the great prophet around, do you believe that this matter will end without a conclusion? There is no way Sage Lu will fight to the death with a saint who is proficient in Fate Dao, for all of you." When the 3 demons heard this, their expressions changed, and they felt uneasy. It was true that the Qin clan did not have the guts to kill them, but the saint did. Some things were very realistic. Even though Sage Lu had always treated them well, it was impossible for him to fall out with a saint for their deaths. After all, he had to consider the other people in the sacred ground. When they realized that their lives might really be in danger, the 3 demons lost their confidence. They no longer looked at Gu Chen as fearlessly as before. "If you don't want to die, cooperate with me. Answer my questions truthfully. If I find out that you are hiding anything, you will definitely die." After Gu Chen warned them, he gestured to the clay bodhisattva to take the thorn demoness and hazel demoness away. He wanted to interrogate the 3 of them separately so that he could ensure that they were not lying. After the 2 demons were taken away, Pu Yao, who was left behind, felt his heart pounding as he recalled the ruthlessness of the other party. "Let me ask you, has there been any outsiders visiting the Green Willow sacred ground recently? Has Sage Lu gone out or received anyone? You'd better think carefully before answering. If your answer is different from the other 2, you know the consequences." Gu Chen asked the questions that he cared about, not letting go of any details. After Pu Yao had answered all of them, he called the thorn demoness in. Soon, the 3 demons were all interrogated, and their answers were almost the same. During this time, there had been no outsiders visiting the Green Willow sacred ground, and there was no news of Sage Lu going out. Of course, the 3 demons were not sure. After all, Sage Lu would not report to them when he went out. Unable to get any more information from the 3 demons, he continued to imprison them. Gu Chen left the house, and the clay bodhisattva followed. Looking at the green in the courtyard, Gu Chen was deep in thought. The clay bodhisattva behind him asked nervously, "Boss, how is it?" Preliminary judgment is that Sage Lu should have no idea what Ancestor Mu is doing behind the scenes. It was not Ancestor Mu's intention to target the Qin clan. Gu Chen pondered. The reason why he interrogated the three demons in such detail was to determine Sage Lu's position. If the Green Willow Sacred Ground was ordered to target the Chen clan, then the Chen clan's situation would be even worse. It meant that Ancestor Mu would not give up until he achieved a certain goal. However, under his previous probing, the three demons clearly did not know that the Great Prophet had been invited away by Ancestor Mu. Logically speaking, if Ancestor Mu had instructed Sage Lu to take action, he would definitely inform them of this matter. Sage Lu would not have kept it from his subordinates. In addition, according to the three demons, Sage Lu had not gone out during this time, and there were no visitors, so the possibility was even higher. In other words, Sage Lu had targeted the Chen clan purely because of his ambition to dominate the Jade dynasty. Ancestor Mu had taken advantage of the situation and made use of him. There was a huge difference between a precise plan and taking advantage of the situation. It showed Ancestor Mu's different determination. If they could confirm that Ancestor Mu was only acting on a whim, then the possibility of avoiding this calamity was much higher. In that case, there is still a chance. What should we do next? The clay bodhisattva asked with a relaxed expression. If Ancestor Mu's goal is to force out the missing Sage Chen, he will let Sage Lu attack the Chen clan. When that time comes, there can only be two possibilities. The first is that Sage Chen is really not dead and has appeared. Even if he wins against Sage Lu, Ancestor Mu will not let him go and will definitely kill him. Once he's dead, the Chen clan will definitely be eradicated. The second is that Sage Chen does not appear. Ancestor Mu will ultimately not wish for Sage Lu to unify the Jade dynasty, so he will interfere. However, in order to force Sage Chen out, he must put the Chen clan in a situation of certain death. Therefore, even if he interferes in the end, the Chen clan will definitely suffer heavy losses. Gu Chen's expression was solemn. No matter which one it was not a good thing for the Chen clan. Furthermore, he was currently staying on Mount Fixed Sky with the identity of Qin Yunfei, so it was impossible for him to stay out of this matter. Is it impossible for Sage Chen to defeat Ancestor Mu? The clay bodhisattva blurted out. After saying this, he felt that this idea was too unrealistic and shook his head. Dao ancestors were extremely powerful. If Sage Chen wanted to defeat Ancestor Mu, he would have to advance to the Dao ancestor realm. However, it was extremely difficult to prove one's Dao and become an ancestor. It was said that one had to completely master a Dao technique. Although the three fixed sacred techniques that Sage Chen had created were famous in the entire Dao world and were known as the pinnacle of the Sage Great Dao, the word pinnacle actually limited his potential. No matter how powerful a self-created Dao technique was, how could it be closer to a great Dao than a Dao technique derived from the primordial Dao law? Therefore, when Sage Chen's prestige had spread far and wide back then, some Dao ancestors had asserted that it was impossible for him to advance to the ninthfold Dao integration realm. The pinnacle of the Sage Great Dao was a complement to the three fixed sacred techniques that he had created. Even among the 3,000 small techniques, the three fixed sacred techniques could suppress most of them. This showed how amazing Sage Chen was. However, an incomplete small Dao technique could never compare to a great Dao technique. It was the same for the three fixed sacred techniques. The probability of Sage Chen advancing to the Dao ancestor realm was simply too low. Moreover, even if he was, Ancestor Mu had already cultivated in the Dao ancestor realm for a very long time. The difference in strength between the two was probably not small. Since both outcomes are very bad, boss, can we nip the problem in the bud? The clay bodhisattva asked after some deliberation. How? Just like how we got rid of the Orochi saint, boss should kill Sage Lu first. This way, Ancestor Mu won't have a spear to use and might give up on his plan. The clay bodhisattva made a gesture of cutting his head. This plan is not appropriate. If Sage Lu is also dead, then the Jade dynasty will have no more saints. Who do you think Ancestor Mu will suspect first? When that time comes, it might make things worse. Sage Chen is clearly not around, but the other party will suspect that Sage Chen killed Sage Lu. Then, they will get to the bottom of it. Gu Chen shook his head. The clay bodhisattva's thinking was too simple. Then what should we do? Wait for death? The clay bodhisattva said with a bitter smile. Gu Chen fell silent. He really could not think of a suitable solution. So that old poisonous snake died in your hands. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Suddenly, an indifferent voice came from beside the two of them. Gu Chen's expression changed instantly, and the clay bodhisattva panicked. Who had eavesdropped on their conversation? When did they sneak over? How long had they been listening for? The two of them looked toward the source of the voice at the same time. They saw the originally loose and ordinary weeds on the ground emit bursts of green light and transform into the phantom of a man. The man had green hair, blue eyes, and a handsome appearance. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked extraordinary. Who are you? Gu Chen's face revealed an intense fear. He had the instinct of foresight. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the other party to be so close to him without him noticing it. This kind of person was extraordinary. Weren't you discussing me just now? Can't you guess who I am? The green-haired man said calmly, but his eyes that were staring at Gu Chen flickered. Honestly speaking, the matter that the two of them were discussing was too sensitive. It actually involved Ancestor Mu, which made him very concerned. He felt that he was completely out of the situation and even felt like he was being played. Seeing that the two of them did not continue chatting, he could not hold it in any longer. Therefore, he deliberately revealed his face and wanted to get to the bottom of the matter. You're Sage Lu? Gu Chen quickly calmed down and guessed after smelling the fragrance of plants coming from the other party. That's right. Sage Lu didn't deny it and carefully sized up Gu Chen. Although I know that the Chen clan has a genius, Chen Yunfei, I didn't expect a little brat like you to have the ability to assassinate the Yamada no Orochi without anyone noticing. It seems like you're hiding a lot of secrets. Sage Lu was really surprised. On the surface, he sent his 3 subordinates to the Chen clan to test the waters, but in reality, he followed them secretly to thoroughly understand the situation of the Chen clan. When he saw that the Chen clan only had such a young elder to receive his people, he was disdainful. With just this bit of strength, the Chen clan actually dared to fight for territory with him everywhere. However, the development of the situation was very surprising. He actually made a mistake. This young man actually defeated his right-hand man. As a result, he developed a strong curiosity and wanted to know what the Chen clan was hiding. Seeing that his 3 subordinates weren't in danger, he just watched coldly from the side. He saw that the 3 demons were interrogated separately, and the questions were a little strange. After that, the two of them left the room and had a conversation when they thought there was no one around, which made him even more shocked. Ancestor Mu wanted to use him to lure out Sage Chen, who had been missing for many years, and this youngest elder of the Chen clan was actually plotting whether or not to kill him, and from the tone of his subordinates, killing him didn't seem to be a difficult task. He felt that he had fallen into a trap. Not only Ancestor Mu, but also this brat. My subordinate made a slip of the tongue and let Sage Lu see a joke. Sage Lu's skills are profound, how would this brat dare to be rash? Gu Chen said respectfully, but he was thinking about what he had said to the clay bodhisattva and whether he had said anything fatal. It was unlikely that Sage Lu appeared here just now. It was very likely that he had been here since the 3 demons came to visit. He was clearly here, but he didn't show up and allowed the 3 demons to be humiliated and captured. This showed how shrewd he was. Furthermore, he had been here for so long, but he didn't notice. Even his foresight had failed, which was even more unimaginable. Fortunately, he hadn't revealed any fatal flaws since the 3 demons arrived. During this period of time, pretending to be the real Chen Yunfei had penetrated deep into his bones. Even when he was fighting, he used Daoist techniques that Chen Yunfei, who possessed the Dao root of 5 elements, could use. Sage Lu should not be able to see any flaws in his moves. As for his conversation with the clay bodhisattva, he did not mention his true identity. As long as his identity was not exposed, there was still room for negotiation. This little one is ignorant, this little one is arrogant. Sage Lu, please forgive me for my nonsense just now. The clay bodhisattva was very cooperative. He immediately knelt on the ground and pretended to be panic-stricken. He kowtowed to Sage Lu and apologized. At this moment, he really wanted to slap himself. Why did he have to mention the death of the Hakone saint just now? Alright, stop putting on an act. Judging from the way the two of you spoke just now, I'm afraid it's not the first time you've played around with others. Be honest and answer my questions. Don't even think about lying. Otherwise, I'll tell the world your secrets. That's right, regardless of whether you have the ability or not, don't even think about killing me. The one in front of you is just an illusion. Sage Lu said with slight sarcasm. These words immediately dispelled Gu Chen's impulse to silence him. Mount Dingkong was already under the surveillance of the shepherd tribe. Fighting with Sage Lu would definitely attract attention. Since his original body was not here, there was even less need for him to take the risk. Sage Lu, you're straightforward. I was going to find some time to visit you. It's good that you're here. It saves me the trouble. It's not good for others to see me visiting you now. Gu Chen changed his tone and did not have the previous respect. Visit me? Not to kill me? Sage Lu realized that the person in front of him was a little too calm. He did not show any signs of being forced into a corner. He was indeed not simple. Sage Lu, you must be joking. Now that the Green Willow Holy Ground and the Qin tribe are interdependent, why would I want to harm you? Gu Chen looked magnanimous. I'm sure Sage Lu has heard what I said earlier. This time Ancestor Mu intends to use you to target my Qin tribe. Is Sage Lu willing to be used by him? Of course, it's fine if there are benefits to be gained after being used, but Ancestor Mu is clearly not that magnanimous. After dealing with my Qin tribe, he'll deal with Sage Lu next. Sage Lu's expression did not change when he heard this obvious attempt to sow discord. He said indifferently, you must be joking. I'm just a mere saint. What right do I have to be targeted by Ancestor Mu? Since Ancestor Mu has the intention to target the Qin tribe, I'll follow his wishes and eradicate you. I'll expand my territory and make a contribution. What's wrong with that? Sage Lu is really that naive? Gu Chen sneered. Sage Lu's face instantly darkened. The amount of time he had interacted with Ancestor Mu was incomparable to this brat. Now, he was the one being mocked. Of course, he knew that with Ancestor Mu's personality, he would not sit by and watch him grow. He would definitely suppress him in various ways, both in the open and in the dark. However, he was already mentally prepared for this kind of suppression. If he wanted to grow his influence and obtain more cultivation resources to advance, he would have to face this pressure sooner or later. Let's just take it that Ancestor Mu is truly broad-minded and tolerant. Sage Lu also heard it just now. This time Ancestor Mu is targeting my ancestor. If my ancestor is really still alive, aren't you afraid of incurring the wrath of my ancestor by attacking my clan? Sage Lu can guess. If Ancestor Mu attacks you, will Ancestor Mu save you in time or wait for you to die before making a move? Gu Chen asked again. Hearing this, Sage Lu only replied coldly. The premise of everything is that your ancestor is really still alive. Sage Lu has to be clear about one thing. Right now, it's Ancestor Mu who thinks that my ancestor is still alive. It's not me who thinks so. Gu Chen reminded him with a heavier tone. Sage Lu's expression instantly became uncertain. That's right, this matter was a little strange. Xianxia had disappeared for so many years, so why did Ancestor Mu suspect that he was still alive? Although the Qin clan had recently re-entered the world, Ancestor Mu had long had the opportunity to threaten Xianxia with the Qin clan's survival. Since Ancestor Mu suspected that Xianxia might still be alive at this time, there had to be some basis for it. If Sage Lu charged forward like this and really clashed with Xianxia, not only would he suffer losses, his life would also be in danger. Back then, Xianxia was able to make Ancestor Mu feel threatened, which was enough to show his strength. Be it him or the Hakone saint, they were both inferior to him. So many years had passed, and only the heavens knew how much he had grown. Hastily choosing a side and offending him was definitely not a wise choice. Moreover, if he chose to side with Ancestor Mu would not give him any benefits. After chatting with Gu Chen, Sage Lu's original enmity towards the Qin clan had mostly disappeared. This matter was no longer as simple as it seemed, and continuing to stir things up was not beneficial to him. Do you think this matter is over just because I'm backing out? If Ancestor Mu really wants to force Sage Chen out, even if I'm not willing, he will force me to act, Sage Lu said bluntly. Lu Xing said straightforwardly. He wanted to hear whether Gu Chen had any solution. Gu Chen felt much more at ease when he heard this. It seemed that Sage Lu was not stupid. There was room for cooperation. An esteemed guest has come to visit, so tea should be served. Sage Lu, this way please. Gu Chen decided to invite Sage Lu into the house for a chat. The eavesdropping incident had left a shadow in his heart. No need, here is fine. Sage Lu flatly refused. As if he had seen through Gu Chen's thoughts, he added. If you are worried that someone will eavesdrop here, you can be at ease. Mount Fixed Sky and the city below are all under my control. Oh? Gu Chen seemed to be deep in thought. He looked at the verdant garden and continued the previous topic. Ancestor Mu's will cannot be defied. Even if Saint Lu doesn't act against the Chen clan, I'm afraid that others will come. Since that's the case, why don't Saint Lu continue acting with Ancestor Mu? This is the most beneficial for us, especially you, Saint Lu. What do you mean? If the ancestor really appears, then I promise Sage Lu that he will spare your life. That's right, then I thank you. Sage Lu's face darkened. This way, Sage Lu's life will not be in danger. Regardless of whether the ancestor or Ancestor Mu wins, it will have nothing to do with Sage Lu. If the ancestor wins, Sage Lu will be an ally of our clan. This Jade Dynasty will be given to you directly. If the ancestor loses, Sage Lu will have made a contribution to Ancestor Mu. At the very least, Ancestor Mu will not take away the territory that you have seized. He had to admit that the other party's ability to paint a picture was quite impressive. Sage Lu was a little moved. He realized that this was the best choice. What if Sage Chen doesn't appear, he asked. Then the final victor will definitely be you, Lu Xing. It's just that you have to follow my script. Gu Chen's eyes lit up. No one knew how far Ancestor Mu wanted to go, and he had spent a lot of effort on the Chen clan. He was definitely not willing for them to suffer too great of a loss or even be unable to recover from this setback. A crippled Chen clan was useless to him, and the Chen clan leader knew many of his secrets. When the time came, he would have no choice but to kill him. Because of this, if they couldn't resist Ancestor Mu's will, he hoped that the casualties would follow his wishes. The Chen clan definitely couldn't be harmed. I roughly understand what you mean. It's just that Ancestor Mu isn't a fool. If the Chen clan doesn't pay the price, he won't be satisfied. How many people do you want to sacrifice? How many important people will be sacrificed? Lu Xing said calmly. In his opinion, this was equivalent to scraping the bones to cure the poison, and it was a choice he had no other choice. There was nothing that could be done about it. Circumstances were stronger than people, and there were very few people in the second mountain and sea who could defy Patriarch Mu's will. A look of hesitation appeared on Gu Chen's face. He had just thought of this method, but he still hadn't made up his mind on how to carry it out. I'm afraid this isn't something that can be decided by you alone, right? I can give you a few days to think about it. Lu Xing was unexpectedly understanding. When Gu Chen heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. This method had been thought of on the spot, and it was inevitable that there would be loopholes. He needed a few more days to think about it. Just a few days was not enough to make Ancestor Mu impatient. Let's do it in 3 days. In 3 days, I'll appear here again. I hope that you'll have thought it through by then. Also, after I leave, release my people. Take it as a sign of our sincerity in working together. After saying this, Lu Xing's figure dissipated into light, and he left just like that. He didn't ask how the Hakone saint had died. Boss, can this person be trusted? The clay bodhisattva asked in a low voice, as if he was afraid of being eavesdropped again. Lu Xing had been convinced too easily. He didn't even get to the bottom of the matter and asked some sensitive questions, which made him feel a little uneasy. This person is not simple. After confirming that our plan has more advantages than disadvantages, he no longer hesitated and chose to cooperate with us. As for whether deceiving Ancestor Mu would bring about a great disaster, he didn't even consider it at all. It can be seen that he's an ambitious person. We can cooperate with this person. It's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Gu Chen didn't lower his voice as he spoke to the verdant garden. When the clay bodhisattva heard this, he nodded. He believed that Gu Chen's judgment was right. Let him go. Be more polite. Gu Chen instructed the clay bodhisattva again before leaving. In a forest not far from Mount Dingkong, Lu Xing, who was sitting cross-legged on a piece of dead wood, opened his eyes at this moment. He smiled, then got up and flew back to the Green Willow sacred ground. On the same day, the 3 demons were sent out of Mount Dingkong. The news that Gu Chen had captured the 3 demons of the Green Willow sacred ground in one battle had also reached the ears of the elders of the Chen clan who were stationed in various places. Yunfei is actually so powerful? Good. Good. This has greatly increased the prestige of the Chen clan. When the great elder Chen Shanming heard the news, his face flushed with excitement. He felt honored and laughed out loud. How is that possible? That Pu Yao's strength has reached the peak of the 7-star beast. Even the great elder and the clan leader may not be his match. How could a little brat like Qin Yunfei defeat him? After the 4th elder Qin Qinghe asked for the details, he was extremely shocked and even doubted the authenticity of the news. However, the situation at that time was witnessed by many people in the ancient city of the Chen clan, so it couldn't be fake. After the shock, Qin Qinghe's eyes flickered and he quietly left the place where he was stationed. After making a big circle and confirming that no one was following him, he came to a remote mountain forest. Not long after, a griffin flew across the sky. After circling once, it landed in front of him. What's the matter? The griffin asked. There's news from Mount Dingkong. Qin Qinghe hurriedly reported the news about Gu Chen in detail. This Qin Yunfei's strength is unexpected. Although he has the 5 elemental Dao root, it's impossible for him to cultivate to such a level at this age without help. Ever since he returned to the clan, I've always felt that something was wrong with him. In order to be loyal to Ancestor Mu, to Lord Li Tian, and to prevent the Chen clan from colluding with the Pei dynasty, I've always been against him. Now that he has displayed such strength, I'm worried that he will harm me. I hope that the messenger will report this to the higher-ups and let Lord Li Tian understand the difficult situation I'm in. Qin Qinghe said everything in one go and then gave a flattering smile. He stuffed a storage ring into the griffin's hand. Understood, I'll pass on your words truthfully. The griffin kept the storage ring quietly, then flapped its wings and flew away in the rising air. Inside the Qin clan's secret grounds, the Qin clan's patriarch sat upright. The surging Dao energy around his body surged endlessly. His eyes were tightly shut, and his forehead was covered in sweat. Ever since he received Gu Chen's great primordial energy technique and went into seclusion, he had maintained this state for many days. With the great primordial energy technique cleansing his body, clan leader Chen's chances of breaking through to the Saint Realm had increased greatly. He had no distractions during this period of time. Whether or not one could break through 100 million Dao power was the dividing line between the 7-fold and 8-fold realms. It was an insurmountable chasm that had blocked the ambitions and dreams of countless geniuses. The reason why this chasm was so difficult to surpass was the tribulation of the Saint Realm. To become a saint, one had to go through the tribulation. Only 1 in 10,000 cultivators at the peak of the 7-fold realm could succeed. Because of this 1 in 10,000 chance, many forces like the Jade clan could not produce a saint even though they had many experts at the 7-fold realm. Saints were too precious. Every time one of them was born, it would definitely affect the situation of the Dao world. Every time one of them perished, the turmoil caused by it would be extraordinary. Recently, clan leader Chen had sensed that his tribulation of the saint was not far away. Therefore, he became more and more focused, to the point where he did not care about the outside world at all. No matter how intense the competition for territories was, the Qin clan would definitely have a place as long as he became a saint. This was the reason why he had stopped the elders from entering the world. To him, time was the most important thing now. As long as he had enough time, he would become the second saint of the Qin clan. Tap. Tap. The sudden footsteps caused clan leader Chen, who was cultivating, to frown. He was a little displeased. He had already said not to disturb his cultivation no matter what happened. Who was so insensible as to barge into the secret place? He spread his divine perception outside the cave. Clan leader Chen raised his eyebrows and sent a voice transmission. Fellow Daoist Chen, come in. Soon, Gu Chen's figure came in. What happened? The Qin clan leader asked politely. His chances of breaking through and becoming a saint had been greatly increased because Gu Chen had given him the incomparably precious great primary energy technique. This debt of gratitude was extremely heavy, so even though his training had been interrupted, he still maintained his politeness. Not to mention, this person knew his situation better than any of the other elders. He clearly knew that he was in seclusion for a breakthrough, but he still came to disturb him. It must be something important. This is bad. We've been targeted by Ancestor Mu. As soon as Guchen opened his mouth, clan leader Chen's face turned pale. He almost suspected that he had misheard. What did you say? Why would Ancestor Mu target my Qin clan for no reason? What did you do? Patriarch Chen suspected that Guchen had done something he shouldn't have. This was because he knew that the people of the Qin clan definitely didn't have the guts to provoke Ancestor Mu. This matter has nothing to do with me. I'm afraid you're here for your ancestor. Guchen explained in detail. When he heard that the great prophet had been invited away by Ancestor Mu, Chief Chen stood up on the spot and was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. How could this be? Ancestor Mu has been missing for a long time. Why did Ancestor Mu choose this time to cause trouble? I've already warned them not to act impulsively, but they insisted on snatching territory from the Green Willow sacred ground. Now, trouble has come knocking. Fellow Daoist Chen, you're really something. Why didn't you stop them? Just give me a little more time. Just a little more time will do. Chief Chen frowned, and his words were filled with complaints. Guchen asked indifferently, can you deal with Ancestor Mu if I give you time? Chief Chen was instantly speechless. Even if he became a saint, he might not be able to defeat Saint Willow, let alone Ancestor Mu. At the current stage, even if I use all the power I can, it's impossible for the Qin clan to be a match for Ancestor Mu. The most important thing now is to find out why Ancestor Mu is causing trouble at this time. At the same time, if Saint Chen doesn't show up, how can the Qin clan protect itself? Guchen reminded him. The anxious Qin clan leader finally calmed down with great difficulty. He racked his brains for a while. Unexpected. Ancestor Mu shouldn't have come to test whether our ancestor is still alive just because our Qin clan has entered the world again. He should have obtained some clues or obtained some news. Chief Chen pondered. Gu Chen's thoughts were the same as his. He originally thought that Ancestor Mu's idea of using the Qin clan to balance the Green Willow sacred ground should be correct. The reason why he suddenly changed his mind should be because something unexpected happened that they didn't know about. We have no way of knowing what news or clues Ancestor Mu has obtained. The good news is that he won't kill the Qin clan just to test whether Saint Chen is still alive. Guchen said. Why are you so sure? Because Saint Willow doesn't know that he is being used by Ancestor Mu. Ancestor Mu is just taking advantage of the situation. Guchen told him about his meeting with Saint Willow, and also mentioned the cooperation between the two parties. Saint Willow's appearance was already 2 days ago, and it was almost 3 days from the agreed time. After careful consideration, Guchen also made a decision, which was why he came here to find Chief Chen. Can Saint Willow be trusted? Knowing that he had to cooperate with Saint Willow to tide over this crisis, Chief Chen was not without worries. Helping us will do him more good than harm, and he is not a timid person. Guchen said. Understood. Chief Chen took a deep breath. How do you want me to cooperate? Logically speaking, when it was a matter of life and death for the Qin clan, it was impossible for him to let Guchen make the decision. However, the elders were all outside, and even if they were there, they wouldn't be of much help. On the contrary, Guchen already had a solution, so Chief Chen could only listen to his suggestion. If Saint Chen appears, there is no need to say anything more. The situation is not under our control. But if he doesn't appear, we must reduce the casualties of the Qin clan to a minimum. At the same time, we must let Ancestor Mu feel that we have forced the Qin clan into a desperate situation. The number of casualties must be more than half of the Qin clan before Ancestor Mu will be satisfied. Guchen mentioned a rough number, and Chief Chen immediately had a pained expression. Absolutely not. If half of the clan dies, how can my Qin clan make a comeback? What right do I have to be the chief? He originally thought that Guchen had some brilliant plan, but he didn't expect that the moment he opened his mouth, he wanted the Qin clan to sacrifice their lives. If the Qin clan doesn't have enough casualties, how will Ancestor Mu believe that Saint Chen is gone? This half of the casualties must include at least 1/3 of the elders and elite disciples. Only when the Chen clan is in serious trouble and Saint Chen doesn't appear can Ancestor Mu dispel his doubts. Gu Chen analyzed expressionlessly. Seeing Chief Chen's face full of resistance, he guessed that it was about time, so he changed the topic. Of course, there is another way that most of the Chen clan don't have to die, and Ancestor Mu will be satisfied. What way? Chief Chen's eyes instantly lit up, as if he had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. You. As long as Chief Chen sacrifices yourself, the crisis of the Chen clan can be resolved. Gu Chen revealed the real purpose of his visit. When Gu Chen left the Chen clan's secret place, Chen clan leader no longer had the mood to cultivate. That night, he was so gloomy that he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The next day, Saint Lu came again, still using the qi of vegetation to transform. This time, Chen clan leader participated in the meeting. You're really bold. You should know that if this is seen through, both you and I will be finished. Hearing about Gu Chen's plan, Saint Lu frowned and said. Saint Lu, are you afraid? Gu Chen only responded with a faint smile. If I was afraid, I wouldn't be standing here right now. Saint Lu did not fall for Gu Chen's provocation and said seriously, remember, if your plan succeeds, the Chen clan will owe me a favor, and you will owe me a favor. Gu Chen was slightly surprised. He thought that Saint Lu would hesitate. He had already prepared some words to persuade the other, but he did not expect that he would not need to use them. This decisiveness was much better than Chen clan leaders. Gu Chen began to admire Saint Lu. Alright, no matter if it succeeds or not, I will owe you a favor. I will definitely repay you in the future, Gu Chen promised. It's best if you can repay me in the future. Let's collect some interest first. After this is done, I want half of the territory that the Chen clan has conquered, Saint Lu added. One should not be too greedy. Saint Lu, don't forget that if I did not kill the Orochi Saint, the Green Willow Holy Ground would not have been able to obtain such a large territory so easily. Moreover, the Shepherd clan will definitely need to maintain the balance after this. Having too much territory might not be a good thing for the Green Willow Holy Ground. Gu Chen said calmly. He actually said that he was the one who killed the Orochi Saint in front of Chen clan leader. Clan leader Chen was already surprised by Gu Chen's calm and unruffled manner when he was negotiating with Lu Xing as if they were equals. When he heard Gu Chen's casual words, he was even more shocked. Hundreds of thoughts flashed across his mind. It's fine if you don't want the territory, but you have to tell me, how did you kill that old viper? Lu Xing knew that what Gu Chen said was right. It would be good enough if he could maintain the territory that he had already annexed after the deal was done. It would not be good to be greedy, so he did not force it. Instead, he made a small request. He had been fighting with the Orochi Saint for many years. He had always known that the venomous snake had hidden his trump card. It would not be easy to kill him. A junior of the Chen clan, who didn't seem to have reached the Saint realm, was actually able to kill the old poisonous snake. He still couldn't figure out how he did it. Just now, when Gu Chen mentioned it himself, he could say that he had misheard. However, now that Sage Lu had asked him this question, clan leader Chen was instantly sure that Gu Chen had really killed the Hakone sect saint. He pricked up his ears to listen, trying to figure out how he did it. Why don't you tell me first, Sage Lu? How did you eavesdrop on my conversation? Gu Chen asked instead of answering. Your Excellency, that's not sincere. Since you and I are going to cooperate, I have to know your specific strength. Sage Lu looked dissatisfied. If I can find out how Sage Lu eavesdropped on my conversation, I might be able to find out where I'm lacking and nip the problem in the bud. This way, the next plan will be more secure. Gu Chen ignored his dissatisfaction. Don't worry, I'm an exception. Based on the restriction that Sage Chen left on Dingkong Mountain, you won't be spied on so easily, Sage Lu said. The two of them tested each other and haggled for a while. In the end, neither of them got the upper hand. When I attacked that day, I would not show mercy, at least in the eyes of others. Sage Lu gave up on talking nonsense with the stubborn Gu Chen and looked at clan leader Chen. Clan leader Chen's expression suddenly became a little nervous. He nodded seriously. Sorry to trouble you, senior. This form of address was normal in the past. However, after Gu Chen, who was his junior on the surface, became friends with Sage Lu, clan leader Chen felt that it was a little awkward. When Sage Lu heard this form of address, he looked at Gu Chen meaningfully and did not say anything else. "Alright, I'm leaving. Good luck on that day." After Sage Lu finished speaking, his body dissipated into green light and disappeared. When Gu Chen heard the last sentence, he had a bad feeling. This guy did not gain any advantage in the negotiation. When the time came, he would probably vent his anger on Yi Futian. Fellow Daoist Chen, as soon as Sage Lu left, clan leader Chen could not help but question him. He wanted to ask but was stopped by Gu Chen with a wave of his hand. He brought clan leader Chen into a house. After confirming that there were no green plants inside, Gu Chen set up a restriction. Only then did he feel at ease and start talking with clan leader Chen. "Did you really kill the Hakone Saint?" Clan leader Chen blurted out with some resentment in his heart. From his point of view, the reason why they were in so much trouble today was because of the Hakone Saint's death. If the Hakone Saint didn't die, the Green Willow Sacred Ground would not snatch the territory, and the Chen clan would not have a conflict with them. Naturally, the matter of Ancestor Mu would not have happened. "Clan leader, I know you feel wronged. It's my fault. I didn't expect such a turn of events to happen." Gu Chen readily admitted his mistake. Initially, he only wanted to kill the Fear Castle Lord first. Killing the Hakone Saint wasn't that quick. However, he didn't expect the Hakone Saint to be the Fear Castle Lord. Things were messed up and he had to bring forward his plan. Otherwise, according to the normal progress, clan leader Chen would have finished his seclusion by the time he planned to kill the Hakone Saint. By then, the Chen clan would have more confidence to enter the world again. "You didn't expect this? Did you ask for my opinion before you attacked? Because of you, the Chen clan is in a desperate situation." Clan leader Chen was furious. He regretted that he had put away the great primordial technique and focused on cultivation. He had forgotten to guard against Gu Chen. Yi Futian had only been in the Chen clan for a short period of time, but he had already brought the Chen clan a crisis. "Alright, I know that clan leader Chen isn't happy. It won't be too late for clan leader Chen to blame me after this crisis." Gu Chen comforted him. He had purposely revealed the truth about the Hakone Saint's death in front of clan leader Chen because Lu Xing already knew about it. Since Lu Xing already knew about it, it was better for him to tell clan leader Chen personally than to hear it from Lu Xing. Furthermore, he had purposely revealed some of his strength to give clan leader Chen confidence so that he would listen to his arrangements better. "Can I still return to the Chen clan after this crisis?" Clan leader Chen revealed a bitter smile. According to Gu Chen's plan, the Chen clan would be able to survive to the greatest extent. However, he would have to conceal his identity from now on. "That day will come. I promise you," Gu Chen said solemnly. "Your promise? You aren't a Dao ancestor. What's the point of your promise? I really regret getting on board this pirate ship of yours." Clan leader Chen sighed. However, since things had come to this, he knew that it was useless to reprimand Gu Chen. He could only follow him to the end. Gu Chen smiled without saying a word. The clay bodhisattva beside him looked at the helpless clan leader Chen and secretly shook his head. Who said that the boss's promise was useless? There were countless Dao ancestors in the primordial Dao world, but there was only one brilliant ancient overlord body. Just like how Gu Chen had promised to avenge him back then, clan leader Chen would definitely not regret today's decision in the future. The situation in the Jade dynasty had become increasingly unstable. Before the Jade clan, the Chen clan, and the Green Willow Holy Ground could form a tripartite balance, the Green Willow Holy Ground had already launched an attack on more territories. The imperial court of the Jade clan was content with its own corner, while the conflict between the Chen clan and the Green Willow Holy Ground was gradually developing in an irreconcilable direction. The Green Willow Holy Land had sent 3 elders to Mount Dingkong to negotiate, but they did not expect to be humiliated by the new elder of the Chen clan, Chen Yunfei. Although the 3 elders were quickly released, the Chen clan's reputation was still greatly boosted. The various forces' evaluation of the Chen clan's strength rose to another level. All the forces were guessing and waiting. When would the only saint of the Jade dynasty personally attack the Chen clan? and at this time, space-stabilizing mountain and the entire ancient city of the Qin clan suddenly cut off all communication with the outside world. Not only were the various forces unable to contact the Qin clan, even the many elders that the Qin clan had sent out were suddenly unable to contact the Qin clan. Such a strange situation immediately attracted the curiosity of various forces. They all sent out spies to secretly investigate the Qin clan's ancient city. The Qin clan elders outside also sent their disciples back to the clan to inquire. Unexpectedly, these people were all blocked outside the Qin clan's illusory array. Even the Qin clan's disciples were not allowed to enter. The security was so tight that it was unbelievable. In the direction of Mount Dingkong, there was a faint, unusual movement. People from all sides tried to pry out any useful information from the disciples of the Qin clan, who were guarding the mountain. All of them were extremely tight-lipped. However, there were no airtight walls in the world. 2 days later, news of what had happened in the Qin clan's secluded residence had spread. A rare phenomenon of heaven and earth appeared in the surroundings of Mount Dingkong. Torrential dark clouds continued to gather, as if a lightning tribulation was about to arrive. After this scene appeared, the Qin clan's guardian elder, Qin Yunfei, immediately gave the order to seal all connections between Empty Mountain and the Qin clan's ancient city. No one was allowed to enter or leave, which was why the situation before had occurred. With such concealment, the phenomenon that appears in the Qin clan must be extraordinary. It's tribulation transcendence. Someone is going to undergo tribulation on Mount Dingkong. The Qin clan's clan leader hasn't shown his face in front of people for a long time. This time, when the Qin clan entered the world, I heard that he was in seclusion. From the looks of it, the Qin clan leader is about to break through and become a sage. Soon, the various forces grasped the news and made their own guesses. Finally, they came to a conclusion: clan leader Qin was about to break through and become a saint. As soon as this explosive news came out, all the major forces of the Jade dynasty were in an uproar. After the death of the Hakone saint, Saint Lu became the only saint of the Jade dynasty. Was there going to be a new saint now? Everyone was very well aware that the Qin clan had entered the world with great ferocity, and their greatest obstacle, or perhaps it should be said that their greatest weakness, was that they didn't have a saint to hold down the fort. Although the Jade clan did not have any saints, they controlled the imperial court and had the backing of the Shepherd clan, so their position was extremely stable. Although it was rumored that the Qin clan had formed an alliance with the Luo sect of the Pei dynasty, the saint of the Luo sect was not from the Qin clan after all. Their influence could not be compared to the Mu clan. Because of this, the Qin clan's rise could be said to lack confidence. Even though they seized quite a bit of territory, their foundation was still unstable. Many powers were still eyeing them covetously. However, things were different now. If the Qin clan leader could successfully become the second sage of the Qin clan, he would be on equal footing with Sage Lu. The Qin clan's position would also be completely stabilized. Without a doubt, this was a major event that would affect the rise and fall of the Qin clan for the next 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years. No wonder MT Dingkong wanted to seal off this information. If the Qin clan successfully gives birth to a second sage, where will our Jade clan put its face? We absolutely can't allow that to happen. When the news reached the imperial court of the Jade clan leader felt a deep sense of danger. The Hakone saint had just died not too long ago, and he didn't even have the time to celebrate. Who would have thought that another sage would appear on the Qin clan's side? The Jade clan had experienced how it felt to have two sages within their territory, and they didn't want another one to appear. In their opinion, the appearance of a new sage of the Qin clan was even worse than Sage Lu's dominance. The Jade clan immediately gathered the experts of the clan and rushed to MT Dingkong at the first possible moment. The clan leader is about to break through? Why did we only receive this news now? On Qin Shanming's side, when he heard that the clan leader was about to undergo the tribulation transcendence, he immediately jumped up and cursed. He had just received this news when it had already spread. He was extremely far away from MT Dingkong, and he didn't know if he could make it in time. Gather everyone and rush back to the clan immediately. Qin Shanming gave the order urgently. At the same time, he asked the elders of the various clans to rush back to MT Dingkong as soon as possible and protect the clan leader. Grand Elder, what should we do about this place? It wasn't easy for them to conquer the territory. If they withdrew all their manpower now, all their efforts would be in vain if someone took advantage of the situation to invade. How can this mere territory be more important than the second sage of the Qin clan? Just send 2 people to guard this place. I don't think the other clans would dare to offend us at this critical juncture. Qin Shanming made a prompt decision. He sighed deeply when he thought about how the clan leader had not revealed any information about this matter. You don't even trust your own clansmen for the sake of stability. You're too smart for your own good. I hope that you can successfully overcome this tribulation. If there's any danger, the old man will take it on for you. In the Green Willow Holy Ground, the Locust Demon hurried to report. The news that the Qin clan leader is about to break through to become a sage has spread. Now, with the Jade clan leading the way, many clans are rushing to Mt Dingkong. In addition, the various elders of the Qin clan who are outside are also urgently gathering. They intend to return to the clan to provide support. After listening to the report, Sage Lu's lips curled into an evil smile. It's good that the Jade clan and other clans want to join in the fun. It seems that we can kill to our heart's content. The locust tree monster was secretly excited. The Divine Lord hadn't gone on a killing spree in a long time. It seemed that he could bask in the glory this time. As for the Qin clan elder, lead the monsters from the Holy Land and try to stop them. Make sure they don't have time to return to Mt Dingkong. Remember, don't kill them, and don't let them or our people discover this, Sage Lu instructed. The locust tree monster was slightly disappointed. He had wanted to go to Mt Dingkong with the Divine Lord to join in the fun. To stop them without killing them or letting them discover us, it's a bit difficult, the locust tree monster said helplessly. It's precisely because it's difficult that I'm letting you go this time. I'm more at ease with you doing things, Sage Lu said. The locust tree monster wanted to say something but stopped. Sage Lu saw it and said, "What, do you have something to say? I understand that the Divine Lord wants to cooperate with the Qin clan, but why can't we kill them? Use this chance to reduce the power of the Qin clan." I don't think that Qin Yunfei would dare to object. The locust tree monster felt that even if they secretly allied with the Qin clan and weakened some of the others' power, it would be more advantageous for them to grasp the initiative. In this kind of situation, it was very normal to accidentally kill an elder of the Qin clan. The other side had to think of the big picture, so they had to thank them. Are you so sure that Qin Sheng won't appear? Sage Lu asked indifferently. The locust tree monster's expression changed drastically, and he asked nervously, "Does the Divine Lord think that Qin Sheng will appear?" I don't know. Qin Sheng has been missing for too long. I also don't know what news Ancestor Mu received to be so crazy. Sage Lu shook his head, and a bright light shot out of his eyes. But even if Qin Sheng doesn't appear, it's fine for me to give face to Qin Yunfei. There's no need to play those tricks in secret. The Divine Lord thinks so highly of that Qin Yunfei? The locust tree monster was rather shocked. Just watch. This person's background is definitely far beyond our imagination. I have a premonition that one day, he will be able to help me fulfill my long-cherished wish. On Mount Dingkong, most of the Qin clan's cultivators had already evacuated. The news that the Qin clan head was about to break through to Saint had already been carefully arranged to spread. A great show was about to begin. As the center of the stage for this show, those who had nothing to do with it naturally had to be dismissed, and the reason given was also very dignified. Outside the Qin clan's seclusion grounds, the number of spies from various forces increased every day, and some even tried to force their way in. Naturally, more people had to be sent to guard the clan gate. Most of the clan's elites had gone out with the elders. After several redeployments, those who remained on Mount Dingkong were all trustworthy people. Mount Dingkong was abnormally quiet, but the world around it was not calm. Years ago, when Saint Qin comprehended the Tao, he cut off a mountain range and fixed it in the void, creating Mount Dingkong. From then on, the void where Mount Dingkong was rooted seemed to be eternally frozen. Storms could not invade, clouds would not flow, and even the spiritual sense of cultivators that tried to spy on this place would become stagnant. This was a wondrous mountain, and its surroundings had been like a painting since ancient times. Only the ancient city of the Qin clan below had the smell of smoke and fire. However, as of late, the sky above Sky Determining Mountain was covered in dark clouds. Countless thunderclouds gathered there, causing the ancient city of the Qin clan to seem like night even if it was daytime. Only when thunder exploded on the ground would the outline of the ancient city appear from the darkness. At the peak of Mount Dingkong, Gu Chen, dressed in white, sat there from morning until night. Occasionally, lightning would strike the earth, and the white light would illuminate his handsome face, especially the iconic cross-shaped tattoo between his eyebrows. Within the cave dwelling in the mountain, the Chen clan head sat cross-legged. The vast amount of Taoist power in his body fluctuated endlessly, constantly attacking the barrier of 100 million. The thunderclouds in the sky came because of this. Compared to the cultivators who faced the divine tribulation in the past, the Chen clan's patriarch faced much more difficulties and responsibilities. Because of this, he spent a lot of energy to make himself focus and enter the ethereal state. Outside the cave dwelling, the clay bodhisattva stood guard. It seemed that his existence was to prevent any fish that slipped through the net and entered the cave dwelling to disturb the Chen clan head's tribulation, but in reality, he had a more important mission. It could be said that the key to the success of this desperate plan depended on him. That's the 23rd expert who's trying to spy on Mount Dingkong in a single day. Gu Chen, who was at the top of the mountain, opened his eyes slightly. He glanced at the distant southwest direction and muttered in a low voice. Ever since the news that the Chen clan leader was about to break through and become a saint spread, experts from various forces of the Jade dynasty had appeared one after another. The formation outside the hermit grounds could stop ordinary cultivators, but it could not stop cultivators above the 6th Mahayana state. Therefore, over the past few days, there had been people constantly scanning the Chen clan's ancient city with their divine senses, and they even tried to invade Mt Dingkong. Fortunately, the fixed sky mountain was special to begin with, and the restriction formation was fully activated, making it difficult for these people to pass through. Occasionally, there were some who wanted to play tricks, but they couldn't hide it from Gu Chen. His instinctive foresight could now cover the area within a radius of 50 miles. He could foresee any signs of trouble in advance and intervene. From time to time, cultivators of the Chen clan would catch spies who had infiltrated the ancient city. There were also bold experts who tried to enter Mount Dingkong, but they were killed by Gu Chen, who descended from the sky with a single palm strike. As the number of times he attacked increased, he killed a few 6 Mahayana state cultivators and scared off a 7 Mahayana state cultivator. The reputation of the clan's guardian elder, Qin Yunfei, had been established, and fewer people dared to take the risk to test him. However, more and more cultivators from various forces gathered at the periphery of Mount Dingkong. Many of them were waiting for a powerful figure to appear. Emir Qin Yunfei wants to protect such a huge Chen clan? Newborn calves are really not afraid of tigers. Where are the other elders of the Chen clan? Why haven't I seen them? I heard that on the way back, the Chen clan is really throwing away a watermelon. Compared to the hope of becoming a saint, what is a little bit of planning? I'm afraid they won't be able to make it back in time. I heard that the demons of the Green Willow sacred ground have gone to intercept them. The imperial court and some other forces are also taking the opportunity to cause trouble and delay them. In that case, Qin Yunfei is alone and might have to face Sage Lu's wrath. The cultivators at the periphery looked at Mount Dingkong from afar and discussed animatedly. When they found out that few of the Chen clan's elders would be able to make it back in time, they all looked at the young man at the top of the mountain with sympathy. Anyone with a discerning eye could guess that Sage Lu definitely did not want a second saint to appear within the borders of the Jade dynasty, so he would definitely take action. It was also rumored that Qin Yunfei had ruthlessly humiliated the envoy sent by Sage Lu, so his fate was already foreseeable. What a pity. I heard that even Pu Yao was defeated by him. He can be considered a proud son of heaven and would definitely enter the legend ranking in the future, but he will die young, someone said regretfully. Not necessarily. Don't forget that this person has an extraordinary relationship with the Luo sect of the Pei dynasty. Maybe that great prophet will appear to save him. Someone immediately retorted, and the eyes of the others lit up when they heard that. That's right, the great prophet of the Pei dynasty was also an unknown. If he appeared here, they would have a chance to witness an exciting battle between the saints. Ordinary powers had no way of knowing about Ancestor Mu's interference, so they were looking forward to the great prophet of the Luo sect appearing to compete with Sage Lu. From a certain perspective, this was also a competition between the national power of the Jade dynasty and the Pei dynasty. The cultivators discussed enthusiastically, but on the peak of Mount Dingkong, Gu Chen's eyelids suddenly twitched. in the direction of the cultivators, an extremely terrifying consciousness wantonly invaded the seclusion of the Chen clan and spread out in all directions. The cultivators didn't sense anything, but Gu Chen instinctively felt a strong sense of danger. A consciousness of this level and such a vast consciousness meant that the newcomer was no small matter. Gu Chen was astonished, but he pretended that he didn't sense anything on the surface. He was very calm and allowed that terrifying consciousness to do as it pleased. That consciousness quickly arrived at Mount Dingkong, and the restrictions on the mountain seemed to be useless to it. Its invasion didn't cause any reaction from the restrictions. The consciousness first swept toward Gu Chen. Gu Chen's sitting posture didn't change, and his breathing was steady, but he was rather nervous. If he didn't guess wrong, the newcomer's cultivation had already stepped into the Dao ancestor realm, and the Dao ancestor most likely to appear in the land of the Jade dynasty was naturally Ancestor Mu. A mere patriarch Chen's tribulation wouldn't attract Ancestor Mu's attention. His appearance here proved that he was here for Sage Chen. Ancestor Mu's consciousness merely swept past Gu Chen's body and immediately went to other places. Gu Chen sensed something and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He was more or less worried that someone at the Dao ancestor realm could see through his true body. Fortunately, his disguise was considered perfect, and Dao ancestor didn't discover him. Just as he heaved a sigh of relief, Gu Chen immediately became nervous again. Ancestor Mu naturally didn't investigate Mount Dingkong for him. Firstly, it was for Sage Chen, and secondly, it was for Chief Chen. If Sage Chen was hiding on Mount Dingkong, Gu Chen was confident that he would definitely discover him. Therefore, the reason why Ancestor Mu came here could only be to check if Chief Chen was really on the verge of breaking through. The news that Chief Chen was about to break through to become a saint wasn't fake, so Gu Chen wasn't worried about this. The only thing he was worried about was whether Chief Chen would give himself away. Ancestor Mu's consciousness came too suddenly, and he couldn't warn Chief Chen or the clay bodhisattva at the cave entrance. He could only hope that nothing went wrong. The vast consciousness stayed on Mount Dingkong for a long time before retreating like the tide. It didn't express anything. When the consciousness retreated, Gu Chen's hanging heart finally relaxed. Fortunately, there weren't any mistakes. He thought he could relax, but unexpectedly, another incomparably vigorous consciousness barged into the Chen clan's seclusion. Its aura was comparable to the one that had retreated. Another Dao ancestor. There were ripples in Gu Chen's heart. The wolf had just left, and now the tiger had come. What was going on? The divine consciousnesses of the ancestors brushed past the first. They clearly sensed each other's existence, but there was no conflict. The second divine consciousness also ignored the restrictions of Sky Fixation Mountain and barged in. After searching carefully, it returned empty-handed and retreated like the tide. The second divine consciousness also left, but Gu Chen did not dare to relax at all. He began to guess the origins of the two Dao ancestors. Other than Ancestor Mu, he first thought of Saint Chen, who had been missing for a long time. If he dared to show himself today, then it was possible that he had already stepped into the Dao ancestor realm. However, there was no conflict between the two Dao ancestors. They seemed to tacitly approve of each other's existence, so one of them was definitely not Saint Chen. A Chen patriarch's tribulation actually attracted two Dao ancestors to secretly spy on him. Gu Chen realized that things were more troublesome than he had imagined. Ancestor Mu must have grasped some obvious signs that Saint Chen might still be alive, and the other Dao ancestors had also heard of it. Both Dao ancestors paid so much attention to the missing Saint Chen. They probably did not want to return empty-handed. The Chen clan's situation was destined to be even more difficult. Gu Chen sighed inwardly. There was no turning back. The show had already begun. No matter what accidents happened, he could only work hard to continue acting. The lightning tribulation above Sky Fixation Mountain became more and more extraordinary. More and more cultivators gathered around the Chen clan's seclusion. In the end, the Chen clan's guardian cultivators were not enough. They could not stop the flow of people. Gu Chen ordered everyone to retreat to the Chen clan's ancient city and tighten the defense. Rumble. Rumble. At a certain moment, a huge lightning tore through the world and struck Sky Fixation Mountain, causing the various forces to boil. Chen clan patriarch is starting to pass the tribulation. Is Sage Lu still not going to appear? The elders of many forces tensed up. Once Chen clan patriarch passed the saint tribulation, they would not be able to stop him. They might even be suppressed for tens of thousands of years. Everyone predicted that Sage Lu would make a move, so they did not want to completely fall out with the Chen clan. They wanted to watch the tigers fight. However, at this critical moment, Sage Lu still did not appear. This immediately made many people uneasy. What if Saint Lu did not intend to take action, or what if he was delayed on the way? Some of the big shots began to stir. Seeing the lightning tearing through the night sky, someone from the Jade Race's imperial court finally couldn't hold it in any longer. "Everyone, are you willing to follow the old man to Mt Dingkong?" An old man in luxurious robes from the Jade Race cupped his fists towards the big shots of some of the forces present. Many of the big shots present naturally understood what the other party meant and hesitated for a moment. In reality, the imperial court of the Jade Race had sent a lot of experts to this place over the past few days. If they really wanted to attack the fixed sky mountain, which was guarded by only one elder, they wouldn't need their help at all. They could more or less guess what the Jade clan was thinking. The Jade clan was best at doing business, and they valued peace. If they sent too many soldiers to stop the Chen clan leader from breaking through to St. Plain, no matter whether the Chen clan won or lost today, they would not rest until one of them was dead. However, if all the other forces were involved, then the Chen clan would incur the wrath of the masses. The Jade clan's face would not be too ugly, and there would still be room for negotiation. To put it bluntly, they still needed to maintain their chastity. There was no benefit in being dragged down by the Jade Race. However, the person in front of them was Elder Baihe of the Jade Race. Not only did he have a high position and authority, but he was also vicious and merciless. Most importantly, to be able to stand here, the forces behind them had actually relied on the Jade Race for survival for a long time. How could they simply say no? Ever since the Chen clan came into being, they have caused bloodshed everywhere and killed the innocent. It is time for them to receive their retribution. I am willing to follow Elder Baihe. Those with high awareness did not wait for the others to speak and expressed their stance first, finding a crime for the Chen clan while they were at it. This time, it was hard for the others to back down, and they all expressed their willingness to follow. Good. Everyone is indeed righteous. Elder Baihe was quite satisfied. He led 2 of his own people and flew into the air, heading straight for Fixed Sky Mountain. Behind him, a total of 9 people also flew up one after another. Those who could fly in the air were naturally 7-fold realm experts. A total of 12 people headed for Fixed Sky Mountain, instantly attracting the attention of everyone in the world. The imperial court finally could not resist making a move. Looks like today is the end of the Chen clan. That Chen Yunfei is finished. Voices of discussion rose and fell. With Elder Baihe in the lead, 12 experts flew outside Fixed Sky Mountain's restriction Grand Array very quickly. The Gu Chen sitting at the summit had long noticed this group of people. At this time, he stood up, his white clothes fluttering loudly in the wind. "Young man, we came to pay a visit to Patriarch Chen. Patriarch Chen, please come out to meet us." Elder Baihe, who was in the lead, opened his mouth. Although he clearly did not have good intentions, his words also had to be said in a dignified manner. In his view, 12 experts arriving together was enough to form tremendous pressure on this young man in front of him. If he was sensible, he should surrender obediently and scram to one side. Otherwise, he could forget about keeping his puny little life today. "Since you came to find trouble with my Chen clan, if you have the capabilities, then directly attack. What's the point of saying all that nonsense?" Out of Elder Baihe's expectations, Gu Chen opened his mouth coldly, very impolite. Elder Baihe's expression immediately turned gloomy. He deliberately left a bit of face for the other party. He did not think that the other party did not know how to appreciate favors. Instead, it seemed like he was being pretentious. "Humph, it seems that there is no need to say anything else. Everyone, break through the restrictions and slaughter our way into Fixed Sky Mountain." Elder Baihe flicked his sleeves and ordered. But as he spoke, the various experts that followed behind hesitated. They stared at the colorful restrictions around Fixed Sky Mountain with a hint of fear. This Fixed Sky Mountain was created by Qinxing in the past, so there was likely a remnant of the power of a saint. The restrictions had also been reinforced by generations of Chen clan clansmen, making it even more dangerous. Without the strength of a saint, no one dared to be the first to attack. They were afraid that they would become cannon fodder. Haha, just a bunch of rabble. Gu Chen's eyes flashed with disdain as he saw this. Chen Yunfei displayed the arrogance and confidence of a young genius of the Chen clan. Humph, what is there to fear? Since no one attacked first, Elder Bai He could no longer maintain his composure. He gestured to the two people beside him. The Jade clan elders couldn't help but curse in their hearts. If there was nothing to fear, why didn't this old thing Bai He attack first? To put it bluntly, he was also afraid of the supernatural strength left behind by Qin Sheng. Although they were cursing in their hearts, the two Jade clan elders didn't dare to disobey Elder Bai He. They could only brace themselves and prepare to step forward. Since you two are so wishy-washy and don't dare to step forward, then I'll do it. At this time, Gu Chen suddenly stepped into the air. In just a few steps, he had left the enchantment and was now facing 12 experts alone. Good heavens! This Chen Yunfei is truly courageous. He actually didn't rely on the restrictions of Fixed Sky Mountain to deal with the enemy and ran out on his own. Although the restrictions of Fixed Sky Mountain are strong, they can't withstand the attacks of too many experts. The other party is probably worried that if the restrictions are damaged, it will affect Patriarch Chen's tribulation. If that happens, he won't be able to defend against sneak attacks from others. What a man! This person isn't simple. When the cultivators watching from afar saw Gu Chen walk out of Fixed Sky Mountain, they all boiled with excitement. There were even many people who felt admiration for him. He had guarded the Chen clan alone for so many days, and now he had to face so many experts by himself. He had the heroic spirit of a hero who would charge forward even if there were tens of millions of people. In contrast, the Jade clan elders who were hesitating in front of the restrictions were a bit embarrassed. Of course, Elder Bai He could feel the strong mockery and humiliation from Gu Chen's appearance. His face was filled with killing intent. Young man, you can still hold on for a while with the restriction of Mount Dingkong, but if you insist on showing off, I'm afraid you won't live for more than 10 breaths. He sneered and waved his hand. This time, no one hesitated. The two Jade clan elders immediately rushed forward. Even the other 9 experts were much more decisive than before. Just now, everyone was afraid of the mysterious power of Mount Dingkong, but now they wanted to snatch the credit. It was not easy for a rash young man to come, so they definitely could not give him to others. Kid, die. The two Jade clan elders attacked from the left and right. The Tao power rippling from their bodies had reached the level of the advanced stage of the 7th level. However, with just a glance, Gu Chen found that although the two of them had powerful Tao power, they gave off a feeling that their foundation was not stable. It seemed that they had relied on pills to forcefully increase their cultivation. He did not even bother to dodge. With a flip of his hand, he took out a saber that he had found in the Chen clan's treasury. His secret technique turned it into pure metal-type Tao power and injected it into it. Clang, a crescent-shaped saber ray cut through the air. Its power seemed to be able to shatter the void. The expressions of the two elders changed at the same time. Ah! The saber ray cut one of the elders in half. The other elder hurriedly dodged, but his elbow was also cut off. Blood splattered everywhere. I've long heard that the Jade clan is weak, but I didn't expect them to be so trashy. Gu Chen was stunned for a moment, then said disdainfully. Although the Jade clan was rich, they had never been good at martial arts. Even the cultivation of the clan elders was not solid. They could not even withstand a single blow. After cultivating the Xingyi weaving secret technique, the amount of secret technique energy that could be stored in Gu Chen's body had increased. Now, it had reached the level of nearly 90 million Tao power. This level of Tao power could suppress the two weaker Jade clan elders. However, their strength was not enough, so the situation was naturally one-sided. Seeing that Gu Chen had severely injured the two Jade clan elders with a single strike of his saber, the 9 experts behind him were shocked. Although they had heard that Chen Yunfei had the strength to defeat the Green Willow Holy Grounds Pu Yao, it was not until this moment that they confirmed the news. Don't even think about taking a single step into Fixed Sky Mountain today. Gu Chen's aura was astonishing. With a roar, he raised his saber and charged at the enemies. When the 9 experts saw that he was showing off his abilities, they immediately chose to surround him and not attack him. None of them dared to face him head-on. Gu Chen, who was very awe-inspiring just a moment ago, was drowned in the sea of people. His momentum suddenly weakened a little, and he seemed to be struggling. "Humph, and here I thought you were powerful." Seeing this, Elder Biha heaved a sigh of relief. He glanced at one of his companions who was seriously injured and fell to the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive, and he sighed inwardly. Then, he tried to avoid the battle and break into Fixed Space Mountain. "Don't even think about disturbing the clan leader's tribulation." Unexpectedly, when Gu Chen, who was surrounded by 9 people, saw that he was trying to cross the minefield, it was as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He chopped off the head of an expert with his saber and pounced over like a hungry wolf. Elder Bai He was startled. Helpless, he could only respond hastily and was dragged into the battlefield by Gu Chen. His strength had reached the peak of the 7th grade celestial beast, which was comparable to Pu Yao. Otherwise, he would not have been sent here. However, when he was dragged into the battle by Gu Chen, even with the help of the experts from the other forces, he found it difficult to kill his opponent quickly. His opponent was like a swimming fish, always able to swim between the various experts appropriately. It was difficult to cause any fatal damage to him. He's not at a disadvantage even when fighting 12 alone. This Qin Yunfei is really a genius. The Qin clan has actually hidden such an outstanding junior for so long. I really can't imagine it. Many cultivators in the distance stared at the battlefield and were completely shocked. In their eyes, Qin Yunfei was fighting alone for his clan, and it was easy to make people's blood boil with passion. Apart from being hot-blooded, Qin Yunfei's strength was truly powerful, which was really admirable. Everyone realized that whether or not Qin Yunfei could protect the Qin clan leader today, his reputation would be completely spread. The Qin clan would be proud because of him. Will Xianxia appear? Everyone's gazes were attracted by the life-risking battle outside Sky-Setting Mountain. As the protagonist, Gu Chen's injuries were increasing on the surface. He was relying on his hot-bloodedness to persist, but inside, he was abnormally calm. Whether it was Elder Bai He or the other experts, they were nothing more than a motley crew in his eyes. These people surrounded him. On the surface, it seemed like he was trapped, but in reality, he was deliberately doing it. If he wanted to kill these people, it would be a matter of a breath, no difficulty at all. What was truly difficult was putting on a good show under the eyes of more than one Dao ancestor. He controlled the rhythm of this farce, but the direction of the plot was not decided by him, but by Qin Xing. If Qin Xing appeared, then the situation would completely go out of control. Would he appear? If he wanted to appear, it was about time. Boom, an even more ferocious bolt of lightning suddenly struck Sky-Setting Mountain and destroyed many of the Jinji. Even the clouds that did not flow around Sky-Setting Mountain were scattered. The lightning tribulation is getting fiercer and fiercer. Elder Bai He was anxious. If this continued, the Qin clan head might succeed in transcending the tribulation, and then none of them would be able to survive. The aura of this lightning tribulation is a bit weak, far inferior to his ancestors. Even if he becomes a saint, he won't be a threat. If he is still alive, he should be about to appear, right? How about it? Did you find anything? Nothing. That willow tree, on the other hand, can't hold back and is probably about to make a move. In secret, there were vast and dignified divine senses communicating. Not only did they pay attention to Sky-Setting Mountain, but they also extended their divine senses to the surrounding area of 100,000 kilometers. Gu Chen's battle was still in a deadlock, but on the outskirts of the Qin clan's seclusion, the blood-stained Grand Elder Qin Shanming had actually returned. Yunfei, hold on. Qin Shanming's eyes were red, and his body was covered with wounds. His wounds were even filled with astonishing yin qi, but he did not care for his own safety as he flew towards Gu Chen. On their way back, they had been blocked by the locust tree monster. It was the other elders who had used all their strength to help him escape from the devil's forest and rush back first. From a distance, he saw Gu Chen surrounded by many experts and in a perilous situation. His heart was filled with regret and guilt. If he had known this would happen, he should have stayed on Sky-Setting Mountain. As the grand elder of the clan, even if someone had to die, it should have been him. He absolutely could not sacrifice a young junior. That was the hope of the Qin clan. Grand Elder Qin, please wait. Seeing that the Qin clan's grand elder had returned, and he seemed to be heavily injured, a few cultivators with ulterior motives tried to stop him. Freeze! Chen Shanming roared angrily. Wherever he passed, all the cultivators were instantly frozen by the freeze technique. He was even more merciless, directly crushing them all. Bang bang bang, the bodies of many cultivators exploded into a bloody mist that filled the sky. The white-haired Chen Shanming had gone mad. Today, even if these old bones of mine die, I will ensure the safety of my clan's patriarch. I will ensure that the genius of my clan is not lost. Whoever blocks the old man's path will be killed without mercy. Chen Shanming looked like he was ready to die a martyr's death. All the cultivators present were moved, and they subconsciously made way for him. The words "Yunfei, hold on," also reached Gu Chen's ears. Looking at the crazy old man rushing toward him with all his might, Gu Chen had a bad feeling. Sage Willow had failed to stop Chen Shanming and allowed him to rush here. The situation was originally under his control, but the moment Chen Shanming appeared, the rhythm was thrown into chaos. If there was even the slightest mistake, and the ancestral lord in the dark saw through him, it would be bad. Gu Chen prayed that someone could stop Chen Shanming, but on the surface, he had to pretend to be pleasantly surprised. Great Elder, don't worry about me. Protect the patriarch. He shouted from afar, and with all his might, he killed another enemy next to him. His black hair danced wildly. Good. Good. Chen Shanming's eyes were red, and he thought to himself that this was a good son of the Chen clan. Previously, he had actually complained because Gu Chen had obeyed the Great Prophet's orders to stop them from entering the world. What a despicable person. If my Chen clan can escape this calamity today, Yunfei, old man will definitely drink with you. Chen Shanming suddenly accelerated. He did not plan to give up on Gu Chen, because the latter's situation was too bad. But his first priority was still to protect the patriarch, so there was only one way, and that was to cross over and help Gu Chen take care of some of the enemies in an instant. The enemies were not weak, especially Elder Bai He. If he wanted to kill him in an instant, he would have to pay a price. Before he even got close to Mount Dingkong, Chen Shanming's Dao power flowed wildly, and his aura became stronger and stronger, showing signs of burning. His cultivation had already reached the peak of 7 tiers, and he had the possibility of becoming a sage. But at this moment, he planned to destroy his Dao foundation, and even burn his lifespan, just in exchange for a short period of time. He did not hesitate at all, as if he was ready to sacrifice himself for the Chen clan at any time. His reckless aura shocked the many experts fighting Gu Chen. Is that old man Chen Shanming crazy? Before they even arrived, Elder Bai He already felt his scalp tingle. Chen Yunfei was already unexpectedly difficult to deal with, and now there was also Chen Shanming, who didn't care about his life at all. Today, he might even lose his life here. This old man, sensing Chen Shanming's determination and willpower, Gu Chen's heart sank. It was just a show, and it was meaningless for Chen Shanming to sacrifice his life for it, but he couldn't stop him. He couldn't even remind him because the Dao ancestor was definitely paying attention. No matter how thorough the plan is, it's still afraid of meeting a simple-minded brute. Sage Lu, if you still don't make a move, I'll owe you karma. For the first time, Gu Chen's previously incomparably calm heart wavered. It was also at this moment that a change occurred. Lush green willow branches suddenly appeared in the air, fluttering around Gu Chen and the others, and the air became lively as a result. Not good. In the eyes of Chen Shanming, who was rushing over, and the cultivators in the distance, a huge illusion of a willow tree appeared out of thin air, enveloping the entire fixed sky mountain. Sage Lu had finally shown up. Yunfei, run. Chen Shanming panicked and hurriedly shouted, trying to get closer to fixed sky mountain as fast as possible. However, boom, the huge illusion of the willow tree swayed in the wind, and the power of a saint poured out. Whether it was Gu Chen, Elder Bai He, or the other experts, all of them were struck by the illusion of the willow branches. Those with weaker cultivation exploded into a bloody mist on the spot, and their souls scattered. Those with stronger cultivation were sent flying like a kite with a broken string. Once a saint made a move, the battle circle that had been in a stalemate was instantly destroyed. Yunfei. Chen Shanming saw with his own eyes that Gu Chen was covered in blood as he fell towards the Chen clan's ancient city below. He didn't know whether he was dead or alive, his eyes were filled with grief, and he knew that this was not the time to look for Gu Chen. He looked at the willow branches that were stretching out and wrapping around the fixed sky mountain, and a trace of madness flashed in his eyes. "Sage Lu, come at the old man if you have the guts." Qin Shanming's body turned into a sharp chi arrow, and his angry roar echoed throughout the heavens and earth. He wanted to challenge the high and mighty saint. How dare a firefly compete with the bright moon? Sage Lu's indifferent voice came from the huge illusion. He did not do anything on purpose, and just casually whipped one of the willow branches at the edge like before. Smack, the willow branch filled with green light hit Qin Shanming, and he was sent flying at a speed faster than when he came. His body was covered in blood, and he had no chance to resist at all. Grand Elder, many of the Qin clan's cultivators in the ancient city looked at this scene with sadness in their eyes. The difference between the 8 and 7 times realm was too great. Be it the Grand Elder or Elder Yunfei, none of them could withstand a single blow. The cultivators who were watching the battle also fell silent. This was the power of a saint, the power of Sage Lu, who had dominated the Jade dynasty for a long time. As if he had chased away a fly, Sage Lu's movements were not affected at all. Countless verdant willow branches spread out, and finally wrapped around the entire fixed sky mountain. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang, the restrictive formation on the fixed sky mountain collapsed under Sage Lu's attack. Even the mysterious power that froze the mountain in the void was challenged, and the pavilions on the fixed sky mountain turned into ashes one by one. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, the willow branches extended into the mountain along the broken restrictive formation, and then the Qin clan leader's sorrowful and angry roar came from within. One more step. Just one more step. I hate it. The voice was hysterical, and there was deep despair in it. Then, there was a shocking explosion, and sand and stones flew in the air on the fixed sky mountain. Destructive energy fluctuated. It didn't appear. Could it be that our judgment was wrong? In the dark, there were many incomparably vast and dignified divine wills communicating, and their words vaguely seemed to be relieved. The movements on the fixed sky mountain gradually quieted down, and the Qin clan leader's voice could no longer be heard. The thunderclouds that had gathered in the sky above the fixed sky mountain also gradually dissipated. The lightning tribulation ended early, and the Qin clan's second saint is gone, just like that. If that guy is still alive and has entered our realm as we guessed, there is no way he would just stand by and watch. That seems to be the case, but how do we explain the strange phenomenon of the absolute beginning demonic mine? Who else could it be other than Qin Daolin? The absolute beginning demonic mine is not an ordinary place, and we can't use common sense to judge it. It's not my style to come here for nothing. Why don't we kill the Qin clan? Maybe we can force Qin Daolin out. Humph, if we don't even save a junior who has already stepped into the saint realm, do you think we will save these insignificant people? In my opinion, we are overthinking things. The Qin clan is still useful, and the matter is over. Everyone, please disperse. The others were silent, and then the powerful divine consciousnesses disappeared into the distance. The Qin clan leader had failed to transcend the tribulation. The dream of becoming the second sage of the Qin clan was shattered. Inside and outside the Qin clan's ancient city, all the Qin clan members were filled with sorrow. However, even after killing the Qin clan head, Sage Willow did not seem to have any intention of stopping. Countless branches of the giant willow tree emerged from Mount Dingkong. With a green glow, they slowly pressed down on the Qin clan's ancient city below. Killing the clan leader of the Qin clan was equivalent to having an irreconcilable enmity with the Qin clan. Coupled with the ambition of the Green Willow Holy Ground to command the Jade dynasty, Sage Lu's action was not surprising. The members of the Qin clan in the ancient city were instantly enveloped by fear. Even the cultivators from the various forces who were watching the battle from afar had grim expressions on their faces. They felt sorry for the loss of their own kind. Even a powerful force like the Qin clan had submitted to Sage Lu. From today onwards, Sage Lu would be the supreme ruler of the Jade dynasty. In a corner of the ruins of the ancient city, Gu Chen, who seemed to have suffered serious injuries, slowly climbed up from the ground. He glanced into the distance and revealed an expression of relief. Just when Sage Willow made his move, he sensed a few new Dao ancestor divine wills, as well as the auras of some other experts. A mere Patriarch Chen's tribulation transcendence had actually attracted the divine senses of no less than 5 Dao ancestors to pry into it. This was something he had never expected. Fortunately, these Dao ancestors did not discover anything. Or perhaps their attention had been on their surroundings. They did not expect that a low-level cultivator would dare to play tricks under their noses. This was the so-called darkest place under the lamp. They had taken a trip to the gates of hell, feeling the pressure of the saint level from Willow Saint. Gu Chen's mind had calmed down quite a bit. Since the Dao ancestors had left, it meant that the Qin clan had gotten rid of the suspicion. Ancestor Mu probably wouldn't let Sage Lu continue to exterminate the Qin clan. Even if something unexpected happened, the Qin clan head was already dead. Sage Lu could find an excuse to let the Qin clan go. In short, the most dangerous time had passed. Elder Yunfei, this is great. You're not dead. Hurry up, we'll cover your escape. Some of the Qin clan cultivators rushed over and discovered the heavily injured Gu Qin. Their eyes revealed a final glimmer of hope as they tried to escape with him. This was their natural reaction to a crisis. Clan leader Chen was already dead, and the great elder's fate was unknown. The only person they could save now was Elder Yunfei. If I leave, what will you do? Gu Qin looked hesitant. He knew exactly how far Saint Lu would go, so there was no need for him to run. However, he could not say it out loud, so he could only hesitate where he was. Our deaths are not to be regretted. But Elder Yunfei, you must live. Only the young have hope. Whether our Qin clan can rise again in the future depends on Elder Yunfei. The elderly Qin clan cultivator in the lead had tears streaming down his face as he urged Gu Qin to leave. His emotions were completely revealed. Gu Qin was silent. Whether it was the great elder Qin Shanming or this old man with an ordinary cultivation base, he saw a very precious family sentiment in them. They didn't go their separate ways in the face of disaster. This kind of clan bond was rare and precious. His evaluation of the Qin clan couldn't help but rise quite a bit. Seeing that the sky was already covered in green willows, the Qin clan cultivators beside Gu Qin jumped onto the nearest roof, trying to buy time for Elder Yunfei, even if they couldn't even hold on for a breath of time. At this moment, Saint Lu, please show some mercy. A calm voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. It was like rolling thunder, and everyone could hear it clearly. Saint Lu's movement stopped abruptly, the huge shadow of the willow tree shrank rapidly and turned into the handsome Saint Lu. He looked towards the northwest. Everyone followed his gaze and saw a monster that was 300 feet tall walking in the air. Everywhere it passed, the void seemed to tremble, the head of a bull, the body of a human, and the tail of a crocodile. The newcomer looked very strange. As he walked, a metallic luster flashed across the surface of his body from time to time, making it seem like his entire body was made of copper and iron. He gave off a strong sense of wildness and oppression. It's Lord Li Tian of the Mu dynasty. Rumor has it that he's the youngest son that ancestor Mu dotes on the most. He's only a little over 1,000 years old, but he's already reached the Sage King realm. I didn't expect him to come to the Jade dynasty. Lord Li Tian is ranked 6th on the legend ranking. He's widely recognized as a genius in the Dao world. I'm afraid that even Saint Lu is no match for him. Since he's here, I'm afraid that the Mu clan intends to interfere with the situation of our Jade dynasty. The cultivators from various forces recognized who the newcomer was immediately. They also understood why Saint Lu stopped his massacre of the Qin clan the moment he spoke. The 6th legendary figure, the most favored son of ancestor Mu, how would Saint Lu dare to not give face to such an influential figure? Daoist Li Tian, it's been a long time. Saint Lu looked at Li Tian, who was walking towards him slowly, and greeted him with a slightly ugly expression. It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. If the internal strife in the Jade dynasty continues, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. Listen to me, Saint Lu. Let the Qin clan go. Li Tian stated his intentions in a straightforward manner. His dark red eyes were filled with a sense of superiority, indifference, and matter-of-factly. If I let the Qin clan go today, the Qin clan will definitely not let me off in the future. Daoist Li Tian should understand this. Saint Lu's expression turned even uglier, and he was a little unwilling. With Saint Lu's capability, what can the Qin clan do? Listen to me and stop here. This is for Saint Lu's own good. Li Tian said indifferently, and there was an obvious warning in his words. Lu Xing's expression changed for a moment. After a while, he took a deep breath. Alright. I'll give Daoist Li Tian face today. His cold gaze swept across the ancient city of the Qin clan, and it stopped on Gu Qin for a moment. Then, he snorted coldly, turned around, and left. He had given Li Tian face, but he did not intend to feign civility with him. He was obviously unhappy. Li Tian seemed to have understood his temper. He looked at St. Lu's departing back with a look of mockery in his eyes. Thank you, Lord Li Tian, for lending a helping hand. The cultivators of the Qin clan below, who had survived the calamity, bowed in gratitude. At the same time, they were filled with fear and trepidation. Li Tian of the Shepherd clan was an even more impressive figure than St. Lu. Why did the Qin clan hide from the world? The Qin clan disciples who truly understood the details were clear that it was related to the Shepherd clan. Now that the Shepherd clan had suddenly lent a helping hand, they could not be at ease. What was their motive? Thinking of the dead clan leader, many clansmen felt even more sorrow. The Shepherd clan did not show up earlier or later, but chose to show up after the clan leader's death. Sure enough, no force wanted a second sage to appear in the Qin clan, 6th on the legend ranking. When Gu Qin heard Li Tian's title, he squinted as he looked at him in the sky. That Feng Yuan was at the top of the legend ranking, while this Li Tian was ranked 6th. Their rankings were quite close, but what was the difference in strength? Gu Qin looked at Li Tian, who was in the sky. Li Tian, who was high up in the sky, also lowered his head. His gaze landed on Gu Qin casually, and their eyes happened to meet. Bookseller House website. Li Tian exuded an innate arrogance. In his eyes, there was no reflection of Gu Qin. Even though Gu Qin had fought against many people alone earlier and his battle record could be said to be glorious, there was nothing worthy of his attention. The reason why he saw Gu Qin was because he was the one with the highest cultivation among the Qin clan cultivators who were still standing. When Gu Qin met his eyes by chance, he immediately lowered his head, making it impossible for others to figure out anything from his expression. Those who don't belong to the Qin clan, leave this place immediately, Li Tian said. His words were directed at the outsiders in the ancient city and the various forces who were watching the show from afar. Yes, Lord Li Tian. In a corner of the ancient city, Elder Bai He of the Jade clan was lucky to be alive. He crawled up with injuries all over his body and bowed towards Li Tian. Then, he flew up shakily and left the ancient city. Apart from him, the two elders of the Jade clan had unfortunately fallen in the previous chaos. Even the big shots of the various forces who had come with them were few and far between. He couldn't be bothered to confirm whether they were dead or alive. Before he left, he glanced at Gu Qin, who had also survived. His eyes flashed with hatred. This time, he had led so many experts to attack the Qin clan but was stopped by a mere Qin Yunfei. He had even implicated the death of two elders. He was afraid that he would be questioned and punished by the clan when he returned. He couldn't wait to tear Qin Yunfei into pieces. However, when Lord Li Tian interfered, he realized that he had already missed his chance. He had a rough idea of what the Mu clan thought about the Qin clan. The Mu clan had always been dissatisfied with the ruling power of the Jade clan in the Jade dynasty. Now that Lord Li Tian had saved the Qin clan from Lu Xing, it meant that the Qin clan was going to replace the original position of the 8 branches sacred grounds. The rise of the Qin clan was unstoppable. Fortunately, they didn't have a second sage, so the position of the Jade clan wouldn't be shaken temporarily. This Qin Yunfei's talent is extraordinary. I have to kill him no matter what. Otherwise, he will become a huge threat to the Jade clan in the future. Damn Lu Xing, he killed so many people casually. Why is this kid so lucky? Elder Bai He's heart was filled with resentment. In the end, he left under the protection of the Jade clan cultivators. Sage Lu left, and so did the people of the Jade clan. The situation had become clear, and the cultivators who had gathered here left one after another, not forgetting to talk about what had happened earlier. Li Tian didn't leave the Qin clan. After settling the issue, he flew straight into Dingkong Mountain. Seeing his action, Gu Chen's heart tightened inexplicably. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he found out that it was the clay bodhisattva through secret voice sending. Right, Great Elder. At this moment, Gu Chen thought of Great Elder Qin Shanming, whose life and death were still unknown. That fellow Lu Xing's attacks were extremely ruthless. Under the circumstances of deliberately hiding his constitution, even Gu Chen was badly injured. Qin Shanming's situation was most likely not optimistic. He hurriedly mobilized the Qin clan's cultivators to search for Qin Shanming, while he pretended to be physically weak and sat down to heal himself. I don't know why Li Tian of the Shepherd clan stayed behind. Leave this place first, and try not to alert anyone. As he sat down to heal himself, Gu Chen secretly sent a message to the clay bodhisattva in the crowd, asking him to leave as soon as possible to avoid any accidents. The clay bodhisattva nodded. The Qin clan was in a mess, and it wasn't difficult for him to leave this place. He left very quickly, and not long after, the severely injured and unconscious great elder Qin Shanming was also discovered. His face was gloomy, and his breathing was weak. The wounds on his body were so deep that his bones could be seen. It could be said that he was extremely lucky to be able to survive. Gu Chen personally checked his body's condition and fed him a healing pill. After confirming that he was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. Half a day later, the Qin clan's elders who were scattered outside rushed back one after another. Almost all of them had injuries on their bodies. Fortunately, none of them lost their lives. The Green Willow Sacred Ground still had a good sense of propriety. After knowing that the Qin clan leader had failed to transcend the tribulation and was already dead, many elders were heartbroken, and some even cried. The Qin clan finally had a second sage, but he was strangled by the joint forces of various forces. Once upon a time, they dreamed that they could become the Qin clan's second sage and lead the Qin clan to glory again. However, after experiencing what happened today, they saw with their own eyes how the various forces tried to stop them from returning, both openly and secretly. All the elders felt a chill in their hearts. Even the Shepherd clan, who had saved them from danger, only appeared after the clan leader had died. The Qin clan was like a wolf with shackles on it, and the only outcome was to be tamed into a dog. For a few days, the Qin clan was shrouded in a sad and depressing atmosphere. After Qin Shanming woke up from his coma, he seemed to have aged a few decades in an instant. His eyes were lifeless, and he ignored people who spoke to him. Everyone could understand his feelings. Although the clan leader and the great elder often had different views on some political issues, both of them were wholeheartedly thinking for the clan. In particular, the great elder was older than the clan leader, and it was not a good feeling for them to see their son die before them. The Qin clan leader's body was not found, and only some blood was found. That day, the commotion caused by Sage Lu's attack was too great. In addition to the influence of the lightning tribulation, everyone knew that there was an 80% chance that he had been reduced to ashes. Even his flesh and blood were not left. The Qin clan leader died a tragic death. Everyone set up a mourning hall for him, and there was an endless stream of people paying their respects. His memorial tablet was carried by the great elder, and under the witness of all the clansmen, it was sent into the ancestral hall. When the ceremony ended, before everyone could recover from their sorrow, the fourth elder, Xianxia, suggested to convene an elders' meeting. The clan leader was already dead, but the Qin clan's expanded territory and interests were still there. Everything needed someone to handle. A country could not go a day without a leader, and a clan could not go a day without a leader. It was reasonable for Xianxia to request to convene an elders' meeting, and the great elder had no reason to reject. Therefore, a day later, the Qin clan's elders' meeting was held in the ancestral hall. Including Gu Chen, all the elders and elite disciples attended. Xianxia, who suggested to convene an elders' meeting, was the last to enter. When he stepped into the ancestral hall, the Shepherd clan's sage king, Li Tian, actually followed behind him. After saving the Qin clan that day, Li Tian went up Mt Dingkong and meditated on the peak for many days. Previously, be it when they paid their respects to the Qin clan leader, or when the Qin clan elders wanted to set up a banquet to entertain him, he ignored them all, making people unable to guess his intentions. But today, the elders' meeting was about to convene, and the new clan leader was about to be elected. He actually followed behind Xianxia, and his intentions were self-evident. The great elder, Qin Shanming's heart sank when he saw this. The Shepherd clan would not help the Qin clan for nothing. Their hands still reached into the power center of the clan, but what he did not expect was that the Shepherd clan's representative was actually the fourth elder. And the clan leader's corpse was not even cold, and he already couldn't wait to seize power. Booksellers reading website, fourth elder Xianxia was full of joy. He had been waiting for this day for a very long time. Once upon a time, because of his lack of talent, he had been ignored by the tribe. Even his beloved cousin looked down on him. The turning point of his fate was when he went out to train. The Mu tribe found him and promised him enough cultivation resources. The condition was that he had to become a spy they had planted in the Chen tribe. At that time, he realized that his chance had come. With his own talent, he would never have a place in the tribe. With the help of the Mu tribe, he had the chance to soar into the sky. For the sake of power and status, he agreed without hesitation. He had been loyal to the Mu tribe for many years. His loyalty had finally paid off. After the death of the patriarch and the decision of the Mu tribe to support the Chen tribe, he naturally became the next patriarch. Only he could ensure the loyalty of the Chen tribe to the Mu tribe. Only he could lead the Chen tribe out of their current predicament and into new glory. Elders, the dead are dead. It is time for the Chen tribe to enter a new era. To be honest, the reason why the Mu tribe was willing to help us was because I predicted the development of the situation and asked for help from the Mu tribe. In front of the elders, Xianxia spoke confidently, completely forgetting the fact that he was a traitor. He attributed the credit of the Chen clan's survival to himself. The elders were silent as they glanced at sacred King Li Tian. They realized that he did not refute fourth elder's words. He simply found a place to sit down and said that he would not interfere with the internal affairs of the Chen tribe. Although he didn't say anything, he gave everyone a great amount of pressure. His meaning and the Mu tribe's meaning were very clear. The feeling of being threatened was not a good one. The elders didn't know what to do after seeing fourth elder's expression. The Chen tribe had their pride. The disappearance of their ancestor had a lot to do with the Mu tribe. Logically speaking, they did not want to become a subordinate of the Mu tribe. However, the development of the situation did not allow them to refuse. Without giving them any chance to delay, sacred King Li Tian had placed his blade on their necks. The tension between emotion and reason caused many elders to fall silent. Even the first elder's breathing became rapid. He wanted to say something several times, but stopped himself. Although today's meeting was proposed by the fourth elder, he already had an idea about the candidate for the new patriarch. The Chen clan needed to enter a new era. Fourth elder was right about this. However, in his opinion, the one who could lead the Chen clan in the future shouldn't be the fourth elder, but the great elder glanced at Gu Chen beside him. The talent, courage, and camaraderie that Gu Chen had displayed during this period of time had made the great elder firmly believe that Gu Chen was the best candidate to be the new clan leader. Only young people could represent the new era, not to mention such an outstanding young man. The one who could make the Chen clan rise was Chen Yunfei, not a shameless traitor like Chen Qinghe. The great elder very much wanted to refute the fourth elder and suggest that the young man beside him be appointed as the clan leader, but his rationality made him clench his fists tightly, unable to open his mouth for a long time. If he said that, he would receive the most support from the elders. However, if he did that, it would be the same as slapping sacred King Li Tian's face. The consequences would be unimaginable. What should he do? The great elder was in a dilemma, but at this moment, Gu Chen smiled and spoke calmly. Fourth elder's loyalty to our clan can be seen by the heavens and earth. I believe that the position of clan leader should be inherited by the fourth elder. There should be no second choice. The first sentence sounded like mockery, and it made Chen Qinghe's face darken. However, the second sentence stunned him. He wasn't the only one. All the elders present were shocked. Even sacred King Li Tian, who was sitting next to him, revealed a surprised expression. Although he didn't pay much attention to Chen Yunfei, he knew from Chen Qinghe's report that the relationship between the two wasn't good. Although Chen Qinghe's ambition to take over the position of clan leader was obvious, Chen Yunfei was the first to raise both his hands in agreement before he could say anything in detail. He even said that there should be no second choice. If the other elders dared to have any other thoughts, they would be offending Chen Qinghe to death. This was equivalent to shutting everyone's mouths. So he's just a coward who is afraid of death. Li Tian's eyes were filled with mockery as he thought to himself. Previously, when he watched this battle of manpower, the other cultivators did have some guts. But it seemed like they couldn't avoid it after all. However, it made sense. To a small fry like him, the Mu clan was the heavens that couldn't be offended. If there was a chance to curry favor with the Mu clan, they wouldn't care about their pride. Ha ha ha, Yunfei, you're wrong to say that. The position of clan leader should be elected by all the elders. That's the only way it's fair. Chen Qinghe regained his senses and said hypocritically. However, he couldn't hide the smugness on his face. This fella was acting cold previously, but now he was trying to please him. It felt good to have power. Fourth elder is right. I wonder if the elders have any other suitable candidates? Gu Chen agreed with Chen Qinghe. His words made the great elder, who initially wanted to recommend Gu Chen to be the clan leader, feel a fishbone stuck in his throat. He was filled with indescribable disappointment. Was this the young man he had high hopes for? Indeed, there's no better candidate than fourth elder. Gu Chen was the first to speak. Several of the elders who already knew the direction of the situation agreed with him. Most of the elders looked to the great elder, Chen Shanming. They respected the great elder and would follow his lead even if a saint ruler was present. Chen Shanming knew that he had to make a choice, and Gu Chen's words had cut off his other thoughts. In the end, he said with a straight face, "It's all thanks to the fourth elder that our Chen clan was able to escape this disaster. The old man has no objections to him becoming the new clan leader." With the great elder's prestige, these words were the final word. Chen Qinghe's face lit up with joy when he saw that his wish was finally fulfilled. Seeing that Chen Qinghe had successfully become the patriarch, Holy King Li Tian stood up and left the hall without saying a word. He had no interest in the details of the Chen clan's meeting. The only reason he stayed at Mount Dingkong was to ensure that Chen Qinghe became the clan leader. Now that his mission was complete, it was time for him to leave. As for how the Chen clan would be loyal to the Mu clan in the future, that would be up to Chen Qinghe. A mere Chen clan has wasted quite a bit of my time. Saint Ruler Li Tian snorted coldly and left under everyone's respectful greetings. Gu Chen was among the group that bowed to greet Saint Ruler Li Tian. He bowed and watched Saint Ruler Li Tian leave with a smile on his face. With the departure of Li Tian Holy King, fourth elder Chen Qinghe successfully inherited the position of patriarch and became the biggest winner. On the next day, just as Chen Qinghe was about to carry out a drastic reform of the Chen clan, Gu Chen bid farewell to the new patriarch and the council of elders. His reason was that the crisis of the Chen clan had been successfully passed and he shouldered the responsibility of the alliance with the Luo Gate. It was time for him to return to the Pei dynasty. This reason seemed reasonable, but the elders automatically filled in the blanks. Originally, Chen Yunfei's loyalty in the battle to protect the clan had greatly increased his prestige in the clan, especially among the younger generation. Some people even wanted him to be the new patriarch. However, the Mu clan interfered and Chen Qinghe, who had never been on good terms with him, became the patriarch. Whether it was out of personal feelings or for the future, Chen Yunfei's departure was a better choice. Yesterday, Yunfei had voluntarily expressed his goodwill to Chen Qinghe, which was already a sign of weakness. Now that he had chosen to leave, it was a smart choice. As an elder of the Chen clan, everyone knew what kind of personality Chen Qinghe had. Now that he was in power, he would not treat Yunfei differently just because he had tried to curry favor with him the day before. Rather than letting Yunfei stay and cause discord in the clan, it was better to let him go. This way, the clan could be more united and better able to deal with the challenges of the new situation. Therefore, when Gu Chen left, the elders did not try to persuade him to stay. Even the first elder, Chen Shanming, wanted to say something but hesitated. After all, Gu Chen's performance yesterday had disappointed him. As for Chen Qinghe, he personally sent Gu Chen off for a while, fully displaying the bearing of a patriarch. He showed concern for Gu Chen in the tone of an elder and asked Gu Chen to contact the clan at any time if he encountered any problems in the future. He looked quite warm and friendly, but in fact, he was very pleased. In his eyes, he was the final winner and Gu Chen was the loser. In order to avoid future troubles, Chen Qinghe was in a hurry to escape. Originally, Chen Qinghe did not want to let him go so easily. He wanted to enjoy the feeling of having power that could make a genius lower his head, but after considering Yunfei's prestige in the clan, Chen Qinghe decided to let him go as soon as possible. As long as he left, some of the people in the clan would be able to get rid of the thoughts that they shouldn't have. The doubts about his position would also slowly disappear under his hard work. The most important thing for him to do now was to stabilize his position as the chieftain. If he didn't do his job well, it wouldn't be good if the shepherd tribe was dissatisfied with him. Yunfei, the most important thing in this world isn't talent or hard work, but choice. Only by standing in the right position will everything belong to you. Before Guchen left, Xianxia beamed with joy and teased. Yunfei understands. Guchen was neither servile nor overbearing. He turned around and left, his silhouette somewhat lonely and desolate. Xianxia, on the other hand, returned to the clan in high spirits. On Mount Dingkong, Great Elder Qin Shanming, who had not gone to see Guchen off, gazed in the direction he had left. Thinking of the current situation in which the Qin clan had acknowledged the enemy as their father, he sighed sadly. What should we do next? After Guchen left, Qin Shanming used his injuries as an excuse to not participate in the affairs of the clan for several days. Xianxia was happy to see this happen. If the Great Elder was present, the entire Council of Elders would listen to him and his authority as the clan leader would be greatly reduced. Now that the Great Elder was ill, it was the perfect opportunity for him to win over the hearts of the people and make the Qin clan his own. The night wind blew gently as Qin Shanming stood in his own courtyard. Looking up at the bright moon in the sky, he had a lonely expression on his face. It had only been a few days, but his body was already filled with the aura of dusk. The feeling he gave off was even more lifeless than when he was heavily injured. His physical injuries could be healed, but his mental state was at a loss. Qin Shanming no longer knew the meaning of his position as the Great Elder. He was unable to protect the patriarch who was on the verge of becoming a saint. The genius of the clan that only appeared once every 10,000 years had left, and now the leader of the Qin clan was a lackey of the shepherd tribe. How lamentable. Perhaps it's time to step down. Qin Shanming muttered to himself. Suddenly, a pot of epiphyllum in front of him began to sway and murmurs could be heard in the wind. Qin Shanming's expression changed instantly. A look of surprise appeared in his eyes, but he did not do anything out of the ordinary. 2 days later, Qin Shanming found an excuse that would not arouse suspicion and left Fixed Sky Mountain. Then, he changed directions a few times and disguised himself a few times before arriving at a huge lake far away from the Qin clan. Qin Shanming looked around to confirm that this was the place. Without hesitation, he dove into the bottom of the lake. The bottom of the lake was a completely different world. By the time Qin Shanming stepped into a cavern, Guchen had already been waiting there for a long time. Besides the clay bodhisattva standing behind Guchen, there was also a man whose face was covered by a hood. After confirming that it was Qin Shanming, the man took off his hood to reveal a familiar face. Patriarch! You're still alive. Qin Shanming cried out when he saw the patriarch. He then turned to look at Guchen with a menacing gaze. Yunfei, what's going on? 2 nights ago, he suddenly received a voice transmission from the epiphyllum in the courtyard, saying that the patriarch wanted to see him. It told him to keep quiet and leave the Qin clan quietly. Because he recognized the voice that came from the epiphyllum, it clearly belonged to Yunfei. Therefore, even though he was bewildered, he chose to believe it and quietly left. He did not expect that the person who wanted to see him was really the patriarch. He did not die under the hands of Saint Lu, nor did he die under the lightning tribulation. What was going on? The patriarch had fallen in front of everyone's eyes. The movement of the lightning tribulation could not be faked, and Saint Lu could not have shown mercy. Grand Elder, it's a long story. Why don't you let the patriarch have a good chat with you? Guchen said with a smile. Because this matter involved the truth that he was not Qin Yunfei, it was better for clan leader Qin to explain it to him. Qin Shanming calmed down with great difficulty and nodded. Guchen left him and the patriarch to stay, while he left the cave and came to the lake. Beside the lake, a handsome man with green hair and blue eyes was sitting there. He was playing a bamboo flute, and the sound of it was pleasant to listen to. Guchen walked on the water and came to him. Saint Lu put down the bamboo flute and said calmly, "One more person knowing means one more risk. You should understand this. Patriarch Qin has faked his death. If he wants to continue controlling the Qin clan, he can only ask the Grand Elder for help." Guchen sat down in front of Saint Lu. He flipped his hand and took out a jar of wine and 2 bowls, filling them for himself and Saint Lu. Since the matter involved the Dao ancestor, it would take time for the Grand Elder to fully understand the situation. After drinking this wine, it should be about time. Are you sure that Qin Shanming can be trusted? St. Lu raised his glass and drained it in one gulp. His forthrightness was a stark contrast to his gentle and refined image. Once he finds out the truth, Qin Shanming will not trust me. He won't even trust clan leader Qin. However, he has a strong point, or rather, a weak point. He only cares about the Qin clan. As long as he upholds the righteousness of the Qin clan, he will definitely agree to cooperate with us. Once he agrees, there will be no chance for him to back out. Gu Qin smiled. Dragging the Great Elder into this was not originally within his consideration. However, the situation had changed too quickly. He had no choice but to do so. While clan leader Qin faked his death and successfully tricked the Great Elder into shifting his attention away from the Qin clan, it also caused clan leader Qin to lose his right to speak in the Qin clan. What was even more unexpected was that Xianxia, whom he had always suspected, was a spy for the Mu clan. Furthermore, after clan leader Qin died, the Mu clan took advantage of the situation and wanted him to become the Qin clan leader. Since the Mu clan favored Xianxia, they would only allow the Qin clan to grow stronger in the Jade dynasty if he became the clan leader. Only then would the Qin clan be able to change their previous situation of being forced into hiding. Therefore, Gu Qin could only beat them at their own game and allow Xianxia to become the clan leader. This would give the Qin clan the opportunity to grow stronger under the Mu clan's protection. This move was undoubtedly a double-edged sword. The upside was that the Qin clan would be able to rely on the Mu clan. Their future development would be smooth and rapid. The downside was that the Qin clan would become the Mu clan's vassal and he would lose his influence over the Qin clan. Therefore, to solve this problem, they had to rope in the Great Elder. With the Great Elder's influence in the Qin clan, as well as some secret tricks, they could ensure that the Qin clan would grow stronger. As long as they needed it, the Qin clan could return to their hands at any time. If everything goes as you wish, the Jade dynasty and Pei dynasty will be under your control. I am very curious. What is your next step? St. Lu looked at Gu Qin and asked meaningfully. What I am thinking is also what St. Lu is thinking. Gu Qin raised his bowl and clinked it with St. Lu's. St. Lu smiled and did not say anything else. The partnership between the two of them was quite interesting. Both of them knew each other's secrets, but they didn't hesitate too much when they teamed up, nor did they try to get to the bottom of things. 2 hours later, the clay bodhisattva emerged from the lake and nodded at Gu Qin. The conversation between the Great Elder and the Qin patriarch had ended. The Great Elder wanted to see him. Gu Qin was not surprised. He excused himself and dived into the water, arriving at the karst cave. Qin Shanming's emotions were even more complicated as he looked at this genius who had filled him with pride, anticipation, and disappointment in him recently. This was because he had already found out from the clan leader that he wasn't a member of the Qin clan, and the Qin clan leader's fake death was all part of his grand scheme. What a terrifying spirit, how extravagant. He actually dared to cheat under the Dao ancestor's nose and succeeded. The man in front of him didn't even fear the so-called Tao ancestor, and a few days ago, he actually thought that he was afraid of Xianxia. Thinking about it, it was a little ridiculous. Everyone in the Qin clan, had been played by him in the palm of his hand. Fellow cultivator, the old man admires your strategy. Qin Shanming cupped his hands at Gu Qin and said. There was a hint of resentment in his words. It turned out that all the blood and tears he had shed in the past few days were all for nothing, and when this guy saw him shed his blood, he didn't know how to laugh in his heart. Great Elder, the matter has been explained clearly. You can dispense with some harsh punishment. Seeing his tone, the Qin clan leader smiled bitterly. Shut up, old man. Qin Shanming immediately glared at the Qin clan leader. In his opinion, the reason for today's situation was that the Qin clan leader had made a mistake and fell into someone else's trap step by step. Great Elder, we were wrong to hide it from you before, but please think about the results. The current situation has not caused any losses to the Qin clan, right? Gu Qin didn't care about Qin Shanming's cold expression. In his opinion, Qin Shanming's attitude was his true nature. If he put on an amiable expression, he would be a little worried. The old man understands the reason, and I also know what you mean. The old man can deal with Xianxia, but not for you, it's for the sake of our clan. We don't recognize a traitor as our father. Chen Shanming said. He had obviously agreed to cooperate, but he was still not convinced. There's no need to deliberately deal with Xianxia. Isn't it better to borrow his strength to strengthen the Chen clan? Gu Chen reminded. Do you think you're the only one with a belly full of bad ideas? Of course, the old man understands the reason. In fact, no matter how unbearable Xianxia is, now that he has taken over as the clan leader, he has to think of ways to obtain benefits for the Chen clan. This way, he can maximize his benefits. The old man knows him very well. Because of what happened to him when he was young, he has a special desire for power. That's why he was bought over by the Shepherd clan. Such a person actually doesn't need the help of the old man. You guys might be able to buy him over if you use some tricks. Chen Shanming shook his head. A long time ago, he felt that Xianxia's ambition might bring him some trouble, but he didn't expect him to betray the clan for glory and wealth. Xianxia might be able to be bought over, but since anyone can buy him over, it means that this person has no bottom line. As for me, I always like to make friends with people who have a bottom line. Gu Chen flipped his hand, took out a jade scroll, and handed it to Chen Shanming. What's this? Chen Shanming subconsciously took it and asked casually. Great elemental energy technique. Gu Chen answered even more casually. Chen Shanming was shocked, and the jade scroll almost fell out of his hand. He quickly grabbed it and stared. Didn't you say that you don't want to buy people over? What's the meaning of giving this to the old man? Are you looking down on the old man? Great Elder, you're being too serious. This isn't a bribe. Since you and I are allies, the stronger the ally is, the more secure both sides will be. Gu Chen explained. Chen Shanming looked at the Chen clan head, his old face full of anger and dissatisfaction. Just now, the Chen clan head had truthfully explained everything, and naturally, he had also mentioned about Gu Chen giving him the great elemental energy technique. At that time, the Chen clan head couldn't resist the temptation of the great elemental energy technique, but after thinking about it, he knew that he had been kidnapped by Gu Chen, and from then on, he had boarded the pirate ship, never to return. When the Great Elder found out about this, he scolded him. He didn't expect that Gu Chen would play the same trick again, and actually give the same thing to the Great Elder. This is a bribe. Don't waste your words on the old man. Do you think the old man doesn't understand what you mean? If the old man doesn't accept this thing, will he still not be able to walk out of here today? Chen Shanming scolded. He felt that his blood pressure had been high for the entire day. That day, the Great Elder completely disregarded his own life to save me and the clan head. Today, how could the two of us have any intention to kill the Great Elder? Gu Chen shook his head. Chen Shanming was just about to say that the two of them still had some conscience, but he didn't expect Gu Chen to add another sentence. However, Sage Lu is guarding outside. He doesn't trust you, Great Elder. Chen Shanming was speechless. In the end, he reluctantly accepted the great elemental energy technique, but his heart was filled with anticipation. After the clan head cultivated this great elemental energy technique, he quickly touched the bottleneck of the Sage realm. His original cultivation level was higher than the clan head's, so the effect would probably be even better. The old man will accept this thing. Clan head. I'll leave Wenfeng to you. Before Chen Shanming left, he glanced at Chen Wenfeng, who had lost his status as clan head and could no longer show his true face to others, and asked Gu Chen politely. Don't worry, Great Elder. I guarantee that nothing will happen to clan head Chen. Once his tribulation is over, I will inform you immediately. Gu Chen promised. He knew the main reason why the Great Elder agreed to cooperate. It was not for the great elemental energy technique, but for the sake of the only sage in the clan. I'll have to trouble you, Great Elder. Chen Wenfeng's expression was complicated. He knew that the Great Elder had been dragged down by him, and he felt a little guilty. They had bet the fate of the Chen clan on Gu Chen, and they could face a storm from the Dao ancestor at any time. They didn't know if it was right or wrong. The only thing they were sure of was that there was no turning back. They could only move forward bravely. Take care. Chen Shanming patted Chen Wenfeng's shoulder, then left the karst cave and swam out of the lake. When he saw Sage Lu drinking by the lake, Chen Shanming's eyelids twitched. He bowed to him from afar, then flew into the sky and left. What a good move. He killed the Orochi saint, won over Sage Lu, and even deceived the Dao ancestor. I wonder where this person came from. First it was the Pei dynasty, then it was the Jade dynasty. What is he trying to do? The scariest thing is that he clearly overturned 2 dynasties, but everyone's attention is not on him. Xianxia still thinks of him as a failure. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse to cooperate with this person, but there's more hope than relying on the shepherd clan. On the surface of the lake, Gu Chen, the clay bodhisattva, and Chen Wenfeng appeared, watching Chen Shanming leave. Alright, the Jade dynasty has the great elder. You can rest assured. It's time for us to return to the Pei dynasty. Gu Chen cupped his fists in the direction of Sage Lu, thanking him for making this trip. Sage Lu smiled. He got up and turned into a green light, instantly disappearing. He really came and went without a trace. Where are we going to undergo the tribulation? Chen Wenfeng asked nervously. At that moment, all the major meridians in his body were sealed by the heaven entanglement. It was because of this seal that the Sage Thunder tribulation was interrupted, creating the illusion of death. Otherwise, even if Sage Lu had shown mercy, the Thunder tribulation would not have shown him any mercy that day. He would have died. He did not know how Gu Chen managed to do all this, to be able to deceive the senses of the Thunder tribulation. However, because of this, he trusted him a lot. That day, it was the clay bodhisattva who was responsible for sealing him with the heaven entanglement and bringing him into the swamp space in time to escape. Next, it was Gu Chen who would personally guard the Sage Thunder tribulation. The phenomenon during the tribulation was extraordinary. He definitely could not undergo the tribulation in the Jade dynasty, lest he arouse the suspicion of those with ulterior motives. Let's go to the ancient swamp. There are few people there, and we have people to help keep watch. Gu Chen already had a destination in mind as he answered. If the Qin clan leader successfully broke through and became a sage, and if the Great Elder could also break through as he hoped, it would only take a word from him to change the ruler of the Jade dynasty in the future. After a trip to the primordial swamp and returning to Paidu, the Luoshui palace now had another resident cultivator. This person looked old, and was said to be Jin Xiao's cousin, Jin Jian. After learning that his brother had become a capable subordinate of Emperor Pei's master, he specially came to seek refuge. The Luoshui palace had always been heavily guarded. Only a few people knew that there was one more person in the palace, so it naturally didn't attract much attention. In comparison, the change in the Qin clan of the Jade dynasty was more concerning. Almost on the same day that Gu Chen returned, Lu Yan, Tang Xuanzi, Yimi, and even a few elders of the Hidden Dragon clan all came. After sending them off with great difficulty, Householder Peach Blossom, who was in the Jade dynasty, sent another message and asked Gu Chen about what had happened to the Qin clan. The Qin clan leader was dead, and the Qin clan was now under the control of Xianxia, who was close to the Shepherd clan and not on good terms with Gu Chen. With the intelligence network of the Revolutionary Army, it wasn't difficult for Householder Peach Blossom to find out. However, he beat around the bush. He was probably instructed by the higher-ups of the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army was his ally, and so was the Qin clan. In other words, the Revolutionary Army and the Qin clan were also potential allies. That was probably what the Revolutionary Army was thinking. So if something happened to the Qin clan, they naturally wanted to know the situation. Gu Chen wrote back to Householder Peach Blossom and asked him to build an intelligence network in the Jade dynasty according to the original plan. Now that the forces in the Jade dynasty had been purged, it would be much easier for him to arrange spies among them since all the forces were in urgent need of fresh blood. Gu Chen specifically mentioned the Qin clan and asked Householder Peach Blossom to infiltrate the Qin clan as much as possible. Although he didn't directly answer Householder Peach Blossom, it also meant one thing: his influence on the Qin clan wasn't as great as before. As for how Householder Peach Blossom would report this to the higher-ups of the Revolutionary Army, it wasn't Gu Chen's concern. Although Householder Peach Blossom's intelligence network was useful, Gu Chen's focus had already started to shift. After some time, he would slowly transfer Ninja Hidden Dragon clan's clansmen to Householder Peach Blossom. Then, he would give householder Peach Blossom full authority to set up the intelligence network of the Jade Dynasty and even other places. It would be best if householder Peach Blossom could achieve some results. However, it would not matter if his results were limited, because he already had a better source of information. A few days after returning to the Luo Water Palace, Gu Chen had been waiting. He was even in a somewhat restless state. He was waiting for the great prophet, who had been invited away by Ancestor Mu. Now that the matters of the Qin clan had come to an end, if everything went smoothly, he should be released. If he regained his freedom, the first thing he would do would be to look for him. Going to the great desolate swamp to help Chief Qin with his tribulation had taken some time. Gu Chen reckoned that he would be able to see the great prophet soon after returning to Paidu. However, the great prophet did not appear, and there was no new news from Luo Men, so he was somewhat worried. He had complete trust in the great prophet's intelligence, but Ancestor Mu was no ordinary person after all. His strength was monstrous, and if he deliberately targeted him, it would be difficult for the great prophet to escape. And once the great prophet was finished, he would definitely be implicated. This was something that would affect everything else, so he couldn't help but be nervous. After returning to Paidu for a full half a month, the great prophet finally appeared in the Luo Water Palace safe and sound. This made Gu Chen completely relieved. "What exactly is going on?" asked Gu Chen as soon as he saw him. Even though he had already avoided a disaster, he still didn't know why Ancestor Mu would suddenly target the Qin clan and why so many Dao ancestors were paying attention. As the two talked, Chief Qin Wenfeng, who had already changed his appearance and assumed the name of Golden Sword, was beside them. Gu Chen wanted him to participate in order to increase the trust between the two sides. Previously, he had done many things behind Chief Chen's back. Chief Chen had been forced to fake his death because of him, which could be considered to be very wronged. Now, to repair the relationship between the two, time and sincerity were needed. "Congratulations on breaking through and becoming a saint, Chief Chen." The great prophet was not in a hurry to answer Gu Chen's question. At a glance, he saw the disguised Qin Wenfeng and recognized his true identity. "I just broke through by luck." "Great prophet, let's get down to business." Qin Wenfeng shook his head, seemingly unconcerned, but there was still some joy between his brows. When he knew that Ancestor Mu had his eyes on fixed Sky Mountain, he had almost thought that he had no hope of becoming a saint. When he had transcended the tribulation in the great desolate swamp, the power of the lightning tribulation had also shaken his Dao heart, and he had doubted whether he could survive it. He had been extremely lucky to be able to become a saint. It was all thanks to the transformation of his physique brought about by the great primordial energy technique. The great prophet nodded and sighed while stroking his beard. This time, Ancestor Mu has his eyes on the Qin clan because of the phenomenon that happened in the Grand Primordial Demon Mine some time ago. Grand Primordial Demon Mine? Upon hearing that, Gu Chen's eyes flashed. This was the second time he had heard of this Grand Primordial Demon Mine from the great prophet. This place was a famous life-forbidden zone in the Dao world, and the reason why it was dangerous was said to be related to a certain glorious ancient overlord body in the history of the Tyrants. What does the phenomenon in the Grand Primordial Demon Mine have to do with the Qin clan? Chen Wenfeng was confused. Rumor has it that Saint Chen did not disappear back then. Instead, he was persecuted by the Dao ancestor and had no choice but to escape into the Grand Primordial Demon Mine. The great prophet casually spilled out a shocking secret. It was unknown whether he had predicted it or heard it from somewhere. What? Ancestor was in the Grand Primordial Demon Mine? Chen Wenfeng was instantly moved. It's just a rumor. The old man can't be sure either. However, not long ago, a shocking phenomenon suddenly appeared in the Grand Primordial Demon Mine. It said that such a phenomenon only appears when a Dao ancestor is born. After that, Ancestor Mu suddenly targeted the Qin clan. Combining these two incidents, the rumor that Saint Chen escaped into the Grand Primordial Demon Mine might not be false. As the great prophet explained one by one, Gu Chen finally understood the ins and outs of the entire matter. Chen Wenfeng also became excited. In that case, Ancestor might still be alive and has even entered the Dao ancestor realm? After searching for his ancestor for so many years, this was the best news Chen Wenfeng had ever heard. If Saint Chen is still alive and has already entered the Dao ancestor realm, why would he sit and watch the Qin clan's second saint fall? Gu Chen understood the Dao ancestor's train of thought and sighed. These words poured cold water on Chen Wenfeng's head. That's right. Saint Chen didn't appear when the Chen clan was in danger, so the possibility of the phenomenon in the grand primordial demon mine being related to him is not high. Of course, even Dao ancestors don't dare to enter the grand primordial demon mine easily. No one knows the specific situation inside, so there's no way to determine that it has nothing to do with Saint Chen. The great prophet's words were as good as not saying anything. Gu Chen frowned and stared at him. This old man had previously revealed to him that Saint Chen might still be alive, but now he was being ambiguous. Who knew if it was because Chen Wenfeng was present? No matter what, some news is better than no news at all. Chen Wenfeng finally adjusted his state of mind and regained his confidence from his disappointment. He smiled. He had been searching for so many years. What he was most afraid of was that there was no news of his ancestor. Now that he finally knew where he went, and he had broken through to become a saint, he should be happy. Chen Wenfeng suddenly had the thought of going to the grand primordial demon mine to investigate. He was no longer the clan leader, so he didn't have to worry so much. If he was lucky enough to find his ancestor, it would be worth it even if he died. If clan leader Chen wants to go to the grand primordial demon mine, I, the old man, advise you to put it off for now. The great prophet seemed to have seen through Chen Wenfeng's thoughts and reminded him. Why? Although the grand primordial demon mine is a forbidden zone for life, why hasn't there been any news of the Dao ancestor phenomenon? Have you thought about it? The great prophet's words caused Chen Wenfeng's expression to change slightly. Gu Chen's pupils also shrank slightly. Do you understand now? The grand primordial demon mine has been jointly sealed by various Dao ancestors. Relevant information can't be leaked, let alone going there. Especially since your identity is sensitive. If you go there and get caught, the consequences will be unimaginable. The great prophet's words seemed to be directed at Chen Wenfeng, and Chen Wenfeng also took it as a sign. However, Gu Chen noticed that the great prophet glanced at him. The grand primordial demon mine was related to the Tyrant's ancestor. As the glorious ancient overlord body, if Gu Chen went there now, he would be more sensitive and dangerous than Chen Wenfeng. Ever since he heard about the absolute beginning demonic mine, Gu Chen had the thought of exploring it. Now that Saint Chen was involved, Gu Chen's interest in the absolute beginning demonic mine grew even greater. He already had the thought of going, but the great prophet's reminder made him give up on the idea for now. Right now, the absolute beginning demonic mine was everyone's target. If he wanted to go, he had to wait for the storm to pass. Patriarch Chen, I'm sure you understand the current situation. I promise you that when the time is right, I will accompany you to the absolute beginning demonic mine to search for Saint Chen's whereabouts. But before that, please be patient and stay in Paidu to cultivate. Gu Chen was more or less worried that Chen Wenfeng would act impulsively. You will go with me? Are you serious? Chen Wenfeng was a little shocked. Though they were allies, the absolute beginning demonic mine was a dangerous place. The chances of him finding his ancestor there were like finding a needle in a haystack. How could a normal person promise him such a thing? If Saint Chen is still alive, perhaps Chief Chen won't have to hide his identity anymore. We will have a backer. Isn't it worth the risk? Gu Chen answered freely. Chen Wenfeng stared at him for a while and nodded solemnly. Okay, I won't act impulsively. If you go with me, the chances will be higher. This was indeed not the right time. Whether Gu Chen was being sincere or not, they would know when the time was right. The three chatted for a long time and understood most of what they wanted to know. Chen Wenfeng left first. Only Gu Chen and the great prophet were left. Gu Chen said casually, "How is Patriarch Mu? I was worried that you wouldn't come back." Human? Friend Gu, do you know what race Patriarch Mu is? The great prophet said with a faint smile. Without others around, the way he addressed Gu Chen also changed. Of course Patriarch Mu is from the shepherd tribe. Is there a problem? The great prophet shook his head. Patriarch Mu is the ancestor of the shepherd tribe. In the eyes of others, he is also from the shepherd tribe. However, the name Mu clan only started with ancestor Mu. This is actually a question of which came first, the egg or the chicken. Because Ancestor Mu has existed for too long, no one knows his true race. Oh? Gu Chen listened carefully. He knew the great prophet wouldn't mention this for no reason. Everyone knows that Ancestor Mu has mastered the great fusion technique of the 8 great techniques, but very few people truly understand this great Tao technique. This great Tao technique can fuse the bloodlines of all living beings in the universe, and it can also fuse almost all substances to continuously evolve itself. No one knows which race Ancestor Mu originally belonged to, because when he rose to fame, he had already used the great fusion technique to escape the restrictions of his original race and walked a unique path of evolution. Think about it, a person who has been hunting the bloodlines of powerful races for countless years and fusing them into his own body to make himself perfect, is he a human or a beast? He can only be described as a monster. As the great prophet spoke, his gaze became solemn. When he was invited by Ancestor Mu and saw his appearance, it could be said that he would never forget it for the rest of his life. It wasn't that Ancestor Mu's appearance was ferocious and terrifying, but the aura he exuded. It was an aura that was above all living beings in the universe. It was an aura that made him, who was merely a human, instinctively tremble. So the great fusion technique is such an amazing technique. A strange light appeared in Gu Chen's eyes. He could imagine how powerful Ancestor Mu was from the great prophet's words, but at the same time, he couldn't help but think of his demonic sky-devouring butterfly. His demonic sky-devouring butterfly could devour other living beings and filter out the outstanding bloodline factors, allowing itself to evolve. It sounded very similar to Ancestor Mu, who had the great fusion technique. Of course, Ancestor Mu's level was not something the demonic sky-devouring butterfly could compare to. How could the mere instincts of a demonic butterfly compare to the mighty great fusion technique? It's not just an amazing technique. Compared to other great Tao techniques, the most terrifying thing about the great fusion technique is that it can be inherited. Deep fear appeared in the great prophet's eyes. There are currently tens of thousands of tribes of various sizes in the Mu tribe, and each tribe seems to be a different race. However, they all belong to the Mu tribe because their ancestors are all Ancestor Mu's biological children. Rumor has it that Ancestor Mu is a male and female body, and because he cultivates the great fusion technique, every child he gives birth to is a brand new life form. That combines the advantages of many races. They possess talent that far surpasses that of other races. It's said that half of these brand new life forms die prematurely because they can't meet Ancestor Mu's requirements. Therefore, they are directly eaten by him. And those that can stay and grow up smoothly will often found a new tribe. Gu Chen clicked his tongue when he heard this, and he couldn't help but say, in other words, all the people of the Mu dynasty are equivalent to the bloodline of Ancestor Mu? The great prophet nodded. Gu Chen immediately understood why the Mu dynasty was the leader of the 13 dynasties of the Second Mountain and Sea. It wasn't just because Ancestor Mu was powerful, but because of the terrifying power of the nation. The people of the dynasty were all descendants of Ancestor Mu. Because of the great fusion technique, they possessed talent that surpassed that of other races. How powerful would they be if they were passed down from generation to generation? The people of the Centaur tribe under the Mu tribe are all naturally good at archery. Because of this, the Mu dynasty has the most powerful archer army in the Tao world. The people of the gigantic scale tribe under the Mu tribe are all giants with the upper bodies of giants and the lower bodies of Qilins. They are also known as the most powerful cavalry in the Tao world. Over the long years, Ancestor Mu has used his advantages to cultivate many extremely powerful troops for the Mu dynasty. They are simply invincible. The great prophet gave examples, which made Gu Chen's eyelids twitch. He asked in disbelief, the great fusion technique is so heaven-defying. If this goes on, won't the Mu tribe become the most powerful race in the Tao world? Ancestor Mu's actions have definitely infringed on the interests of the major powers in the Tao world. Don't tell me the other powers don't have any countermeasures? The rise of a race with almost limitless possibilities for evolution would definitely threaten the interests of the other major powers. Logically speaking, the major powers in the Tao world would never allow the Mu tribe to grow. The Mu tribe's fearsomeness naturally attracted the fear of many major powers. However, although Ancestor Mu can give birth to children with all kinds of talent, he can't decide what kind of talent his children will have. In other words, it's random, and he can't control it. Furthermore, every child he gives birth to will actually affect Ancestor Mu's physical condition. Later on, Ancestor Mu has fewer and fewer children. The number of tribes in the Mu dynasty has been maintained at a stable level, so the major powers are much more at ease. Of course, there's another important reason, the Supreme Chi Palace. As the Great Prophet explained, he suddenly changed the topic. The Supreme Chi Palace is a member of the ancestor of primordial chaos. It is the most transcendent power in the second mountain and sea. The entire second mountain and sea can be said to be under its sphere of influence. It's said that the Supreme Chi Palace has tacitly approved many of Ancestor Mu's actions. Since it has approved them, what right do the major powers in the other mountains and seas have to interfere? If they make a move against the Mu tribe, it's the same as provoking the Supreme Chi Palace. Gu Chen frowned when he heard this. Ancestor Mu has the support of the Supreme Chi Palace? Ancestor Mu is so powerful. Isn't the Supreme Chi Palace worried that the Mu tribe will grow stronger and threaten their position? As a member of the Primordial Chaos Group, they can overrule all of the Tao Court's suggestions with a single word. Naturally, the Supreme Chi Palace has its reasons. However, you don't need to worry. Although the Supreme Chi Palace has prevented the outside powers from targeting the Mu tribe, it has always treated everyone equally within the second mountain and sea. In fact, most of the time, the Mu tribe is restricted by the Supreme Chi Palace's rules. The Great Prophet stroked his beard and chuckled. If that wasn't the case, how could the old man have returned safely after being invited away by Ancestor Mu? Gu Chen heard the Great Prophet's words and asked, "What did Ancestor Mu ask you?" "Nothing much. I was just curious about the Great Prophecy technique, so I beat around the bush," the Great Prophet replied calmly. "Then did the Great Prophet admit it?" Gu Chen teased. "The Great Prophecy technique has been lost for a long time. Everyone knows about it." The Great Prophet chuckled. There was no evidence and it was only a suspicion. Ancestor Mu would not do anything to him. After all, he was a dignified Tao ancestor. He had to maintain some face, not to mention the restrictions of the Supreme Chi Palace. "Then did Ancestor Mu ask you to perform a divination to predict the future of the Mu tribe?" The old man does not have the ability to perform divination for the Tao ancestor. "Apart from that, did Ancestor Mu ask me about it?" "You're just a nobody. Why would he mention you?" The Great Prophet answered with a dissatisfied look on his face. Gu Chen, on the other hand, had hidden himself from the world, while he had been pushed into the spotlight. Fortunately, he was smart and quick-witted. Otherwise, he might have lost his life if he had been invited away by Ancestor Mu. After listening to his encounter with Ancestor Mu, Gu Chen heaved a huge sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Great Prophet had dealt with it calmly and had not encountered any problems. They could now follow their original plan and bide their time. After thinking about it, Gu Chen took out 2 divine traveling pearls and placed them on the table. "What's the meaning of this?" the Great Prophet asked with a glance. Previously, Great Prophet asked Prophet Xiao to pass the ghost lotus to me in return for a favor. Today, I'll bring you to an interesting place. Gu Chen smiled. These 2 divine traveling pearls had been found in the Hakone Saint's lair. Ever since he had obtained them, he had investigated and confirmed that the divine traveling realm they connected to was what he was looking for. Return for a favor? Could Friend Gu be trying to test the old man? The Great Prophet shook his head helplessly. "Don't forget fellow Taoists," was reminder. "He doesn't want us to continue investigating the secrets of the Heaven and Earth Association. Although Xianxia has a plan, there will always be unexpected variables in this world. Just like how Ancestor Mu suddenly interfered with the situation of the Jade Dynasty because of the absolute beginning demon minds phenomenon. No matter how thorough Xianxia's considerations are, there's no guarantee that nothing will go wrong. Thus, we must have a backup plan. If Xianxia isn't willing to tell us, we'll investigate it ourselves. This Gu has never been one to stick to the rules, and I don't intend to let Xianxia bear the risk alone. As for the worries of alerting the enemy or being more of a hindrance, let's put them aside for now. We just need to be careful. How about it? Great Prophet, are you willing to come with me?" After Gu Chen finished speaking indifferently, the Great Prophet sighed and reached out to pick up one of the divine traveling pearls. "Very well, this old man will accompany you for a walk." It was a street that stretched for hundreds of kilometers from south to north. There were shops and stalls everywhere. The sky was always gray, and most of the buildings on the street were dark in color. The cultivators who came and went had all kinds of strange appearances, and most of them had a fiendish aura. Gu Chen and the great prophet appeared in a corner of the street. They both wore masks and walked along with the crowd. No one paid much attention to them. If the old man guessed correctly, this is Nether Parade Street, right? Asked the great prophet as he looked at the bustling street. Great prophet, you have a good eye. Gu Chen did not deny it. Nether Parade Street is the largest divine tour market in the dark world. It's said that countless illegal transactions take place here every day, and the rules of the 9 major Dao courts are useless here. It's said that it's very difficult to obtain divine travel pearls to enter this place. Every time a divine travel pearl appears in the black market of the Dao world, it will be immediately snatched up. The 2 divine travel pearls we're using are worth 2 cities, right? The great prophet estimated as he looked at the stalls on both sides of the street. These stalls sold all kinds of things, including rare birds and beasts, as well as natural treasures. Most of them were treasures that could not see the light of day. Of course, these treasures were only illusions. If one really wanted to buy them, they would have to negotiate with the stall owner and use other methods to make the transaction in reality. These 2 divine travel pearls belong to the Orochi Saint. The Orochi Saint has been visiting Nether Parade Street for a long time, and he can be considered a regular here. He met Morning Yen here, and the 2 of them made a deal. He helped the Heaven and Earth Association transport the Can-Water Ghost Lotuses from the Moon Nation's borders, and Morning Yen rewarded him. Gu Chen explained. The great prophet did not seem surprised. He stroked his beard and said, if the old man guessed correctly, the Orochi Saint must not have known that he was dealing with the Heaven and Earth Association's way of doing things, right? That's right. The Orochi Saint did not know who he was dealing with, nor was he interested in it. It was pure luck that we were able to find this clue. In that case, how are you going to continue your investigation with just these 2 divine travel pearls? According to Yi Wunyan, the Heaven and Earth Association has been conducting a lot of shady transactions through Morning Yan's identity as a middleman in the world of darkness. There was no way to find the source of these transactions before, but now that I think about it, all the transactions were born in this nether wandering realm. Since the Heaven and Earth meeting conducted their transactions here, and the scale of the transaction isn't small, there will definitely be some traces left behind. It won't be difficult for us to find a breakthrough. Gu Chen spoke his mind honestly. That's easy for you to say. Anyone in the Divine Ascension world can disguise themselves at will, not to mention that the Divine Ascension beads on the Nether Street don't have any restrictions on who they can be, making this place even more chaotic. As long as the Xianxia Association has the intention, it's not difficult for them to hide their identity. Moreover, after the incident in the Moon Nation, the clue of the Can-Water Ghost Lotus has probably been completely cut off by them. The great prophet shook his head. Even though the threshold to enter the Ghost Parade Street was high, the number of cultivators here had become as vast as the ocean after a long period of development. In addition, the cultivators here might have come from the various mountains and seas of the primordial Dao world. Under the restrictions of the region, it was even more difficult to investigate them. There might be hundreds of thousands of transactions in the nether wandering realm every day. According to Gu Chen, how much time and effort would that take? That's why I asked you to come here, great prophet. I want to know how far you've investigated the Xianxia Association. The corners of Gu Chen's mouth curled up. Since he had already lured the great prophet here, there was no need to hide his true intentions. This old fellow had found the Xianxia Association's refinery in the Moon Nation one step ahead of him, and the process of the Can-Water Ghost Lotus's transfer was within his grasp. After that, although they had reached a consensus with Xianxia, Gu Chen did not think that the great prophet would give up on his investigation. This could be seen from the fact that he had given him the Can-Water Ghost Lotus. This old fellow clearly had the same thoughts as him, but he always liked to be secretive. The old man doesn't know as much as you think. The great prophet shook his head and said with a solemn expression, there's only a name. Do you want it? Speak. Wan Fu. What's so special about this person? Gu Chen frowned slightly. It's true that the old man tracked the whereabouts of the Can Water Ghost Lotus, but the Qianquan Association is also extraordinarily cautious. That batch of Can Water Ghost Lotus wasn't transferred to its final destination. Instead, it was destroyed by the Qianquan Association along the way. The old man only managed to steal one Can Water Ghost Lotus before destroying it. It's the one he gave you. As for the name Wanfu, it's a name that the Qianquan Association cultivator in charge of transporting the Can Water Ghost Lotus mentioned by chance before he received the order to destroy it. This person seems to play an important role in the Qianquan Association's trade chain. The great prophet explained the ins and outs of the matter. Upon hearing this, Guchen sank into deep thought. This name is enough. Perhaps we can find some information about this person in this ghost parade. It's much better than searching for a needle in a haystack. After snapping out of his daze, Guchen nodded. How do you plan on investigating? The great prophet asked curiously. Guchen smiled but didn't say anything. He quickened his pace and soon led the great prophet to a shop. The signboard at the entrance of the shop had the words by Xiaoxia written on it. Guchen stepped inside. The decorations inside the shop were very simple. Aside from an old man sitting cross-legged on a cushion, there were only 3 large and small rows of bookshelves. How is it? Did the goods I asked for arrive? Guchen looked at the old man and asked. Obviously, this wasn't his first time here. The old man glanced at him before getting up and walking to the bookshelf in the back. After searching for a while, he took out a jade slip and handed it to Guchen. The goods arrived a long time ago. You never came to collect them, so I thought you didn't want them anymore, the old man said. His expression was very cold, without the slightest bit of hospitality one would expect from a guest. Guchen opened the jade slip in his hand. The jade slip immediately turned into a beam of soul light and entered his mind. Everything in the divine ascension world was illusory. This jade slip recorded information, and this was a shop that specialized in selling information. Closing his eyes, Guchen silently digested the information in his mind. When he opened his eyes again, he had a thoughtful look on his face. Very good, the content is very detailed. I'm very satisfied. I have another name here. I want you to help me investigate it again. Guchen said to the old man. All right, the payment will be settled according to the old rules. As soon as we receive the Tao crystal, we'll help you investigate it. What's the name? The old man from the Bai Xiaoxia said expressionlessly. Wanfu, Guchen replied. The old man nodded and remembered it. Then, Guchen left the Bai Xiaoxia. The great prophet who had been watching from the side stroked his beard and asked, Is this shop reliable? Most of the transactions in this street are shady. Great prophet, do you think there are any reliable people here? I pay, and the other party gives me information. This saves time and energy. This is my second time here. They're quite powerful. As Guchen spoke, he extended his hand and shot out a beam of soul light from the great prophet's forehead. The great prophet didn't resist. A large amount of information appeared in his mind, and a strange light gradually appeared in his eyes. Just as you said, it's very difficult to find anything that can be used against Qianquan Group just by knowing that they conduct transactions here. So I suddenly thought, since Morning Yen is Qianquan Group's most important middleman here, they'll need a new representative after his death, right? The scale of Qianquan Group's transactions is very large. This means that the person who replaces Morning Yen in the street will definitely become famous in a short period of time. So, when I came to this street previously, I wanted to give it a try. I asked the people from the 100 Horizons house to help me investigate the new middleman who rose up after Morning Yan's death. The efficiency of the 100 Horizons house isn't bad. According to my request, they've locked on to a total of 15 suspicious people. The relevant information is also very detailed. Guchen sighed in admiration. He originally planned to investigate the names given by the great prophet in secret, but the efficiency of the 100 Horizons house made him look at them in a different light. So, he decided to leave this matter to the professionals. Although this was a little risky, if the 100 Horizons house happened to be related to Qianquan Group, he would be alerting them. However, Guchen didn't think that Qianquan Group could reach that far. If the 100 Horizons house was really related to them, he could only admit that he was unlucky. Not a bad idea. Among these 15 people, which one do you think is the most suspicious? The great prophet looked through the information on these 15 people and fell into deep thought. What do you think, great prophet? Why don't you help me calculate so that I don't have to make wild guesses? I only have these names. It's hard to say whether they are real names or not. I haven't come into contact with them in real life. How do you expect the old man to calculate? The great prophet said angrily. Since that's the case, let's go and meet them first. Among these 15 people, there are quite a few who are stationed in the street. Perhaps they are already here. Gu Chen shrugged. I'm sorry, but my master is currently receiving an important guest. He doesn't have time to see you. Please come back another day. A maid came down from upstairs and said to Gu Chen and the great prophet. Gu Chen and the great prophet exchanged glances and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. This was the third time in a day that the door was shut in front of them. These middlemen, who had recently become famous, were very popular in the secluded street, and the cultivators who wanted to see them could be said to be endless. Thus, in order to avoid wasting time, they were very particular when choosing their guests. They would either have a strong reputation and strength, or they would be recommended by acquaintances. Cultivators like Gu Chen and the great prophet, who came uninvited and had unknown origins, were naturally turned away outside the door. When they were rejected the first time, they didn't think of this. Now that they were rejected for the third time, how could they not understand the reason behind it? The maidservant made an inviting gesture. Gu Chen, who had run into a wall for the third time, didn't want to leave just like that. He glanced at the stairs and spoke in a loud voice. Fellow Taoist Ji, we're here to discuss a big business deal with you. If you don't see us, it'll be a loss for you. This person's name was Ji Yang, and Gu Chen had read through his information. He was primarily active in the Second Mountain and Sea, where Morning Yen had died. After his death, it was likely that the person who had replaced him had also started in the Second Mountain and Sea. Therefore, Ji Yang was the most likely suspect. There was no response from upstairs. Clearly, Ji Yang had no intention of paying any attention to Gu Chen. Gentlemen, my master really doesn't have time to see you today. Please don't disturb him. The maidservant stepped forward, her expression a bit colder. How could the ordinary brokers on the secluded street compare to the esteemed status of her master? If any random Tom, Dick, or Harry could see Ji Yang whenever they wanted, wouldn't that mean that the master would die of exhaustion? These two really didn't have the slightest bit of self-awareness. Did they really have to chase him away themselves? When Gu Chen saw that there was no response from upstairs, he frowned and tried to come up with a plan. If this was the real world, even if he didn't go upstairs, he would still have many ways to investigate the situation of the person upstairs. However, this was the illusory divine ascension world, and this building belonged to the other party. As long as the other party laid down a spiritual barrier, he wouldn't be able to take a single step inside. This was the most reassuring aspect of the divine ascension world. No matter how strong one's cultivation was, it was useless here. Everyone was just a spiritual entity and was bound by the rules of the divine ascension world. It wasn't like there was no way to break the rules. Gu Chen was confident that his heaven-winding silk could break the barrier upstairs, but the secret of heaven-winding silk couldn't be known by others, so he couldn't do such a stupid thing. Gentlemen, please leave this place. The maidservant once again sent them off, her attitude cold. As Gu Chen's expression wavered, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from upstairs. It was the sound of two people's footsteps, followed by a conversation. I've noted this matter down and will arrange it as soon as possible. Madam, please take care. A man's voice sounded, his tone filled with respect. This widow has always been at ease with young Lord Ji's actions. The other person replied in a sweet and enchanting voice of a woman. Hearing this woman's voice, Gu Chen felt it was somewhat familiar and couldn't help staring at the staircase. The two people walked down. One man and one woman, one in front and one behind. The man had a dignified appearance and looked like a young man, while the woman's appearance and figure could only be described as a femme fatale. When Gu Chen caught a glimpse of the woman's face, his eyes narrowed slightly. The woman's voice was a bit familiar, and so was her face. Although she seemed to have changed over the years, or perhaps because of her time in the divine ascension world, she had made some modifications, but her temperament, that extremely unique temperament, was enough to arouse his instincts. Gu Chen was at the top of the staircase, blocking the two's path. When the young man saw him, he remembered the rude voice that had interrupted their conversation just now and couldn't help coldly snorting. My place isn't a place where just anyone can come. The big deal you speak of might not even be worth mentioning to me. The words were filled with sarcasm. Ji Yang had indeed seen many people like Gu Chen who took the initiative to come to his door. Often, the big deal they spoke of wasn't worth mentioning at all. The buyer and seller behind them wouldn't even look at them. Casually receiving them or even introducing them would only provoke dissatisfaction and contempt from their potential customers. Gu Chen didn't hear Ji Yang's words. At this moment, his eyes were completely focused on the woman, as if his attention had been completely taken away by her beauty. Does fellow Taoist know this dowager? The woman's lips curled up slightly, her smile so beautiful that it could even overshadow 100 flowers. Gu Chen came back to his senses. His gaffe disappeared in an instant, and a bright smile appeared on his face. I don't know, it's just that madam was too beautiful, I couldn't control myself for a moment. These words were too frivolous. When Ji Yang heard it, he immediately scolded him. How dare you? Do you know who is in front of you? This is Madame Du, the owner of the Ghost Parade. How dare you speak rudely to her? The owner of the Ghost Parade? Astonishment flickered in the depths of Gu Chen's eyes, but he responded calmly and bowed slightly. Oh, it's Madame Du, my apologies. It doesn't matter. Fellow Taoist is a straightforward person. You're much better than those people who seem refined on the surface but are actually filthy in their hearts. Madame Du covered her mouth and chuckled. She didn't say much to Gu Chen and walked past him. Ji Yang paid no more attention to Gu Chen. He walked the distinguished guest all the way to the entrance of the store. After watching her leave, he turned around and returned. Why are you still here? Ji Yang said unhappily when he saw that Gu Chen and Madame Du had not left. Fellow Ji, we sincerely want to do business with you. Why do you keep us at a distance? As the saying goes, one more friend is better than one more enemy. Don't you think so? Gu Chen glanced at Ji Yang in a flat tone. Just a glance was enough to make Ji Yang tremble inexplicably. Was this a threat? This guy didn't seem simple. Ji Yang thought of his attitude just now. It was indeed a slight. As a middleman, he had to make peace. If the person in front of him really had a powerful background, it wouldn't be good to offend him. Thinking of this, Ji Yang's expression softened a lot. He extended his hand and invited them in. Please take a seat upstairs. Gu Chen and the great prophet didn't stand on ceremony. They went upstairs, sat down, and started talking. May I know your name? Ji Yang's tone became much more courteous, and there was no trace of the disdain he had before. My surname is Zhao, and my first name is Chou. This is Ding Yanqing, fellow Ding. Gu Chen casually gave himself and the great prophet aliases. The great prophet sat quietly at the side and didn't say anything. It seemed that everything was under Gu Chen's control. Oh, it's fellow Zhao and fellow Ding. Ji Yang nodded, but in his heart, he had never heard of these two people's names. As expected, they were unremarkable nobodies. Fellow Taoist Zhao said earlier that you have a big business to discuss with me. What kind of big business is it? Ji Yang asked casually. He no longer held any hope for the big business Gu Chen had mentioned. I need a large number of slaughter weapons, the more the better. Price is not a problem. Gu Chen said casually, causing Ji Yang's expression to turn serious at first. Fellow Taoist Zhao, are you serious? With the channels I have, the weapons I can provide are enough to support a dynasty-level war. That Dao crystal is not a small amount. Ji Yang asked seriously. If fellow Taoist Ji didn't have this ability, I wouldn't have come looking for you. Gu Chen's expression was calm. Ji Yang looked at him and sighed. He admitted that he had misjudged him and almost let a big business deal slip away. Alright, since fellow Taoist Zhao is so confident, I can introduce you to a few sellers. However, these sellers are not simple. If you want them to agree to meet you, fellow Taoist Zhao will need to provide proof of your wealth, Ji Yang explained. How do I prove it? Gu Chen asked. That's simple. A large number of Dao crystals are not easy to circulate. Most of them are stored in the crystal bank under the 9 major Dao quartz. If fellow Daoist Zhao has this kind of wealth, you must have your own account in the crystal bank. I can find out with a simple check. Hearing this, Guchen shook his head. Is there any other way? He knew about the existence of the crystal bank. As an amalgamation of countless forces, there were not many organizations directly under the 9 major Dao quartz. The crystal bank was one of them. Dao crystals could help cultivators in the Dao world increase their cultivation, and they were also a form of hard currency. One could imagine how important they were in the Dao world. The crystal bank under the 9 major Dao quartz monopolized the rights to mine and distribute Dao crystals. Thus, in the 9 mountains and seas of the Dao world, no matter which force it was, would inevitably have dealings with the crystal bank. Whether it was the imperial treasury of the Pei dynasty or the modest pavilion, Guchen had accounts in the crystal bank. Given the power of a dynasty, as long as one reported one's name, the proof of one's wealth could be easily passed. However, Guchen had come to Jiyang with ulterior motives. He naturally couldn't report his crystal bank account and give Jiyang a chance to find out who he was. Of course there are other ways. After all, this is the ghost parade. Jiyang smiled knowingly. Most of the transactions carried out in the secluded parade were shady, and the Tao crystals used to buy and sell were often stolen money, so there were many people who were unwilling to handle the crystal line, so Guchen's attitude was not strange. Fellow Daoist Zhao, you can choose a place in the second mountain and see. I'll personally send someone to verify the transaction. The second method suggested by Ji Yang was much more flexible. Guchen nodded after hearing it. Alright, let's do that. The two of them discussed the specific time and place to meet in the real world. Once the verification was approved, Ji Yang would immediately arrange for the seller to sit down with Guchen and discuss business. Everything was settled. Thinking about the sizable commission he would receive once the transaction was concluded, Ji Yang was in a very good mood. Fellow Daoist Ji, was that Madame Du really the owner of the ghost parade? Guchen asked casually as the two of them talked harmoniously. Of course. The ghost parade was originally created by the fiendish devil saint, who was a famous figure in the dark world. However, 30 years ago, the fiendish devil saint suddenly passed away for unknown reasons, and the ghost parade was inherited by his widow, Madame Du. Don't underestimate Madame Du just because she's a woman. After she took over the ghost parade, it developed even better. It's all thanks to Madame Du that I am able to reach my current position. Ji Yang didn't hide anything, and even intentionally revealed his relationship with Madame Du. Madame Du was the owner of the ghost parade, so her words carried the most authority, and were the most trustworthy. The foundation of a middleman was his reputation. With Madame Du's golden name, he would be able to make a lot of money, and gain the trust of both the buyer and the seller. I didn't know fellow G had such a close relationship with Madame Du. Since you're the owner of the Nether Parade, it's always good to get to know each other. I wonder if fellow G can introduce me to her. Guchen said with slight envy. Haha, that's easy, Ji Yang replied straightforwardly. Once the transaction is completed, I'll find an opportunity. Ji Yang's reply was straightforward, but he left a caveat. Madame Du was a beauty capable of causing the downfall of nations, and she also owned the ghost parade. There were many people who wanted to meet her. Although Ji Yang had some connections, he didn't dare to introduce her to just anyone. Not directly rejecting Guchen was already giving him face. If Guchen could really bring him generous rewards, it wouldn't be too late to consider this problem. Alright, it's a deal. Guchen smiled, and didn't seem to mind. Very soon, both the host and the guest were happy, and Guchen and the great prophet bade farewell and left. After leaving Ji Yang's territory, the great prophet stroked his beard and asked, "Where are we going next?" "We're not going anywhere. We've already found our target." The smile that Guchen maintained earlier disappeared, and his gaze turned ice-cold. "That woman?" the great prophet muttered. Guchen's previous conversation seemed casual, but he had set up many traps to get information from Ji Yang. From Ji Yang's reply, it could be deduced that he wasn't from Qiankuan Group. Or rather, he was indirectly helping Qiankuan Group, just that he didn't know. This was in line with Qiankuan Group's style of doing things. And from Guchen's reaction when he saw that woman, as well as his subsequent question, Gu Chen had already guessed that this woman wasn't ordinary. That's right, this woman isn't Madame Du, her real name is Medusa, and she comes from Chaos Sea just like me. Gu Chen didn't hide anything, and told him the truth. He had never expected to see Medusa again in a place like the Ghost Parade. Back then, she was Fang Yuan's trusted aide in Chaos Sea, so the moment he saw her, Gu Chen knew that he didn't need to waste any effort on others. Truly, one could wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching only to find it by chance. He and Medusa had a lot of karma that needed to be severed. Fang Yuan had 3 trusted aides, Venerable Pu Ji, Qian clan's ancestor, and Empress Medusa. Back when Fang Yuan was still hiding in Fang clan with the identity of a cripple, these 3 had already known him and participated in his schemes. He did not know how deep their relationship with Fang Yuan was, but back then, Fang Yuan was able to take away his 4 divine-grade origin cores because of them. Venerable Pu Ji gave him the copper coin of fate path, Qian clan's ancestor betrayed him, and Medusa participated in the kidnapping of his son, Gu Yi, and the destruction of the 9th realm. However, Medusa was different. Back then, she seemed to have slaughtered the entire 9th realm with the power of chaotic petrification, but the truth was that she had left a trace of hope for survival. Precisely because of this, after he revived, the 9th realm regained its vitality and was not separated from his friends and family on ancient star Tsung. Thus, towards Medusa, Gu Chen was wary, but also grateful. He did not know why Medusa had left a trace of hope for survival in the 9th realm. It meant that she had betrayed Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan knew about this, she would not have a good ending. With this weakness, he might be able to make use of Medusa and make her like Xianxia, become his spy around Fang Yuan. Before meeting Medusa, Gu Chen had such a thought. Now that he finally saw her and knew that she had become the owner of Spectral Parade Street as Madame Du, Gu Chen's thoughts became more active. Xianxia did not want to reveal too much information, so he would start with Medusa. He believed that Medusa's understanding of Fang Yuan was much deeper than Xianxia. This was an excellent breakthrough. However, although Medusa had helped him before, she had also harmed him before. Her thoughts and intentions were hard to guess, so he could not reveal her identity like Xianxia. He had to find another way to control her. Even Spectral Parade Street fell into that Fang Yuan's hands. How many forces has he extended his tentacles into? After learning of Madame Du's true identity, the great prophet's expression turned solemn. Nether Wandering Street was the largest soul-traversing market in the dark world. As the owner of this place, it was equivalent to grasping countless channels and connections. He had investigated Heaven and Earth Group for a long time, but he had never heard of Madame Du's relationship with Fang Yuan. It could be seen that Fang Yuan had made 2 arrangements. On the surface, his spokesperson in the dark world was Morning Yen, who was in charge of all kinds of transactions. But in the dark, the owner of the Spectral Parade was also Fang Yuan's man. His influence in the dark world was beyond imagination. If that's the case, then the 100 Dawn house that you found earlier might not be reliable. The great prophet thought back to the place where Gu Chen had gathered information. If the house of Bai Xiaozhai was related to Medusa, they would have been exposed by now. Great prophet, there is no need to worry. The 100 Horizons house does not know our true identities. The Ghost Parade might belong to Medusa, but Medusa does not have the ability to know the true identities of everyone who enters this place. Gu Chen was quite calm. All Divine Ascension worlds were created by the Divine Ascension sect, and those who bought them would obtain Divine Ascension beads from the Divine Ascension sect, allowing them to control the entry and exit of the Divine Ascension world. If it was an ordinary sect, every Divine Ascension bead would be bound with a spiritual imprint, and it would not be difficult to find out a person's identity. However, the Ghost Parade was a market city. To ensure its openness and allow those who entered to trade with peace of mind, the Divine Ascension beads could not be bound. In addition, the Ghost Parade had existed for many years and had given out too many Divine Ascension beads, so Medusa had no way of locking on to their identities. That's true, but what if the other party sets a trap? That's why we need to be more careful when dealing with the house of Bai Xiaozhai. We just need to be more cautious when we go there in the future. We don't have much time before the Dao Quartz conference, so if we want to make any breakthroughs, we need to take risks. Gu Chen's eyes shone brightly. He and the great prophet were both cautious people, but the difference was that the more the great prophet calculated, the more concerns he had. while he was more willing to take risks most of the time, the two of them left the ghost parade, and a few days later, the great prophet also left Pei-du. The days passed peacefully, and Guchen did not go out again. He stayed in the Luo water palace all day long. In the eyes of the outside world, Chen Yunfei had left the Jade dynasty and returned to Pei-du because he did not have a good relationship with the new patriarch of the Chen clan. In the eyes of the countless citizens of Pei-du, Emperor Pei's teacher was extremely low-key. No matter how important the occasion was, he never showed his face. Spring passed and autumn came, autumn passed and winter arrived, and the next year came again. The cycle repeated itself. On this day, there was a vast energy fluctuation coming from Guchen's courtyard. The infinite Tyrannosaurus Rex guarding outside the courtyard sensed it. It opened its eyes and glanced at it, then quickly closed its eyes and continued to nap. Before that vast energy fluctuation could even reach the outside of the Luo water palace, it suddenly converged in a corner of the courtyard like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. There, Gu Chen, dressed in a white robe, raised his hand, and countless heaven-winding threads, invisible to the naked eye, frantically converged into his palm. Now, the number of heaven-winding threads had reached millions or even tens of millions. They were so densely packed that it was impossible to count them all. Every heaven-winding thread was condensed with a considerable amount of secret technique energy, and it was precisely because of this that it formed a terrifying surge of energy. At this moment, Gu Chen's face was expressionless. He released his divine sense, and his heart was one with heaven and earth. After several years of cultivation, he had already mastered the 14th level of the Xingyi weaving secret technique and entered the 15th level. Now, he was also about to master the 15th level, and only one last step was left. Countless heaven-winding threads converged in the air above Gu Chen's palm and weaved together one by one. The Xingyi weaving secret technique only needed to weave a Taoist robe to be considered mastered. The 15th level of the Xingyi weaving secret technique, on the basis of weaving, allowed the heaven-winding threads to transform into tangible objects. The secret technique's energy instinctively evolved into countless attributes, and these attributes formed the many substances in the world. The Xingyi weaving secret technique essentially used the heaven-winding threads to weave flesh and bones, solidifying the secret technique's energy into a stable substance. This was a process from illusory to real, from formless to tangible. It was extremely mysterious. What kind of tangible object should he choose? A sword? A saber? A spear? A seal? A halberd? The heaven-winding threads gathered sand to form a tower, and the soil to form a mountain. The object it transformed into would accompany him for a period of time, becoming his weapon. Pitter-patter. Pitter-patter. Suddenly, rain began to fall from the sky. Pei Nation had always been rainy. Countless living beings hurriedly walking on the streets of Pei-du opened the umbrellas they carried with them in a panic. When Gu Chen sensed this scene, he was enlightened, and he gently clenched his hand that was suspended in midair. Countless heaven-winding threads intertwined, spun, and fused. A simple and unadorned ancient umbrella gradually took shape. The umbrella frame was made of wood, the umbrella cloth seemed to be woven from countless metal threads, and the umbrella handle was like the hilt of a sword. Gu Chen closed the umbrella and casually propped it up. The sky cleared up, and the clouds were light, and the wind was light. Standing with the umbrella in his hand, Gu Chen remained silent for a long time, reviewing the various Taoist insights he had gained previously. It was not until the hurried footsteps of the clay bodhisattva came from outside the courtyard that Gu Chen's mind slowly withdrew from the Taoist state. "Boss, there are less than 10 days left before the auction. We should set off." The clay bodhisattva approached and glanced at Gu Chen's strange posture with the umbrella. "Does time pass so quickly?" Gu Chen opened his eyes and nodded. "Let's go." Thus, the two of them left the courtyard together. When they passed by the infinite tyrant dragon, Gu Chen thought for a moment and said, "This time, you'll come with us." Hearing this, the clay bodhisattva revealed a look of surprise, and the eyes of the limitless Tyrannosaurus Rex, which was originally looking lazy, instantly lit up. "If I leave, who will guard Paidu?" the infinite tyrant dragon asked. In the past few years, Paidu has been peaceful, and there have been no foreign troubles. It's okay to leave. Besides, Chen Wenfeng is here. He can handle ordinary troubles. Gu Chen said calmly. The infinite tyrant dragon's worries immediately disappeared when it heard this. It stood up and roared at the sky. That's good too. I haven't walked in the outside world for a long time. My bones are almost rusty. It moved its body. Although it looked like an ordinary dragon on the surface, the clay bodhisattva's eyelids twitched. Others might not have noticed this dragon in the Lua water palace that had not gone out all year round, but he knew very well that this was a tyrant dragon that was almost extinct. When Boss was not in Paidu, the infinite tyrant dragon was the stabilizing force. As long as he was there, Paidu was impregnable. It was not rare for Boss to go out these years, but he had never brought the tyrant dragon with him. This time, when he went back to attend an auction, he deliberately brought the tyrant dragon with him. It could be seen that this was not a small matter. Before we reach the destination, stay in my body first. It's more convenient this way. Guchen said again. The infinite tyrant dragon naturally had no objections, so he flicked his sleeves and put the tyrant dragon into his internal space. Then, the two of them went to the square of the Lua water palace, where a huge and majestic golden crow was already waiting. The golden crow spread its wings and flew into the clouds, passing thousands of mountains and rivers in a flash. Leaning on the umbrella, Guchen straightened his back and looked ahead, thinking about what he needed to pay attention to in the following trip. Their destination this time was the Sword Emperor dynasty. Just like the Pei dynasty and the Jade dynasty, it was also one of the 13 dynasties of the Second Mountain and Sea. Binhai City of the Sword dynasty would soon be holding a large-scale black market auction. The participants would come from all over the 9 mountains and seas, and all sorts of people would gather. It could be said to be an unprecedented grand occasion. The organizer of this auction was the owner of the Ghost Parade, Madame Du. Ever since he saw Medusa disguised as Madame Du on the street parade, Guchen had treated her as a way to get close to Feng Yuan. After that, he used the identity of Xiaoqiu as a black market buyer and made many transactions with the middleman, Ji Yang, slowly gaining his trust. In order to gain his trust, he had purchased a large number of weapons of slaughter over the past few years and spent a large number of Dao crystals. It could be said that he had invested a lot. Fortunately, it was all worth it. Now, he was considered a moderately famous figure in the Ghost Parade, and Ji Yang had also agreed to introduce him to Medusa. During the auction in Binhai City, Ji Yang would introduce him to Medusa, and this meant that the opportunity to make a move was here. Guchen had already learned about this auction half a year ago. It could be said that he had made a lot of preparations for this auction. As the largest divine tour market in the dark world, Ghost Parade Street would naturally have many rare and precious auction items in its related auctions. Because of these auction items that were usually hard to find, many famous figures in the dark world would come one after another. Even if they did not belong to the dark world, a large number of cultivators would be attracted. Thus, this auction would cause a huge commotion. There were all sorts of people and experts. Making a move on Medusa, the host of the auction, in such a place was no less difficult than playing dead in front of a Dao ancestor. Guchen knew that there were many variables in this trip, so he brought limitless Tyrannosaurus Rex just in case. There's less than a year left until the joint conference of Heaven Pu Dao Court. If I can't pry out some important information from Medusa, I can only follow Xianxia's plan. He hasn't told me his plan yet, so I have no idea what he plans to do. Time passed quickly. There was less than a year left of the 5 years that he had agreed on with Xianxia. The head-on confrontation with Feng Yuan was approaching day by day, and Guchen was anxious. This time, he would go to the Sword Emperor dynasty and capture Medusa no matter what. The blue sea gradually appeared in his vision, and a small city stood like a peninsula. It was surrounded by the sea on 3 sides and had a pleasant scenery. In the Sword Emperor dynasty, Binhai City was not a famous city because it was close to the Foam Sea and could even be said to be remote. In the past, this city had no more than 100,000 people, but in recent days, millions of cultivators had poured in. These cultivators had all kinds of strange appearances, and their clothes and styles were all different. Walking on the streets of Binhai City was like a wonderful world expo. There were cultivators from all over the 9 mountains and seas who had traveled thousands of miles to come here. Some had started their journey half a year ago to participate in the auction. A random cultivator they bumped into along the way could be a prince of a dynasty, an elder of an ancient clan, or even a great sage. It was not strange at all to say that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Here. The golden crow slowly landed at the southern city gate of Binhai City. Guqian and the clay bodhisattva jumped down and followed the flow of people into the city. The complex auras of 1,000,000 cultivators filled the entire city. Guqian looked around as if he was here for a vacation. At this time, he was dressed in white, and his handsome face looked a little feminine. There was a strange cross-shaped tattoo on his forehead. He was clearly a young man, but he was holding an umbrella in his left hand like a walking stick, which somehow made him look a little older. The clay bodhisattva followed beside him, looking at the appearance of Chen Yunfei and feeling a little puzzled. The task of building an external intelligence network had long been thrown to the Peach Blossom householder. In the past few years, Boss had established the Hidden God Army, which was responsible for entering and leaving the Divine Ascension realm. The commanders were him and Ninja Hidden. Ninja Hidden was responsible for opening up and developing the new Divine Ascension realm and establishing a stable channel for transmitting information. In addition to integrating and analyzing information from all sides, he was mainly responsible for the Ghost Parade. In the past few years, he had dealt with Ji Yang, including several transactions in the real world. Most of them were completed by him, so he was the most familiar with Gu Chen's plans for this trip. This time, they were clearly planning to harm Madame Du, but Boss didn't appear as Zhao Qiu in the Ghost Parade. Instead, he snuck into the city with the identity of Chen Yunfei, which was easy to find. It was really strange. The Leaping Carp building was the largest in Binhai City. It had a front building and a backyard structure. The front building had a total of 5 floors. It provided a wide variety of food, and there was even a daily supply of specialty seafood from the Bubble Sea. The backyard was where the lodging was. It was divided into 3 levels: heaven, earth, and mortal. The reception hall for the guests was located on the first floor of the front building. At that moment, many cultivators were crowded there, making a ruckus. All the rooms are full? There's not even a single mortal room left? Isn't there still a few days before the auction? Why are they all full? Manager, this isn't the first time I've stayed here. Can't you help me think of a solution? Cut the crap. I'll pay as much as you want. Think of a way to vacate a room for me. Some cultivators who had been here before tried to worm their way into the manager's good books, while others smashed thick stacks of crystal tickets on the counter. All sorts of noises were actually for the sake of staying in the Leaping Carp building. I'm sorry, everyone. Many esteemed guests have been staying in our inn recently. The rooms are really full. It's not that we're inconveniencing you. The manager explained again and again until his throat was dry. However, there was still an endless stream of customers who tried to pester him endlessly throughout the day. What's with all the noise? Idiot. Put away your crystal tickets. Can't you see that there are so many people here who don't have a place to stay? If there were still rooms, would it be your turn? Apart from the counter, there was also a tea house on the first floor. At that moment, most of the seats were filled with people. Seeing someone behaving atrociously at the counter, a customer scoffed. The cultivator who had slammed the crystal tickets on the counter turned his head with an unfriendly expression. He wanted to know who dared to speak to him in such a manner. He glanced at the person who had spoken, and his expression immediately changed. He then looked at the other customers who were sitting quietly in the tea house. All of them had dignified appearances and concealed their strength. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat on his forehead. He was momentarily speechless. Feeling fearful, he put away the crystal tickets and was about to leave the Leaping Carp building. However, he seemed to have thought of something. He gritted his teeth and found an empty seat to sit down, even if it was in a corner. Even if he couldn't stay in the inn, it was better to stay here and drink tea. The crowd in front of the counter gradually sensed that something was wrong and quietened down. As for the cultivator who tried to build a relationship with the innkeeper, he sighed and turned to leave the door, looking for another inn. Just as he was about to walk out of the door, he brushed past 2 people. One of them looked like a servant, while the other was handsome, but he held an umbrella and looked mature. The 2 of them entered the Leaping Carp Tower and went straight to the counter. Stay in the inn. I've already booked a room. Name? The shopkeeper asked. Chen Yunfei. The leader replied indifferently. This person was Gu Chen. The shopkeeper quickly confirmed his identity and nodded. "Sir, your room is room number 7. He handed a key to Gu Chen and called for a waiter to lead them there. "No need, I can go there myself." Gu Chen declined politely. Then, he led the clay bodhisattva to the passage that led to the backyard. Upon seeing this scene, many cultivators in the hall cast envious gazes. Some of their eyes even flickered incessantly. It was unknown what they were thinking. "Boss, when was this room booked?" As they walked along the passage, the clay bodhisattva communicated with Gu Chen through their spiritual senses. After entering Binhai City, Boss seemed to have a destination in mind. He led him all the way to the Leaping Carp Tower. He had always been in charge of trivial matters like accommodation. Gu Chen rarely worried about such matters, so he was somewhat surprised. Ninja came to Binhai City many days in advance. He booked the room. Gu Chen also sent a voice transmission with his spiritual sense. After saying that, he smiled. "Let me test you. Have you discovered anything special about the Leaping Carp Tower?" The clay bodhisattva pondered for a moment when he heard that. He recalled the situation where the rooms were full and many people couldn't stay in the inn. The Leaping Carp Tower is the largest inn in Binhai City. Due to the black market auction, a large number of cultivators have surged into Binhai City. Therefore, it's not strange that there's a shortage of accommodation here. However, the Leaping Carp Tower is full, but these people don't leave to look for other places. Instead, they sit down in the tea house as if they're waiting for something. Also, the cultivation levels of the guests in the tea house are generally not low. I can't even see through a few of them. The clay bodhisattva's expression turned solemn as he spoke. Perhaps it was because the mental demons brought about by the Orochi saint had been resolved, coupled with the resources that Boss had given him, his cultivation level had improved by leaps and bounds in the past few years. He was now only a step away from the sage realm. He was a mighty secondary sage, but there were a few people in the tea house on the first floor of the Leaping Carp Tower whose cultivation levels he couldn't see through. Could they be sages? There were also other guests. There were many experts at the sevenfold realm, and those at the sixfold realm were at the bottom. Although the signboard of the Ghost Parade Street might have attracted many famous cultivators, it was still a little strange for a mere inn to have so many experts. What you see is only the first floor. The other 4 floors and the guests staying in the backyard are even more extraordinary. Gu Chen laughed lightly. The clay bodhisattva was even more shocked when he heard this. Just as he was about to ask more questions, someone came from behind. "The two of you, please wait." Gu Chen and the clay bodhisattva turned around and realized that it was the cultivator who had smashed the crystal notes on the counter earlier. "What's the matter?" Gu Chen looked at the other party with a faint smile. He had roughly guessed the other party's intentions. "I am the leader of the Qing dynasty's Purple Phoenix sect, Jing Yunkue. May I be so bold as to ask you to let me have the room? I am willing to buy it for 10 times the price of the room." The leader of the Qing dynasty's Purple Phoenix sect, the clay bodhisattva examined the person in front of him in surprise. The Qing dynasty, like the Pei dynasty and the Yu dynasty, was also one of the 13 dynasties of the Second Mountain and Sea. This Purple Phoenix sect sounded somewhat familiar. It seemed to be a second-rate power in the Qing dynasty. As the leader of a sect, his cultivation had also reached the sevenfold realm. He could barely be considered a person of status. 10 times the price of the room? You really have the nerve to ask. What leader of the Purple Phoenix sect? Get lost. Suddenly, a few people came from the main hall. The leader was an old man in luxurious clothing. He snorted coldly and spoke rudely. "Who are you? How dare you humiliate the Purple Phoenix sect?" The leader of the Purple Phoenix sect, Jing Yunkue, was instantly enraged. "Great Zhou Dynasty, Zhou Tai." The old man casually announced his name. Jing Yunkue's expression immediately changed. The clay bodhisattva's expression also became solemn. The Zhou dynasty was also one of the 13 dynasties. The name Zhou Tai seemed to be the name of the great Zhou dynasty's retired emperor. The old man in front of him was one of the people whose cultivation the clay bodhisattva could not see. Now that he had announced his name, it was very likely to be true. "So it's the great Zhou saint. My apologies for not recognizing you." The leader of the Purple Phoenix sect looked uneasy. He cupped his hands at Zhou Tai and immediately retreated. He did not dare to have any intention of fighting for the room. What a joke. Not only was the other party a saint, but he also had a high position in the Tianpu Taoist court. He was not someone he could afford to offend. Even such an important person did not have a room. How deep was the water in the Leaping Carp building? Upon hearing Zhou Tai's name, the other people who coveted Gu Chen's room retreated one after another, unable to muster up the courage to resist. Some people even cast sympathetic looks at Gu Chen. What was the point of being well-informed and booking a room in advance? Wouldn't he have to obediently spit it out in the face of a big shot like Zhou Tai? Young friend, how about giving up the room to the old man? The old man is willing to give you a bottle of soul-replenishing pills as a reward. Zhou Tai was not as rude as he was to the others. He flipped his hand and took out a bottle of elixir pills and discussed it with Gu Chen amicably. Soul-replenishing pill? That's a precious elixir pill that can strengthen the principal spirit of a sevenfold realm cultivator, and it's a whole bottle. You're really rich. This kid isn't losing out. Compared to an illusory opportunity, the soul-replenishing pill is clearly more practical. All of a sudden, the surrounding cultivators who were secretly watching became envious of Gu Chen. He could obtain such benefits just by booking a room in advance. If they had known this would happen, they would have come here a few months earlier. Looking at the soul-replenishing pill in Zhou Tai's hand, Gu Chen smiled and said something that surprised many people. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, old man Zhou. I won't give up the room. Zhou Tai's expression became much colder, and he narrowed his eyes. May I ask who your master is? The kid in front of him looked young. Although he had deliberately hidden his cultivation level, he could tell that it was only at the sevenfold realm. If he dared to refuse a saint like him, he would either have an extraordinary background or be a pure hothead. Chen Yunfei of the Chen clan, replied Gu Chen. Chen clan, the cultivators present looked at each other. The surname Chen was not rare, but there were not many who had the confidence to face the retired emperor of the Zhou dynasty. The Chen clan of the Yu dynasty? Chen Yunfei. The old man has an impression of this name. Zhou Tai thought about it carefully, and his eyes flickered. Although there were many surnames, there was only one Chen clan. How could he not know Saint Chen's 3 fixed sacred techniques that were famous throughout the entire Dao world? A few years ago, when the Chen clan had re-emerged into the world, he had also paid attention to the situation in the Jade dynasty. At that time, a rather dazzling star was the Chen clan's Chen Yunfei. It was said that this person had become an elder of the Chen clan at a young age. His cultivation was not inferior to many cultivators of the older generation. In the previous Chen clan patriarch's tribulation, he had a rather stunning battle record. However, things didn't go well for this person. When the previous Chen clan patriarch failed his tribulation, he was excluded from the core circle of the Chen clan. He had the title of elder, but no real power. So it's the Chen clan elder. After learning the other party's background, Zhou Tai nodded indifferently, not taking it too seriously. Not to mention the Chen clan elders, even the current Chen clan patriarch would have to lower his head in front of him. There was no other reason. Although the Chen clan had inherited the seat of the 8 branches sacred ground in the heavenly Pu Dao court, they did not have a saint. They had only relied on the powerful Muhuang dynasty. Elder Zhou, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. It was impossible for him to give up the room, and Gu Chen was not interested in getting to know Zhou Tai. After saying a few polite words, he turned and walked into the courtyard. Zhou Tai's expression wavered as he watched him leave. He did not care about a mere Chen Yunfei, but he had to consider the possible consequences if he tried to snatch the room. Not to mention the fact that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the Leaping Carp Tower. If he acted recklessly, he would easily offend them. He also had to consider the other party's background carefully. Although it was said that this person was excluded from the core circle of the Chen clan, he was still an elder of the Chen clan in name. If something happened to him, the Chen clan would not ignore it. Now that the Chen clan had the backing of the Mu clan, he could not afford to offend them. Also, it was said that this person was related to the saint of the Luo sect of the Pei dynasty. He had to consider this as well. After thinking about it carefully, it was not worth it to forcefully snatch this person's room. It was better to change targets, there were so many rooms in the Leaping Carp Tower. It could not be that every room was occupied by someone he could not afford to offend, right? When Xiaochen entered the rear courtyard, he saw that it was quiet and secluded, decorated with carved beams and painted rafters. It was elegant but did not lose its grandeur. Covered bridges were connected all the way, and the guest rooms were hidden among them. Guchen walked unhurriedly, looking around. The rooms in the Leaping Carp Tower were divided into 3 grades: earth, and human. The human rooms were the worst, closest to the main hall. The earth rooms were much better. Not only were they spacious, but their surroundings were also good. As for the heaven rooms, they were even better. It was said that there were only 3 of them. Guchen quickly found the earth room. However, he was not in a rush to move in. Instead, he walked around the surroundings. When he was near the heaven room, he stopped and looked around thoughtfully. Along the way, he met many guests. These guests were very strange. They did not stay in their rooms. Instead, they wandered around. Intentionally or unintentionally, they wandered around the heaven room. After wandering around for a while, Guchen entered his room. The moment he closed the door, he set up a restriction to prevent prying eyes. Then, the clay bodhisattva could not help but speak. What kind of major character lives in the heaven room? Boss, you are even hiding this from me. This is too much. At this moment, the clay bodhisattva was certain that it was not a coincidence that Guchen stayed in the Leaping Carp Tower. He most likely had an ulterior motive like the others. The Zhou Tai he met outside was already extraordinary in terms of status and strength. Now, the people he met in this courtyard were either unfathomably noble or unfathomable. The people outside wanted to stay here, but the guests inside paid special attention to the heaven room. If the clay bodhisattva could not think of any major character living in the heaven room, he would be an idiot. I am not hiding this from you on purpose. It is just that you are in charge of Madame Du's side. The matters here are handled by Ning Jin. That is why you do not understand the situation. Guchen sat down. Boss, Madame Du's mission is already very difficult. Do you have any other plans? The clay bodhisattva rubbed his forehead. It was one thing for Guchen to target the organizer of such a large-scale auction. However, to think that Guchen was targeting other major characters. Did he not have enough enemies? The opportunity to come into contact with the guests of the heaven room is extremely rare. If I miss this opportunity, I do not know when I will get it again. Therefore, I can only advance on both sides. Furthermore, this is not necessarily a bad thing. Perhaps the plan will go even more smoothly. Guchen replied. His words aroused the clay bodhisattva's curiosity. Who exactly lives in the heaven room? In the entire second mountain and sea, there is only one power that can make so many imperial dynasties, ancient clans, and Taoist sects scramble to befriend it. What other power could it be? A pondering expression appeared on Guchen's face. The clay bodhisattva's pupils constricted. Many powers flashed through his mind. Finally, he took a deep breath and said 3 words. Supreme Chi Palace. That's right. The guest in the heaven classroom is Zhang Hao, the core disciple of the Grand Chi Palace. Most of the guests in the Leaping Carp building are here for him. Guchen revealed the secret. There was a very important agreement in the 5-year agreement with Xianxia, which was that he had to find a way to build a relationship with the people of the Grand Chi Palace. At the time, he had not known what kind of colossus the Grand Chi Palace was. He had only found out from Xianxia that it belonged to the Primordial Chaos Group. Now, he had formed a hidden army that could invade the various major divine traversing realms. His intelligence-gathering ability was already extraordinary, so he naturally knew how powerful the Grand Chi Palace was. The Primordial Chaos Group, it was the true core of the 9 great Tao courts, an amalgamation of superpowers with veto power, and the true maker of all the rules in the Tao world. The Grand Chi Palace was one of the members of the Primordial Chaos Group. There were only 4 powers in the Tao world that could be on equal footing with it. A total of 5 powers formed the Primordial Chaos Group. They were superior and had unparalleled privileges that other powers could not compare to. He's just a core disciple, yet he has such a great influence? Clay Bodhisattva smiled bitterly. Like the Grand Chi Palace, the Zhou dynasty also had a seat in the Pure Heaven Tao Court. At first glance, both sides should be equal. Zhou Tai was the grand imperial sire of the Zhou dynasty and a dignified saint. However, with such a status, why did he have to deliberately befriend a mere disciple of the Grand Qi Palace? Furthermore, Zhou Tai was obviously not the most honorable among the guests in the Leaping Carp building. Someone with a greater background was also eyeing this core disciple of the Grand Qi Palace. Was the gap between both sides really that big? Clay Bodhisattva had once been a famous bandit, so he knew about the Grand Qi Palace. However, he only knew that this power was very mysterious and had a very high status. He had not expected it to be so high. There are a total of 37 seats in the Pure Heaven Dao Court. Although the Grand Qi Palace only has one seat, it has veto power. Simply put, even if the other 36 powers agree to a proposal, as long as the Grand Qi Palace does not agree, it will not pass. On the contrary, as long as the Grand Qi Palace wants to implement regulations and promote something, the other 36 powers will not dare oppose it. Guchen said. After understanding the 9 great Dao courts, he became more aware that there was no fairness in this world. The existence of the Dao Court Conference seemed to provide a platform for the various factions to communicate and reduce conflicts. However, in reality, it was still a place where the strong preyed on the weak. Those who were unable to obtain a seat in the Dao Court could only be represented. They did not have any right to speak on matters that concerned their own interests. Sometimes, a decision made by the Dao Court could bring disaster to them. And it was the faction that had a seat in the Dao Court. It seemed like they had power, but they also had a special existence like the Hongmeng group. The power structure of the Dao world was a pyramid structure. At the top of the pyramid were the 5 members of the primordial chaos group, including the Grand Qi Palace. With such a privilege, don't the other forces have any objections? From what I know, the Grand Qi Palace isn't the only power in the second mountain and sea that has a Dao ancestor. The clay Bodhisattva could not understand the reason behind this. There were so many large and small forces in the Dao world, so why were these 5 forces given such a huge privilege? The greater the power, the stronger the martial power. I'm afraid the members of the primordial chaos group have power that the other forces don't have. However, our realm is not enough now, so we can't know the truth. Guchen answered. Over the past few years, he had gradually understood the overall situation of the Dao world. The deeper he understood, the more he felt that there was an invisible mastermind behind this. Even the Dao ancestor is afraid. Could the Grand Qi Palace have the legendary Dao integration tenfold realm? The clay Bodhisattva asked in surprise. The ninefold realm Dao ancestors were already regarded as the supreme beings of the Dao world. Apart from the legendary tenfold realm, he could not think of anything else that could make them compromise. The tenfold realm was called the ruler realm, but for countless years, no one had ever heard of a ruler appearing. Perhaps. We will naturally know in the future. At the mention of the ruler realm, Guchen's expression could not help but become solemn. The glorious ancient tyrant body was the strongest physique in the ancient Hadean era. When it was cultivated to the phenomenal success stage, even the Dao ancestors had to avoid its sharpness. He had always wondered how the Tyrant clan, which had once possessed 9 glorious ancient tyrant bodies, had declined. If the ruler realm really existed, then the decline of the Tyrant clan might have a lot to do with them. If that was the case, his enemies were far more terrifying than he had imagined. The topic has strayed a little too far. Now, I should think of a way to get close to the Grand Qi Palace's inherited teachings disciple. Guchen returned to serious matters. There was less than a year left before the Heaven Pure Dao Court's contact meeting. Although capturing Medusa was important, he couldn't neglect the preparations that Xianxia had asked him to make. Xianxia's original request was to establish a relationship with the Grand Qi Palace. Even if it was only to pass a message to the Grand Qi Palace's upper echelons, it would be fine. In that case, as long as he could form a friendship with the inherited teachings disciple, Zhang Hao, he would satisfy the request. No wonder Boss came to Binhai City as Qin Yunfei even though capturing Madame Du is such a sensitive matter. The clay Bodhisattva sighed and finally understood. It was definitely impossible to befriend the Grand Qi Palace's inherited teachings disciple with unknown origins. Qin Yunfei's identity was more suitable. Boss, how do you plan to do it? What about Madame Du? The clay Bodhisattva was very curious. We'll talk about the exact details when we meet Ninja. When night fell, Guchen and the clay bodhisattva left their room. At night, there were clearly more guests loitering in the courtyard, as though they were all looking for an opportunity to coincidentally meet. However, no one entered or left the heaven-class courtyard. It was hard to say if the esteemed guest of the Grand Chi Palace had already checked in. Coincidentally, Guchen and the clay bodhisattva met Zhou Tai again in the courtyard. At that moment, he had successfully checked into the Leaping Carp building, and his room wasn't far from Guchen's. Guchen wasn't interested in how the other party obtained the room. He only nodded politely and left the backyard and the Leaping Carp building. Zhou Tai looked at his departing back and recalled the unhappiness of being rejected during the day. He sneered. Even if the Qin clan's clan leader comes, he might not have the chance to meet the people from the Grand Chi Palace. A brat like you really overestimates yourself. After leaving the Leaping Carp building and seemingly strolling around Binhai City, Guchen arrived at a house near the seaside. After entering the house, Ninja had been waiting for a long time. The clay bodhisattva was somewhat puzzled as to why Ninja didn't wait for them at the Leaping Carp building but chose such a remote place to meet. Boss, the information of all the guests staying at the Leaping Carp building is here. Upon seeing Guchen, Ninja immediately handed him a jade slip. After a few years, Ninja had changed a lot compared to before. Not only had his figure become much stronger, but even the way he addressed Guchen had changed. Initially, he had listened to the clan leader's arrangements to stay by Guchen's side, and after a few years together, he was already convinced by Guchen. His ability to handle matters also made Guchen feel at ease. When he told him the secret of the heaven-winding silk, he had some misgivings, but reality proved that his trust in him was right. The Hidden Dragon clan's main members, the Hidden God Army, were very capable. They wore white robes woven from the heaven-winding silk and shuttled between the Divine Ascension realm and the real world all day long. In the past few years, they had not only discovered a large number of new Divine Ascension realms, but also expanded his sources of information. Their efficiency in collecting and organizing information was extremely high. Especially Renin himself. He was the one who discovered that the Supreme Chi Palace's true disciple Xianxia would be attending this auction. Otherwise, with the Supreme Chi Palace's usual secrecy and low profile, perhaps even after 5 years, Guchen would still not have a chance to come into contact with them. Opening the jade slip in his hand, Guchen carefully checked the information of the Leaping Carp Tower's guests. His gaze first fell on the guest list of the Heaven Courtyard. There were a total of 3 Heaven Courtyards. Besides Supreme Chi Palace's Xianxia, the other 2 guests were not simple either. One was the Star Sea Sect's elder Jiang Beidu, the other was the Dawn God clan's young master, Xinghuafu. The second mountain and sea originally had the 13 imperial dynasties, the 11 aristocratic families, the 8 holy lands, and the 5 major Dao sects. These 37 forces were present at the meeting of the Pure Heaven Dao Court. After the 8 branches Holy Land was destroyed, the 8 Holy Lands became the 7 Holy Lands. The Qin clan replaced the 8 branches Holy Land, and the 11 aristocratic families became the 12 aristocratic families. The Star Sea sect was one of the 5 major Dao sects. The Supreme Chi Palace was the leader of the 5 major Dao sects, and the Star Sea sect was ranked second. The Star Sea sect's elder Jiang Beidu and Supreme Chi Palace's Xianxia were of the same generation. It was said that the two had known each other for a long time. This time, Xianxia had come to the auction because he had been invited by Jiang Beidu. This matter should have been kept secret. After all, Supreme Chi Palace's true disciples had a special status, and they had always kept a low profile. Guchen was able to obtain this information because the Hidden God Army had long since taken control of the Star Sea sect's Divine Ascension world. In fact, in the entire Second Mountain and Sea, with the exception of the Grand Chi Palace, the Divine Ascension world of all forces were under the Hidden God Army surveillance. Guchen had received the news long ago, so he was able to book a room at the Leaping Carp Tower in advance. In fact, if he wanted to, he could even book a heavenly room. However, in that case, his intention to go to Xianxia would be too obvious, and it would not be beneficial to his plan. Guchen deliberately left the last heaven room because he was a little curious about who would be the first to obtain it. Whoever obtained this room first basically meant that the other party's ability to gather information was more outstanding. To think that someone from the Dawn God clan would be the one to obtain it. Interesting. Guchen was deep in thought. The Daybreak God clan actually had some conflicts with him. The Blazing Sun clan, whose Qing dynasty had been seized by him, was born in a secret realm formed after Dao Father Daybreak battled with someone else. Over the long years, the Blazing Sun clan had viewed themselves as a subsidiary of the Daybreak Divine clan. Back then, Wu Lai had great ambitions. After he inherited the throne of Emperor Shing, he wanted to strengthen his relationship with the Daybreak Divine clan. Of course, this was just wishful thinking on the part of Wu Lai and the other members of the Blazing Sun clan. Based on what he knew, Dao Father Daybreak had never taken the Blazing Sun clan to heart. The Daybreak Divine clan did not take it seriously either. If they had taken it seriously, the Qing dynasty would not have been destroyed. If the Daybreak Divine clan had interfered, Guchen would not have won at all. Guchen was very clear about this, so he was not very afraid of the young clan leader of the Daybreak Divine clan. It was unlikely that the other party would cause trouble for him because of the Blazing Sun clan. However, there was still karma, so he had to be more careful. He continued to look down. The guests in the earth and human rooms were also not simple. Out of the 37 forces that were present in the heavenly Pu Dao court, 20 of them had actually sent cultivators over. As for the others who did not send people, it was probably because they were not well informed enough. For example, in order to avoid some trouble, Guchen had informed Grand Elder Chen Shanming and purposely cut off some of their intelligence channels. None of the cultivators sent by the 20 forces were of low status. They all had different statuses in their respective forces, but there was a general pattern. For example, the Daybreak Divine clan and the Star Sea sect usually sent elders or talented disciples that they had focused on nurturing. They were in the upper echelons of their forces, but they were not the decision makers. For the Zhou dynasty, they simply sent their highest leader. They were both forces of the heavenly Pu Dao court, but why did they send people of different levels? The answer was very simple. It depended on how many Dao ancestors were present. According to the known information, apart from the Grand Qi Palace, there were currently 8 Dao ancestors in the Second Mountain and Sea. The 13 dynasties had 2 Dao ancestors, Mu ancestor of the Mu dynasty and Sword ancestor of the Sword dynasty. The 12 dynasties also had 2 Dao ancestors, Dao ancestor Daybreak of the Daybreak Divine clan and Sea ancestor of the Azure Sea race. As for the 5 major Daoist sects, it was not clear how many Dao ancestors the Grand Qi Palace had. Even with Guchen's intelligence network, it was impossible to know. As for the other 4 major Daoist sects, they each had 1 Dao ancestor. Forces with Dao ancestors had their own pride. When faced with the true disciples of the Grand Qi Palace, they would not send people at the level of clan leader or sect leader to curry favor. As for forces without Dao ancestors, such as the Chen clan, the Pei dynasty, and the Green Willow Holy Ground, on the surface, they were also forces of the Dao court, but in reality, they were in a somewhat awkward situation. They often needed to rely on or deal with the other major forces. The destruction of the 8 branches Holy Ground was a warning. Without a Dao ancestor, they could suddenly be destroyed one day. Therefore, in the face of an overlord like the Grand Qi Palace, even if it was just a disciple, it was understandable that a saint like Zhou Tai would personally come to befriend him. As long as he could smoothly establish a relationship with the Grand Qi Palace, a Dao ancestor would not be so terrifying. After looking through the entire list, Guchen estimated that given his status, he would probably be quite inconspicuous among the guests of the Leaping Carp Tower. With the status and strength that he had displayed so far, it would probably not be easy to attract the attention of Zhang Hao of the Grand Qi Palace and successfully get to know him. Guchen frowned slightly, thinking of a good plan. The forces that have come after hearing the news are much more than we expected. Where did they get the information from? Ninja Hidden sighed. It was not easy to investigate the identities of the guests of the Leaping Carp Tower, and it had taken a lot of his energy. None of these guests were simple, and they were very vigilant. He had arranged to meet here because he was afraid of these people. After all, although the Hidden Dragon clan's ability to conceal themselves was strong, he had not yet stepped into the Saint realm. Especially among these guests, there were people who were very special to the Hidden Dragon clan. Ninja Hidden thought of the guy who had watched from afar, and his eyes became especially gloomy, even revealing a trace of hatred. The news was probably leaked by Jiang Beidu of the Star Sea sect? Guchen said with a smile. These words stunned Ninja Hidden and the clay bodhisattva, but they quickly understood. It was Jiang Beidu who had arranged to meet Zhang Hao, and Zhang Hao could not have leaked the news of his own accord. Naturally, it could only be Jiang Beidu who had spread the news. As for his motive, it was not difficult to guess. Perhaps he had originally planned to introduce some people to Zhang Hao. In that case, one would spread to 10, and 10 to 100, which naturally led to the current situation. Circles looked blurry, but in reality, they were very distinct. Zhang Hao of the Supreme Qi Palace had his own circle, and to be able to squeeze into his circle, one had to either have a first-class status, or be extremely talented. In terms of power, the Star Sea sect could not be compared to the Supreme Qi Palace, but it was much stronger than the Luo sect and the Chen clan. If Jiang Beidu wanted to introduce someone to Zhang Hao, it had to be someone in the same circle as him. As for someone like Chen Yunfei, he was clearly not qualified. Guchen checked the information of the guests of the Leaping Carp Tower, looking for a suitable breakthrough. At some point in time, the clay bodhisattva had secretly left the house. Establishing a relationship with the Supreme Qi Palace was only secondary. Medusa was the main task, and the clay bodhisattva was in charge of the relevant communication and arrangements. Now that they had entered Binhai City, the clay bodhisattva had its own mission. After an hour, the clay bodhisattva returned to the house and reported, "Boss, Ji Yang has decided on a date. The day after tomorrow evening, the senior statesman's meeting will be hosting a banquet near the sea. Madame Du will be there and Ji Yang will introduce you to her." The day after tomorrow? It happens to be the day before the auction officially starts, and it's being held by the Elder Guild. It seems like there will be many important figures present. Guchen nodded as he read the information. The Elder Guild was created by Medusa, and most of the members were originally the ferocious demon saints' capable subordinates. Medusa had been able to control the Ghost Parade in a short 30 years precisely because she knew how to share power. She had roped in the ferocious demon saints' capable subordinates into the Elder Guild and shared power with them. Naturally, no one objected to her inheriting the Ghost Parade. The auction would be held for 3 days, and the official start would be the day after tomorrow. By the day after tomorrow, most of the guests would have arrived. As the organizer, he naturally had to play the host. The guests invited by the Elder Guild to the banquet were undoubtedly wealthy and powerful figures of the dark world. These people were all powerful in the dark world, but on the surface, they might have even more impressive identities. Otherwise, the black market would still be the black market, and the auction would not dare to be so open and aboveboard. Which faction is in charge of maintaining the safety and order of the banquet? Guchen asked casually. Same as in the city, the Sword Emperor Dynasty Sword Pavilion is in charge, the clay bodhisattva replied. The Sword Pavilion again? Just how much protection fee did this Ghost Parade pay? Guchen ridiculed. The Sword Emperor Dynasty was founded by the Sword Ancestor, and the cultivators within its territory were mainly sword cultivators, whereas there were very few sects or clans from other sections. On the other hand, the Sword Pavilion was the personal disciple of the Sword Ancestor. It was the cultivation holy land that all sword cultivators in the world yearned for. Binhai City belonged to the Sword Sovereign Dynasty, so the auction naturally had to be approved by the Sword Pavilion. Not only did the Sword Pavilion agree to lend them the venue, but they were also in charge of maintaining order in Binhai City during the auction. Since it was a black market auction, there would naturally be many stolen goods appearing. However, according to the rules that Sword Tower had previously issued, even if the original owner of the stolen goods appeared, they could only retrieve their items through a transaction in Binhai City. In this way, the buyers and sellers of the black market had legal protection, which was an extremely rare situation. Since the Sword Pavilion was willing to provide such protection to Ghost Parade, it was inevitable that Ghost Parade would reward them handsomely. However, just the reward alone wasn't enough. The network behind Ghost Parade was probably terrifyingly complicated. There was no absolute light and darkness in this world. The reason why shadows could survive was because of the existence of light. Apart from the Sword Pavilion cultivators guarding the banquet, the guards of the various bigwigs won't be weak either. It won't be easy to take action, the clay bodhisattva said worriedly. He knew Guchen's goal, but Guchen hadn't said when he was going to take action. In fact, he hadn't even arranged for the corresponding assassins. He knew why. It was because their current faction couldn't be used in an occasion like Binhai City. Not to mention the Sword Pavilion, there were many forces in the city that were more powerful than them. Their manpower could only play the role of collecting intelligence at most. Even he could not help much. If they wanted to take action, Guchen would have to rely on himself. He had always believed in his boss's strength, but there were too many experts he had to face in the open and in the dark. Therefore, he couldn't help but worry. Don't worry. I naturally won't take action at the banquet. I'm just going to confirm it. Guchen understood the clay bodhisattva's worries. Although he was very certain that Madame Du was Medusa, he couldn't be at ease unless he saw it with his own eyes. Furthermore, he had to confirm how strong Medusa was. He had to ensure that he could take her down without fail once he took action. There were also the important figures at the banquet. Once the time came, he had to guard against the possibility of them discovering him and taking action. In short, there were too many things he needed to consider. If he wasn't careful, he would lose everything. Upon hearing Guchen's words, the clay bodhisattva felt much more at ease. It's about time to go back. Guchen stood up and accepted the jade scroll Renin had given him. Continue to monitor the movements of the Leaping Carp Tower's guests. You must be careful, he said. Yes. Renin obeyed. The next day, on the 5th floor of the Leaping Carp Tower. It wasn't even noon, but the dining area was already full. Some people had arrived early and had been sitting for the entire morning. For example, the Zhou dynasty's retired emperor, Zhou Tai. The Leaping Carp Tower provides food and drink on every floor. The higher the floor, the better the quality. The 5th floor's scenery and food are both superb. If the direct disciples of the Grand Qi Palace eat at the Leaping Carp Tower, they will definitely come to the rooms on the 5th floor. Zhou Tai glanced at the location of the rooms. There was only one room on the 5th floor. This room was not simple. Just the area alone took up a third of the 5th floor. It also occupied the best position to view the sea. Of course, it wasn't cheap. It had always been set up for the most distinguished guests of the Leaping Carp Tower. With Zhou Tai's wealth, it wasn't difficult for him to eat and drink in the room. However, he wisely chose to sit outside and wait quietly. There were many people who had the same idea as him. There were many distinguished guests on the 5th floor, but it was early in the morning, so no one dared to enter the rooms. Even if they waited for noon to pass and night to come, no one would go in. Because no one knew when the most distinguished guest would come here, of course, it was also possible that he wouldn't come at all. However, everyone was waiting to try their luck. During the long wait, footsteps suddenly came from the staircase. Zhou Tai's eyes immediately lit up. In his line of sight, a young man in white walked up leisurely with his servant. Seeing this, Zhou Tai's eyes were filled with disappointment. Then, he said mockingly, "Coming at this hour, little friend Chen, I'm afraid you're a little late. There aren't any seats left." Guchen glanced at Zhou Tai, who was sitting very close to the staircase. He said indifferently, "It's fine. I'm just here to look for someone." Hearing this, Zhou Tai smiled and ignored Guchen. Which guest here wasn't here to look for someone, but even if you were looking for someone, they had to be willing to accept you. Guchen scanned the 5th floor and quickly found the person he was looking for near the window. He walked over. Zhou Tai couldn't be bothered to talk to Guchen, but he was surprised when he noticed where he was going. Isn't that the young master of the Dawn Gods, Xianxia? Does Qin Yunfei have some sort of relationship with him? Zhou Tai guessed, but quickly shook his head. He had never heard of the Dawn Gods having any sort of relationship with the Chen clan. The difference in status between the two was even greater. Not to mention the fact that the Dawn Gods were much stronger than the Chen clan, Qin Yunfei was far inferior to Xianxia in terms of status. Xianxia was the next leader of the Dawn Gods. He was extremely talented, while Qin Yunfei had long been pushed out of the core circle of the Chen clan. While Zhou Tai was thinking, Guchen had already reached Xianxua's table and was stopped by his guards. Members of the Dawn Gods were born with golden patterns on their fair skin. They even had a pair of wings on their backs that were also covered in golden patterns. It was the same for Xianxua. At the center of his brows, layers of golden patterns gathered like a vortex. Xianxua was currently enjoying a lobster from the deep sea. He chewed slowly and didn't look up at Guchen at all. Guchen wasn't annoyed by the guards. He smiled at Xing Kuafu and said, "Young Master Sheng, I am Chen Yunfei from Pei Chao. Would you mind sitting down for a chat?" Guchen didn't mention the Chen clan, but Pei Chao. He guessed that if he said he was from the Chen clan, the other party probably wouldn't remember who he was. Pei Chao? Shouldn't it be Qing Chao? Xing Kuafu paused in his eating and looked up. He was finally a little interested in Guchen. The Qing dynasty is a thing of the past. Now, the Liu family is in charge, Guchen explained. Xing Kuafu narrowed his eyes and pointed at the empty seat opposite him. "Sit down." Seeing that the first step was successful, Guchen handed the ancient umbrella to the clay bodhisattva and sat down calmly. The clay bodhisattva stood together with Xing Kuafu's guards with the ancient umbrella in his arms. He looked calm as well. Although the Blazing Sun clan is not recognized by the Daybreak God clan, their hearts have always been sincere, and they have never stopped worshipping us. "You destroyed the Qing dynasty, and you still dare to come to me? Are you tired of living?" Xing Kuafu said expressionlessly. As the young clan leader, he had long been involved in the decision-making of the clan's affairs. Hence, he was aware of how the Qing dynasty had fallen. Back then, someone in the clan had suggested sending troops for the Blazing Sun clan. After all, the Blazing Sun clan had been born thanks to the patriarch, and they had worshipped the patriarch's statue for generations. They had even paid tribute to some of the clan members. However, because the Qing dynasty was too far away from the Daybreak God clan's territory, intervening would trigger the sensitivities of the other factions. Moreover, the benefits of supporting the Blazing Sun clan were extremely limited, so the suggestion was ultimately rejected. Although the suggestion was rejected, the great prophet of the Luo sect and Chen Yi of the Chen clan who had caused the Blazing Sun clan to lose their empire had left an impression on him. This Chen Yunfei was Chen Yi. The Daybreak God clan hadn't gone to find trouble with him, but he had instead come to them. Xing Kuafu was curious about what he wanted. Back then, the Pei Chao had no choice but to mobilize their troops. It was an act of self-preservation. "Please forgive us, young clan leader." After the incident, the Pei Chao preserved the bloodline of the Blazing Sun clan, so the two sides could be considered to have reconciled. Guchen's attitude was rather humble. It was as if he had come to explain this matter and didn't want to offend the Daybreak God clan. "Humph, if you had driven the Blazing Sun clan to the last man and embarrassed the Daybreak God clan, we would have been in deep trouble a long time ago." Xing Kuafu sneered. "The Pei Chao would never dare to make an enemy of the Daybreak God clan, and I don't dare to offend the young clan leader either. I happened to find out that the young clan leader was here, so I specially came to apologize." As he spoke, Guchen took out a brocade box from his sleeve and placed it on the table. "What is this?" Xing Kuafu asked indifferently. It seemed like the other party had come to give him a gift. However, he had never lacked anything, so he didn't think that a gift from the other party would be able to pique his interest. "Blazing pearl." "Oh?" The originally indifferent Xing Kuafu raised his eyebrows and immediately opened the brocade box. Inside the brocade box was a dazzling, spotless bead. Without the restriction of the brocade box, the bead gave off a warm energy, making people feel inexplicably comfortable. Excellent quality. This blazing pearl isn't cheap. Xing Kuafu closed the brocade box. His eyes flickered as he sized up Guchen again. Everyone knew that the Daybreak God clan cultivated the Tao of Light, especially their elder ancestor, who had become an elder ancestor with the Great Light technique. The blazing pearl was a light attribute treasure born from heaven and earth, and had always been beneficial to the cultivation of his clan. The blazing pearl in front of him was 1 in 1,000. To him, who was currently stuck at a bottleneck, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it came at the right time. It could save him at least a few hundred years of hard work. This was a great gift. In order to find this gift, I've gone through a lot of trouble all these years. If the young clan leader likes it, then my efforts won't be in vain, Guchen said emotionally. "Oh? You've been preparing this gift for a long time?" Xing Kuafu was skeptical. "That's not important." Guchen smiled, as if he didn't want to explain further. However, the more he acted like this, the more people felt that he had indeed put in a lot of effort for this gift. Xinquafu's expression instantly became much friendlier. As the saying went, one should never hit a smiling person, not to mention that the other party had given him such a great gift. It's normal for dynasties to change. The Blazing Sun clan's decline can only be blamed for their failure. Xinquafu relaxed, meaning that he wouldn't pursue the matter of the Blazing Sun clan. Then, he put away the blazing pearl. Seeing this, Gu Chen heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that this Xinquafu wasn't that difficult to get along with. After obtaining the complete guest list yesterday, he thought about it for an entire night. After filtering and elimination, he finally locked onto this Xinquafu. First of all, even among the distinguished guests of the Leaping Carp Tower, Xinquafu's background was still among the top. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to stay in the Sky Courtyard. If he could befriend him, it would be more likely for him to get to know Xianxia of the Grand Qi Palace. Secondly, and most importantly, it was the karma between him and the Dawn God clan. Whether it was Xianxia of the Grand Qi Palace or Jiang Beidu of the Star Sea sect, he had never met them before. If he took the initiative to approach them, he would only be rejected. However, Xinquafu was different. He used the matter of the Blazing Sun clan as an excuse to approach them and then gave them a gift of apology. This way, it wouldn't be too abrupt. After Xinquafu accepted the gift, their relationship became closer, and he had a chance to squeeze into their circle. As for the Blazing Pearl, it was indeed rare, but because it was only useful to a special clan like the Daybreak God clan, its value wasn't as high as expected. This Blazing Pearl had been in his possession for almost a year. It had been brought back to him by someone from the Hidden Dragon clan during a black market transaction. Possessing a lot of information on the Divine Ascension realm was equivalent to possessing a huge amount of wealth. A mere Blazing Pearl was nothing to Gu Chen. If Xinquafu liked it, then it was worth it. With the gift as a bridge, Xinquafu didn't mind Gu Chen eating at the same table as him. The two of them chatted casually and seemed to be having a good time. That kid is friends with Xinquafu. Good thing I didn't offend him before. Seeing the two eating at the same table from afar, Zhou Tai was shocked at first, but then he rejoiced. Although he was a bit dissatisfied with Chen Yunfei, he didn't do anything to harm others. As the saying went, be kind to others. Xinquafu sitting at the same table with him didn't mean they were friends through life and death, but there was no need to leave any hidden dangers for himself. I heard that the direct disciples of the Supreme Qi Palace live in the Leaping Carp Tower. I didn't believe it at first, but seeing so many people sitting here, I have to believe it. Gu Chen and Xinquafu chatted, mentioning the scene of the 5th floor being full. He wasn't worried about Xinquafu seeing through his intentions. In reality, most people knew that the direct disciples of the Supreme Qi Palace were staying in the Leaping Carp Tower. If he deliberately avoided talking about it, it would seem suspicious, and his friendship with Xinquafu wouldn't be sincere. It's rare for the disciples of the Supreme Qi Palace to roam the world, so it's normal to attract such a big crowd. But these people are just waiting for nothing. Xianxia won't appear at all. Xinquafu sneered. Oh? Isn't young clan head Xing sitting here waiting for the true disciples of the Supreme Qi Palace? Gu Chen said deliberately, sensing that Xinquafu seemed to know something. I just like the food here. Xianxia and Jiang Beidu left the sea early in the morning. I don't know what they're doing, Xinquafu said. Xinquafu said with a trace of dissatisfaction hidden in his words. Out to sea, Xinquafu's words were a bit unexpected. Many people in the inn had been watching the Heaven Courtyard. Xianxia and Jiang Beidu had left early in the morning, but not many people knew. But this was normal. If he were Xianxia, he wouldn't bother with people with ulterior motives. Gu Chen was suddenly a little worried. He didn't know if Xianxia would come back after he left. What? Brother Chen is also here for Xianxia? Xinquafu suddenly asked, his eyes narrowing with killing intent. If Gu Chen was here for Xianxia, then his previous acquaintance might be a trap. He wanted to use him to get to know Xianxia. It was true that the Supreme Qi Palace was high and mighty, but it was not a pebble that could be stepped on by others. I came to Binhai City to try my luck at the auction and see if I can find a few things I want. Gu Chen said. He found that Xinquafu's mood changed a little too quickly. It could be said that he was temperamental. Oh? What are you looking for? Tell me about it. Maybe I'll know something. Xinghuafu didn't believe Gu Chen. I want to find a few treasures of the 5 elements, as well as the martial techniques of the Yuan school. Gu Chen answered without hesitation. No one could tell that he was lying. I can understand why it's a treasure of the 5 elements. After all, you're a rare Taoist root of the 5 elements. However, what's with the Yuan Gate's martial techniques? Could it be that you've trained your body? Xinghuafu asked in surprise. Gu Chen's words successfully diverted his attention. In my early years, I accidentally came into contact with some of the Yuan school's orthodoxies and discovered some profundities. I took advantage of my free time to practice them as a way to strengthen my body, explained Gu Chen. I see. Xinghuafu nodded without any doubt. During the Yuan school's heyday, they had countless disciples. Although the Yuan school had been torn apart after the ancestor's death, they had left behind many legacies. Many cultivators had once studied the Yuan school's orthodoxy out of curiosity towards the Tao of body tempering. However, not many of them succeeded in learning it. Although the Qin clan's 3 fixed sacred arts are somewhat unique, they can't be considered a great Tao. It's been hard on you, said Xinghuafu. From his point of view, the reason why Gu Chen had comprehended the Tao of body tempering was definitely because it was difficult for him to make progress in his family's legacy. A Tao ancestor's legacy like him had always looked down on Saint orthodoxies. Compared to them, Saint orthodoxies had too many shortcomings and flaws. Gu Chen smiled without saying a word. He didn't argue with Xinghuafu. All right, I've eaten and drank to my heart's content. I'll take my leave first. Xinghuafu didn't plan on chatting with Gu Chen any longer. He got up, dusted his sleeves, and left. After he left, Gu Chen looked at the sea of bubbles outside the window and wondered if he should go out to sea as well. Perhaps he could run into Zhang Hao. However, the sea was vast, and he didn't know where Zhang Hao had gone. Searching for a needle in a haystack would probably be a waste of time. Gu Chen shook his head. Forget it. There was no rush. After lunch, Gu Chen left the Leaping Carp Tower and strolled around the city. Although the auction for the Ghost Parade would only begin the day after tomorrow, Binhai City was already bustling with activity. All sorts of markets had already opened, and there were even many small-scale auctions. If one really wanted to find treasures, they would still be able to find some. The Ghost Parade maintained an open attitude toward these markets and small-scale auctions. After all, the auction guests came from the 9 mountains and seas. It wasn't easy for them to make a trip here, so everyone hoped to have more choices. Moreover, how could the quality of the auction items from these small-scale auctions compare to the Ghost Parade? In reality, the green leaves complemented the red flowers, expanding the authority and influence of the Ghost Parade. After strolling around for an entire afternoon, Gu Chen returned to the Leaping Carp Tower. The dining area was still full, and there were still people loitering outside the Heaven Courtyard. However, no one saw Zhang Hao from the Grand Qi Palace. He didn't return even when the full moon hung high in the sky. It seemed that if he really went out to sea, it was hard to say whether he would return or not. Zhou Tai and the others waited anxiously, but Gu Chen carried the wine he had bought in the afternoon into the Heaven Courtyard. However, he wasn't going to find Zhang Hao, but to Xinghuafu's residence. They had gotten to know each other at noon. Gu Chen felt that he should strike while the iron was hot and build a good relationship with Zhang Hao. Xinghuafu didn't refuse Gu Chen. He had come to befriend Zhang Hao, but he hadn't expected Zhang Hao to leave with Jiang Beidu for an entire day. He had asked for a snub and was feeling bored. The two of them drank more and more. Suddenly, Xinghuafu slammed the table so hard that the wine glass shattered, and the wine spilled all over the floor. Gu Chen's expression remained the same. He smiled and said, "Is there something on your mind, Brother Sheng?" Xinghuafu didn't answer and only had a gloomy expression. However, Gu Chen could guess what was on his mind. As the two of them conversed, Xinghuafu unintentionally revealed a piece of information. He didn't seem to be on good terms with Jiang Beidu from the Star Sea sect. Thinking back to the information given by the Hidden God Army, the Dawn Celestial clan and the Star Sea sect had never been on good terms. One could understand why Xinghuafu's mood was so bad. He had come for Zhang Hao from the Grand Qi Palace, but Zhang Hao's attitude towards him was obviously not as good as Jiang Beidu's. Xinghuafu, who thought highly of himself, was naturally unhappy. At this moment, Xingquafu's guard suddenly entered the courtyard and whispered something in his ear. Xingquafu's gloomy expression suddenly changed. His eyes brightened as he looked at Gu Chen and said, "Brother Chen, are you interested in going out to sea with me?" "Now?" Gu Chen was slightly surprised. Remembering that Xingquafu had said that Zhang Hao had gone out to sea, he nodded. "I'll listen to you, Brother Xing." "All right. Let's go now." Xingquafu seemed to be a little impatient. He immediately flew into the air and headed straight for the sea. The bubble sea was actually not a real sea. The primordial chaos Dao world was a continent formed from many primordial Dao lands. In front of it, only the chaos sea was a real sea. The so-called bubble sea was more like an inland lake. Even so, the bubble sea could be said to be vast and boundless. The sea in the second mountain and sea mainly referred to the bubble sea. The bubble sea was very strange. The seawater was colorful all year round. As the waves churned, they would often produce a large number of bubbles that swayed and flew into the air. These bubbles were not to be underestimated. Sometimes, fish would accidentally fall into them and be unable to escape. Eventually, they would be lifted high into the sky by the bubbles. When the bubbles burst, the fish would fall and be crushed to death. Some of these fish were the size of a normal person, while others were whales the size of mountains. What kind of concept was a bubble that could lift whales into the sky? Gu Chen recalled the information about the bubble sea in his mind as he followed behind Xingquafu at an unhurried speed. They flew deep into the bubble sea. In the dark night, Xingquafu was like a swaying stream of light. The aura he emitted was clearly at the sage level. With such a cultivation level at such a young age, Xingquafu could be considered a genius even without the halo of being the Dawn God race's young family head. As they gradually moved away from the shore, the night sky in front of them suddenly filled with stars. Each star looked like it was the size of the sun, as though they were just inches away. And in the sea ahead of them, huge waves surged into the sky like the roar of a sea god. Someone was fighting. Gu Chen frowned slightly and quickly determined this point. At that moment, he saw Xingquafu suddenly slow down. With a flip of his palm, an exquisite flying shuttle appeared out of thin air. He took a step into the flying shuttle and waved at Gu Chen. "Brother Chen, come and have a seat." Gu Chen wore a puzzled look as he boarded the flying shuttle. Following that, the flying shuttle flew at a low altitude above the sea and slowly headed for the battlefield ahead. "Brother Xing, what's the situation up ahead?" asked Gu Chen. "Do you see the phenomenon in the cosmos? It's the star C-Sex Jiang Beidou casting a dermic Dao, and the person fighting him is the ENC race's Hai Hong," said Xingquafu with a chuckle. "Why did they fight?" Gu Chen asked in surprise. "I don't know the specifics either. All I know is that Jiang Beidou secretly held a gathering on the sea today. I don't know what he did that crossed the line, but he provoked Hai Hong of the ocean race. The two of them fought over a disagreement." "Party? Didn't Jiang Beidou invite Brother Xing?" Gu Chen asked. I've never had a good relationship with that Jiang Beidou. He purposely hid this gathering from me, and I only found out about it." Tonight, Xingquafu gritted his teeth. Jiang Beidou invited quite a few people to the gathering, saying that he would introduce them to Zhang Hao, but he was the only one left. Being in the same inn, in terms of identity, strength, and status, how could he not be qualified to participate in this gathering? What did he mean by that? If he said that he had forgotten, then Jiang Beidou didn't say anything even though they had just met in the morning. He didn't even mention the existence of this gathering. It was obvious that he wanted to create his own clique, deliberately ostracizing and humiliating him. After knowing Jiang Beidou's intentions, Xingquafu somewhat regretted coming to Binhai City. He was simply rushing to make trouble. Fortunately, he had arranged for his subordinates to secretly follow the two when they left in the morning to see where they went. That was why he was able to discover Jiang Beidou immediately when he got into a fight with someone. If not for this unforeseen event, he wouldn't have the face to come. After all, Jiang Beidou didn't invite him. Shamelessly coming would only make him a laughingstock. However, it was different now. He could say that he happened to pass by and annoy Jiang Beidou. "I see. Brother Xing and I were drinking on the boat tonight, and we happened to see some commotion over there. Out of curiosity, we went over to take a look." Gu Chen smiled as he understood the purpose of taking out the flying shuttle. Not bad, not bad. Let's go, Brother Chen. Let's go watch the show. Xinghuafu was very satisfied seeing that Gu Chen understood immediately and knew that he wanted to find trouble with Jiang Beidu without showing any fear. The flying shuttle quickly approached the battlefield. Although the storm on the surface of the sea was not small, the flying shuttle emitted colorful light that blocked all the wind and waves. The body of the ship was very stable. Looking from afar, a young man covered in starlight could be seen. As he raised his hands and feet, the stars around him moved in mysterious trajectories, emitting a soul-stirring power. The person fighting him had a ferocious expression and was covered in fish scales. He had a pair of wings, and with a casual flap of his wings, the waves would rise hundreds of feet high. These two people were obviously Jiang Beidu and Hai Hong. One was elegant like a god who had descended to the mortal world, while the other was ferocious like a demon from hell. However, the ripples from their battle proved that their cultivation had reached the sage realm. Gu Chen couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. He originally thought that the greatest difference between the Pei dynasty and the Chen clan, who also had a seat in the heavenly Pu Dao court, and the first-rate forces of the Second Mountain and Sea, was that they had a supreme Dao ancestor. However, apart from the Dao ancestor, the Shepherd clan had a sage king expert like Li Tian. Xinghuafu from the Dawn God clan, Jiang Beidu from the Star Sea sect, and even Hai Hong from the Blue Sea clan had all reached the sage realm. On the other hand, it was difficult for the Chen clan to produce a sage. The difference in strength was too great. Brother Chen, look, Zhang Hao is on that ship. Haha, Bao Yu from the Dragon Taming sect and Song Chaoqing from the Sword Pavilion are also there. I'm the only one not there. Xinghuafu pointed to a large ship not far away. He recognized the people on it and immediately gritted his teeth. Gu Chen's gaze followed where he was pointing. The first thing he noticed was a tall and burly young man with a heavy sword on his back. He looked simple and honest. The second thing he saw was a short young man in a yellow shirt with more than 10 cosmos sacks tied around his waist. From the feeling they gave off, Gu Chen guessed that the former should be Song Chaoqing from the Sword Pavilion, and the latter should be Bao Yu from the Dragon Taming sect. What about Zhang Hao from the Great Qi Temple? Gu Chen's gaze fell on an ordinary-looking young Taoist priest beside the two of them. He was wearing a dark blue coarse Taoist robe and had wooden clogs on his feet. His hair was tied up casually and he did not wear a crown. At first glance, he looked too ordinary. His appearance was the type that would not be noticed in a crowd. Otherwise, Gu Chen would not have noticed him at the third glance. The two people from the Sword Pavilion and the Dragon Taming sect were people that Gu Chen could tell had a strong aura at a glance. Zhang Hao was like a passerby that was used to contrast them. Gu Chen stared at Zhang Hao. A golden light flashed in the depths of his eyes. In an instant, all illusions were destroyed and his true self was revealed. With just a serious look, Zhang Hao, who was not far away, changed completely. The aura around him was completely chaotic and distorted. He was as dazzling as the sun. Song Chaoqing and Bao Yu, who were beside him, were as weak as candlelight. After Gu Chen's serious look, Zhang Hao seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly turned his head and fixed his gaze on Gu Chen who was on the flying shuttle. Zhang Hao's eyes met with Gu Chen's. Gu Chen's expression was calm until the other party's confusion gradually appeared on his face. This person's spiritual sense was sharp to be able to detect his prying. He was indeed a direct disciple of the Grand Qi Palace. However, that was all. Gu Chen was not worried that the other party would see through him. Hai Hong. That's enough. It's just a fish. I'll compensate you for your losses. If you continue to be so aggressive, don't blame me for being merciless. Jiang Beidu's suppressed anger voice came from the sky, causing Zhang Hao to look over again. Gu Chen also looked at the two people fighting fiercely. Just a fish? Jiang Beidu, the Bubble Sea is not a place for you land cultivators to behave atrociously. I will not forgive you for bullying the people of my sea clan today. Show me how merciless you are. The fierce Hai Hong roared angrily at Jiang Beidu. The sea seemed to be following his anger. Hundreds of water pillars shot up into the sky, shattering the starlight one after another. Jiang Beidu moved with the stars and the moon. His footwork was faintly discernible, creating a starry sky phenomenon. The stars in the sky streaked across beautiful trajectories, constantly shattering the water pillars as he waved his sleeves. However, water was formless. No matter how many times it was destroyed, it would immediately reform and evolve into a new killing tribulation. Even the starry sky could not guard against the various changes. Jiang Beidou was at a disadvantage. Haha, although Jiang Beidou broke through and became a saint a little longer than Hai Hong, the Bubble Sea is the vast sea race's territory to begin with. Hai Hong has the upper hand here, so Jiang Beidou is going to suffer. Xing Kuafu had already recovered from his feelings of being isolated. He sat on the flying shuttle and commented, enjoying the battle. Rumor has it that the Star Sea sect possesses the Great Star technique of the 8 Great Techniques, while the Sea Clan possesses the Great Water Travel technique. Watching these two fight, their Great Dao techniques are indeed extraordinary. Gu Chen complimented casually. Xing Kuafu revealed a disdainful expression. The Great Water Traversal art is one thing. The vast sea tribe has indeed used this Great Dao technique to rule over this sea region. However, the Great Star art. No matter how bright the stars are, they are still just specks of light. How can they be compared to our tribe's great light art? Xing Kuafu's words were extremely arrogant. It was clearly a battle of orthodoxy. Gu Chen only maintained his smile, neither agreeing nor denying it. In his opinion, the 8 great techniques all came from the 9 primordial Dao laws, so they should each have their own merits. It was only the difference in the users that made it difficult for them to be superior. At this moment, starry sky reverse, meteors fall. Jiang Beidou intended to turn the situation around. With a flip of his hand, the surrounding starry sky hung upside down. From the faraway sky of the Dao world, a terrifying meteorite transformed into a shooting star and smashed toward the sea region. Before the meteor even landed, it had already covered an area of 100 miles. Even the sky was trembling. Gu Chen watched with interest. From his perspective, he could even see a huge Dao spirit appearing behind Jiang Beidou. In its eyes, there were galaxies that were constantly being destroyed and reborn. Insignificant tricks. Hai Hong flapped his wings, casually causing strong air currents. It was clear that it was not difficult for him to dodge this huge attack falling from the sky with his speed. However, for some reason, he did not choose to dodge. Instead, he used his 2 arms that were covered in fish scales to scoop the waves below him. Buzz, from the tumbling waves, an extremely huge colorful bubble floated up. Along with his throwing motion, it flew toward the sky and welcomed the meteor that was falling at a high speed. The moment the meteor fell into the bubble, that terrifying weight and the destructive force brought by its high-speed movement seemed to vanish into thin air. The bubble actually flew back into the sky with the meteor. What a mystical water element Dao technique! Gu Chen was amazed. He also saw the Dao spirit behind Hai Hong, and his Dao spirit seemed to be more solid than Jiang Beidou's. Gu Chen was not sure if this showed the difference in their Dao technique cultivation. However, as the meteor was sent back, Jiang Beidou seemed to be losing. I want to see how many stars you can stop. Jiang Beidou's eyes shone brightly. The saint-level energy on his body fluctuated continuously. It was close to 150 million Dao power. North Pole attraction, 7 stars fall. His palm shot out a ray of starlight toward the meteor that was sealed by the bubble. Then, a loud rumbling sound came from the distant Qingming. Damn it! This Jiang Beidou's minor star battle technique has already been cultivated to the perfected realm. Xing Kuafu's expression suddenly changed as he cursed. Just as he finished speaking, the 7 meteors in the night sky had already descended. It was they who had caused such a huge commotion. At this moment, the 7 stars were connected, forming the shape of a dipper. As a Dao sect that possessed the Great Star technique, the Star Sea sect was said to be able to communicate with the stars in the sky. Their standard for selecting disciples was whether or not they could communicate with the power of the stars. Jiang Beidou had entered the Star Sea sect since he was young. The name Beidou was bestowed upon him by his teacher because he was naturally compatible with the Big Dipper star official. He was a rare genius. The handle of the dipper pointed to the east, and the world was in spring. The handle of the dipper pointed to the north, and the world was in winter. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper possessed vast and immeasurable star power. At this moment, under Jiang Beidou's technique, the handle of the dipper rolled between heaven and earth majestically. Boom! The first meteor that represented the Dubhe star collided head-on with the bubble, and the bubble burst. Roar! Hai Hong felt the pressure. His already terrifying appearance became even more ferocious. He raised his hands in the air and roared. Countless bubbles surged out from the waves, densely packed together. Tens of thousands of bubbles flew into the sky, carrying the mysterious power of the ocean, and easily supported the Dubhe star. Swoosh! Swoosh! The remaining 6 stars, including the Merak and Fekta, did not waste any time. Under Jiang Beidu's will, they all crashed into the sea surface. For a moment, huge waves rose in the sea, and violent energy surged violently. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Even though the flying shuttle that Gu Chen was on was protected by a formation, it was currently swaying in the strong wind. Not far away, the boat that Zhang Hao and the rest were on was protected by a vast and masculine sword ray. Hee, Brother Chen, this is no longer a place you can mess with. Retreat quickly. Xing Kuafu reminded him. Suddenly, he leaped from the flying shuttle and turned into a stream of light, heading straight for the center of the battlefield. No one knew what he was planning to do. The ancient umbrella that Gu Chen carried with him lightly touched the flying shuttle, and the flying shuttle immediately stabilized in the strong wind. He stayed where he was, waiting to see what would happen next. The violent energy impact quickly subsided, and the 7 meteors that represented the Big Dipper were all turned into dust. However, the impact produced was all absorbed by the bubbles below. Hai Hong was still standing on the sea, panting heavily. Meanwhile, Jiang Beidu's clothes were disheveled, and he swayed in the air. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize himself. His face was pale, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Fish. So many fish. Hai Hong looked at the sea surface and realized that because of the battle just now, even though he had tried his best to reduce the impact, there were still many fish that were affected. At this moment, they floated to the surface with their bellies turned upside down. Jiang Beidu, how dare you hurt the people of my sea species so unscrupulously? I must kill you today. Blue veins popped on Hai Hong's forehead, and he let out another angry roar. 100 million Dao power swept out like a tornado. It was obvious that he was not going to let this matter rest. This lunatic. This is going to be troublesome. Jiang Beidu's expression was extremely ugly. He never expected that he would fight to the death with a human because of a fish. Were the people of the sea species all lunatics? His attack just now had failed to take down the other party. He had already lost his confidence and was a little flustered. He looked at the boat below and revealed a pleading look. On the boat, Zhang Hao stood with his hands behind his back, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Meanwhile, Baoyu from the dragon taming sect and Song Chaiching from the sword pavilion looked at each other and flew into the sky. Tonight's gathering was organized by Jiang Beidu, and a few of them couldn't escape the misunderstanding just now. Now that he was at a disadvantage, they naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. Baoyu from the dragon taming sect summoned a sea-sweeping pterosaur. He stepped on the back of the sea-sweeping pterosaur and brandished the purple gold whip in his hand. He approached Hai Hong from the right. Sword Pavilion's Song Chouching pulled out the heavy sword on his back and held it in his hand. An unstoppable sword essence was ready to be unleashed as he approached Hai Hong's left side. Jiang Beidu relaxed quite a bit when he saw that he had 2 strong reinforcements. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled coldly at Hai Hong. It's just a few lousy fishes. If you want to be serious, then you can die with them today. The starry sky phenomenon reappeared around him, and the Big Dipper appeared behind him. Brother Jiang, don't kill him. It will deepen the conflict between the sea race and the land forces. Hearing that, Song Chaiching immediately reminded in a muffled voice. Jiang Beidu's expression stiffened. Of course, he knew that Hai Hong couldn't be killed casually. As the prodigy of the vast sea race, it was said that he was deeply favored by the sea ancestor. Jiang Beidu didn't want to incur the wrath of the Dao ancestor. Just now, Song Chuiching was just making a joke. Any normal person would be able to understand that. Who would have thought that Song Chuiching was so stupid that he actually took it seriously? Brother Song, I naturally know what to do. This place can be considered to be the territory of the Sword Emperor dynasty, so I'll hand him over to the Sword Pavilion to deal with after we capture him. Is this all right? Jiang Beidu's eyes flickered. He only wanted to teach Hai Hong a lesson. As for the aftermath, he was more than happy to leave it to the Sword Pavilion. That way, the Sea clan would only vent their anger on the Sword Pavilion when they found out that their clan's prodigy had been captured. He could completely stay out of it. That would be great. Thank you for your understanding, Brother Jiang. Song Chuicheng revealed a grateful expression. He thought that Jiang Beidou had stopped because of him. You're welcome, Jiang Beidou said with a smile. This blockhead was really stupid. He didn't see through his true thoughts at all. But then again, he had only befriended him because he had taken a fancy to his extraordinary talent in the sword Dao but had a pure heart. Such a person was the easiest to be manipulated by him. Humph. Do you think you can take me down just because you outnumber me? How laughable. I can take on 3 of you at once. Hai Hong looked at the 3 people surrounding him and said arrogantly with a disdainful look. You're only relying on the advantage of the bubble sea. Let's see how you're going to be so arrogant if your advantage is gone. Bao Yu of the dragon taming sect revealed a mischievous look in his eyes. The sea-sweeping pterosaur beneath him suddenly opened its bloody mouth and spat out icy flames into the sea below. Wherever the ice flame passed, the sea instantly froze. In just a moment, the sea within a radius of 100 miles was frozen. Even the waves that Hai Hong stood on had turned into icicles. If you have the ability, then freeze the entire ocean. Otherwise, what's the use of your tricks? Hai Hong laughed with ridicule while a wisp of seriousness flashed in the depths of his eyes. I don't have the ability to freeze the entire bubble sea, but I can stop you from borrowing the power of the sea for a short time. That's enough. Bao Yu mocked. Jiang Beidou saw that this was a great opportunity, and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. Do it. With that, Song Chuicheng immediately rushed out, while Jiang Beidou and Bao Yu purposely lagged behind. Hai Hong was powerful. If he was forced into a corner, it would be risky to get too close to him. It was better to let Song Chuicheng lead the way. Clang, Song Chuicheng slashed out with his heavy sword. Halfway through, it was suddenly blocked by a golden flowing light. This flowing light gradually took shape and turned into a winged man with golden patterns all over his body. He held a holy sword that was condensed from light and blocked Song Chuicheng's blade firmly. Xingquafu. Jiang Beidou's expression darkened when he saw the person who came. He had a bad feeling. I was enjoying the beautiful scenery of the bubble sea with my friends tonight. I didn't expect the commotion here to be so big that it spoiled my mood. That's why I came over to take a look. I didn't expect it to be you, Jiang Beidou, who is so shameless to bully someone with numbers. It's really infuriating. I can only help you when I see injustice. Xingquafu said the speech he had prepared beforehand, sounding righteous and awe-inspiring. Brother, you've misunderstood. It's not that we are bullying someone with numbers. It's Brother Hai from the sea race who is not rational enough. We can only take him down first. Song Chuicheng hurriedly explained. His face was a little hot after hearing Xingquafu's words. Brother Song, don't listen to his nonsense. I'm afraid this guy has been following us secretly since a long time ago. Jiang Beidou's face showed a mocking expression. What drinking with friends? Where's your friend? Xingquafu, I didn't expect you to be so thick-skinned. I didn't invite you, but you secretly followed me. Xingquafu's eyes flashed with killing intent when he was mercilessly exposed. He was about to reply when a voice suddenly sounded. Brother Xing left in a hurry. So you're here to stand up for injustice. Why didn't you call me? A flying shuttle slowly swam over from afar. Gu Chen stood on it, his white clothes fluttering in the wind as he held onto an umbrella. Everyone's gaze turned over at once, including Zhang Hao's ship not far away. Seeing that Gu Chen did not listen to his words and retreated, but instead joined in and confirmed what he had just said, Xingquafu was surprised and nodded at him in appreciation. Who is this? He seems very unfamiliar. Jiang Beidou frowned slightly. He did not believe that Xingquafu just happened to come to this sea. If you want to fight, then fight. What's the point of talking so much? I don't need the help of land cultivators. Go away. Hai Hong shouted at this time, not appreciating Xingquafu's kindness. Xingquafu's expression turned ugly. This idiot. Shouldn't he obediently accept his help at this time? Ha ha ha, Xingquafu, it seems that you think too highly of yourself. Don't you feel ashamed? Jiang Beidu laughed. The Sea clan had always been prejudiced against land cultivators like them. Xinquafu still wanted to show kindness to them. He was simply shooting himself in the foot. Xinquafu's expression became more and more ugly. Wasn't Hai Hong putting him in a difficult position? Brother Hai is powerful. Perhaps you don't need help from others, but if the battle is in a stalemate for too long, the people of the Sea clan will be hurt. Brother Hai, do you want that to happen? Gu Chen spoke at this time. When he was watching the battle earlier, he found that Hai Hong had been trying to prevent the aftermath of the battle from hurting the fish in the sea. When he found that the fish were accidentally hurt, he was even more furious, so he asked tentatively. Xinquafu was already involved in this battle, and he also took the initiative to join in. Of course, he could not return empty-handed. Hai Hong looked at Gu Chen in surprise. He didn't expect a land cultivator to be worried about the lives of his people of the Sea clan. The reason why he attacked tonight was because Jiang Beidu and the others were competing in casting and fishing. Their methods were too cruel, so he came after hearing the news. He only wanted to give a warning, but Jiang Beidu made fun of him and completely disregarded the lives of the Sea clan. Therefore, in a moment of anger, he attacked. Not only Jiang Beidu, but his other companions also thought that he was being unreasonable and making a mountain out of a molehill. This was essentially the arrogance that flowed in the blood of land cultivators since ancient times. Why were the lives of land cultivators important, but the lives of the Sea clan not? Hai Hong originally thought that Gu Chen and Xinquafu were jackals of the same tribe like Jiang Beidu, but after hearing what Gu Chen said, he immediately hesitated. That's right, the chances of him winning alone were too small, and it would even cause more casualties in the nearby sea. If he was prejudiced at this time, wouldn't he be harming the people of the Sea clan? Sir, may I know your name? Hai Hong looked at Gu Chen, and his tone became much gentler. Jiang Beidu and the others were instantly shocked. This sea barbarian was completely unreasonable earlier, so why did his tone change with just one sentence? My name is Chen Yunfei. Gu Chen replied. Jiang Beidu and the others quickly searched their minds for this name, but they had no recollection of it. Chen? Are you from the Chen clan of the Jade Dynasty? Bao Yu of the dragon taming sect suddenly had an idea. There was only one faction with the surname Chen in the Second Mountain and Sea, so it wasn't hard to guess. That's right. Gu Chen didn't deny it. His words brought back even more memories. Jiang Beidu laughed coldly. I heard that a genius appeared in the Chen clan in recent years. I think his name is Chen Yunfei. Looks like it's you. Genius? If I remember correctly, the Chen clan doesn't even have a single saint. I'm afraid this so-called genius doesn't live up to his name. Bao Yu chimed in, his tone full of mockery. A few years ago, the Chen clan patriarch had failed his tribulation to become a saint, and the Dao patriarchs from all over had come to spy on Mount Dingkong. The matter had caused quite a stir, and they had naturally heard about it. Everyone knew that the Chen clan still lacked a sage. Therefore, the person in front of them was at most at the sevenfold state. Everyone present was a proud son of heaven, and not only were their factions top-notch in the Second Mountain and Sea, but they had also broken through to the Saint realm. Naturally, they didn't care about this so-called genius of the Chen clan. Xinquafu, are you really that unpicky with your friends these days? Jiang Beidu laughed involuntarily. He had intentionally excluded Xinquafu by not inviting him, but he had never imagined that his standards for making friends would be so low. This Chen Yunfei was even more laughable. He had earned the reputation of being a genius in a remote place like the Jade Dynasty and Pei Dynasty. Did he really think he was on the same level as the true chosen of the Second Mountain and Sea? Humph, Xinquafu snorted coldly. Of course he knew that Chen Yunfei wouldn't be of much help, which was why he had asked him to leave. He hadn't expected that Chen Yunfei would follow him. Even if Chen Yunfei wasn't strong enough, he couldn't ruin his reputation. Furthermore, Chen Yunfei had just helped him out. Brother Chen, is it? I appreciate your kind intentions, but let's finish this quickly. Unlike Jiang Beidu and Bao Yu, Hai Hong took a deep look at Gu Chen and said. Xinquafu was overjoyed when he heard this. This sea barbarian was finally enlightened. Brother Hai, the outcome of your battle with Jiang Beidu hasn't been decided yet. Continue fighting, I'll hold these two back. Xinghuafu hurriedly said. He could tell that Jiang Beidu was obviously no match for Hai Hong, so he was more than happy to see Jiang Beidu beaten up today. It would be best if Jiang Beidu lost his life. Song Chaiqing and Bao Yu were not weak, but he was confident that he could hold them back and not let them get in the way. Of course, he did not count Gu Chen as a combat force. All right. Hai Hong nodded heavily. He stomped on the layer of ice beneath him and soared into the sky. He chased after Jiang Beidu aggressively again. Dream on. Bao Yu and Song Chaiqing were about to give chase when Xinghuafu's body exploded with dazzling light, turning into countless light swords. Light sword prison. The sword of light swayed and quickly set up a barrier between heaven and earth, blocking the two's path and illuminating the dark night like it was daytime. Clang, Song Chaiqing struck with his sword. A huge sword ray shot out from his heavy sword and destroyed the light barrier. Xinghuafu's expression changed slightly. At this time, Bao Yu had predicted the timing. The sea-sweeping pterosaur beneath him spread its wings and was about to escape from the barrier. Whoosh! Suddenly, a wave of sea current swept over from the side, forcing the sea-sweeping pterosaur to retreat. It had missed a great opportunity to escape from the barrier. How could this be? Bao Yu could not help but look down as he retreated. The ocean within 100 miles should have been frozen by him. He thought that it was Hai Hong who did it, but when he looked down, he froze. The originally frozen ocean was suddenly ignited with a monstrous flame. The flame melted the layer of ice, allowing the sea current to flow out. The flame spread out in a circular shape, and in the center of it was an ancient umbrella. The tip of the umbrella emitted flames continuously, and the person holding it was looking at him calmly. You are the one who did it. Bao Yu's expression darkened. He looked around and found that as the layer of ice rapidly melted, more sea currents rose into the sky and turned into many blue dragons, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws around him. The flame that spread from the tip of the ancient umbrella was extremely terrifying, causing the ice within 100 miles to melt rapidly and turn into bursts of white steam. The surrounding sea dragons exuded an extraordinary aura that was enough to stop his sea-sweeping pterosaur. So the Qin tribe already has a sage. They really hit it well. Bao Yu squinted his eyes and re-examined the handsome young man in white in front of him. I had a lucky breakthrough not long ago. My apologies, Brother Bao. Gu Chen smiled. At this time, the Dao power that escaped from his body had reached exactly 100 million. It looked a little unstable, as if he had really just broken through. Xinghuafu, who was fighting with Song Chaiqing not far away, saw this scene and was pleasantly surprised. To be honest, the power of Song Chaiqing's sword was beyond his imagination. If he really had to stop the two of them at the same time, he would not be confident. Now that he had the help of a sage, the pressure on him would be much less. No wonder he dared to help. He had already broken through to the sage realm. So what if he has entered the sage realm? My dragon-taming sect's orthodoxy is 100 times stronger than the Qin tribes. Bao Yu said coldly. His pupils suddenly turned into prismatic shapes, emitting a strange light. At that moment, Gu Chen realized that a Dao spirit had appeared behind Bao Yu. This Dao spirit looked like both a demon and a demon. As Bao Yu's words fell, chains fell from the Dao spirit's body and slowly swam through the void, extending towards him. This Dao spirit could not be seen by ordinary people. The chains were also formless, but Gu Chen could see them and felt that they were dangerous. The dragon taming sect has the great taming technique of the 8 great techniques. Rumor has it that this great Dao technique can tame all things and make ghosts and gods obey its orders. The only one who has mastered the complete great taming technique is the Tao ancestor of the dragon taming sect. Many people in the dragon taming sect have only mastered the dragon taming seal of different grades and some beast taming techniques. What this guy is using now should be the famous beast taming eyes of the dragon taming sect. Rumor has it that he can tame ferocious beasts with just one look. In essence, it is at the level of a small Dao technique. All kinds of information about the dragon taming sect flashed through Gu Chen's mind. The divine wander realm of the dragon taming sect had also been invaded by his hidden god army, so it was not difficult to obtain such information. The great Dao techniques were unfathomable, and the small Dao techniques each had their own merits. If it was someone else, it would not be easy to break Bao Yu's beast taming eyes, but the glorious ancient overlord body was not afraid at all. The chains that extended from the Tao spirit were getting closer and closer to Gu Qin. There was even a strange formation appearing under his feet, trying to seal him and make him sign an unfair spiritual beast contract. Suddenly, the ancient umbrella in Gu Chen's hand was raised, and the ice on the sea completely melted at this moment. Shook House website. The tip of the umbrella poked at Bao Yu's position, and a sharp gunmetal sword ray shot out. He is not affected by the ocular sorcery. Is his mental power very strong? Bao Yu was surprised. He casually swung the purple gold whip in his hand, and the sword ray was instantly defeated. That's all. He smiled coldly, but the tip of the umbrella was dazzling. Rays after rays of Gung Jin's sword aura, like a violent storm, crazily poured out. Not good. Bao Yu's expression changed drastically. Seeing that he could not dodge, countless beast manes appeared on the surface of his body. Bang, 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 many sword rays hit Bao Yu head-on, but they could not break through the layer of manes. Bao Yu's defense was too strong. After blocking the attack, Bao Yu heaved a sigh of relief. When he looked at where Gu Qin was, he realized that he had disappeared. Bao Yu's scalp went numb for no reason. He instantly turned around and lashed out with his whip. Bang, an ancient umbrella brushed past the whip. The umbrella was covered in flames, and it hit Bao Yu's body. Bao Yu howled in pain, and his whole body turned into a burning man. He fell from the sky. Gu Qin landed lightly on the back of the sea-sweeping pterosaur. Roar! The pterosaur roared angrily, and it turned around in the air, trying to throw Gu Qin off. Silence! A wisp of aura was released from Gu Qin's body. Only the pterosaur could feel it. It immediately quieted down, and a look of respect appeared in its eyes. This mount is not bad. I won't stand on ceremony and keep it. With a thought, Gu Qin kept the pterosaur into his spatial pocket. Xing Huafu and Song Chaicheng saw this scene from afar, and their faces were full of shock. They did not expect Bao Yu to be defeated by Gu Qin so quickly. Jiang Beidu, who was further away, also noticed this, and his face revealed a look of embarrassment. Bao Yu was defeated, and Song Chaicheng was fighting 1 against 2. He could not help him anymore. Interesting. Zhang Hao, who was watching from the side, looked at Gu Chen's ancient umbrella thoughtfully. Reckless fool. An angry roar came from the sea, and a toad the size of a mountain suddenly emerged from the sea. On top of its head, Bao Yu, who was wet and in a sorry state, stood there with a sinister look on his face. Fortunately, you're fine. Seeing this, Jiang Beidu heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he thought, how could the dragon-taming sect's heaven's pride be defeated so easily? He's changed his mount again. Gu Qin narrowed his eyes as he looked at the giant toad Bao Yu was riding. The most frightening thing about the dragon-taming sect was not their individual martial strength, but their ability to control demonic beasts. The winged dragon just now had an extraordinary bloodline, and the toad in front of him was a primordial mutant. Give me back that pterosaur. Bao Yu stared at Gu Qin with a murderous look. Previously, he had only acted out of respect for Jiang Beidu. But now, it was a personal grudge. What if I don't return them? Gu Qin said expressionlessly. He did not have any thoughts about the winged dragon, but the Wuji tyrant dragon in his body had demanded it. Since that was the case, he would not return them. Moreover, although this was the first time he had come into contact with the dragon-taming sect, there was already karma between them. Chen tribe, are you looking down on the dragon-taming sect? Bao Yu gritted his teeth. A second-rate force like the Chen tribe would not have dared to offend the dragon-taming sect in the past. This guy before him must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall. Why? You can't defeat me, so you want to suppress me with your power? Gu Qin teased. When he revealed his sage state cultivation, it meant that his days of hiding his strength were over. He was not someone who only knew how to keep a low profile. Suppress me with your power? Do I need to kill an ant like you? Bao Yu laughed heartily as he opened the many Qiankuan bags on his waist. In an instant, many demonic beasts scrambled out of the Qiankuan bags. In just a short while, they covered the sky and covered the earth. Terrifying demonic aura shot into the sky, causing everyone who was fighting to stop. Jiang Beidu's face lit up with joy. He was indeed the dragon-taming sect's heaven's favorite. He brought along a demonic beast army that could easily destroy a kingdom, with the help of such an army, there was no need for him to fear Hai Hong. They're pretty impressive, but they're all trash. Hai Hong glanced at the tens of thousands of demonic beasts and said disdainfully. He was worried that these demonic beasts would cause trouble to the people of the Sea tribe. What a pity. Gu Chen looked at the black mass of demonic beasts before him and suddenly sighed. He raised the ancient umbrella in his left hand and placed his right hand on the handle. What's a pity? It's too late to regret now. Bao Yu's lips curled up into a cruel smile. With a wave of his hand, the demonic beast army charged towards Gu Chen. Everything within 100 miles was flooded with demonic aura. Countless demonic beasts opened their bloody mouths and bared their fangs, intending to tear the puny human into pieces. At this time, Gu Chen's white robe and black hair fluttered in the wind. He slowly opened the umbrella in his hand. The moment the umbrella was fully opened, a terrifying power of the 5 elements erupted from the surface of the umbrella. Boom, the dazzling flames engulfed the demonic beasts that were charging at the front. Their leather armors were instantly torn apart by countless gunmetal sword chi. Their flesh and blood were incinerated by the flames, the power of wood, the power of water, the power of earth. The 5 elemental energy turned the space upside down, creating a storm of slaughter. Vaguely, the wails of countless demonic beasts could be heard. The next moment, the sea became empty again, and a rain of blood fell from the sky. Bao Yu's face was pale, and his legs gave way. He stared in disbelief at the man in front of him who had casually wiped out his demonic beast army and held up an umbrella to protect himself from the rain of blood. In that instant, he felt as though he had just walked a circle around the gates of hell. Wu, the giant toad under his feet, suddenly let out a cry. At this time, everyone noticed that a bloody hole had appeared in between the toad's eyes. The wound was extremely deep, and blood was flowing non-stop. Bang, the giant body finally fell onto the sea, and its life force slowly dissipated. So it's this that's a pity. The corner of Xingquafu's mouth twitched. One had to know that the strength of the dragon-taming sex cultivators came from the demonic beasts they tamed. Who knew how long Bao Yu had spent collecting those demonic beasts, but they were all wiped out just like that. The losses were unimaginable. He remembered the first time he met Gu Chen at the Leaping Carp restaurant. This guy had hidden his strength too well. What a ruthless person. Ha ha ha. Hai Hong laughed loudly. Bao Yu and Jiang Beidu were jackals of the same tribe. They had no pity for the people of the sea race. Therefore, he felt an inexplicable sense of joy when he saw that all his demonic beasts had been wiped out. Not good, things are getting out of hand. Song Chuicheng had a long face. He had been willing to take down Hai Hong because he wanted to prevent things from getting out of hand. He didn't expect things to get out of hand instead. His sword tower was in charge of maintaining order during the Binhai City auction, but now he had gotten into a fight with someone. He would probably be punished when he returned. The blood rain continued to fall, and the sea was filled with the corpses of spirit beasts. The smell of blood mixed together, creating a strong and stimulating atmosphere. Even though they were quite a distance away from the coast, the fight had still alarmed many cultivators in Binhai City. A large number of rainbows were rushing toward the sea. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the very front were more than 10 beams of sword light, all of them wearing sword pavilion robes. They were clearly the sword pavilion disciples in charge of maintaining order in Binhai City. Over a dozen disciples of the sword firmament pavilion arrived here, and they gasped when they saw the horrifying sea of blood. Senior brother Song, what's going on? Weren't you invited to the banquet? Why are you fighting here? A cold and indifferent voice rang out. It was the voice of a female sword pavilion disciple. As she spoke, the female disciple's gaze was fixed on Gu Chen, who was standing in the rain of blood with an umbrella. This scene was too shocking for one's eyes. The blood rain was falling, but the man's white robes were not tainted by a speck of dust. He was standing on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, but his eyes were calm and deep. Junior Sister Chu, I don't know how to explain it. I'm the one who caused trouble. Song Chaoqing smiled bitterly when he saw his junior brothers and sisters. Junior Sister Chu frowned slightly when she heard that. She swept her gaze across the crowd, then sent a voice transmission to ask what was going on. As the two of them transmitted their voices, Gu Chen raised his head and casually glanced at the sword pavilion disciples. When his gaze landed on junior sister Chu, there was a slight ripple in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Senior brother Song, you're muddle-headed. With you here, this shouldn't have happened. After understanding the ins and outs of the matter, junior sister Chu couldn't help but speak up. The geniuses of the first-rate forces of the Second Mountain and Sea were in conflict, and a fight had broken out. This wasn't something the Sword Pavilion disciples could stop. Sword Pavilion disciples, stand down. Don't disturb our fight. Because of Gu Chen's thunderous methods, everyone had temporarily stopped fighting. Only now did they regain their senses. Xinghuafu coldly ordered the Sword Pavilion disciples. Song Chaoqing was a famous genius of the Sword Pavilion. It was fine if he gave him some face, but he didn't care about the other disciples of the Sword Pavilion. Now that Baoyu was obviously defeated, there was no one to help Jiang Beidu. He was waiting to see Hai Hong beat him up and then end up in a sorry state. Hearing Xinghuafu's words, many disciples of the Sword Pavilion clearly showed signs of retreating. They secretly regretted coming here so quickly. The situation was quite clear. The people who were fighting here were either sect elders or clan's young patriarchs. Their talents were extremely high and their positions were high. They weren't people who could be casually provoked. If he interfered rashly, he would offend one side no matter what. He might as well pretend that he didn't know and not appear here. Young clan leader Xing, our sword tower is in charge of maintaining the order of the Binhai City auction. We naturally can't allow you to fight here and cause any adverse consequences. Please forgive us. All the disciples wanted to retreat, but junior sister Chu spoke coldly. She seemed a little rash. Hee, what's wrong? Do you want to help your senior brother beat me up? Xinghuafu's eyes flashed with cold electricity as he carefully looked at the person who spoke, but he couldn't help but be stunned. This junior sister Chu was extremely beautiful. She was actually the most beautiful human woman he had ever seen in his life. If there was anything lacking, it would be her cold temperament, making it hard for others to approach her. Senior brother Song made a mistake and should repent in time. He won't fight you again. Young clan leader Xing, please stop in time to prevent things from getting out of hand. Junior sister Chu spoke in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Song Chaoqing hurriedly nodded. That's right. I won't fight anymore. Everyone, please stop as well. It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Are you that obedient to your junior sister? Xinghuafu was a little speechless. If he wasn't wrong, this beauty from the Sword Pavilion had yet to reach the Sage Realm. In terms of status in the Sword Pavilion, Song Chaoqing should be much higher. If Song Chaoqing didn't want to fight anymore, it wouldn't be good for him to be overbearing. He looked at Hai Hong. Humph. This is the Bubble Sea. The people from the Sword Pavilion aren't qualified to maintain order here. Hai Hong didn't even look at the Sword Pavilion disciples and continued chasing after Jiang Beidu. Hai Hong. Don't be too arrogant. Jiang Beidu was exasperated. He was already at the end of his rope and couldn't beat Hai Hong at all. He could only dodge left and right. His injuries gradually worsened and he was in a sorry state. Haha, you must take revenge. Brother Hai is a true man. Don't worry, Brother Hai. Leave the others to me. I'll be the first to stop anyone who dares to disturb your life and death duel. Xinghuafu didn't mind the commotion and shouted. At the same time, he looked at the Sword Pavilion disciples threateningly. Gu Chen couldn't help laughing when he heard that. The original dispute had been labeled as a duel of life and death. Xinghuafu had made it clear that tonight, Jiang Beidu would be disgraced, and even killed. He didn't care about Jiang Beidu's life. He glanced at Baoyu on the toad's corpse and saw that Baoyu was only looking at him with hatred. He didn't have the courage to attack him anymore, so he looked at Zhang Hao on the boat far away. The reason why he was willing to get involved in this mess tonight was to attract Zhang Hao's attention. According to his intelligence, Zhang Hao and Jiang Beidu should have a good relationship. Jiang Beidu was being forced into a dangerous situation, but Zhang Hao looked relaxed and had no intention of interfering at all. It looks like their relationship is fake. It's more of Jiang Beidu's bluff, murmured Gu Chen. Gu Chen muttered. As he was pondering, he suddenly caught a glimpse of junior sister Chu flying toward Zhang Hao's ship and finally landing in front of him. Gu Chen furrowed his brows. What is she trying to do? He felt inexplicably irritated. He felt that an unexpected variable had appeared on this trip to Binhai City. Junior Sister Chu said a few words to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao, who was watching the show leisurely, stroked his chin and nodded. Then, he casually waved his coarse Daoist robe. Hai Hong, who was chasing after Jiang Beidou and beating him up, suddenly saw a yin-yang fish picture appear in front of him. The black and white lights were distinct and instantly sucked him in. After Hai Hong was sucked in, the yin-yang fish picture spun around the yin-yang line and rapidly shrank until it completely disappeared. Suddenly, the monstrous waves caused by Hai Hong subsided. Jiang Beidou broke out in a cold sweat, having escaped death. Gu Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. Xin Kuafu also looked like he was facing a formidable enemy. He had easily dealt with the powerful Hai Hong with a flick of his sleeve. The strength of a true disciple of the Grand Qi Palace was even more unfathomable than he had imagined. Don't worry, I won't attack you. After easily dealing with Hai Hong, Zhang Hao cupped his hands at Gu Chen and Xin Kuafu. He did not seem to have any ill intentions. Xin Kuafu's eyes revealed deep fear as he recalled the Grand Qi Palace's ultimate technique that shook the entire Dao world. The Connate 5 manifestations. Primordial unity energy. If Zhang Hao could easily deal with Hai Hong, he could probably destroy him with a flip of his palm. Friend Hai lost control of his emotions, so let him calm down first. Don't worry, he's fine. Zhang Hao explained again, and Xin Kuafu was relieved to hear that Hai Hong was fine. The Supreme Qi Palace's inheritance is indeed extraordinary. Xin Kuafu cupped his hands. Gu Chen kept his umbrella, knowing that there was no need to continue the battle tonight. In reality, everyone present was a prodigy from various forces, and if something happened, it would cause quite a commotion. Therefore, it was unlikely that they would fight to the death. Zhang Hao's intervention was in line with his expectations, and he believed that Zhang Hao's intervention had made him remember him. Everyone, please board the boat. Don't let the busybodies see us as a joke. Zhang Hao made an inviting gesture, and a stream of curious cultivators rushed over from afar. Haha, since Brother Zhang has invited me, it would be impolite of me to decline. Xin Kuafu's eyes flashed, and he said straightforwardly. Other than looking for trouble with Jiang Beidou, his more important purpose was to get to know this direct disciple of the Supreme Qi Palace. Jiang Beidou was already in a sorry state, and Zhang Hao only intervened when the female disciple from the Sword Garret came forward. It was obvious that his relationship with Jiang Beidou was not as good as he thought, and this was a great opportunity to get to know him. Brother Chen, let's go. Let's continue drinking on the boat. Xin Kuafu did not forget to call out to Gu Chen, and he looked at him more warmly than before. Gu Chen nodded, and soon landed on the boat with Xin Kuafu. Song Chaiqing, Jiang Beidou, and Bao Yu also returned to the boat, but Jiang Beidou and Bao Yu were much more disheveled than before, especially Jiang Beidou. His clothes were tattered, and he no longer looked elegant. Junior Sister Chu, thank you. Song Chaiqing came to his junior sister and showed a grateful expression. Why didn't he think that only Zhang Hao could suppress the conflict between the two sides? If he had done so earlier, the two sides would not have caused such a huge commotion. The others also looked at junior sister Chu, curious why Zhang Hao would listen to her and intervene. Earlier, he was clearly watching the show, and his friendship with Jiang Beidou did not make him think of intervening. Was it because of this girl's beauty? Or because she was eloquent? Faced with the gazes of the crowd, junior sister Chu only shook her head and did not say anything. As she got closer, her beauty became even more breathtaking, but her cold temperament also became more obvious. Gu Chen glanced at her and sighed in his heart. Although his old friend was here, she was a stranger. Jiang Beidou, you have to thank Brother Zhang properly this time. If it wasn't for Brother Zhang, I'm afraid you would have lost your life. Xin Kuafu looked at the disheveled Jiang Beidou and did not forget to continue humiliating him. Jiang Beidou's expression tightened. He hated Xin Kuafu, who had interfered for no reason tonight. However, he was right, so he could only suppress his anger. Thank you for your help, Brother Zhang. He forced a smile and bowed to Zhang Hao. At this time, he even bore a grudge against Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao had been watching from the sidelines all this time, and he had wasted so much time trying to please him. The Grand Qi Palace has a special status in the Tianpu Dao court. The elders in the sect have repeatedly warned us to treat everyone equally when we travel outside, especially when the forces behind all of you are attending the Dao Court's meeting. I didn't help Brother Jiang in time just now. I hope Brother Jiang won't take it to heart. Zhang Hao smiled and explained. Jiang Beidu's heart trembled when he heard this, and he nodded. I understand Brother Zhang's difficulties. It was just a misunderstanding. Let bygones be bygones. Things can be bygones, but some things have to be returned. Bao Yu suddenly spoke and looked at Gu Chen with a gloomy expression. Qin Yunfei, you have to return the winged dragon that you took away earlier. Apart from that, you have to compensate me for the loss of so many spirit beasts. As soon as he said this, everyone present had a strange expression on their faces. Logically speaking, Bao Yu losing to Qin Yunfei was a very embarrassing thing. If the fight had continued, he would have been even more embarrassed, and he might even have lost his life. Now that they had finally reconciled, under normal circumstances, the losses from the fight should not be mentioned. If it had been anyone else, Bao Yu believed that he would not have brought it up either. But now, he was acting so self-righteously. How was he a loser? Everyone could guess where his confidence came from. It was because the dragon taming sect was much stronger than the Chen clan. Although the Chen clan was also attending the Dao Court's meeting, they were now attached to the Shepherd clan. Like the Shepherd clan, the dragon taming sect was also a first-rate force in the Second Mountain and Sea. It was said that the Dao ancestor of the dragon taming sect did not have a good relationship with the patriarch Mu, and they had fought in the past. If Qin Yunfei was a direct descendant of the Shepherd clan, then Bao Yu could only grit his teeth and accept the loss he had suffered tonight. But Qin Yunfei was just an elder of the Chen clan, and his status was much lower than Bao Yu's. Naturally, Bao Yu had to use his power to suppress him and try to regain his face. Everyone looked at Gu Chen, curious as to how he would react. Even Xingquafu did not immediately speak up for Gu Chen. The strength that Gu Chen had displayed tonight had truly surprised him, so he wanted to know more about him. Fellow Daoist Bao, did you injure your head in the fight just now? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Gu Chen replied expressionlessly under everyone's gaze. He did not give Bao Yu any face, nor did he care about the dragon taming sect's strength at all. What did you say? Bao Yu's face completely darkened, and killing intent surged in his heart. This damn Chen clan member did not know the immensity of the heavens and the immensity of the earth. Brother Zhang, I stopped just now out of respect for you. But if this fellow Daoist Bao continues to pester me endlessly, I will kill him on the spot. Does anyone have any objections? Gu Chen looked at Zhang Hao and said. His eyes were very calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. A look of surprise appeared on Zhang Hao's face, and he looked at Gu Chen with interest. When the other party was still on the flying shuttle, Zhang Hao had already noticed him. He felt that there was something special about him, but he could not tell what it was. When the other party used an umbrella to fight, he could not tell what material that ancient umbrella was made of, but he found it interesting. What he said now was even more interesting. It was obvious that he did not care about the dragon taming sect. Why had he not heard of such a person in the past? If the two of you really have an irreconcilable grudge, I will naturally not stop you. Zhang Hao touched his chin and nodded seriously. Haha, rest assured, Brother Chen. We have no objections. Xingquafu followed suit, and the way he looked at Gu Chen became more and more appreciative. Bao Yu could not help but hold his breath. He was so angry that his body trembled, but he did not dare to mention anything about compensation. He was not sure if this Qin Yunfei would really dare to kill him, but Zhang Hao had already said that he would not interfere. Given his current situation, if he continued to fight, the odds were against him. Jiang Beidu was seriously injured, so he could not help him. Song Chuiqing's brain was not good either. Instead of putting his life at risk, he might as well swallow his anger for the time being. There was still a long way to go. Sooner or later, he would settle the score with this Qin Yunfei. Thank you for your help tonight, Brother Bao. I will naturally compensate you for your losses tonight. Jiang Beidu spoke up at the right time, giving Bao Yu a way out. Tonight, Bao Yu had indeed fought with Qin Yunfei because of him. Moreover, with the arrival of Xingquafu and the Sword Garret disciples, he felt that he didn't have many allies left on this ship. Bao Yu happened to be in the same boat as him. With Jiang Beidu's words to ease the atmosphere, Bao Yu's expression finally looked better. He nodded at him. Brother Jiang, your injuries are not light. You'd better treat them quickly, or you'll give these despicable people a chance to kick you when you're down. With that, the two of them walked into the room on the ship to treat their injuries. It was rather like they were brothers in hardship. Young Master Zhang, the commotion on the sea tonight was rather big. It attracted the attention of many people. In order to prevent people from taking this opportunity to cause trouble in Binhai City, we'll be leaving first. Junior sister Chu of the Sword Garret also spoke up. She seemed to have no intention of staying on this ship to socialize with others. Song Chaoqing stood beside her and nodded, looking as if he was the one in charge. After so many twists and turns tonight, who knew how his sect elders would punish him when he returned? He had no intention of staying any longer. It's such a pity that Miss Chu and Brother Song can't stay. I'll personally treat you another day as an apology for the trouble we caused tonight, Zhang Hao said regretfully. Everyone on the ship looked pensive when they heard this. They couldn't help but look at junior sister Chu a few more times. The direct disciple of Supreme Qi Palace seemed to be treating this beautiful female disciple differently. Farewell. Junior sister Chu didn't say anything in the face of the direct disciple's obvious invitation. She simply replied and flew off on her sword. Song Chaoqing and the other Sword Garret disciples all followed behind. Brother Sheng, looks like we won't be drinking tonight. Guchen glanced at the many long rainbows in the distant sky. Some people had already recognized the identity of the people on the ship and were hesitating about whether they should come aboard to visit. It's a little disappointing. Sheng Kuafu shook his head. How could there be any fun in drinking when so many people were secretly watching them like they were monkeys? It's not a big problem. There's still some time before daybreak. The two of you can't just leave like this. Zhang Hao smiled and flicked his sleeve again. The entire ship was suddenly surrounded by chaotic air, completely isolated from the outside world. The ship seemed to have entered a strange passage, and its speed suddenly increased. A strange light appeared in Gu Chen's eyes. At this moment, he had the illusion that he was in the chaos sea. Everything around him was in a state of chaos. The vast void was devoid of light and images. Only the ship they were on had turned into a spot of spiritual light that was not extinguished. This feeling didn't last long. In just a few seconds, the surrounding chaos receded, and the ship sailed on the sea again. However, the coastline of Binhai City and the busybodies could no longer be seen. Good move, Brother Zhang. We're probably 1,000 miles away from where we started, right? Xing Kuafu praised. We're already 10,000 kilometers away. This is the true inner sea of the Bubble Sea, the core of the Blue Sea race. I'm sure no one will disturb us here. Zhang Hao spoke casually, but in the short span of a few breaths of time, he'd teleported the entire ship 5,000 kilometers away. Moreover, the people on the ship just happened to be unable to sense the changes in space and time, and it was even to the extent that they were unable to determine the distance. Such a level of divine ability and Tao art was something that not many people of the same age could compare to. The Tao orthodoxy of the Supreme Qi Palace. Interesting. Guchen thought to himself. His horizons were now extremely broad. He could see the profundities of ordinary Tao techniques at a glance, but he couldn't see through the Tao techniques of the Supreme Qi Palace. Most importantly, be it Xing Kuafu or Jiang Beidu, when they attacked, they were accompanied by special existences like Tao spirits. However, there were no Tao spirits around Zhang Hao at all. Could it be that as a member of the primordial group, the Supreme Qi Palace didn't have one of the 8 great techniques like the other forces? This was obviously not very possible. The 8 great techniques represented the 9 primordial Tao laws, which were the cornerstones of the entire Tao world. The higher one's position in the Tao world, the closer one's relationship with the great techniques would be. Among the many divine ascension realms that the Hidden God Army controlled, there wasn't much information about the Supreme Qi Palace. In fact, the Tao orthodoxy they cultivated was taboo. Even in the divine ascension realm, it seemed that it couldn't be mentioned. Thus, Guchen knew much less about the Supreme Qi Palace than the other forces of the Second Mountain and Sea. Now that he was observing Zhang Hao up close, he felt that this sect's Tao orthodoxy was even more mysterious. It would be great if he could find the divine ascension realm of the Supreme Qi Palace. Guchen couldn't help but think that all the divine ascension realms of the forces of the second mountain and sea were under the surveillance of the hidden god army. Only the Supreme Chi Palace was missing. He suspected that the Supreme Chi Palace might not even have a divine ascension realm. "Brother Chen, what's wrong? You seem to be in a daze." Zhang Hao's voice brought Guchen back to reality. At this moment, he was pouring wine for Guchen. Tonight was a banquet, so there was naturally no shortage of food and wine. Compared to his unfathomable appearance when he attacked earlier, Zhang Hao seemed amiable and approachable as he drank. He didn't have the air of a true disciple of the Supreme Chi Palace at all. "I was just thinking, why don't we let Brother Hai Hong go? Wouldn't it be more lively with more people?" Guchen raised his wine cup in a toast and said casually. "That's what we should do. It's just that Hai Hong is an impulsive person. I'm afraid he's not convinced yet." Zhang Hao rubbed his chin. "We'll just try to persuade him. I'm sure Brother Hai has calmed down by now," Guchen continued. "That's right. Hai Hong's abilities are indeed impressive. He's worth befriending." Xing Kuafu agreed. The vast sea race rarely interacted with the forces of the continent, so he didn't really know Hai Hong. Tonight's attack was just to annoy Jiang Beidu. But if he could get to know Hai Hong, who was very likely to be the future leader of the vast sea race, why not? "Alright, since the two of you have said so, let's let him go now." Zhang Hao shook his sleeve to the side, and the fiendish Hai Hong fell out. Guchen and Xing Kuafu were about to speak when they saw him, but they saw him rush to the edge of the boat and jump into the sea with a splash. Then, there was no movement. Did he run away? Xing Kuafu was stunned. Guchen also didn't expect this. Judging from the battle between Hai Hong and Jiang Beidu, he wasn't a coward. Could it be that he suffered a great loss when Zhang Hao locked him up? He must have gone to look for reinforcements. Seeing Guchen and Xing Kuafu look over, Zhang Hao blinked and gasped. Reinforcements? Guchen and Xing Kuafu then remembered that they were already in the inner sea of the Bubble Sea. They were probably not far from the nest of the vast sea race. Although the vast sea race is present at the heavenly Pu Dao court, they've never been on good terms with the forces of the continent. If Hai Hong really went to look for reinforcements, things might get troublesome. Xing Kuafu's expression turned solemn. The number of members of the vast sea race was extremely large, and the vast sea race was the undisputed overlord of the Bubble Sea. With Hai Hong's rallying power, if he wanted to bully them with numbers, they might not be able to withstand it. "The two of you helped Hai Hong previously. He won't attack you," Zhang Hao said, the corners of his mouth curling up. "I was the one who said to let him go. If Hai Hong wants to target Brother Zhang, I naturally won't stand by and watch." Guchen glanced at him and said. "That's right. At most, we'll hand Jiang Beidu over. He's the instigator." Xing Kuafu said confidently. Sensing that Hai Hong had run away, Jiang Beidu, who had just come out of the cabin, heard this, and his face darkened. "Brother Zhang, let's leave this place as soon as possible," he suggested. He was really panicking. Legend has it that the vast sea race built a magnificent palace in the depths of the sea. It's called the Heavenly Sea Palace. There are countless rare treasures inside. "Don't you want to go and take a look?" Zhang Hao said calmly, a mischievous look in his eyes. "I won't hide it from you. Before I let Hai Hong out, I told him that he can't fight against so many forces on the continent alone. I told him to look for reinforcements, and we'll take on any number of people." He did it on purpose. Everyone looked at each other. It turned out that Zhang Hao had a plan from the moment the ship moved to this sea region. He was obviously here to stir up trouble. Seeing his calm confidence and thinking of the Supreme Chi Palace, no one said anything. If they showed any fear now, wouldn't they be looked down on? "Since Brother Zhang wants to see the Sea Heaven Palace, I will accompany you." Jiang Beidu forced a smile, then sat on the ground and continued to recuperate. If Hai Hong really came back with reinforcements, he would definitely not let him off. Jiang Beidu was filled with worry. Bao Yu also walked out of the cabin. Knowing the current situation, his expression was gloomy and he said nothing. His injuries were not as serious as Jiang Beidu's, but he had lost almost all the spirit beasts he brought. If they really fought later, he would probably be the weakest. Thinking of this, he glanced at Gu Chen, who was chatting cheerfully with Zhang Hao, and a deep murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Gu Chen's spiritual senses were very sharp. Even though Bao Yu only glanced at him, he still sensed it. Brother Chen, if we really fight with the vast sea race later, remember to be careful of people behind you. Xinghuafu suddenly transmitted his voice. He had also sensed Bao Yu's murderous intent. Brother Sheng, don't worry. He won't be able to do anything. Gu Chen replied, but in his heart, he was thinking if there was any way to get rid of Bao Yu without letting the dragon taming sect suspect him. After an hour, the ship that was moving slowly on the sea suddenly seemed to have hit something and ran aground. Everyone on the ship became alert. They saw sea beasts that were hundreds of thousands of feet tall emerging from the water in all directions, letting out deafening roars. The roar shook the waves and the ship shook violently. However, it suddenly stopped, as if it was being held up by some monster. Because of the special spacetime influence of the Tao world, there have been very few monsters that are hundreds of thousands of feet tall on land. Rumor has it that the depths of the bubble sea are not affected by the rules. So it's true. Jiang Beidou looked at the huge creatures around him and felt as small as an ant. He could not help but gasp. Even if the cultivation of such a huge sea beast was average, the destructive power it could display was definitely not to be underestimated. The ship is under control. Is that Hai Hong crazy? Does he really want to kill us? Bao Yu looked at the strange giant tentacles that had appeared on the deck, firmly clamping down on the hull of the ship from all directions. At this time, even if Zhang Hao wanted to use his teleportation mystic art, he would not be able to do so. Interesting. Zhang Hao clearly had no intention of running away. He looked at the many sea beasts around him with interest. Gu Chen also looked on curiously. He discovered that these sea beasts only surrounded them, but they didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. Otherwise, if they made a move, the ship wouldn't be able to hold on. If they didn't want to attack, then that was a show of force. Gu Chen began to understand what the Oceanids were thinking. Suddenly, there was a commotion below the ship. A huge bubble slowly enveloped the hull of the ship, wrapping everyone inside. Break out. We have to break out. Jiang Beidou seemed as if he was facing a great enemy. The phenomenon of the starry sky appeared around him, and he was prepared to tear through the sky. Zhang Hao and Gu Chen remained unmoved. Xinghuafu saw that the two of them did not move and did not react either. Rumble, the hull of the ship was dragged into the sea by the huge tentacles. Jiang Beidou hurriedly said to Zhang Hao, Brother Zhang, the Oceanids must want to drag us into the sea to fight. If we really enter the sea, that's their territory. Our chances of winning will be very low. There's no rush. Zhang Hao waved his hand, his expression calm. Seeing him like this, Jiang Beidou was anxious and filled with hatred. You're the successor of the Supreme Qi Palace, and you weren't injured earlier. Of course, you can be fearless, but if I enter the sea, who knows if the Oceanids will take the opportunity to kill me. With the previous experience, Jiang Beidou didn't think that Zhang Hao would save him. Brother Bao, you and I are injured. Let's go first? Jiang Beidou looked at Bao Yu. At this moment, he couldn't care less about Zhang Hao. If he wanted to take the risk, then he'd do it himself. All right. Bao Yu and Jiang Beidou had the same idea. Seeing that the hull of the ship was about to completely sink into the sea, the two of them soared into the sky and acted alone. Xinghuafu was a little tempted. To him, Jiang Beidou's words were not unreasonable. If they really fought in the sea, it would be very disadvantageous to them. Brother Sheng, don't be impatient. The Oceanids have no ill intentions. At this moment, Gu Chen's voice sounded in his mind. Xinghuafu was stunned. After thinking for a while, he calmed down and bided his time. Just like that, the huge tentacles dragged the entire ship into the sea. Only then did the three of them see the appearance of the huge creature in the sea. This was a giant squid. Its tentacles completely wrapped around the hull of the ship and dragged them rapidly into the sea. Strangely, because of the existence of the bubbles around the hull of the ship, the seawater didn't surge into the ship. In fact, the ship couldn't even feel the huge pressure that should exist at the bottom of the sea. The huge sea beasts they saw earlier didn't attack them either. However, there were ripples of battle coming from the surface of the sea. It seemed like Jiang Beidu and Bao Yu had already been greeted by them. Xingquafu secretly rejoiced that he had held back just now. Otherwise, he would be the unlucky one now. Where is this taking us? Guchen felt the ship rapidly dive. In a short time, they had already dived hundreds of thousands of feet deep. Their surroundings were pitch black. Naturally, we're going to the Oceanids' lair as guests. This is an extremely rare opportunity, Zhang Hao said in anticipation. How deep is this bubble sea? Guchen asked curiously. No one knows, Zhang Hao answered. Even the Oceanids don't know? Gu Chen was a little surprised. The primordial Dao world was formed by the convergence of the various primordial Dao lands in the Chaos Sea. When the Dao world was born, a few huge sea domains like the Bubble Sea appeared. The depths of these seas aren't the Earth's crust but layers of space. These spaces are distorted and chaotic. Some places are so close that you can't see the ends of the world. Of course, there's no such thing as depth. Zhang Hao casually explained, not minding Gu Chen's ignorance. In fact, apart from the natives of the sea like the Oceanids, there weren't many factions on land that knew the truth. The bottom of the sea is distorted space? Don't tell me these spaces are related to the realm sea? Xingquafu's interest was piqued as he asked. Gu Chen's heart stirred as he recalled the various dangers he had experienced when crossing the realm sea back then. Above the realm sea, a wave was a dilapidated ancient world. As the tide surged, countless worlds were torn apart. The primordial Dao world spacetime was powerful enough to withstand the impact of the Chaos Sea. It was hard to imagine that such distorted and chaotic space existed within it. However, if these spaces were connected to the realm sea, this could be explained. It has nothing to do with the realm sea. Zhang Hao shook his head and said, the realm sea is the barrier between the primordial Dao world and the Chaos Sea. It has always been connected to it by the realm sea gates scattered everywhere. If the space here is also connected to the realm sea, how big a hidden danger would that be? These alternate spaces at the bottom of the sea can be understood as some gaps left behind by the convergence of the various primitive Dao lands when the Dao world was born. They exist inside and will not affect the stability of the Dao world spacetime. It's interesting that there are such alternate spaces under a few large sea regions in the Dao world. With the help of the alternate spaces here, one can cross the barrier of the mountain sea and reach the other sea regions of the Dao world. The sea race and the other overlord races of the sea use this method to communicate. What Zhang Hao said could already be considered a secret of the sea race. Gu Chen was secretly shocked when he heard this. Although the Supreme Qi Palace was detached from worldly affairs, its grasp of the various forces' intelligence was more terrifying than he had imagined. By the way, didn't I mention the Sea Heaven Palace before? The reason there are countless rare treasures in the Sea Heaven Palace comes from this alternate space at the bottom of the sea. These alternate spaces existed before the ancient Netherworld era and were fortunately preserved after the birth of the Dao world. Naturally, there are many rare treasures in them. It is said that when the Dao world was born, there was a spatial turbulence. Even the treasures of many powerful races were swept into these alternate spaces. The sea race can be said to rely on the sea to survive. Because of its proximity to the alternate spaces, they have found a large number of treasures in them over countless years. That is how the Sea Heaven Palace gained its reputation. Of course, these alternate spaces also hide some dangers, and the sea race has also paid a lot of casualties. Zhang Hao talked about his goal for this trip, which made Xingquafu's eyes burn with envy. I have heard of the sea race's extravagance and the Sea Heaven Palace's countless treasures, but now I know what is going on. Recently, I lack a satisfactory material for refining weapons. I originally wanted to take a look at the black market auction, but if I can enter the Sea Heaven Palace, I'm afraid it will be easier to gain something. Xingquafu sighed. Gu Chen was also tempted. This alternate space at the bottom of the sea sounded quite interesting. It seemed like after returning, he would let Renin and the others enter the sea race's divine traversing realm and carefully gather relevant information. Although the hidden god army could sneak into the various divine ascension realms, the total amount of information they could gather was too varied. Without his special request, the hidden god army would not search for information related to the different dimensions. While the three of them were talking, the giant cuttlefish had already dragged the boat down several tens of thousands of feet, and the originally pitch-black seabed was gradually surrounded by some glowing fish. These fish were all very large. Some of their eyes were as big as mountains. Some of them opened their mouths and a whirlpool appeared at the bottom of the sea. Suddenly, the area below them became abnormally dazzling. Guchen and the other two looked down and were surprised to see a huge glowing city below them. This city was built entirely from an unknown, glowing rock. It was much larger than any city that Guchen had ever seen on land, and it looked magnificent. The giant squid dragged the boat all the way to the city. It stopped at the city gate and retracted its tentacles. At this moment, someone was already waiting beside the gorgeous coral reef at the city gate. The leader was a heroic-looking woman from the ocean race. She wore armor, and behind her stood 2 rows of ocean race soldiers. "Welcome, everyone, to my vast sea race." The woman's tone was heroic as she cupped her hands at the 3 of them. "May I know who you are?" Xianxia asked with a smile. "Hai Hong is my younger brother," the woman answered. "So it's Miss Hai Xian. I've heard so much about you," Xianxia said politely. Guchen recalled that Hai Xian seemed to be a well-known figure among the younger generation of the vast sea race. Her reputation was even higher than Hai Hong's. "May I know where brother Hai Hong is?" Guchen asked curiously. "Hai Hong did not see the big picture and got into a conflict with you. Unfortunately, he was not strong enough and wanted to ask for reinforcements. The clan leader has already ordered him to be locked up and reflect on his actions." Hai Xian explained calmly, and the 3 of them had a look of realization on their faces. Actually, brother Hai Hong did not do anything wrong. It was Jiang Beidu who went too far. Xingquafu did not forget to insult Jiang Beidu and win the favor of the vast sea race at the same time. Hai Hong is not young anymore, but he still does things so rashly. He should have been taught a lesson. Hai Xian shook her head and said, "I know that you have come to my race's territory. To express my apology, I specially invited people to invite you as guests. But why does it seem like someone is missing?" The 3 of them had strange expressions. Hai Xian's personality was not as rash as Hai Hong's, but there was a hidden needle in her sleeve. With such a huge commotion on the sea, how did it look like she was inviting people as guests? It was clearly a threat. Xingquafu finally understood. Looking at the bigger picture, the vast sea race was not willing to offend the Supreme Qi Palace and so many other forces because of a small conflict. Therefore, after learning the ins and outs of the matter from Hai Hong, they directly punished him to achieve the effect of keeping the peace. However, the vast sea race still had to maintain their face. They could not let others think they were weak, so they went to invite them. If they were frightened by the scene and left the ship, they would inevitably suffer. In the end, the vast sea race would come out and say it was a misunderstanding. Poor Jiang Beidu and Baoyu had fallen into the trap. Things were not looking good now. But they had not made a move and obediently arrived here. They had truly become guests, and Hai Xian could not do anything to them now. "The 3 of you, please." Hai Xian invited the 3 into the city and led them to admire the scenery under the sea and the customs of the vast sea race. However, Xianxia was clearly not interested. After a few words, he asked, "I have long heard of the great name of the vast sea race's heavenly sea palace. Since you are here today, I wonder if you will have the honor of seeing it with your own eyes?" Hai Xian's footsteps stopped. This was the first time she had seen someone so impolite. In fact, the clan leader has already said that young Master Xing and young Master Chen have helped my brother before. My race is sincerely grateful. The vast sea race has always been grateful. Therefore, the clan leader has said that the 2 of you can enter the heavenly sea palace and choose any treasure as a token of our gratitude. Hai Xian smiled at Guchen and Xingquafu. Hearing this, Guchen and Xingquafu were pleasantly surprised. "What about me? Don't I have a share?" Xianxia asked immediately. "Young Master Zhang, you didn't help before, did you?" Hai Xian smiled. The other 2 had saved their lives, so the vast sea race should be courteous and give them gifts to make friends. However, Xianxia did not save them. Instead, he subdued Hai Hong. If the vast sea race allowed him to enter the heavenly sea palace to choose treasures, wouldn't it make people think that the vast sea race was afraid of the Grand Qi Palace? Although the Grand Qi Palace was powerful, the vast sea race would not bow and scrape. Moreover, Xianxia had deliberately released Hai Hong. They had guessed his motive. The other party had plotted against them, so they naturally had to teach him a lesson. That's not true. If I hadn't stopped Brother Hai Hong, Jiang Beidu would have been killed by him. And if Jiang Beidu died, the Vast Sea race and the Star Sea sect might start a war. Am I right? Zhang Hao was extremely thick-skinned, and he argued logically. Gu Qian and Xing Kuafu tactfully chose not to respond. They could both see the invisible competition between the two sides, and there was no need to get involved. Young Master Zhang's fallacious reasoning seems to make some sense. How about this, since young Master Zhang wants to see the Heavenly Sea Palace, you can follow. However, you won't get a share of the gift. Hai Xian seemed to be compromising, but in reality, it was more uncomfortable to see and not take. Alright, it's not bad to see. Unexpectedly, Zhang Hao did not bargain anymore and agreed without hesitation. It seemed that this was his original intention. Seeing that Zhang Hao was no longer pestering her, Hai Xian's eyes showed wariness. This direct disciple of the Supreme Energy Palace was clearly here for the Sea Heaven Palace. Seeing that he had compromised so easily, she needed to pay special attention to prevent him from playing any tricks. Everyone, follow me. Hai Xian led the way deep into the vast sea race's territory and quickly arrived at the Sea Heaven Palace. The Sea Heaven Palace was magnificent and extremely luxurious. The gems inlaid on the pillars were priceless in the outside world, but here, they were only for illumination. 2 elders of the vast sea race stood guard at the palace door. Hai Xian walked up and showed the clan leader's order before the 2 elders let them in. Passing through the protective formation, the moment they stepped into the Sea Heaven Palace, everyone's eyes lit up. Countless treasures of heaven and earth, talisman weapons, and medicinal pills were piled up here. Brilliant lights and vibrant colors flowed everywhere, dazzling one's eyes. Can I really pick any treasure here and take it away? Xing Kuafu took a deep breath. Even though he had heard that the vast sea race was rich, seeing it with his own eyes, he knew how poor the Dawn God race was. The treasures here he could tell were all valuable. Those he could not tell, just from appearance and aura, were definitely extraordinary. The vast sea race has always been trustworthy. If young Master Xing has anything you like, feel free to take it, Hai Xian said generously. Hearing this, Xing Kuafu, who was eager to make a move, immediately walked around the hall, looking for the ideal treasure. Gu Qian also looked around. There were all kinds of treasures here. Maybe there really was something he needed. Zhang Hao also walked around curiously. Hai Xian kept a close distance from him, clearly taking special care of him. This was not because of Zhang Hao's noble status, but because she was worried that he would do something when she was not paying attention. Even though a direct disciple of the Supreme Energy Palace would not steal, but it was better to be safe than sorry. If she really lost a treasure here, she would be suspected of dereliction of duty. The Sea Heaven Palace was very big, and there were many treasures. Luckily, the vast sea race did not have a time limit, so Gu Qian could slowly choose. Casually pulling out a simple and unadorned long spear from the weapon rack, Gu Qian carefully felt it. The long spear was like a dragon that was about to leap out of his hand, full of vitality and explosive power. In addition to the powerful force, Gu Qian also felt a rather weak aura. After carefully identifying it, he discovered that it came from a mark on the spear. Gu Qian had seen this mark before when he had entered the city. He guessed that it was a mark of the ocean race. With this mark, no matter how many treasures there were, they would be able to detect it immediately if they were lost. Gu Qian touched a few more treasures and found that all of them had a mark on them. The placement of the treasures in the Sea Heaven Palace seemed casual, but in reality, they were all very particular. 2 hours passed in a blink of an eye. Suddenly, Gu Qian's gaze was fixed on an inconspicuous dagger in the corner. The dagger looked like it was made of ordinary iron. The only thing special about it was the blue luster that occasionally flashed on the blade. Placed in a pile of colorful treasures, the blue luster of the dagger was easily covered. However, when Gu Qian was less than 10 feet away from the dagger, he felt an inexplicable sense of panic. He fixed his eyes on it, and the more he looked, the more disgusted he felt. It was as if the item in front of him was naturally resisted by his overlord body. This feeling was unprecedented. He remained calm and casually picked up the dagger from the rack. Suppressing the disgust in his heart, he carefully looked at it. He did not see anything special about the dagger, but the feeling of disgust lingered. Guchen was deep in thought. He did not look at the dagger any longer than the other treasures, and he quickly put it back on the rack. After that, he looked at many more treasures, but his mind was filled with that dagger. He was curious about its origin. This dagger was definitely not a weapon that was suitable for him, but it could make his Yaogu overlord body feel disgusted, which meant that it was definitely not that simple. Guchen had an idea. He did not have any particular interest in the other treasures, so he might as well choose this dagger later. Even if he could not use it, it would be worth it if he could figure out its secret. As Guchen was thinking, a voice suddenly came to his mind. Brother Chen, when you're choosing treasures later, can you take the stone statue on your left that's leaning against the pillar? It was Zhang Hao's voice. Guchen was surprised. At that moment, Zhang Hao was casually holding a jade bottle and admiring it. He did not seem to be surprised at all. Guchen looked in the direction he was pointing and soon found the stone statue. The stone statue looked simple, and it seemed that the craftsman responsible for the carving must have been very poor. However, it had been preserved in the alternate space at the bottom of the sea for so many years, and it was still so lifelike after being found and placed in the Sea Heaven Palace by the CC race. At least the material of the stone statue itself was not bad. Is there anything special about this item? Guchen asked Zhang Hao via voice transmission. He also did not show any change in expression. This item is useless to Brother Chen, but it's very useful to me. If Brother Chen can bring this item out and hand it to me, I will definitely thank you greatly, Zhang Hao quickly replied. His voice was no longer as lazy and frivolous as before. It could be heard that he really valued this item. Guchen recalled Zhang Hao's previous actions. It was likely that Zhang Hao had come to the Sea Heaven Palace for this item. What benefits can Brother Zhang give me? Asked Guchen calmly. Befriending Zhang Hao was one of his main goals in coming to Binhai City. Now, a great opportunity seemed to be right in front of him. It's meaningless to promise you any treasures. After all, there are many in the Sea Heaven Palace. How about this? I owe you a favor. Brother Chen, you should know the weight of my favor. Zhang Hao answered straightforwardly. Guchen was tempted when he heard that. That's right. It was very difficult to move him with treasures. After all, what Zhang Hao wanted was a true treasure. How could anything he could take out be more precious than the stone statue? However, a favor was different. This was something all the guests in the Spring Carp building wanted. Brother Zhang's favor is indeed precious, but why didn't you look for Brother Xing but me? Asked Guchen calmly. Although Xing Kuafu has the intention to befriend me, how can a favor be more important than an opportunity if there are treasures in the Sea Heaven Palace that he urgently needs? However, Brother Chen is different. I know the Chen clan's situation. Brother Chen has offended Bao Yu. It's not a small problem. Of course, I know that Brother Chen isn't that simple. Since you dared to take action, you naturally have a way to deal with Bao Yu. However, if you can use my power to save some effort, why not? If you accept my favor, you might be able to protect Brother Chen's life in the future. I won't elaborate on the potential benefits. When Guchen heard Zhang Hao's straightforward words, he said in amusement, didn't Brother Zhang say that the Grand Qi Palace has rules that all factions must be treated equally outside? If Brother Zhang favors me, won't you be breaking the rules of the Grand Qi Palace? Rules are set by people, so they can naturally be changed. If Brother Chen is willing to help me with this, you can use my name as you wish in the future. Zhang Hao's attitude was very clear. It didn't seem like he was just making empty promises. Guchen made his decision almost instantly. However, he wanted to understand this person more, so he continued to transmit his voice unhurriedly. There's something I'm very confused about. Brother Zhang must have come to the Sea Heaven Palace for this stone statue from the beginning. However, Brother Xing and I appeared purely by accident. If Brother Xing and I didn't help Hai Hong, or if Hai Hong didn't have a conflict with Jiang Beidu, how would Brother Zhang enter the Sea Heaven Palace? Also, if Brother Zhang's calculations are flawless, why would you pin your hopes on me? There should be other ways to obtain this stone statue, right? Zhang Hao gave off the feeling that he had come premeditated, but everything before was full of chance. If all of this was within Zhang Hao's calculations, then this person was almost as terrifying as the great prophet. Zhang Hao seemed to be stunned for a moment before he laughed involuntarily. Brother Chen, you're overthinking things. Before I came to Binhai City, I did want to enter the Sea Heaven Palace, but I didn't think of how to enter. Everything before was just because of the circumstances. If not for Hai Hong, I would have found a chance to visit the ENC race. With my status as a true disciple of the Grand Qi Palace, this isn't difficult. In fact, I'm not even sure if I can find this item in the Sea Heaven Palace. I just wanted to try my luck. I have some luck. Originally, I wanted to steal this item, but Brother Chen must have noticed the situation here. Once it's stolen, it will immediately alarm the experts of the ENC race. Although I'm confident, I don't want to cause such big trouble. Can't you exchange it with something else? Brother Zhang, just buy it from the ENC race. They might give you face. Heh, Brother Chen, don't test me. I'll be frank with you. I don't want too many people to know that I obtained this item. If I buy it from the ENC race directly, it will definitely attract a lot of attention. Moreover, the ENC race might raise the price. Zhang Hao's words were reasonable and basically answered the questions in Gu Chen's heart. If it was just because of the circumstances, it meant that he didn't reveal any flaws. Indeed, he had worried too much. As for Zhang Hao saying that he didn't want to attract attention was interesting. With his status as a true disciple of the Grand Qi Palace, why would he care about ordinary attention? In that case, it was very likely that Zhang Hao was guarding against someone from within the Supreme Qi Palace. Gu Chen gradually understood, so he no longer kept Zhang Hao in suspense. He replied, I see. I'll accept Brother Zhang's favor. Gu Chen readily agreed, but it was Zhang Hao who was surprised. Words alone are no proof. Brother Chen, why don't you state some specific conditions? The question Gu Chen asked just now showed that he was a meticulous person. It was reasonable to say that such a person would not easily trust others. The so-called favor was actually very vague. He had thought that Gu Chen would make specific requests or directly ask for benefits. Brother Zhang and I hit it off the moment we met. If we talk too much, it will hurt our relationship. Gu Chen replied. His words were touching at first, but Zhang Hao was also a careful person, so he had an inexplicable premonition. The less specific the request, the harder it was to return the favor. This Chen Yunfei was just an elder of the Chen clan. He shouldn't be able to cause any big trouble, right? Zhang Hao thought to himself and said telepathically, then I'll have to trouble Brother Chen. After you get the stone statue, don't rush to give it to me. When we return to the Leaping Carp Tower, I'll personally visit you. The meaning of these words was clearly to avoid the eyes and ears of the Xi clan. Even Xin Kuafu did not want him to know. Gu Chen agreed. It was not a bad thing to be cautious. Moreover, when they returned, Zhang Hao would personally visit him. This was a clear sign of sincerity. He wanted to use his actions to tell the various forces in the Leaping Carp Tower that their relationship was not shallow. Xin Kuafu chose the treasure that he liked. It was an ancient palm leaf fan with a jet black body. He loved it so much that he could not put it down. Gu Chen had chosen earlier than him. As Zhang Hao had wished, he chose the ugly stone statue. As for the dagger that he had taken a fancy to, he naturally gave it up for the time being. That dagger was definitely strange. Perhaps its value was far beyond his imagination. However, there was not much time left for the meeting at the Heaven Plain Taoist court. If he missed this opportunity to befriend Zhang Hao, it would be difficult for him to satisfy Zhuo Chuanqiu's initial request. Therefore, he could only choose to give up on a dagger of unknown origin that even made him feel disgusted. If Zhang Hao was used well, it would definitely be worth it, seeing that Gu Chen had chosen an ugly stone statue. Although Xin Kuafu was curious, he did not ask much. The choice of treasure might involve the mystery of everyone's orthodoxy. Not asking was a form of politeness and respect. Before tonight, Xin Kuafu might not have cared whether he was polite to Chen Yunfei or not. However, it was different now. Even he did not realize that he had unknowingly lowered his attitude. Hai Xian registered Gu Chen and Zhang Hao. She did not have any thoughts about the treasures they had taken away. In fact, there was another floor in the Sea Heaven Palace. The treasures inside were the ones that the Sea clan truly valued and could not bear to give to outsiders. To put it bluntly, the Sea clan did not care much about the treasures that the two of them had taken away. When they left the Sea Heaven Palace and walked out of the protective formation, Xianxia secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She was originally worried that Xianxia would secretly play some tricks. If that was the case, things would be a little troublesome. Fortunately, he had always been well behaved and was indeed just here to take a look. On the way out of the Sea Heaven Palace, Guchen specially memorized the layout of this place. When he passed by the two elders at the palace gate, a golden light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Xianxia sent the three of them outside the Sea clan city. The king cuttlefish would be responsible for sending the guests back to the surface of the sea. When they returned to the ship, Guchen and the others found that Jiang Beidu and Bao Yu were already there. However, the two of them were covered in injuries and lying unconscious on the deck. Looking at their appearance, it was obvious that they had experienced a life-and-death battle with the terrifying sea beasts. Compared to the three of them, they were too horrible to look at. Take care, everyone. I believe we will meet again very soon. Xianxia bade farewell to the three of them. Then, the king cuttlefish carried the ship and floated upwards. Xianxia sighed as he watched the magnificent underwater city gradually shrink in his field of vision. Such beautiful scenery. This trip is really worth it. Guchen nodded. The scenery at the bottom of the sea was indeed unique. The two of them did not communicate further. Xianxia, on the other hand, was playing with the newly obtained treasures. He was completely unaware of the deal that the two of them had made in private. The ship slowly rose. When it left the pitch-black bottom of the sea and broke through the surface of the water, the east had already broken through. A new day had arrived. Guchen stood at the bow of the ship, bathing in the sea breeze. His black hair danced freely. The plan to get close to Xianxia was smoother than expected. Next was the matter of Medusa. Tonight, at the banquet held by the secluded Parade Patriarch Society, the important figures of the Dark World would gather. He and Medusa were about to meet again after 100 years. When Guchen returned to the Leaping Carp building, the clay bodhisattva had been waiting for him at the entrance for a long time. He left for an entire night. Furthermore, the commotion from last night's battle had already spread throughout Binhai City. It was hard for the clay bodhisattva not to think too much, worried that something had happened to Guchen. Fortunately, Guchen was back. The clay bodhisattva breathed a sigh of relief. Glancing at Xianxia and Xianxia beside him, he quietly followed behind Guchen. After the trip to the Bubble Sea, the three of them had become more familiar with each other. They entered the Leaping Carp Tower together and chatted cheerfully along the way. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of many customers of the Leaping Carp Tower. Some saw that Xianxia was eager to make a move and wanted to go up to talk to him, but they were worried, while others focused their eyes on Guchen and Xianxia. As undercurrents surged from all sides, the three of them had already exchanged a few polite words before returning to their respective rooms. As soon as Guchen returned to the room, he casually set up a restriction and then started to communicate with the clay bodhisattva. Boss is really amazing. In such a short period of time, he managed to form a relationship with the true disciples of the Grand Chi Palace. The clay bodhisattva flattered. It's just good luck. Guchen shook his head. What happened last night was a complete coincidence, but it also had a lot to do with the entry point he chose at the beginning. If he hadn't found Xianxia, he wouldn't have helped Hai Hong, and naturally wouldn't have gotten the opportunity to enter the Sea Heaven Palace, making Xianxia owe him a favor. Come to think of it, Xianxia was really patient. He obviously valued the stone statue very much, but he resisted the urge to ask for it along the way. When they returned to the Leaping Carp Tower, he went straight to his residence as if nothing had happened. He didn't know when he would come looking for him. If he chose to do it tonight, it would be troublesome. What's the situation with Ji Yang? Guchen asked about tonight's official business. The elders of the Ghost Parade have all arrived, but Madame Du's whereabouts are still unknown. Because it's being held in the coastal waters, and there was quite a commotion there last night, the Sword Pavilion has put in more manpower today, and the security is especially tight. The clay bodhisattva knew what Guchen wanted to hear and picked up the key points. Guchen knitted his brows when he heard that the Sword Firmament Pavilion's defenses had tightened. He couldn't help thinking of a beautiful figure. Among the female disciples in charge of maintaining order in Binhai City, there's a person called Chu Meixin. I wonder if you have any impression of her. Chu Meixin? What's so special about this female disciple? The clay bodhisattva was stunned. He did not understand why Guchen suddenly mentioned an unrelated person. He had always been interested in his own goals. This Chu Meixin is an old friend of mine in Chaos Sea. She came to Chaos Sea with Fang Yuan 100 years ago. Guchen sighed. He had nothing to hide from the clay bodhisattva. He was very surprised when he reunited with Chu Meixin. He didn't expect to meet her in Binhai City, nor did he expect her to become a disciple of the Sword Pavilion. This little princess of the Sword Commandery was once his friend. The humble Sword Lord even wanted to marry her to him, but he refused. Guchen had always known about Chu Meixin's feelings for him. After rejecting the marriage proposal back then, their relationship became subtle and there was a knot in their hearts. Later, when the Realm Sea opened, Fang Yuan crazily slaughtered the Dao Lords of the 100 Counties. Chu Meixin's grandfather, the humble Sword Lord, was among them. Back then, Fang Yuan had used his identity to do this. Chu Meixin probably did not know the truth, so how much did she hate him after that? Guchen had thought about Chu Meixin's situation, but he had too many more important things to do, be it during the 100 years of suppressing the darkness chaos or after entering the Dao world. Thus, Chu Meixin's whereabouts were naturally not in his consideration. This time, they had met by chance. He realized that the once graceful Chu Meixin had become ice-cold. Apart from her appearance, she was like a completely different person. He could not help but feel touched. What had happened to her in the past 100 years? Boss, you actually met an old friend. There was a deviation in our intelligence. Clay Bodhisattva's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He knew the seriousness of this matter. Although Guchen's disguise technique was extremely powerful and could be said to be a completely different person, there could still be accidents if he met someone he was familiar with. Furthermore, the purpose of this trip was not simple. The appearance of any old friend could increase the risk of this matter. I don't mean to blame you. I just want you to investigate Chu Meixin's encounter. After entering the Dao world. This matter reminds me that I should have known the whereabouts of some old friends and partners long ago. Guchen pondered. He had not developed and utilized such a powerful intelligence network in the Divine Ascension realm enough. Okay, I understand. I will pass down the order to send the information about Chu Meixin as soon as possible. Clay Bodhisattva nodded seriously. He noticed that Guchen's emotions were fluctuating, so he asked out of curiosity. Boss, is Chu Meixin beautiful? Even Zhang Hao treats her differently. What do you think? Guchen replied casually. He recalled that Zhang Hao had attacked because of Chu Meixin last night. To be honest, he did not think that a man like Zhang Hao would attack because of a beauty. Thinking about the Sea Heaven Palace incident, he must have wanted to intervene long ago. Chu Meixin just happened to be there. Oh? Boss, do you have a special relationship with this Miss Chu? Clay Bodhisattva suddenly felt that he had seen through the truth when he heard that Chu Meixin was very beautiful. He chuckled. Guchen was speechless. At noon, Zhang Hao personally visited and invited Guchen to have lunch together. This made Guchen heave a sigh of relief. He was worried that Zhang Hao would choose to look for him at night, which would make it inconvenient for tonight's operation. On the surface, it was lunch, but Guchen was very clear about Zhang Hao's real purpose. He closed the door and then handed him the stone statue that Zhang Hao wanted. Guchen had examined the mystery of this stone statue. Under very careful investigation, he found that the stone statue contained a special power. The aura it emitted was quite similar to the aura that Zhang Hao gave when he cast spells. It probably had something to do with the Tao inheritance of the Tai Chi Palace. After further investigation, Guchen vaguely felt that it was like a bloodline power, very ancient and vast. As for whether it was true or not, and what this power was used for, perhaps he could only find out by destroying the stone statue. Of course, Guchen would not do that. No matter how precious this stone statue was, Guchen was sure that it would not benefit him. It would be much more valuable in Zhang Hao's hands. After receiving the stone statue from Guchen, Zhang Hao could not help but smile. It was as if he had finally obtained what he had been dreaming of. I will never forget Brother Chen's kindness. Zhang Hao cupped his hands and said with emotion. There's no need to forget it. You can just repay me. Gu Chen teased. Zhang Hao was stunned when he heard this, but then he burst into laughter. Then, the two of them left the room together. Gu Chen specially went to call Xianxia, and then the three of them went to the 5th floor of the Leaping Carp Tower. The 5th floor was still full, just like the day before. The Zhou dynasty's retired emperor, Zhou Tai, was still sitting near the staircase, waiting for his prey. When Zhou Tai saw Gu Chen and Zhang Hao go upstairs together, his expression was very interesting. In the morning, he had heard that Chen Yunfei and Zhang Hao had returned to the Leaping Carp Tower together. At the time, he had been skeptical and thought it impossible. After all, whether it was the other's identity, age, or talent, there shouldn't be anything that would catch the eye of a true disciple of the Supreme Qi Palace. But now the truth was right in front of him. The other had actually had lunch with Zhang Hao and seemed to be chatting happily. Their relationship was clearly not shallow. Zhou Tai didn't know how the other had done this, but he secretly rejoiced that he hadn't provoked the other. Otherwise, it would be too late for regrets. Since there was no grudge and they had exchanged a few words before, Zhou Tai's skin was extremely thick as he hurried forward. Fellow Chen, what a coincidence, we meet again. He pretended to run into Gu Chen by chance and changed the young friend from fellow to fellow in a very friendly manner. Gu Chen saw the urgency in Zhou Tai's eyes and immediately knew what he was thinking. Zhou Tai's mockery yesterday was still fresh in his mind. His current attitude was nothing more than flattery, but Gu Chen didn't look down on him, nor did he intend to treat him coldly. Elder Zhou is also eating here, he said with a smile. Brother Chen, are you familiar with this person? Zhang Hao and Xianxia looked over when they saw someone talking to Gu Chen. Zhang Hao asked casually. Zhou Tai's heart immediately tightened. If Gu Chen said he wasn't familiar with him, it would not only be embarrassing but also embarrassing. Yes, we are friends. Gu Chen responded with a smile and didn't refute Zhou Tai's words. In his view, Zhou Tai was already very old, but he was still willing to lower himself and try to make friends with a disciple of the Supreme Qi Palace for the future of the Zhou dynasty. Everyone had their own position and responsibilities, just like how he had tried to get to know Zhang Hao for his own purposes. Now that Zhou Tai had summoned up the courage to talk, there was no need for him to be angry. After all, one more friend meant one more future. Zhou Tai felt relieved when he heard Gu Chen's words. He even felt grateful for him. Since you know each other, let's eat together. Zhang Hao nodded. He was pleasantly surprised that he had invited Zhou Tai to lunch with him. He never thought that Chen Yunfei would actually have such a big face. According to the information he had previously obtained, this successor disciple of the Supreme Qi Palace did not want to have any dealings with the major powers. Gu Chen naturally had no objection. He could also see that Zhang Hao had begun to fulfill his promise and treated him differently in front of outsiders. Zhou Tai entered the only private room on the 5th floor with Gu Chen's group of 3 as he wished, causing many of the guests to reveal looks of envy. They all knew what the retired emperor of the Zhou dynasty was thinking. Like them, he had run into a wall, but now, he had become Zhang Hao's guest. It was obvious that this was because of the young man with the umbrella. For a moment, many people's eyes flickered as they turned their attention to Gu Chen. He seemed to be approachable. Compared to trying to get close to Zhang Hao directly, this seemed to be a good breakthrough point. Inside the private room, the 4 of them sat down and chatted while eating lunch. I heard that Sir Zhou's bloodline has some connection to the Zhou clan from the 3rd mountain and sea. Is that true? Zhang Hao casually asked, now that he had learned Zhou Tai's identity. When Gu Chen heard this, he was a bit surprised, and couldn't help but look over at Zhou Tai. After coming to the Dao world and gaining a general understanding of the world, Gu Chen had come to understand some things. The Zhou clan from the 3rd mountain and sea was none other than the white-haired devil prince, Zhou Fengling, who had once been a disciple of the Tyrant clan. He had abandoned his bloodline and married into one of the major powers of the Dao world. Uncle Ling had never been willing to talk about the Zhou clan, most likely because he felt it was dishonorable. However, Gu Chen had relied on his own intelligence network to learn a bit more, including about Uncle Ling and his wife. Many years had passed since they had parted ways at the Realm Sea. Gu Chen hadn't gone looking for Uncle Ling because he didn't think the time was right. He had never imagined that he would hear about the Zhou clan here. Zhou Tai's surname was Zhou, but there were many people in the world with the same surname. Furthermore, the Zhou dynasty was located in the second mountain and sea, and the vanished god army didn't have any information about it. Therefore, Gu Chen hadn't connected the two powers together. Oh? There's such a thing? Xinghuafu also looked interested. Although the Zhou dynasty's imperial family was present at the heavenly pure heaven Dao court, they didn't have a Dao ancestor. At most, they were a second-rate power. However, the Zhou clan of the third mountain and sea was different. In terms of power, they were above the Dawn God clan, and the Great Void technique that they mastered was enviable. Feeling the curious gazes of the crowd, Zhou Tai didn't feel proud because he was related to the Zhou clan. Instead, he answered awkwardly, "My clan's ancestor was indeed from the Zhou clan, but he severed his ties with the Zhou clan a long time ago." He also ordered his descendants to never use the Zhou clan's name, and that they had to rely on themselves. Severed ties, the three people present looked at each other. It seemed that there was a story behind this, but Zhou Tai clearly didn't want to talk about it, so they didn't ask any further. Gu Chen suspected that Zhang Hao might know some inside information, but seeing that he was also pretending not to know, he didn't ask for a rebuff. He was secretly on guard. The secret of the alternate space under the sea, and the origin of the Zhou dynasty, the breadth and depth of the information that the Grand Qi Palace had was obviously extraordinary, far above his hidden god army. He didn't know how they did it, but the divine wander world of the Grand Qi Palace couldn't be found, so it might not even exist. Tonight, the elders of the Nether Parade will be holding a banquet. I've received an invitation. I wonder if everyone is interested in going? As they chatted, Zhang Hao changed the topic. A banquet held by the Nether Parade will probably be attended by many shady rats, right? Xinghuafu said sarcastically when he heard that. The rats he was referring to were the big shots in the dark world. As a first-rate power with a Dao ancestor, the Dawn God clan didn't care about the dark world at all. There might be some big cats hiding among the rats. The shady business of the various powers in the dark world isn't a secret. You might be able to meet some interesting people there. Zhang Hao paused, then continued, "Also, I heard that the current owner of the Nether Parade, Madame Du, is as beautiful as a fairy. Who knows, you might have a chance to get close to her. Brother Zhang, you're of high status. Isn't it inappropriate for you to attend the banquet?" Xinghuafu wondered if Zhang Hao was lustful. Last night, he had treated the beautiful female disciples of the Sword Pavilion differently. If that was the case, he could cater to his preferences. It's not appropriate to show your face directly, but can't you just disguise yourself? Anyway, there are many people in this banquet who don't want to reveal their true identities, Zhang Hao thought. Since Brother Zhang is in the mood, it's not a bad idea to join in the fun. Xinghuafu wasn't actually very interested, but he was willing to get to know Zhang Hao better. I wonder what treasures will appear in the auction tomorrow. We should be able to get some information in advance if we go to this banquet. Zhou Tai naturally couldn't ask for more and agreed readily. What about Brother Chen? Zhang Hao looked at Gu Chen, who hadn't spoken yet. That sounds interesting. Let's go together. Gu Chen agreed, but he sighed to himself. He was going to participate in the banquet. If Zhang Hao joined in the fun, it would be easy for things to change. However, he had no reason to stop him. It was easy to arouse suspicion. Fortunately, he had already considered all the possible situations. It was not a big problem to deal with both sides at the same time. After the meal, everyone had their own matters to attend to. After deciding where to meet in the evening, they left. Gu Chen also left Leaping Carp Tower with the clay bodhisattva. However, just as he walked out of the tower, he felt more than one spiritual sense spying on him. What's going on? Gu Chen frowned slightly. His spiritual sense found the location of these people. After confirming their identity, he couldn't help but cover his face. They were the guests in Leaping Carp Tower. He even saw Jing Yunkue, the leader of the Qing dynasty's Purple Phoenix sect, whom he had met once before. These people were following him probably because they saw his relationship with Zhang Hao, so they wanted to use him as a breakthrough point. If nothing unexpected happened, he would run into these people. It would not be strange for these people to think of ways to befriend him or even bribe him. Boss, these people have been following us. It's not good for us to meet up with Ninja Hidden. The clay bodhisattva also noticed these people and reminded him awkwardly. We can only shake them off. Although it will make people suspicious, there's no other way. I didn't think this through. Guchen shook his head. His footwork changed abruptly as he lifted his feet and landed on the ground. The clay bodhisattva quickly followed him. The two of them used some tricks and finally got rid of the spying in the dark. However, to be safe, they stayed in another place for an hour before meeting up with Ninja Hidden. When they saw Ninja Hidden, he was no longer in dragon form. He looked exactly like Guchen. Boss, I heard that you gave Baoyu of the dragon taming sect a good beating last night? Ninja Hidden asked excitedly when he saw Guchen. I just happened to make it. He was unlucky. Guchen did not deny it. He also knew why Ninja Hidden was so happy when he heard this. It was the dragon taming sect that had forced the Hidden Dragon clan to hide in the Great Desolate Marsh. The dragon taming sect had the great taming technique and was said to be able to tame anything. The one they most wanted to tame was the dinosaur tribe. This was the origin of the sect's name. It was said that the dragon taming sect even had the ambition to tame a tyrant. The Hidden Dragon tribe was one of the 23 royal bloodlines of the dinosaur tribe, and they were born to be assassins. After the Hidden Dragon tribe declined, it was inevitable that they would be targeted by various forces. And the one who coveted them the most was the dragon taming sect. After all, the dragon taming sect possessed the great taming art and had the possibility of taming the Hidden Dragon clan. Once they succeeded, they would have a batch of top-notch assassins. Because of the dragon taming sect's covetous eyes, the Hidden Dragon clan had suffered a great number of casualties. They had also hidden in the dark desolate swamp for such a long time. How could they not be envious when the dragon taming sect was mentioned? There's a change of plans. Tonight, you must attend the ghost parade banquet with Xianxia and the others. Just in case, I'll let Infinite Tyrannosaurus Rex hide in the mud bodhisattva's swamp space and support you at any time. Tonight, he would attend the banquet as Jiao Qiao. Ninja Hidden would disguise as him and stay in the Leaping Carp Tower. This was to create an alibi for later actions. With the Hidden Dragon tribe's talent in disguise, he was not worried about being seen through. This move was to create an alibi for the possible operation later. With the Hidden Dragon clan's talent in disguise, he was not worried that others would see through him. He could not reject the suggestion. Ninja Hidden could only replace him and accompany him to the banquet. The direct disciple of the Supreme Chi Temple is not to be underestimated. Ninja Hidden won't be exposed in front of him, right? The clay bodhisattva said worriedly. He felt that Guchen was too bold. Although rejecting him would arouse suspicion, it was better than being seen through. The clay bodhisattva said worriedly. He felt that Guchen was a little too bold. Although a direct refusal would arouse suspicion, in his opinion, it was better than being seen through. Ninja Hidden's disguise is top-notch. Plus, I said I would hide my identity tonight. Even if there is a flaw, it is better than being seen through. Ninja Hidden's disguise is top-notch. Plus, I said I would hide my identity tonight. Even if there is a flaw, Xianxia will not be suspicious. With this umbrella, nothing will go wrong. Guchen handed the ancient umbrella to Ninja Hidden. Ever since he came to Binhai City, this umbrella had never left his side. It could be said to be his symbol. This umbrella was weaved from heavenly winding silk. Although Ninja Hidden had not reached the Saint Realm, with its power, he could deal with ordinary trouble. Guchen was not worried that Ninja Hidden's identity would be seen through. Instead, he was worried that someone would come looking for trouble, such as Baoyu from the dragon taming sect seeking revenge. If he really encountered someone at Baoyu's level, even with his umbrella, Ninja Hidden, and the clay bodhisattva, they would not be a match. That was why he sent the infinite tyrant dragon to the two of them to ensure that nothing went wrong. I understand. Boss, don't worry. Ninja Hidden took the ancient umbrella. He led the Hidden God army through the various divine wander realms. He wore the great Dao robe made from heavenly winding silk, so he was familiar with the ancient umbrella, which was of the same origin. He could use its power. Guchen nodded and said to the infinite tyrant dragon in his body, "Did you hear my arrangements? Is the pterosaur problem still not resolved? Come out, we have something important to do tonight." Not long after he said that, the infinite tyrant dragon appeared on the empty ground, a gloomy expression on its face. The sea-seizing pterosaur race is one of the 23 royal bloodlines of my dinosaur race. Now that it is enslaved by the dragon-taming sect, that dragon-taming Tao ancestor really deserves to die. The infinite tyrant dragon's eyes were cold, and its voice was full of anger. It could not sit back and watch as the royal bloodline of the dinosaur race was enslaved by the dragon-taming sect. That was why it let Guchen snatch the sea-seizing pterosaur yesterday. During this day, it had been trying to refine the dragon-taming seal that the dragon-taming sect had placed on the pterosaur, wanting to return it its freedom. Unfortunately, it had not succeeded yet. After all, the dragon-taming sect's taming ability was extraordinary. Even the infinite tyrant dragon could not directly erase the deep-rooted slave mentality of the pterosaur. Although it could not erase the dragon-taming seal for the time being, it had searched through the pterosaur's memories and found that it was not just this pterosaur. In fact, the sea-seizing pterosaurs were not the only ones enslaved by the dragon-taming sect. As the emperor of the dinosaur race and the leader of the tyrant dragon race, it could not tolerate the dragon-taming sect's cruel enslavement of its own race. I might have a way to erase the dragon-taming seal on the pterosaur, but now is not the right time. I'll deal with it after the matter in Binhai City is over. I'll leave the two of them to you in secret. If you have to make a move, it's best not to let Xianxia see anything. Guchen instructed. If he could not avoid it, it would not matter even if others found out that he had a tyrant dragon with him. After all, there might be more than one tyrant dragon in the world. However, the infinite tyrant dragon was the emperor of the tyrant dragon race. It was unique. If its identity was exposed, it would definitely cause endless trouble. Moreover, by then, Fang Yuan would definitely know that he was still alive and had come to the Dao world. That would be the worst-case scenario. Of course, this was all in preparation. If everything went smoothly tonight, nothing would happen. At Binhai City's harbor, a brightly lit ship was anchored. Along both sides of the coastline, a large number of cultivators constantly patrolled, forming a very tight security. These cultivators were divided into two factions. One faction had swords by their waists and wore sword pavilion disciple robes. The men were handsome and the women were pretty. As for the other faction, they wore plain black clothes. There was a huge difference in their age and appearance, but they had one thing in common. These people had the sternness and caution that had accumulated from worldly experiences. Senior Sister Chu, what's the meaning of this nether parade? You've clearly hired people from Sword Pavilion to guard the place, but you still sent such a group of people at the last minute. Are you worried about Sword Pavilion's strength? On the ship, a few Sword Pavilion disciples stood together and looked at the many guests who had handed over their invitations and boarded the deck. They chatted casually. The owner of the Nether Parade will be attending the banquet tonight. These people were sent by her at the last minute. After all, this concerns business, so it's normal to be cautious. Chu Meixin didn't wear any makeup, but she stood out in the crowd. Almost every guest who boarded the ship instinctively noticed this devastatingly beautiful woman. I heard that the owner of the Nether Parade has a beauty that can bring disaster to a country. I wonder if it's true. In my opinion, no matter how beautiful she is, she's not as beautiful as Senior Sister Chu, said a female disciple beside her. Chu Meixin remained expressionless when she heard the praise. She examined the guests who boarded the ship one by one and confirmed that there was nothing abnormal about them. She was very conscientious. The senior and junior sisters next to her were not surprised by her behavior and continued to chat casually. Occasionally, when they saw handsome male guests, they would quietly comment on them. Do you have an invitation? On the shore, a tall and thin middle-aged Taoist priest with a wooden crown walked straight towards the banquet ship. He was stopped by the guard and asked politely. Here. The middle-aged Taoist priest took out an invitation and handed it to the guard with a smile. The guard opened the invitation and looked at the golden words Zhao Qiu on it. After confirming that the invitation wasn't fake, he made way. Mr. Zhao, please. Zhao Qiu boarded the ship with a smile. His gaze happened to meet Chu Meixin's. He revealed a friendly smile and began walking around the ship as though he was looking for someone. Chu Meixin only glanced at him before retracting her gaze. She didn't find anything wrong with him. Xiaoqiu was naturally Gu Chen. He boarded the ship alone and seemed to be walking around casually, but in fact, he had checked all the guards in the coastal waters in a short period of time. The ones in charge of maintaining the order of the banquet were mainly the disciples of the Sword Pavilion. There were many of them, which was the same as the information they had received earlier. But in addition, there were many more people. Gu Chen smelled the scent of desperados from these people. Judging from their scattered and undisciplined patrolling manner, they were not a group of people. It seemed that they had been temporarily conscripted together. A cultivator from the dark world, he should have been temporarily hired from the ghost parade. Gu Chen quickly made a judgment. Considering that there were many big shots from the dark world attending the banquet tonight, it was inevitable that the disciples of the Sword Pavilion, who lived on the bright side, would not be able to cope with them. Thus, the arrangement of the ghost parade was understandable. Gu Chen quickly made a judgment. Considering that there were many Taoist priests attending tonight's banquet, the Sword Pavilion disciples, who lived on the bright side, would inevitably not be able to cope with them. Gu Chen looked around for Ji Yang. A middleman like him must have arrived on the ship early and would not miss a good opportunity to make friends with powerful buyers. Gu Chen started to look for Ji Yang. A middleman like him must have arrived on the ship a long time ago. He wouldn't miss a good opportunity to make friends with the powerful buyers. Ji Yang was handsome and slick, so he easily became the focus of attention. Gu Chen quickly found him. Fellow Taoist Ji. Gu Chen approached and spoke flatly. Ji Yang was stunned when he heard the voice. He turned to look at Gu Chen and asked tentatively, "Fellow Taoist Zhao?" Although the two of them had successfully carried out many transactions in the past few years, every time they met, it was in the Divine Ascension world. Gu Chen had always sent clay bodhisattvas or other people to handle matters in the real world. Therefore, this was the first time Ji Yang and Gu Chen had met in the real world. Gu Chen had not shown his true appearance in the Nether Street, so Ji Yang could only guess Gu Chen's identity from his voice. "It's me." Gu Chen nodded. After confirming Gu Chen's identity, Ji Yang suddenly smiled. "Why did fellow Taoist Zhao only appear now? Come, let me introduce you to a few friends." Ji Yang said enthusiastically, pulling Gu Chen into his circle with a few words. Gu Chen exchanged a few words with the people around him, but after that, he just listened and rarely spoke. As Gu Chen listened, he soon realized that everyone present wanted to get to know Medusa, and Ji Yang also prepared to introduce them to Medusa later, as if he had promised himself. Not only Ji Yang, but there were also several other well-known middlemen in the Nether Street. They mediated between many of the Dark World's big shots, trying to facilitate big business. The elders of the Nether Street also arrived. They were surrounded by the most people, many of whom were inquiring about what items would be auctioned at tomorrow's auction. The atmosphere of the banquet could be described as very lively, and Gu Chen seemed very inconspicuous. There are so many people here. The appeal of the Nether Street Parade is really extraordinary. A group of guests walked into the venue at this time, and the person in the lead sighed. Gu Chen sensed it and raised his head, glanced at the group of people, then immediately looked away. The person who sighed was Zhang Hao. Although he had disguised himself to a certain extent, Ninja and Clay Bodhisattva were right beside him, so Gu Chen could naturally recognize them. In addition to Zhang Hao, Shen Kuafu and Zhou Tai were also present. In addition, there were two other people who were also disguised. "Who is it?" Gu Chen frowned slightly. Ninja had taken his place and returned to the Leaping Carp Tower, so he did not know what had happened after that. Zhang Hao's spiritual perception was extraordinary, so Gu Chen did not dare to look too much, lest he be discovered. The group entered the venue and looked around, as if they were here to have fun. They brushed past Gu Chen, but no one paid him any attention. However, Gu Chen listened attentively and realized that the voices of the other two people were somewhat familiar. In addition, he noticed that the two people seemed to have some injuries on their bodies, so he quickly confirmed their identities. It turned out that they were Jiang Beidu and Bao Yu. They had suffered greatly at the hands of the vast sea race. They had clearly been injured and unconscious, but in less than a day, their injuries had healed so much that they still had the energy to attend the banquet. The Star Sea sect and the Dragon Taming sect were indeed first-rate powers of the Second Mountain and Sea. It seemed that their sects had many miraculous medicines. Jiang Beidu is one thing, but Bao Yu is not easy to deal with. Gu Chen was deep in thought. Because he was not familiar with these people, it was not difficult for Ninja to take his place. These people would not be able to see anything wrong with Ninja's expression and actions. But Bao Yu was different. He was the successor of the dragon taming sect, and the dragon taming sect had coveted the hidden dragon tribe for a long time. Therefore, he was the most likely to see through Ninja. In addition, he had fought with him before, and Ninja hated the dragon taming sect. If the two of them fought again tonight, the chances of Ninja being exposed would be greatly increased. Although Gu Chen had already prepared for a rainy day and had arranged for the infinite Tyrannosaurus Rex to be by his side, that was only for the worst-case scenario. With his guard up, Gu Chen could not help but secretly observe Bao Yu to see if he had any intentions of causing trouble. Fortunately, Bao Yu looked very calm. Although he did not communicate with Ninja, he did not provoke him either. It seemed that he was only here to accompany Zhang Hao. A sudden commotion on the deck diverted Gu Chen's attention. "Fellow Daoist Zhao, everyone, Madame Du is here." Ji Yang's eyes brightened as he informed everyone. Everyone could not help but follow his gaze. They saw a graceful and charming Medusa wearing a blazing red dress, slowly walking into the hall like a moon surrounded by stars. There were two maids beside her. They looked exactly the same, but their figures and appearances were ordinary. Medusa's snake tail was not visible, her long legs were graceful as she walked, her aura was not much different from before. Gu Chen had a strange feeling when his gaze fell on the two maids, and a golden light flashed in the depths of his eyes. As expected. Gu Chen mumbled. After seeing through the origin, he found that the two maids were actually two underworld hunters. These were monsters produced by Qian Kuan Group, according to Xianxia, other than Qian clan's ancestor and Puji perfected master, who were Fang Yuan's two most trusted people. All the members of Qian Kuan Group would appear beside them when they carried out missions. It was not a surprise that Medusa became Madame Du. This was Qian Kuan Group's secret mission. The underworld hunters would naturally follow. There is actually more than one underworld hunter. This is troublesome. Gu Chen frowned. He had already thought of the possibility of the underworld hunters following them. If he wanted to take down Medusa, he had to get rid of the underworld hunter, otherwise, if he made a move, Qian clan's ancestor would know immediately. He had thought of a way to deal with the underworld hunters, but there was one more than he had imagined. The difficulty was much higher. Once I take down Medusa, Qian Kuan Group and Fang Yuan will be alerted. Even if I get the information I want, I will not be able to make any arrangements and will alert them. They might even take revenge on me. The best way is to control Medusa without Qian Kuan Group noticing and make her listen to me completely. That way, I can plan in secret. However, with these two nether hunters and the fact that there will always be people around Medusa during the auction, it's as difficult as ascending to the heavens to accomplish this. Gu Chen pondered. He needed to see Medusa before making a move, but it seemed that the success rate was very low. He had to get rid of the two underworld hunters without arousing Qian Kuan Group's suspicions. He also had to transfer a large number of cultivators away from Medusa. What should he do? "Madame Du, allow me to introduce you." While he was deep in thought, Medusa had already finished exchanging greetings with the guests. Ji Yang led Gu Chen and the others to her. "This is fellow Daoist Xiao. Ji Yang introduced Gu Chen to Medusa, and Medusa's beautiful eyes immediately turned to look at him. "I've heard of fellow Daoist Zhao's great name. Today, I finally have the opportunity to meet you in person. There are many treasures in this auction. I hope fellow Daoist Zhao's trip was not in vain." Medusa extended her hand to Gu Chen. Gu Chen shook her hand and felt the softness of her palm. He smiled and said, "To be able to see such a beautiful lady like Madame Du, this trip is already worth it. Fellow Daoist Zhao sure has a sweet mouth." Medusa covered her mouth and chuckled. "Brother Jiang, Brother Bao, everything that happened earlier was just a misunderstanding. Drink this cup of wine, and I hope that your grudges with Brother Chen and Brother Xing will end here." Zhang Hao raised his wineglass and said to Jiang Beidu and Bao Yu. Their expressions were a little unnatural. Jiang Beidu looked at Chen Yunfei and Xing Kuafu in disbelief. Among everyone present, he was the first to know Zhang Hao, so he understood his personality the best. Yesterday, when he and Hai Hong clashed, Zhang Hao just stood by and watched. He was not surprised because Zhang Hao had always been such a person. He looked amiable and approachable, but in reality, he kept a distance from everyone. This was because of his identity as a direct disciple of the Grand Qi Palace. Just as he said, if a direct disciple of the Grand Qi Palace interfered in the grudges of others, it would easily cause the balance of power to become unbalanced, which would then lead to many negative consequences. However, this direct disciple of Zhang Hao, who said that he would not interfere in grudges yesterday, actually invited them here today and asked them to bury the hatchet with Chen Yunfei and Xing Kuafu. What did this mean? Anyone with a discerning eye could see that with Xing Kuafu's identity and status, no matter how dissatisfied they would not fight to the death. Therefore, the only person they could use to vent their anger yesterday was Chen Yunfei of the Chen clan. Although Chen Yunfei defeated Baoyu yesterday, Baoyu had the dragon-taming sect behind him. Sooner or later, Chen Yunfei would have to seek revenge. Not only would Chen Yunfei suffer from revenge, but even the Chen clan behind him might face an unexpected calamity. However, what Zhang Hao said just now was equivalent to becoming Chen Yunfei's backer. After drinking, whoever still found trouble with Chen Yunfei was equivalent to going against him. Zhang Hao was obviously protecting Chen Yunfei. This was very different from his usual personality, so Jiang Beidu could not believe it. This Chen Yunfei, did he give Zhang Hao some benefits? Otherwise, why would he do this? Jiang Beidu and Baoyu were not the only ones who were surprised. Xing Kuafu was also very surprised. With his intelligence, he could naturally tell that the person Zhang Hao wanted to protect was not him, because he did not need it. After returning from the Xi clan, he already felt that it was a little strange that Zhang Hao took the initiative to invite them for a meal. Now that Zhang Hao expressed his attitude, he could not help but think of something. What's wrong, everyone? Are you not willing to let bygones be bygones? Zhang Hao reminded them when he saw that they were not speaking. Jiang Beidu immediately came back to his senses. He looked deeply at Chen Yunfei and said, "Of course I'm willing. Cheers, the two of you." As he spoke, he gestured to Baoyu. Baoyu understood what he meant. Although he was furious, he still restrained himself and nodded stiffly. "Drink." He raised his wine cup. Seeing this, Chen Yunfei smiled coldly. He raised his wine cup and clinked it with him, then drank it in one gulp. Facing the dragon-taming sect disciples, Renin was extremely disgusted, but he knew very well what he had to do. It would be best if this Baoyu would no longer be their enemy because of his relationship with Zhang Hao. After all, they were not fully prepared to be enemies with the dragon-taming sect. After drinking, the embarrassed and humiliated Baoyu found an excuse and left the venue alone. He went to the deck to get some fresh air. This damned Zhang Hao, does he really think he can do whatever he wants just because he's from the Supreme Qi Temple? Jiang Beidu is also a bastard. I originally stood up for him, but in order to preserve my friendship with Zhang Hao, he actually made me swallow my anger. Baoyu looked at the sea and cursed in his heart. Thinking about how he dragged his body full of injuries to accompany Zhang Hao, only to be humiliated by him, the more he thought about it, the crazier he became. He had the urge to kill someone. Why is your face so ugly? As the saying goes, smile often and smile more. There's nothing that can't be solved. Suddenly, a sinister voice came from the side. Baoyu turned his head. It was an old woman. For some reason, the smile on her face gave people a sinister feeling. Are you sick? Get lost. Baoyu said gloomily. He was in a terrible mood, but this old woman made him smile. If smiles could really solve all the troubles in the world, then why would the 9 great Tao courts be needed? Smile, then. Chase after the joy in your heart. As long as it makes you happy, there's nothing you can't do. The old woman suddenly raised a walking stick. That walking stick was embedded with 2 heart-shaped gems, one orange and one green. Among them, the orange gem was glowing inconspicuously. Her voice seemed to have a magical power, causing Baoyu, who wanted to chase her away, to gradually fall into a trance. A moment later. Ha ha ha, Baoyu suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was sinister and insolent. He turned and walked back into the ship. Medusa was like a blossoming rose, blooming in this banquet. She was the center of the crowd. Even with Ji Yang's recommendation, Gu Chen did not have many chances to talk to her, let alone interact with her in private. She held a wine cup as she walked among the guests. Gu Chen was secretly observing her and her 2 maids. These two maids were almost inseparable, even if Medusa had other instructions, at least one of them would stay behind to accompany her. Not only were they protecting her, Guchen noticed that every guest that got close to Medusa was being observed by them, but most of them did not notice it. Guchen could not help but think of the situation when he fought with the Dark Hunters and the secret of the Dark Hunters that Xianxia had revealed to him. These monsters created by Qiankuan Guild were like precise machines. Every person that got close to them would be analyzed, and the relevant information would be transmitted to their shared brain. A small habitual action, an unnatural expression, a style of fighting, as long as they saw it, they would record it. Because of this, anyone that fought in front of them, even if they disguised themselves flawlessly, as long as a small detail was exposed, their identity could be exposed. The brain had a huge database of information. Guchen suspected that the moment those guests got close to Medusa, their identities would be analyzed by the two maids. Through this analysis, they might even assign different levels to the guests. The safety level could be trusted, but those that they did not understand or could not confirm would be secretly alerted. If I want to take down Medusa without Feng Yuan knowing, I have to think of a way to divert these two Dark Hunters. But they are too vigilant, there are no flaws to find, I need help. Guchen thought. He was certain that he could not complete the mission by himself, he needed help. Who should he ask for help from? He was thinking of suitable candidates in his mind. At this time, over at Medusa's side, an elder who had been patrolling the streets smiled and raised his wine cup as he walked towards her. This elder had defected to Medusa immediately after the ominous demon saint's accidental death. He was a trusted subordinate of Medusa, so his approach did not arouse the vigilance of the two maids. However, just as he was raising his cup towards Medusa, he suddenly attacked. His right hand that was hidden in his sleeves held a dagger that had been refined with poison, and he suddenly stabbed it towards Medusa. This scene was too sudden. Even Guchen did not expect that Medusa would be stabbed in the abdomen. At the next moment, the lady screamed in shock and the elder who successfully pulled the dagger out laughed hysterically. Ha 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 ha. He laughed crazily and abnormally, as if he was completely unaware of the consequences of his actions. On the other side of the venue, someone let out a blood-curdling scream. It seemed that more than one person had been ambushed. All of a sudden, the entire banquet hall was in chaos. Guards quickly gathered around the VIPs and escorted them out of the hall. The scene was crowded and chaotic. More than 10 guests seemed to have gone mad, laughing maniacally as they attacked the people around them. That demonic laughter was everywhere. Guchen's heart skipped a beat and he turned to look in the direction of Ninja and the clay bodhisattva. There, Baoyu from the dragon taming sect was approaching quickly. His eyes were bloodshot and a sinister smile hung on his lips. Not good. Guchen had the urge to warn Baoyu, but he was a little far away and he was worried that his identity would be exposed. Just as he was hesitating, Baoyu had already rushed towards Ninja. His eyes became prismatic and a Dao spirit appeared behind him, the eyes of animal taming. As soon as the venue fell into chaos, as a top-notch assassin, Ninja was instinctively vigilant of his surroundings. When Baoyu rushed towards him, he immediately noticed it and made preparations to deal with it. However, Baoyu was a true saint-state cultivator. The moment he got close, he immediately activated a small Dao technique like the eyes of animal taming. With Ninja's cultivation at the late stage of the 7th stage, any kind of defense was meaningless. In that short period of time, Ninja's body froze because of the effects of the eyes of animal taming. Even though he was holding the ancient umbrella that Guchen had given him, he could not make a move in time. Seeing that one of Baoyu's hands had grown sharp claws and was about to grab Ninja, the clay bodhisattva suddenly moved. Ninja was not the only one who had noticed Baoyu's sneak attack. He had also noticed it. At the moment Baoyu made his move, he did not even think and stood in front of Ninja. Baoyu's hand penetrated the clay bodhisattva's chest, but his chest had turned into a bottomless swamp. You're courting death. Ha ha ha. Baoyu laughed angrily. The Dao energy in his body surged crazily like a great river flowing east. He wanted to kill the clay bodhisattva with this claw. With the small earth technique clay bodhisattva's body, it could turn into a swamp and greatly reduce the damage caused by the attack. However, if it could not withstand the full force of a Saint Realm powerhouse, it would die without a doubt. In the swamp space, the infinite Tyrant dragon's eyes shone with cold light. It slowly stood up and was about to make a move. However, someone was faster than it. In Bao Yu's eyes, the clay bodhisattva in front of him suddenly disappeared. Even the feeling of his claws sinking into the mud disappeared. He fell into a dark and formless chaotic area. Yin and Yang Qi flowed around him. It was just a gentle collision between the Yin and Yang Qi. He felt his body fly up. The world spun and he fell into a Taiji diagram, then, he completely lost consciousness. You drank the wine that I invited you and still dare to kill someone in front of me, Zhang Hao said coldly. Zhang Hao's eyes were cold. At that moment, a ball of light floated above his palm. Bao Yu was inside it, looking as small as an ant. Wah! The clay bodhisattva spat out a large mouthful of blood. Even though his body could turn into a swamp, he had still been injured by the power of a saint. Are you all right? Ninja regained his ability to move and quickly supported the clay bodhisattva. Brother Chen's follower is really loyal. Xinquafu and Zhou Tai both came to their senses and sighed. In the face of danger, he stood in front of them without hesitation. This was a guard that everyone wanted. Previously, everyone had looked down on this guard, but now they had a higher opinion of him. It was not only because the Taoist magic that he had used to block the attack was extraordinary, but also because of his loyalty and fearlessness. Everyone's attention was attracted by the clay bodhisattva. They did not notice that Ninja had just been affected by the eye of animal taming. They only thought that the clay bodhisattva had stood in front of him before Ninja could make a move. Otherwise, during the battle at sea, Gu Chen was not affected by the eye of animal taming. If he was discovered now, his identity would definitely be suspected. This was also the reason why the clay bodhisattva stood in front of him without thinking. In his opinion, if Ninja could not make a move, it would be best not to make a move to ensure that no one would suspect Gu Chen's identity. Boss, it's just a minor injury. It's not a big deal, said the clay bodhisattva. He was a little worried. Taoist arts that could turn one's body into mud were rare. If these people wanted to investigate his identity, he wouldn't be able to hide it for long. But compared to his identity as a former bandit, keeping his boss's secret was more valuable. In the distance, the real Gu Chen heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Renin was safe and the clay bodhisattva was fine. He looked in the direction of Medusa again, only to find that she had disappeared. The two maids were gone as well. Even the Grand Elder he had tried to assassinate was nowhere to be seen. Where is she? Gu Chen's eyes flashed. He ignored Renin and the others and followed the chaotic flow of people out of the venue, searching for Medusa. Zhang Hao and the others did not leave the venue. The clay bodhisattva took out a healing pill and swallowed it. Zhang Hao examined Bao Yu in his hand, thinking about something. Brother Zhang, Brother Bao clearly didn't look right just now. Perhaps the assassination was not his intention, Jiang Beidu explained to Zhang Hao. He was worried that Bao Yu would kill Bao Yu, but he was also worried that Bao Yu would vent his anger on him. Given Bao Yu's background, no faction in the Second Mountain and Sea dared to kill him. But a true disciple of the Supreme Qi Palace was an exception. Zhang Hao had just spoken, and Bao Yu had killed him. This was equivalent to a public slap in the face. He could imagine how unhappy Zhang Hao would be. I'm not a fool. If he had acted alone, it could be said that he was irrational. But there was clearly more than one person who went crazy. Someone must be behind this, replied Zhang Hao coldly. Jiang Beidu heaved a sigh of relief. The auction of the ghost parade begins tomorrow. What is the hidden person trying to do by choosing to disrupt the banquet at such a critical juncture? Zhou Tai sighed. He had never imagined that someone would attack the banquet. No matter what this person is trying to do, he's definitely a madman, said Xinquafu. Xinquafu said, and everyone nodded in agreement. On the surface, the auction was organized by the Ghost Parade, but there were many factions behind it. The scope was so vast that they could not even imagine it. Even Zhang Hao, a true disciple of the Supreme Qi Palace, would not act recklessly in Binhai City. That was because he might infringe on the interests of some hidden major figure of the Tao world. Thus, those who dared to attack the banquet were definitely lunatics. They clearly wanted to become enemies with the entire world. Just now, Madame Du was also attacked. If I'm not wrong, this is purely revenge. Zhang Hao speculated. Attacking the banquet would offend a lot of forces. He couldn't think of any benefits this could bring, so the only possibility was revenge. Since the banquet was ruined, the biggest loss would be Ghost Parade. In addition, Mrs. Du was also attacked, so it was very likely that the person in the dark was targeting her and Ghost Parade. Since they're here for revenge, it has nothing to do with us. Let's just watch the show, Xianxia said with a smile. Although there was some commotion, not many people died. The strength of the person in the dark is only so. I'm afraid he will be caught very soon. Jiang Beidu said in disdain. Bao Yu was fine before he left, but he was suddenly bewitched. This means that the person controlling him has the ability to threaten us. Where did you get the confidence to think that he is nothing special? Perhaps the next person to be bewitched will be you, Xianxia retorted sarcastically. Humph, there is more than one great sage presiding over Binhai City. There might even be Dao ancestors secretly watching everything. This person's first attack can be said to be unexpected. Do you think he has the ability to do it a second time? Jiang Beidu said angrily. The more he looked at Xianxia, the more he disliked him. Xianxia smiled and didn't say anything. Although he hated Jiang Beidu, he knew that he was right. If the person or faction that attacked the banquet tonight was smart enough, they should have fled Binhai City as soon as possible. If they attacked again, they would definitely die. Brother Chen, although Bao Yu might have a reason for sneak attacking you, it was ultimately his fault. Therefore, I'll leave him to you to deal with, Zhang Hao said to Ninja Hidden. Zhang Hao looked at Ninja Hidden and said. He casually tossed the ball of light with Bao Yu sealed inside it towards Ninja Hidden. Alright. Ninja Hidden thought about it and accepted it. This was actually a hot potato. Bao Yu had fallen into his hands in front of everyone, and he couldn't kill him directly. However, Bao Yu was clearly under someone's control. Boss might be interested in the person who had secretly attacked, so he kept him alive so that Boss could interrogate him later. When Jiang Beidu saw that Bao Yu had fallen into Qin Yunfei's hands, he wanted to stop him, but after some thought, he gave up. This was Zhang Hao's decision. It was not worth it for him to refute him. Bao Yu's safety should be left to the dragon taming sect to worry about. He had already done his best by informing them. On the deck, the guests who had just escaped from the venue were in chaos. The controlled cultivators didn't even have time to start a massacre before they were suppressed by Sword Tower and the Ghost Parade. A small number of people died in vain. Most of them were followers and guards. The greatest loss was the death of an elder of the Ghost Parade. Some of the controlled cultivators were killed on the spot. Those who didn't die were quickly restrained and forced to kneel on the deck. Although these people were captured, they didn't panic at all, nor did they wake up. They kept laughing, and their laughter made people shudder. When Guchen found Medusa, she was completely fine. It was as if she hadn't been stabbed by the dagger. The elder of the Ghost Parade who had attacked her earlier was also nowhere to be seen, and one of her maidservants was missing. Guchen was a little moved. It would be good if the remaining maidservant was gone. Madame Medusa, this happened before the auction even started. How can we be at ease? Nothing like this happened when the fierce demon saint was around. As expected, a woman can't get things done. After the situation was under control, some of the big shots in the underworld vented their dissatisfaction and questioned Medusa's ability to handle matters. Tonight was just an accident. Everyone, don't worry. There won't be any problems with the security of the auction. Medusa smiled. She wasn't angry at the people's doubts at all. Humph, it's easy for you to say. Have you found out who is playing tricks in the dark? How can we be at ease if we can't find the culprit? That's right. If we can't find the culprit, how can we auction our treasures without worry? Many big shots were pressuring her. Medusa hadn't been in charge of the Ghost Parade for a long time, and they didn't trust each other enough. Now, this incident happened. The culprit might still be on the ship. Before Medusa could speak, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Everyone couldn't help but look over. It was a female disciple of the Sword Tower. She was slightly injured in the chaos just now, and her pretty face was a little pale. Gu Chen, who was in the crowd, frowned. It was Chu Meixin. There were so many big shots here, and she was just a disciple of the Sword Tower. Why did she speak up? Wasn't she afraid of getting into trouble? Judging from the situation of the cultivators who went crazy tonight, The person in the dark is obviously an expert in mind spells. The guests at this banquet are from the 9 mountains and seas, and most of them are not related to each other. The murderer must have screened some of the guests in advance, so it is unlikely that he used Taoist spells on them. Plus, these cultivators didn't seem to be acting strangely before they attacked the guests, so we can guess that they were tricked at the banquet. In that case, as long as we find out who they were in contact with at the banquet, the murderer's identity will be clear. Chu Meixin stood out from the crowd and explained coldly. She was not afraid at all in front of the big shots. Gu Chen, who was in the crowd, recalled that Bao Yu had drunk wine for Zhang Hao's sake, and then suddenly went crazy and attacked a ninja. He knew that Chu Meixin was right. Judging from the time, it was very likely that the murderer had not left the ship yet. That makes sense. I suggest that we check all the guests immediately. Many people nodded in agreement. Thinking that there might be someone hiding beside them who could use mind spells to control them, no one felt at ease. If no one has any objections, the Sword Garret will organize people to check. All guests, please stay where you are, Chu Meixin said. The Sword Garret, which was responsible for guarding the ship, would lose face if someone died. They had to catch the murderer as soon as possible so that they could answer to their sect. Junior Sister Chu is right. Song Chuicheng agreed with her in a daze. He was tall and strong, and with that terrifying heavy sword, many people didn't dare to say a word. There is no need to check. It is just a waste of time, Medusa suddenly said. What do you mean? Chu Meixin frowned. The murderer has just escaped. My maid is chasing after him. I believe we will find out soon. Medusa's eyes flashed as she explained. There's such a thing? The crowd was in an uproar when they heard this. They were doubtful. There was indeed one maid missing from Medusa's side, but no one had seen the murderer escape. This? Madame Du, are you sure? Chu Meixin was surprised. The disciples of the Sword Garret had been patrolling the nearby sea, but no one had seen what Madame Du had said. Moreover, if the murderer was really the murderer, his strength must be extraordinary. It did not make sense that only Madame Du's maid was chasing after him. Most importantly, why didn't Madame Du say these things when she was criticized by others? If she only said it now, it would make people feel that she was trying to hide something. I'm sure. You don't have to worry, I'll definitely give everyone an explanation tomorrow, and the auction will be held as scheduled. Medusa spoke with certainty. Seeing her so confident, many guests felt relieved. I wonder where the murderer escaped to. Just in case, we should send more people to hunt them down. Chu Meixin asked. She didn't want to go along with Medusa. She was a disciple of the Sword Pavilion, and there was no need for her to follow the orders of the other party. There was definitely something fishy going on, and she wanted to figure it out. Hearing Chu Meixin's words, Medusa glanced at her and smiled brightly. Before Medusa could answer, a sword light flew across the night sky and landed on the ship in the blink of an eye. The newcomer was dressed in linen clothes and had a haggard face. He looked like an old man with one foot in the coffin. The guests burst into an uproar when they saw him, and the disciples of the Sword Firmament Pavilion immediately bowed to him. Greetings, Elder Zhuge. Chu Meixin and the other disciples said. Great Sage Zhuge. Many of the guests present said. In the crowd, Gu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Zhuge Songbai was an elder of the Sword Firmament Pavilion with the cultivation of a great sage. At the same time, he was also the person in charge of maintaining the order of the auction in Binhai City. When one's Dao power reached 100 million, one could become a sage. The sage realm actually had a more detailed division. When one's Dao power exceeded 300 million, one could become a sage monarch. When it exceeded 600 million, one would be known as a great sage. Below the Dao ancestor, great sages could be said to be invincible existences. Even great sages with Dao power exceeding 900 million and were only one step away from the Dao ancestor realm were known as quasi-Dao ancestors. Zhuge Songbai's cultivation had reached the great sage realm, and it was rumored that he was one of the top 3 existences in the Sword Firmament Pavilion. He was deeply respected, so few guests dared to put on airs when he appeared. Of course, those who dared to put on airs in front of him wouldn't bother to attend any banquets. Those who were interested in the auction would only go directly to the auction house. Everyone has been frightened tonight. The disruption of the banquet is the negligence of the Sword Firmament Pavilion. We will definitely find the mastermind behind the attack on the banquet. Please rest assured. It's late at night. Tonight's banquet will end here. Everyone, rest early. I believe that tomorrow's auction will be very exciting. Zhuge Songbai kept his hands at the crowd. With the great sage personally appeasing them, the worries of many guests instantly disappeared without a trace. The hidden murderer would probably lose his life very soon. He actually alarmed the great sage to show himself. With the great sage's assurance, the guests gave up on the idea of investigating and left one after another. Elder Zhuge, should we send some people to accompany the ghost parade to track the murderer? Chu Meixin stood behind Zhuge Songbai and asked politely. There's no need. Just leave the matter to Madam. Do you guys have worked hard? Go back. Zhuge Songbai said coldly. Chu Meixin had a strange feeling in her heart when she heard that. Although she didn't know much about Elder Zhuge, she heard that he was a person who valued his reputation. Now that someone had attacked the banquet that the guards of the Sword Firmament Pavilion were in charge of, it was equivalent to slapping his face. Yet, he actually didn't have the slightest intention to investigate further. Chu Meixin was confused, but she knew that she shouldn't ask too much. She nodded. All right, disciple understands. After giving instructions to the disciples of the Sword Firmament Pavilion, Zhuge Songbai glanced at Medusa. Then, he turned into a sword light and soared into the sky. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Gu Chen witnessed the whole thing. He didn't say a word and seemed to be deep in thought. After that, Medusa left with her maidservant. Looking at the direction in which she had left, Gu Chen hesitated for a moment and didn't follow her. After the accident tonight, Medusa would definitely be extremely vigilant. There would be more eyes on her in the city. If he followed her now, it would be too easy to expose himself. Not long after, Gu Chen also said goodbye to Ji Yang and left alone. During this time, Ninja Hidden and the Clay Bodhisattva had already left one step ahead of him. The two of them didn't have any communication from beginning to end. They looked like complete strangers. Ninja Hidden and the Clay Bodhisattva first followed Zhang Hao and the others back to the Leaping Carp Tower. Then, Ninja Hidden snuck out and met up with Gu Chen. The two of them exchanged identities. When the real Gu Chen returned to the Leaping Carp Tower, the Clay Bodhisattva took out the ball of light that Zhang Hao had given to Ninja Hidden, and Ninja Hidden had given it to him. Looking at the unconscious Baoyu in the ball of light, Gu Chen's eyes lit up. Tonight's attack on the banquet by the mysterious person, as well as Medusa's reaction, and even the appearance of the great sage Zhuge, made him instinctively feel that this mysterious person might be an important breakthrough point in taking down Medusa. Now that this person's whereabouts were unknown, he might be able to find his whereabouts through Baoyu, who was under his control. The seal on the ball of light was undone, and the unconscious Baoyu fell to the ground. He then woke up. However, in response to Gu Chen's question, he only smiled foolishly. His laughter was eerie and creepy, as if he had completely forgotten who he was. This reaction was the same as the cultivators on the boat who had been controlled. Gu Chen was not surprised. He squatted down and grabbed Baoyu's head with one hand. His divine sense probed his mind. Baoyu, who was unconscious, could not resist Gu Chen's probing. Gu Chen quickly sensed an unusual mental power in his mind. This power was only a slight contact, but it could make people feel happy. Even Gu Chen's Taoist heart, which was as calm as an ancient well, was affected. It was as if he could kill everyone in the world for this joy. As his divine sense retreated from Baoyu's mind, Gu Chen's expression changed several times. He muttered, "It's actually its power." "Boss, how is it?" Clay Bodhisattva asked curiously. "You check it too, but you must be careful," Gu Chen said. Clay Bodhisattva looked confused. He quickly checked Baoyu's mind as well. Then, his expression changed drastically. He blurted out, "This is the power of the heart-shaped stone?" When Gu Chen heard Clay Bodhisattva's judgment, he immediately confirmed that the mental power in Baoyu's mind that could even slightly affect him was indeed from the big heart magic. If it was anyone else, they would only feel that the mental power in Baoyu's mind was abnormally strange and troublesome. They might not necessarily associate it with the heart-shaped stone. However, Clay Bodhisattva had held the stone of fear for a long time. Gu Chen even had 3 heart-shaped stones on him. Therefore, the two of them had a far better understanding of the energy of the heart-shaped stone than ordinary cultivators. In a short period of time, they came to the same conclusion. Orochi said that the 5 heart-shaped stones that can reassemble the big heart magic are greed, fear, anger, madness, and joy. The 3 heart-shaped stones of fear, anger, and madness are already in your hands, boss. In that case, the person who attacked the ghost parade has the heart-shaped stone of joy? No wonder so many cultivators fell for it easily. This is the power that originated from the great heart magic art. The clay bodhisattva took a deep breath. In the past, Tao Father Demon Heart had used his grand heart art to instigate a war that spanned across the 4 mountains and seas. Even if it was just a fifth of his power, what was the big deal about causing a mere ship's crew to kill each other? The person in the dark has a heart demon Tao orthodoxy. Interesting. I wonder what connection he has with the ghost parade. To make a move on the night before the auction, he clearly doesn't want to live anymore. I'm afraid his hatred is not small. Guchen took a Qianquan bag from Baoyu's waist and put him inside. Then, he began to discuss with the clay bodhisattva. Logically speaking, if they only wanted to ruin the banquet, any guest could have done it. However, the other party took the risk and chose to assassinate Madame Du. It seems like they have a direct grudge against Madame Du, the clay bodhisattva speculated. That's right. After the incident, Chu Meixin wanted to search the guests on the ship. Medusa immediately said that the culprit had already escaped. However, I kept an eye on her and her maidservant. Although there was a small gap in between, I don't think they had the time to find the real culprit and pursue the culprit after deducting the time it took for the assassin to be captured. Considering that the elder disappeared after the incident, I guess he was taken away by Medusa's maidservant. Why did she take him away instead of directly interrogating him? Medusa stopped Chu Meixin from searching the guests on the ship. Even the great sage Zhuge appeared at the critical moment. I suspect that she wants to hide something. Perhaps the identity of the person in the dark is a little sensitive, and she doesn't want to expose it in front of everyone. Guchen analyzed calmly. When the clay bodhisattva heard this, his expression turned solemn. Boss, do you think that the great sage Zhuge is in cahoots with Medusa and wants to help her hide something? What else? The moment he appeared, he stopped the Sword Tower disciples from tracking the culprit. This coincides with Medusa stopping Chu Meixin from searching the guests. Do you believe that there's nothing fishy about this? Guchen sneered. The clay bodhisattva couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. In that case, it's even more difficult to capture Medusa. The great sage is actually her subordinate. Could it be that this Zhuge Songbai is also from the Heaven and Earth group? Zhuge Songbai's status in the Sword Tower isn't low. Logically speaking, he wouldn't easily join an organization like the Heaven and Earth group. Perhaps they have some other connections. If we want to know the truth, we might be able to find the person who possesses the pleasure stone. This person has already attracted the attention of various powers in the auction. He might be able to help us realize our plan. Gu Chen's gaze flickered. The clay bodhisattva immediately understood what he meant. Boss wanted to create a diversion and make use of the other party to capture Medusa and escape unscathed. This person is quite powerful, but he probably isn't the great sage's match. He might not be able to help Boss, the clay bodhisattva muttered. Whether or not he can be of help, we can only be sure after meeting him. But he's hiding in the dark. How are we going to find him? Since this person cultivates the heart demon orthodoxy, if the heart-shaped stone appears in the auction tomorrow, do you think he will come looking for us? I'm afraid that's not a good idea. We can guess that he cultivates the heart demon orthodoxy, but there's no guarantee that others in the city won't guess it as well. If we take out the heart-shaped stone, it'll be the same as telling others that we're looking for him. Guchen frowned. The clay bodhisattva's words made sense. If he took out the heart-shaped stone to attract the other party, he would definitely become the main suspect when things got out of hand. Moreover, the auction items that would be appearing in the auction tomorrow had already been confirmed. If he wanted to add the heart-shaped stone to the list of auction items now, he wouldn't be able to do it without a strong connection. Ji Yang might have a way to help him do this, but his motive would be even more obvious. If Medusa happened to know about the situation of the heart demon orthodoxy, she would also be especially wary of him. This wouldn't be beneficial to his plan. If that's the case, we can only think of a way to lock on to that fellow when he makes his move again. Gu Chen thought for a moment and sighed. The other party clearly had a deep grudge with Medusa. A person who acted so crazily would definitely not flee after attacking the banquet. He most likely had other plans. All he could do was think of a way to lock onto him and secretly communicate with him when the other party attacked again. Of course, the premise was that the other party wouldn't be killed in the next operation. It was late at night, and the commotion in Binhai City had long ended. Chu Meixin stood alone on the shore, looking at the distant night and listening to the sound of the seawater constantly lapping against the shore. This moment of peace belonged to her alone. The noise and liveliness belonged to others. Only loneliness and desolation accompanied her. The sea in front of her reminded her of the situation when she crossed the realm sea 100 years ago. Every time she recalled that scene, her heart ached so much that she found it hard to breathe. The person she once loved the most had mercilessly killed her grandfather, who loved her the most, in front of her. From then on, the emotionless sword she had mastered because of him turned into an emotionless sword. From then on, she sealed her heart, never letting any man enter her heart again. For so many years, the other party's existence had been tormenting her like a nightmare. She wanted revenge and had worked hard to cultivate, but she was still an ordinary disciple of the Sword Tower. As for the other party, he had long abandoned his title as an overlord and become the top legend in the primordial Tao world, a proud son of heaven. Chu Meixin looked at the sea, her thoughts fluctuating. She did not show any hatred, much less tears. Perhaps it was because she was used to hiding this resentment, or perhaps it was because she cultivated the emotionless sword. She really treated herself as a sword and an artifact. Ah, he, a strange laughter suddenly came from behind her, causing Chu Meixin to snap back to her senses. She turned around and unsheathed her sword. Who are you? Chu Meixin's face revealed a look of dread. She didn't even notice the old woman in front of her who was holding a walking stick. Ah, he. Weren't you looking for me on the ship? The old woman spoke, but her voice was male. As her voice faded, her body rapidly changed, and her shriveled skin gradually regained the vitality of youth. The last person standing in front of Chu Meixin was a young man with green hair and an extremely ugly appearance. There were 2 scars at the corners of his mouth, making him look like he was smiling even though his mouth was closed. It was extremely strange. So it's you. You didn't escape after attacking the banquet. Instead, you actually dared to appear here. Chu Meixin held her sword, her gaze vigilant as she thought about how to inform the Sword Tower. Escape? The game has just begun. How can I escape? Ah, he. The young man laughed. When he saw that Chu Meixin's other hand, which was hidden in her sleeve, seemed to move, he immediately raised the walking stick in his hand. Chu Meixin immediately brandished her sword, but the orange and green heart-shaped stones on the walking stick emitted a gentle glow. Her falling sword suddenly stopped. Her eyes gradually became dazed, and with a clang, she threw down the sword in her hand. The day of the Ghost Parade auction had finally arrived. However, early in the morning, the results of the attack on the banquet came from the Ghost Parade. After investigation, the attack last night had been meticulously planned by an elder of the Ghost Parade. His goal was to seize the position of the Ghost Parade's owner. This elder was the one who attacked Madame Du after attacking the banquet and escaping from the scene. This elder failed to escape and was finally killed by Madame Du's maid. Now his body was hung at the city gate as a warning to others. When the results came out, most people naturally believed it. Gu Chen, on the other hand, was even more certain of his original judgment. He had seen the scene of the elder attacking Medusa with his own eyes. The elder's mind was not much clearer than the other people who attacked the banquet. He was just a puppet. However, Medusa insisted that this elder was the mastermind behind the scenes. It was clear that she wanted to calm the situation as soon as possible and cover up something. The Sword Pavilion also adopted a tacit attitude towards the Nether Street Parade. The great sage Zhuge did not hear any more news. Gu Chen was even more interested in the truth behind this. He was looking forward to the person from last night taking action. In order to take care of the different classes of guests and improve the efficiency of the auction, the Ghost Parade auction has a total of 3 auction halls. One is the Heaven Auction Hall and the other 2 are the Earth Auction Halls. If the person in the dark wants to take action, he won't choose the heaven auction hall. He will only choose one of the two earth auction halls. Therefore, clay bodhisattva and ninja will be responsible for monitoring the earth auction hall. If you find him, find a way to contact him. Remember to hide your identity. Don't let him discover your real identity. Don't let anyone else discover you. More importantly, pay attention to your safety. He is not easy to deal with. Be careful of his secret mind technique. I will monitor the earth auction hall number 2. If he appears at your place, inform me immediately. I will rush over as fast as I can. Today, the Ghost Parade Auction Hall and the Sword Pavilion will definitely strengthen the security of the auction. It will be best if you can find him before he takes action. If you only find him after he takes action, you must contact him after he escapes. If he is accidentally captured, this matter will be over. Don't take risks. It is not worth sacrificing your safety for him. In the guest room of the Leaping Carp Tower, Guchen was making arrangements for the day to the clay bodhisattva. The Heaven Auction Hall auctioned the most valuable treasures. Those who participated in the auction were naturally sages. It was not strange for a great sage like Zhuge Songbai to be hidden. Therefore, the Heaven Auction Hall was the most dangerous and also the most heavily guarded. Guchen believed that as long as the other party was rational, he would not attack the Heaven Auction Hall. Therefore, he focused his attention on the two earth auction halls. He, clay bodhisattva, and ninja were split into 2 teams. They were enough to monitor the 2 earth auction halls and look for a suitable opportunity to contact him. As for how he could make the other party trust him and be willing to give up his plan for him, he had already thought about it. The bait was 3 heart-shaped stones. The other party was eager for revenge and cultivated the heart demon orthodoxy. If he knew that he could obtain other heart-shaped stones to increase his strength in a short period of time, he would definitely not bear to give up the opportunity. As long as he took the bait, there would be hope for the follow-up plan. Clay Bodhisattva listened attentively to Guchen's instructions. Then, the 2 of them left the room and prepared to act separately. However, not long after they left the room, they were stopped by an old man before they could leave the courtyard. Old man, Elder Chu Fengxian of the Dragon Taming Sect. I heard that my sect's disciple, Bao Yu, is in your hands. If you know what's good for you, hand him over. Chu Fengxian looked at Guchen coldly, as if he was high and mighty. The Dragon Taming Sect was a first-rate faction in the Second Mountain and Sea. They had a Dao ancestor overseeing them, and they had a legacy of great Dao techniques. They usually looked down on second-rate factions like the Chen clan. Even if the Chen clan's patriarch came, Chu Fengxian would not care. Normally, after hearing about Bao Yu's situation last night, he would have barged into Gu Chen's room and forced him to hand Bao Yu over. The reason he had waited until this morning to block the way was because he was afraid of Zhang Hao's relationship with Chen Yunfei and wanted to give Zhang Hao some face. Gu Chen looked displeased. He had expected that the people from the Dragon Taming Sect would come looking for him sooner or later, but he had not expected it to be so soon. It turned out that the Dragon Taming Sect also had an elder in Binhai City. Bao Yu had already asked all he could. There was no longer any value, so it did not matter if he returned Bao Yu. Chu Fengxian was overbearing, but today's mission was the most important. Gu Chen could not be bothered with him and was about to hand Bao Yu over. The Dragon Taming Sect's elder is so impressive. Last night, Brother Chen handed Bao Yu over to me. If Elder Chu wants him, come and find me. A rough voice suddenly sounded. A few people walked in from outside the courtyard. Gu Chen was stunned when he saw them. They were the siblings Hai Xian and Hai Hong from the Oceanic race, as well as an unknown old man. The one who had just spoken was Hai Hong. Chu Fengxian turned his head and saw the people from the Oceanic race. His expression immediately darkened, first set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, bookseller's residence is what they said true. Chu Fengxian looked at Gu Chen with a frown. Gu Chen exchanged glances with Hai Hong and Hai Xian. Sensing that they had no ill intentions, he nodded calmly. That's right. Last night, Bao Yu was handed over to Brother Hai Hong. Elder Chu, you found the wrong person. Chu Fengxian's heart sank. He said angrily, reckless fool. What right do you have to hand my disciple over to others? Gu Chen's gaze turned cold. He had already said that Bao Yu was with Hai Hong, but Chu Fengxian was still pointing at him and scolding him. He was clearly a bully. "Hey, Elder Chu, I said he's with me. Why are you making things difficult for Brother Chen?" Hai Hong strode forward, obviously defending Gu Chen. Chu Fengxian glanced at the old man beside the Hai siblings and suppressed his anger. This is a grudge between the dragon taming sect and the Chen clan. What is the meaning of the Ocean clan getting involved? What reason does the Ocean clan have to detain my disciple? Bao Yu teamed up with Jiang Beidu from the Star Sea sect to bully my brother in the Ocean clan's territory. Naturally, we have to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, won't everyone think that the Ocean clan is weak and easy to bully? Hai Xian answered for Hai Hong. There was some helplessness in her eyes. This was a grudge between the dragon taming sect and Chen Yunfei. It indeed had nothing to do with them. According to her personality, she would not care. However, her brother had always been loyal. Chen Yunfei had helped him before. Although the clan had already rewarded him, he still felt indebted to him. Hence, he took the initiative to stir up trouble. She would not stop her brother from being grateful. However, the dragon taming sect was not to be trifled with. Hence, she could not allow him to speak carelessly. She answered for him first. Didn't Bao Yu learn his lesson from what happened previously? Why, is the Ocean clan still not satisfied? Chu Fengxian had heard about what had happened previously. Bao Yu had indeed offended the Ocean clan, but they had also taught him a lesson. Logically speaking, the matter should have been over. Whether we are satisfied or not, the Ocean clan has the final say. We have to appease my brother's anger. Hai Xian said calmly. Seeing the veins on Chu Fengxian's forehead bulge, she added. Of course, I can assure Elder Chu that Bao Yu's life will not be in any danger. He will be released in a few days. It's not a bad thing for young people to suffer a little, am I right, Elder Chu? Chu Fengxian's expression softened. If it was only a few days of imprisonment, although it was shameful, it was not unacceptable. As a genius of the sect, Bao Yu had always thought highly of himself. This time, it was indeed not a bad thing for him to suffer a little and recognize his own worth. Most importantly, this place was close to the Bubble Sea. The forces of the Sea clan far surpassed his dragon taming sect. Even if he said no, it would only be more embarrassing. All right. For the next few days, the old man stayed in the Leaping Carp building, waiting for the E&C race to release the man. If he's not back by the end of the auction, he'll bear the consequences. Chu Feng first threw down some harsh words, then flicked his sleeves and left. His speed was extremely fast, as if he was afraid that he would make a fool of himself if he continued to chat. When Chu Feng could no longer be seen, Gu Chen looked at the siblings and asked calmly, "Why did you help me?" "We didn't know each other before, but you helped me, so I'll help you today," Hai Hong said with a grin. In fact, he had long wanted to find Gu Chen to express his gratitude, but he had been placed in confinement previously. Your clan has already expressed their gratitude. Gu Chen shook his head. He had passed the stone statue he had obtained from the Sea Heaven Palace to Zhang Hao in exchange for a great favor. Compared to the previous favor of saving him, he had already profited greatly. My clan belongs to my clan, and mine belongs to me. It's mainly because I feel that Brother Chen is a good person and want to be friends with you. So, Brother Chen, you don't have to be so polite with me over such a small matter. Hai Hong looked fierce, but he was not a scheming person. His words were sincere and pleasing to the ear. In that case, we're already friends. Gu Chen laughed involuntarily. People like Hai Hong, who would fight with Jiang Beidu over the killing of fish, looked strange, but they actually had a pure heart, and a pure heart was the most precious. Gu Chen and Hai Hong were chatting happily when Hai Xian reminded him. Young Master Chen, Bao Yu is highly valued in the dragon taming sect. Although you have a grudge against him, it's enough. After the news was released just now, the dragon taming sect had already determined that Bao Yu was in the hands of the Sea clan. If anything happened to Bao Yu, the Sea clan would be in a lot of trouble. Therefore, she had to remind Gu Chen not to let him be fearless because of the Sea clan's protection and even misjudge the situation. Miss Hai Xian, don't worry. I'll find a suitable time to release Bao Yu. Gu Chen understood what she meant and smiled. Xian heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this. May I know who this is? Gu Chen asked curiously as he looked at the elder from the ENC race who was following the siblings. When the three of them appeared, Gu Chen first noticed the elder. There was no other reason. His cultivation level was higher than the siblings. He was probably very close to the great sage realm. This is my clan's elder, Hai Dongxin. We all call him Uncle Dong, Hai Hong introduced. Greetings, senior. Gu Chen smiled and bowed. Since he was of the same generation as Hai Hong, it was only right for him to address him as such. Hai Dongxin nodded simply. It wasn't because he was arrogant, but because he was a man of few words. Brother Hai Hong, you didn't come to Binhai City just to look for me, right? Gu Chen asked curiously. If they were just looking for him to repay a favor, there was no need for Hai Dongxin to follow them. We want to see the Ghost Street Parade auction, but we've never been familiar with land. Therefore, we specially came to look for Brother Chen and wanted you to lead the way, Hai Hong said straightforwardly. Hai Hong said bluntly. Gu Chen was suddenly enlightened. No wonder Hai Xian had said that they would meet again soon when they left the bottom of the sea. It turned out that the ENC race had long wanted to participate in the auction. Thinking about it, it was normal. Even though there were countless treasures in the Sea Heaven Palace, the Ghost Street Parade auction gathered all the treasures in the 9 mountains and seas. There would always be things that the ENC race needed but didn't have. As for asking him to lead the way, it was more to make friends. Gu Chen was instantly put in a difficult position. He was indeed going to participate in the auction, but he had a hidden agenda. If he were to be with the Hai Hong siblings, it was inevitable that he would be exposed. However, refusing would be even more suspicious. He thought for a moment and said with a smile, what a coincidence. I'm also planning to participate in the auction. Brother Hai Hong, wait a moment. I'll call Brother Xing too. Xing Kuafu had also helped that day. Hai Hong had the intention to befriend him, so there was naturally no reason for him to disagree. Therefore, Gu Chen went to look for Xing Kuafu. During this time, Clay Bodhisattva left the Leaping Carp building alone. Although there were some variables, Clay Bodhisattva knew that his boss would definitely have a way to deal with it. He just needed to be responsible for him and Ninja's mission. Gu Chen and Xing Kuafu didn't make Hai Hong and the other two wait for long. Everyone headed for the auction together. Wonderful Bookhouse Xing Kuafu wanted to invite Zhang Hao, but Gu Chen said that Hai Hong didn't like Zhang Hao, and the Sea clan didn't like to hang out with too many land cultivators. Xing Kuafu thought it made sense, so he gave up on the idea. The 3 great auction halls weren't far from each other, and they were all on the same street. When everyone was about to arrive, the street was bustling with cultivators, rubbing shoulders with one another. I'm going to the Heaven Auction Hall. You 2 kids can stroll around the Earth Auction Hall. Hai Dong Xian said at the fork of the street. Yes, Uncle Dong. Hai Xian and her brother said obediently. Then, Hai Dongxin left alone. Should we go to the Heavenly Hall as well? I heard that you spared no expense to find a few unique auction items, and they're all in the Heavenly Hall, Xing Kuafu said with a smile. No matter how precious the items in the Heavenly Hall are, we can't afford them. It's better to keep an eye on the Earth Hall. Who knows, we might be pleasantly surprised. Hai Xian shook her head. She still had some self-awareness. She and Xing Kuafu were still young, even though they were heavily cultivated in their respective clans. How could they compete with the elders who had real power in their clans and sects in terms of wealth? Moreover, even the great sages would bid for the truly precious auction items in the Heavenly Hall, so it was definitely not their turn. Sigh, even if it's just to broaden my horizons, it's not bad. Xing Kuafu had already obtained what he wanted from the Heavenly Sea Palace, so his enthusiasm for participating in the auction had dropped significantly. He wanted to see more of the legendary treasures. The auction will last for 3 days. Those unique treasures won't appear on the first day. There's a high chance that they'll be the finale. Xing Kuafu thought it was reasonable, so he no longer insisted on going to the Heavenly Hall. Instead, he said, then, which hall should we go to? Second Underground Hall, Gu Chen said at this moment. Why? Everyone was stunned. Because we're in the second mountain and sea. Gu Chen said with a straight face. He took the lead and walked in the direction of the Second Underground Hall. The other three cultivators were left speechless. Did the second mountain and sea have anything to do with the second underground hall? They didn't care which hall they were going to, so they followed behind Gu Chen. Soon, they arrived at the second hall. The auction hall was heavily guarded, and Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples could be seen patrolling the alleys. There was already a long queue at the entrance, and there were people from the Ghost Parade in charge of receiving them. The four of them followed the procession into the auction hall, and they could occasionally hear about the attack on the banquet last night. That Madame Du of the secluded street parade did not get her position right after all. That's why the elders are trying to seize power. But what's the point of just attacking the banquet? There's something fishy going on. Hai Xian casually said as she listened to the discussion around her. Wrong position? Does Miss Hai Xian know anything about Madame Du? Gu Chen's heart was moved. I don't know, but there are seniors in my clan who have interacted with the fierce demon saint before. Hai Xian explained, there are many suspicious points about the death of the fierce demon saint. After his death, his only son was missing, which led to the ghost parade falling into the hands of Madame Du. This Madame Du is indeed skillful. In just a few years, she managed to gain a firm foothold in the Ghost Parade Street and obtained the support of most of the elders. However, there are still some rumors in the dark. The fierce demon saint has a son? A strange light flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. He had asked about the fierce demon saint's past during the Ghost Parade Street, but he did not hear that the fierce demon saint had a son. Yes, it said that the fierce demon saint's son was extremely ugly when he was born. His father did not like him, so very few people know about his existence. The seniors in my clan also learned about this by chance. It's funny, it said that the fierce demon saint himself was also very ugly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a fierce name. But he still disliked the existence of his son. At the level of the fierce demon saint, would he care about things like appearance? Xinquafu listened with some doubt. Who knows? Anyway, that's what the seniors in my clan said. Hai Xian shrugged. She was just telling everyone an interesting story. As for whether it was true or not, the fierce demon saint was dead. Did it still matter? The few of them talked and laughed as they entered the auction hall. After hearing that the fierce demon saint had a son, Gu Chen fell into deep thought and did not say much. It wasn't time yet, but the auction hall was already bustling with noise. There was a sea of people. Gu Chen and the other three found a corner to sit down and quietly waited for the auction to begin. There were also Sword Pavilion disciples maintaining order in the auction hall. They were scattered in all directions of the hall. Gu Chen looked around, and when he caught a glimpse of a beautiful figure not far from the auction stage, he could not help but freeze. It was Chu Meixin again. Although the two of them were in the same city, there were as many cultivators in Binhai City as there were carps in the river. It was truly a coincidence that they met again and again. If the person in the dark chooses to attack in the second hall, this place will definitely be in chaos. As a disciple of Sword Pavilion, Chu Meixin will probably bear the brunt of the danger. As Gu Chen pondered, he frowned slightly and glanced at the three people beside him. The existence of Hai Hong and her brother wasn't beneficial for him to take action after the matter happened. Therefore, he had called Xinquafu over. Xinquafu wasn't around. If he, who was in charge of leading the way, suddenly disappeared, it would definitely arouse the suspicions of Hai Hong and her brother. However, with Xinquafu around, it wouldn't be difficult for him to find an excuse to temporarily leave the team for a period of time. This was also the real reason why he stopped Xinquafu from calling Zhang Hao over. Zhang Hao was too capable and quick-witted, so he was not easy to deal with. After all, Gu Chen was a little worried about playing tricks in front of him. It was already troublesome to act without arousing the suspicion of Hai Hong and the other two. Chu Meixin came to add to the trouble, which really gave Gu Chen a headache. No matter what, Chu Meixin was a friend from his hometown. It wasn't appropriate for Gu Chen to stand by idly when she was in danger. The time was up. The beautiful MC carefully selected by Ghost Parade walked onto the stage and gave a standard opening speech. Chu Meixin stood not far from the MC. Today, she still looked noble and cold, forming a stark contrast with the enthusiastic MC on stage. The first auction item appeared. After a few rounds of intense competition, it was successfully auctioned off. The second auction item, the third auction item, the fourth auction item, the auction in the second underground hall was in full swing under the MC's perfect control. The enthusiasm of the cultivators at the scene was getting higher and higher. They spent a lot of money for the auction items they liked, and some even fought until their faces turned red. Gu Chen looked at the auction items on the stage indifferently. His mind had already spread to the whole venue, and he was alert to any movement. At the same time, he also paid attention to the sound-transmitting charm used to contact the clay bodhisattva. The pace of the auction in the first underground hall should be roughly the same as that in the second underground hall. If there was any accident, the clay bodhisattva would inform him immediately. The next auction item is the most precious one today. The beautiful female MC stood in front of another auction item covered by a red cloth. Suddenly, she smiled mysteriously, attracting the attention of everyone, including Gu Chen. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second. Remember, bookseller's house under normal circumstances, the most precious auction item would only appear at the end of the day. There was still some time before the end of the auction. Everyone's attention was naturally drawn by the host's sudden announcement. Some guests had even learned about today's auction item in advance through certain channels. Thus, when they heard this, they could not help but feel puzzled. Could it be that the final auction item had appeared in advance? As everyone watched, the host smiled mysteriously and slowly took off the red cloth covering the auction item. A translucent green heart-shaped gem appeared before everyone's eyes, shining with a demonic luster. Gu Chen's expression changed slightly. A heart-shaped gem, he had not expected to see another heart-shaped gem here. Was it the doing of that person in the dark? As his emotions surged, the host began to introduce the gem under the puzzled gazes of the guests. Legend has it that there are 5 heart-shaped gems in this world. They are formed from the 5 emotions of countless living beings. Some of you here should have heard of the legend of the heart-shaped gem and know that it is somewhat useful to cultivators who cultivate in some special orthodoxies. But if that's all, it naturally won't be the most precious auction item today. I've received reliable information from Phantom Street. These 5 heart-shaped gems were actually left behind by the mental demon Dao ancestor, whose name shook the Dao realm back then. When the 5 heart-shaped gems are gathered together, they can reassemble the grand heart magic art of the 8 major techniques. The host's voice grew louder. Upon hearing such a secret, all the guests in the second hall became excited. Grand heart magic art? These heart-shaped gems actually have such a special origin. 5 heart-shaped gems can reassemble the grand heart magic art. Doesn't that mean that the power of this one is greater than most minor Dao techniques? The guests discussed animatedly, their eyes turning bloodshot. Dao techniques were the most elite Dao techniques in this world. Whoever could obtain one would have the hope of becoming a Dao ancestor, even if they could not become a Dao ancestor, even if they only had a minor Dao technique. It was enough for them to establish their own sect or make their own sect have a place in the Dao realm. Such a treasure was not just precious. Both itinerant cultivators and sect cultivators would go crazy for it. Grand Heart Magic Art. Hai Xian and her brother exchanged a few glances with Xing Kuafu. Now, they were also tempted. Even if they already had a Dao technique inheritance, no one would complain about having too many. For a moment, everyone was restless. Their gazes towards the glowing gem became more and more heated. Something's wrong. Gu Chen, who already knew the secret of the heart-shaped stone, had an ugly expression on his face. He felt that there was something fishy going on. If Ghost Parade knew the secret of the heart-shaped stone, he wouldn't have told the public about it. He would have collected the heart-shaped stone in secret. Even if they only wanted to earn some money, there was no reason for them to auction the heart-shaped stone in the Earth Hall when they knew its value. They should have auctioned it in the Heaven Hall, unless the appearance of the heart-shaped stone was not within the control of the ghostly parade. Was this a conspiracy? Just as Gu Chen was instinctively on guard, the heart-shaped stone on the stage emitted a huge and invisible mental energy. The guests present stood up one after another. Many people's breathing became rapid, and their eyes became redder and redder, as if they were about to lose their minds. Even Gu Chen had an impulse in his heart. He wanted to take that gorgeous gem for himself. He would kill anyone who dared to snatch it from him. The key to the Grand Dao technique is right in front of you, and its starting bid is 0. If you want it, come and fight for it. It belongs to whoever gets it first. The MC moved her red lips and spoke in a persuasive manner. At the same time, the mental energy released by the heart-shaped stone turned into a storm that swept the entire auction hall. "The treasure is mine." A cultivator who was closest to the auction stage roared and charged at it like a wild beast. "Don't even think about it. The Grand Heart Art can only belong to the Beast King sect. Who dares to fight me for it?" The scene went out of control all of a sudden. Many guests fought each other, and they completely forgot about the auction's rules as they fought. "Gentlemen, shall we join hands?" Xinquafu turned to look at Gu Chen and his companions. His eyes flickered with a green light. "If we get it, who do we give the heart-shaped stone to?" Hai Xian questioned. A green light could be seen in her eyes too. "Of course you'll give it to me, but I'll compensate you enough." Xinquafu answered without any hesitation. "What a joke. What kind of compensation can be compared to the Grand Dao technique?" Hai Xian sneered. "Do you think we're fools?" Hai Hong was displeased too, and the siblings soon quarreled with Xinquafu. Seeing as the three of them had a drastic change in temperament, then looking at the guests who were even crazier and lost their minds, Gu Chen took a deep breath. "The power of greed. The person in the dark has more than one heart-shaped stone," Yangming mumbled. The mental energy that made everyone go crazy was greed. The MC's earlier words had awakened the people's greed, so once the heart-shaped stone showed its power, many guests' minds were directly controlled. Even those with profound cultivation bases were unknowingly affected, and their temperaments changed. It was only a matter of time before they completely lost their minds. This person's level of attainment in the path of mental demons is beyond my imagination. I can't believe that he chose this method to attack the auction. How brilliant. Gu Chen's mind was spinning. There was no better way to destroy the auction house than to let the guests kill each other. This way, the auction in the underground second hall would be finished. Not only would there be heavy casualties, but there would also be a series of chaos, which would make it easier for the instigator to escape. Ignoring Xinquafu and the other two, Gu Chen's eyes were locked on the stone of greed beside the MC. With his Dharma eye, he could see that the MC was not the person in disguise, but a puppet whose mind had been controlled. The person in the dark might not even be in the auction hall, and was controlling everything from afar. However, even though he could avoid the risk of being attacked by experts, Gu Chen did not believe that he would be willing to leave the stone of greed here. The stone of greed was undoubtedly one of the person's trump cards. If possible, he would definitely take it back. Therefore, Gu Chen concluded that the only way to find the person was to keep his eyes on the stone of greed. The guests fought together, and the disciples of the sword Garrett, who were supposed to maintain order, were also affected. Flying swords flew everywhere, and the auction hall became unrecognizable. In a situation where they restrained each other, none of the guests could get close to the stone of greed. In the fight, their minds were completely lost, and they did not even know why they were fighting. Whoosh! In the midst of the chaos, a beautiful figure dashed out from a position very close to the auction stage. She instantly snatched the stone of greed and fled. How could it be her? Gu Chen was shocked and angry. He thought that it was the MC who had secretly taken the stone of greed. He did not expect it to be Chu Meixin. It seemed that many people in and out of the auction hall had already fallen into the control of the person in the dark. The opponent's strategy was very meticulous. Gu Chen immediately chased after her. Not long after he left, the auction hall completely collapsed, and the battle spread to the streets, causing an even bigger commotion. Chu Meixin's speed was extremely fast. After leaving the auction hall, she went straight to the seaside. Gu Chen turned into a shadow and hid behind her. As he chased after Chu Meixin, he spread out his divine sense and paid attention to the direction of the three auction halls. The chaos in the second hall would alert all the masters in a very short time, especially the great saints in the Tianzi hall. However, cultivators who had lost their minds were not that easy to control. Even if they were controlled, it would take time to interrogate them and find out the truth. This period of time was enough for Chu Meixin to return the stone of greed to the person in the dark. Because of the chaos at the scene, the truth of Chu Meixin's temporary disappearance might not even be noticed. The other party had a good plan. They destroyed the ghost parade auction with 0 losses. Chu Meixin only took away the stone of greed, not the other auction items in the auction hall. This further proved that the person in the dark was purely here for revenge and not for benefits. As Gu Chen was thinking, his body and appearance slowly changed. Finally, he turned into a skinny old man. He hid in the shadows and followed Chu Meixin. After a while, Chu Meixin crossed the sea and arrived at a small island. There was already a person waiting at the edge of the island. It was an ugly man with green hair. He took the stone of greed from Chu Meixin's hand and inserted it into a walking stick. Then, he showed a satisfied smile. "Thank you for your hard work. Your mission is completed. Now, I will give you one last mission. Pick up your sword and cut your own throat," the man said to Chu Meixin. His voice was evil. Hearing this, Chu Meixin nodded absent-mindedly. She unsheathed her sword and was about to kill herself. "Burning the bridge after crossing the river, isn't that too unkind?" Suddenly, an old voice echoed in Chu Meixin's ears. Her face showed a struggling expression and the sword in her hand also stopped moving. The ugly man who had been smiling suddenly changed his expression. His eyes revealed a bloodthirsty light as he looked at the shore. A skinny old man had appeared out of nowhere, causing him to inexplicably feel a strong pressure. The son of the demon saint? Gu Chen looked at the ugly face in front of him and thought of the rumor Hai Xian had told him. "I am not." "Who are you? The person from the ghost parade?" The ugly man's face twitched when he heard the words ferocious demon saint. Gu Chen observed him and sighed. "I was wondering why Madame Du didn't want to investigate the person who ruined the banquet. After confirming your identity, I finally understand. The evil demon saint's son is the true owner of the ghost parade. Madame Du didn't get her position properly. If she caught you in front of everyone and you accidentally told the truth, it would be very bad for her. That's why she chose to keep the peace. However, she clearly underestimated your strength, as well as your determination to avenge your father. Today, it can be said that she has suffered a terrible setback." The ugly man listened to Gu Chen's words and scanned the surroundings with his spiritual awareness. After confirming that there were no hidden enemies, he relaxed a lot. "Ha ha ha, revenge for your father? What a cliché. If the demon saint were to hear this in the underworld, he would probably find it hilarious, right?" The ugly man let out a strange laugh. It was hard to tell whether he was mocking Gu Chen or mocking himself. Gu Chen frowned. "Isn't it? Of course not. My life's biggest wish is to kill the evil demon saint with my own hands." Gu Chen's eyes flickered. He didn't understand what the other party meant. The other party's mental state seemed to have some problems. If that's the case, you should be very grateful that Madame Du helped you kill the evil demon saint. "Why did you attack the ghost parade auction?" Gu Chen asked. "Grateful? Ha ha ha." The ugly man laughed loudly. His eyes were filled with hatred. "That woman killed the evil demon saint before me. My wish will never come true. I can't wait to tear her into pieces." Gu Chen went silent. It seemed that the evil demon saint's son hated his father very much. He remembered what Hai Xian said. The evil demon saint didn't acknowledge him because of his son's ugly appearance. "You are not from the ghost parade. Being able to find me is also a skill. What do you want to do?" The ugly man guessed Gu Chen's identity through the conversation and asked curiously. Gu Chen glanced at Chu Meixin. "Leave her to me first." "Ha ha ha. Don't tell me you want to be a hero saving the beauty? But your request is a bit too much. She is an excellent hostage." The ugly man rolled his eyes. He raised his walking stick and pressed it on Chu Meixin's shoulder. Chu Meixin, who was showing signs of sobriety, suddenly lost her focus. Her sword fell to the ground. She stood there motionlessly. "Hostage? She is just an ordinary disciple of the Sword Pavilion. What value can she have?" Gu Chen said calmly. "If that's the case, why do you want to save her?" The ugly man didn't believe him. "I want to give you some benefits. But you have to show some sincerity. You don't have what I want. She can make up the numbers." Gu Chen said indifferently. The ugly man was confused. He didn't know what the person in front of him meant. "Speak clearly. Otherwise, I will kill her." "You can kill her. But you won't be able to walk out of this island alive. Guchen took a step forward. It was just one step. The ugly man's expression became extremely grave. He was born with an abnormally sharp mind. So, he could sense danger that others couldn't. This was the feeling the person in front of him gave him. Under that old skin, there seemed to be some kind of power that made him tremble. This power made him not dare to act rashly. The other party wasn't bragging. If he wanted to kill him, he probably had some confidence. Or, you can choose to let her go. We can sit down and have a good chat. Guchen gave him a choice. Then, he raised his left hand slightly and looked at the other party calmly. The ugly man laughed dryly. He pushed the walking stick in his hand. Chu Meishin floated towards Guchen. Guchen waved his sleeves and put Chu Meishin into his body space. Then, he pointed at the beach in front of him. Sit down and talk. The two of them sat down. There was a distance of 10 feet between them. What's your name? Guchen asked. The surname my father gave me was abandoned. As for my mother, she died when I was born. I don't even know her surname. So, I don't have a surname. As for my name, there's no need to mention it. You can just call me Ugly Emperor. The ugly man replied. His voice was young, much younger than his appearance. The king of ugliness? Is this self-mockery? Guchen said. Whatever you think. It's your turn. Your name. The ugly emperor stared at Guchen carefully, guessing if this old appearance and voice were real. He bet that it was fake. However, Guchen's disguise technique was flawless. He couldn't see through it. What's the point of randomly making up a name? Guchen couldn't be bothered to lie. You are quite honest. However, you aren't even willing to make up a name. What do you want to talk to me about? The ugly emperor laughed coldly. Although you succeeded today, the auction has been prepared for so long. It's impossible for it to be cancelled just because of you. There's a high chance that the auction will continue tomorrow. The same trick won't work again. Are you going to stop? The ugly emperor squinted his eyes. He felt that this person was getting more and more interesting. Why don't you guess? I'm not guessing. If you are going to stop, I will leave now. Guchen was expressionless. The ugly emperor couldn't see anything. He said with a sinister smile, I will continue playing this game until the candle burns out. Guchen wasn't surprised. Not only was there something wrong with the ugly emperor's mental state, but he also noticed that the ugly emperor's body was in a bad state. It didn't look like the body of a Saint Realm cultivator. Guchen didn't know if it was because of his body, or if he didn't want to stop, which was why his body was in such a state. But all in all, this was a person with no tomorrow. His life could wither at any moment. Since that's the case, then let's shine brighter at the end of my life. Guchen flipped his hand and took out the 3 heart-shaped stones of fear, anger, and madness. The 2 heart-shaped stones on the ugly emperor's walking stick, which symbolized greed and joy, shone brightly. They resonated with the 3 in Guchen's hand and formed a strange mental energy magnetic field. The ugly emperor's expression changed, and his breathing became hurried. I didn't think that I would be able to see 5 heart-shaped stones gathered together before I die. In just a short while, the ugly emperor calmed down and looked deeply at Guchen. He wasn't affected by the mental energy magnetic field formed by the 5 heart-shaped stones. His will was much firmer than Guchen had expected. Guchen casually tossed the 3 heart-shaped stones over. The ugly emperor caught them and his body trembled. Hee, what a weird person. What do you want to use me for? The ugly emperor laughed. He knew that there was no free lunch in the world. Do whatever you want. Just cause a ruckus. Guchen said calmly. Then you will fish in troubled waters? Isn't it better for you to tell me your plan and let me cooperate with you? The ugly emperor touched his chin and suddenly understood. He patted his head. Oh, you know that even if I can successfully use the power of the 5 heart-shaped stones, I will definitely lose my mind. At that time, all the plans will be meaningless. Instead, it will increase the risk of you being exposed. So, you should just let me do what I want. You can casually give me the opportunity to use a great Dao technique without even blinking. How important is your plan? I'm really curious. Gu Chen stood up and patted off the sand on his body. It's meaningless for you to know too much. I'm using you, and you're using me. Just maintain this relationship. He turned around and walked towards the sea. He couldn't stay here for too long, and it was the same for the ugly emperor. The search network in Binhai City would probably be activated soon. Aren't you afraid that I'll suddenly cherish my life and run away with the 5 heart-shaped stones? Looking at Gu Chen's back view, the ugly emperor mocked. Gu Chen didn't reply and quickly disappeared into the sea. He, the ugly emperor laughed out loud. His laughter was filled with desolation. Gu Chen left the ugly emperor and flew above the sea alone. He muttered softly. What a pity. If not for that state, he might have become my subordinate. From the commotion in the second underground hall to Gu Chen meeting and parting with the ugly emperor, only a short period of time had passed. At that time, there had been many cultivators gathered in the second underground hall, and there was no lack of saints. In a chaotic battle, Gu Chen estimated that the situation would not be under control so quickly. Xun Kuafu and Hai Xian, who were with him, had been affected by the power of the heart-shaped stone. Their minds were in chaos, and they might not have discovered that he had left. Gu Chen returned to Binhai City and thought about how to cover up his previous actions as he rushed in the direction of the 3 auction halls. The ugly emperor's attack method had exceeded his expectations, and the many changes that followed had to be considered carefully. This was especially so for Chu Meixin, who was currently in his body space. She was the greatest trouble. Thinking about how to deal with her, Gu Chen felt a headache. He had saved Chu Meixin because of their friendship in the past, but this friendship also brought about the risk of him being exposed. Whether to let Chu Meixin or keep her was a problem. Right now, he could only observe the situation and adapt to the situation. When Gu Chen was about to reach the 3 auction halls, a large number of cultivators had gathered outside the street. Up ahead was a blockade formed by the disciples of Sword Hall, which blocked Gu Chen's path. Gu Chen had a bad premonition when he saw this. He, who had disguised himself, squeezed into the crowd and tried to understand what had happened from the people around him. What's going on? Why did the auction stop all of a sudden? A cultivator who had just come out of the first underground hall asked the person beside him with a gloomy expression. It said that the second underground hall was attacked. A large number of guests started fighting like crazy. A busybody beside him immediately answered. What? Could it be that all the auction items were robbed? How did the ghost parade do things? There was a problem before the banquet, and now even the auction has been attacked. It said that the auction items are fine. The culprit doesn't seem to be interested in it. He just used some powerful Dharma array to make the guests kill each other. What's the point of doing this? Does he have a grudge with the ghost parade? What kind of Dharma array is so powerful that it can cause so many cultivators to suffer? Is what you said true? The auction hall should have been heavily guarded. How did the murderer set up the array in advance? I'm not too sure about the specifics. The cultivators who went crazy in the earth and earth halls are now under control. They're not allowed to talk to outsiders. The people from Ghost Parade and Sword Pavilion are currently interrogating them. Many passers-by discussed among themselves. Most of them were just speculations. They didn't even know that it was the heart-shaped stone that caused so many cultivators to go crazy. Gu Chen's heart sank. From what the passers-by said, the situation was clearly under control. It was much faster than he had expected. What was going on? The heart-shaped stone was related to the great heart magic technique. The fact that such a shocking piece of news could be blocked at the first moment indicated that the person who had stabilized the situation must have suppressed a large number of delirious cultivators in an extremely short time. Where are the clay bodhisattva and ninja? Gu Chen sensed that something was amiss. He sensed with his mind and searched for traces of his companions. They had been ordered to monitor the underground hall and had been staying on this street the whole time. They should know what had happened. Soon, on the second floor of a tea house along the street, Gu Chen found the 2 people who had disguised themselves. At this moment, even the clay bodhisattva had abandoned his identity as Jin Xiao and disguised himself as a cultivator that he didn't know. Seeing Gu Chen's appearance, he finally relaxed his tense mood. What happened? How did the chaos in the Earth and Earth halls get suppressed so quickly? Gu Chen didn't talk to the two people directly. Instead, he walked to a nearby place and asked through telepathy. The great sage Zhuge from Sword Pavilion took action in time. For other guests who came out of the Heavenly Hall also took action with him. One of the 4 guests was the old man who followed Hai Hong and Hai Hong. If I'm not mistaken, the 4 of them are also great sages like Zhuge Songbai. The clay bodhisattva answered hurriedly. At this moment, he had a lot of doubts in his heart when he saw Gu Chen. He was a little worried that something had gone wrong. After all, he and Ninja had seen the joint attack of 5 great sages in the crowd. The deterrence was extraordinary. 5 great sages took action? Gu Chen took a deep breath. He had already guessed that there would be many experts in the Heavenly Hall given the scale of the auction. However, he didn't expect that 5 great sages would work together to suppress the chaos in the Earth and Earth halls. With the strength of the great sages, it was not surprising that the situation in the Earth and Earth halls was under control so quickly. He had made a mistake in this matter. Gu Chen's expression suddenly became gloomy. He felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Seeing his serious expression, the clay bodhisattva and Ninja also realized that there was something wrong with the plan. They hurriedly asked about the specific details of the matter. Gu Chen roughly told them the ins and outs of the matter. The expressions of the clay bodhisattva and Ninja changed when they heard it. They even broke out in a cold sweat. At present, the crazy cultivators in the Earth and Sword Pavilion are temporarily detained. Obviously, the Ghost Parade and Sword Pavilion want to find clues about the ugly emperor from these people. Boss, you showed up in the Earth and Earth halls as Qin Yunfei. After the chaos, you disappeared. You will definitely become the main target of suspicion. The clay bodhisattva said anxiously. If Gu Chen was targeted by the 5 great sages, it would not be a joke. Even if he was the glorious ancient overlord body, he would still be in danger. Since the secret of the big heart sorcery has been revealed to the public by the ugly emperor, I'm afraid the great sages have already started to think about it. They will definitely get to the bottom of it. I'm afraid that boss can't avoid it. It's my fault. My mission was to help you cover up your identity when you need it. The ninja gritted his teeth. If he was smart, he would have changed into Qin Yunfei's appearance after discovering that Gu Chen was not in the Earth and Earth halls. Then, he wouldn't have to worry about being targeted by the great sages. It's not your fault. I didn't think it through. Gu Chen shook his head. He had misjudged the situation, which led to the current loophole. Now that things had come to this, he could only think of a way to make up for it. Although the 5 great sages are powerful, the Earth and Earth halls were already in ruins when they attacked. It's possible that there aren't any cultivators like Boss who woke up in time and left in advance. Maybe Boss can make up an excuse that he was not there. As long as it's reasonable, plus Boss's friendship with Xianxia and the Sea clan, the great sages might not make things difficult for you. The clay bodhisattva pondered. Gu Chen's absence was indeed a loophole, but it was not impossible to explain. If that's the case, then Boss has to return to the Earth and Earth halls as soon as possible to prove his innocence. The later you go back, the more suspicious it will be, the ninja reminded. Gu Chen listened but did not answer. Thousands of thoughts were spinning in his mind. The loophole had already appeared. If he made a wrong step, all his plans would be ruined. He faced many potential risks. Different choices might lead to more loopholes. In the worst-case scenario, he would be besieged by many great sages. He would no longer be able to hide his identity in the Dao world. After closing his eyes and pondering for a long time, Gu Chen finally made a decision. When he opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashed across them. Renin, leave Binhai City immediately and evacuate our people. No matter what happens next, don't try to inquire about it to avoid being discovered. Gu Chen instructed Renin with a decisive tone. But boss, didn't you plan on getting me to disguise myself as Qin Yunfei when you attack Madame Du and appear in front of others in your place to avoid arousing suspicion? If I leave, what about the plan? Are you going to give up? Renin was alarmed. Gu Chen sounded like he was prepared to throw the can away. It was hard not to worry. Publicly, the Hidden Dragon clan and Gu Chen were already in the same boat. They were bound together for good or bad. If Gu Chen's identity was exposed, the Hidden Dragon clan would be finished sooner or later. Privately, he had long developed feelings for Gu Chen after following him for so many years. He did not wish for his life to be in danger. The bait has already been thrown out. How can I give up on the plan? It's just that I have to change it a little. Gu Chen shook his head, realizing that his words were somewhat ambiguous. He explained, I got you to disguise as me previously to make it easier for me to act in secret. But now that Qin Yunfei has disappeared in the second underground hall's chaos, is that still important? Boss, do you not plan on appearing as Qin Yunfei in the future? If Qin Yunfei continued to not appear, it would become a huge problem. Since there were suspicions, be it the Ghost Parade or the various great sages who were interested in the great heart magic art, they would not let the matter rest. If Gu Chen did not want to face this, he would have to give up his identity as Qin Yunfei. However, his current faction was already too tied to Qin Yunfei. It was impossible for him to give it up just like that. Qin Yunfei is just not appearing for the time being. He will naturally appear when the time is right. Gu Chen shook his head. He had a rough idea. He could even resolve Chu Meixin's problem, but he might have to make her suffer. No matter what he did, there would always be risks. He could only choose the most advantageous path. When Ren'in leaves Binhai City, Xianxia has to return to the Leaping Carp building. After instructing Ren'in, Gu Chen turned to the clay bodhisattva and said seriously, when the time comes, no matter who asks you about my whereabouts, just answer that you don't know. Just say that I sent you to the auction in the first underground hall. Some people might make things difficult for you. If you need, you, Xingquafu, Hai Hong, and the others can help. They should give me some face. What if the great sage asks? The clay bodhisattva asked. If the great sage came personally, underground Jiao, the underground Dragonin, and said, great. If the great sage personally interrogated me, it means that they are highly suspicious of me. That's unlikely. Besides, although Ugly Emperor interrupted today's auction, the great sages don't think much of him. They must have come to Binhai City because they want to obtain an auction item. They will spend more effort on that and not the illusory heart-shaped stone. The auction will definitely continue. As long as you last a day or two, everyone's attention will no longer be on you. Of course, just in case, if you really have no choice, use the name of the Grand Qi Palace's Zhang Hao. He owes me a favor, so I believe he will protect you. Gu Chen hoped that the clay bodhisattva wouldn't need to use Zhang Hao because that fellow wasn't easy to deal with. Once he entered his line of sight, he might notice something. However, the clay bodhisattva's safety was more important than this risk, so he still told him. Alright, boss, don't worry. The clay bodhisattva nodded heavily. The risk he needed to take was far greater than Ren'in. Gu Chen didn't explain his plans, but he didn't mind. He just needed to carry out his orders. Under Gu Chen's orders, Ren'in left Binhai City that day, and the clay bodhisattva returned to the Leaping Carp building. Gu Chen, on the other hand, stayed near the 3 auction halls and inquired about the situation inside like a passerby watching the fun. The lockdown lasted for several hours. When night fell, some of the detained cultivators from the Earth's second hall were released one after another. Xingquafu and Hai Xian were among them. Gu Chen saw Hai Dongxin lead them away with his own eyes. This scene wasn't surprising. With the power of the Dawn Gods and the ENC race, even a great sage wouldn't dare detain them for too long. As for itinerant cultivators with weak backgrounds or unknown origins, they probably wouldn't be that lucky. It was unknown how long they would be imprisoned. Gu Chen watched from afar as Hai Dongxin and the others headed for the Leaping Carp building. It wasn't until they disappeared at the end of the street that he turned around and headed in another direction. When he appeared in front of others again, he had already transformed into a tall and thin middle-aged Taoist priest with a wooden crown on his head. The middle-aged Taoist priest was Zhao Qiu of the Dark World. Gu Chen stroked his mustache and identified the direction before heading towards Ji Yang's residence in Binhai City. When he left Ji Yang's residence, Gu Chen heaved a sigh of relief. It was impossible for passers-by to know some insider information, but a middleman like Ji Yang was well informed. Today, the great sages had sealed off the second hall, but they hadn't found any useful clues. There were more than one missing person like Qin Yunfei. Many of the guests who participated in the black market auction had hidden their identities, which made it more difficult to investigate. At present, the Ghost Parade could only investigate the missing guests whose identities were known. They hoped to make a breakthrough. On the Sword Pavilion's side, Chu Meixing's disappearance had also attracted the attention of the Sword Pavilion. They had sent a large number of disciples to search for her, and they suspected that her disappearance might have something to do with the people who attacked the auction. Apart from that, the following auction would continue. The Ghost Parade couldn't give up the auction because of a scoundrel who didn't dare show his face. That would make them the laughingstock of the world and cause the great sages to be displeased. Everything was just as Gu Chen had guessed. Gu Chen had bribed Ji Yang to arrange for him to enter Madame Du's private room on the last day of the auction. Ji Yang didn't doubt this request. On the last day of the auction, Madame Du would definitely appear in the Heavenly Hall. At that time, only the most distinguished guests would be able to enter the private room with her. The 5 great sages who had participated in the auction today were among those invited. From his point of view, Zhao Qiu's attempt to get close to Madame Du was fake. He just wanted to use this opportunity to get to know more important people. He wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. He had accepted the bribe and agreed to give it a try, but whether or not he would succeed would depend on his luck. Everything is ready. All that's left is the key. Gu Chen looked up at the night sky and muttered to himself, having grasped as much as he could. What was about to happen would probably shake the entire second mountain and sea of the Dao world. The second day of the auction was held as scheduled. After yesterday's incident, the entire Binhai city was on high alert, and the patrolling network was even more concentrated. Even though the identity of the attacker was intentionally sealed, as the guests who had been detained were released one after another, the news still spread like wildfire. The attacker was the successor of the mental demon Dao ancestor, and he possessed the heart-shaped stone that could reconstruct the grand heart magic. This news attracted the interest of many powers, and they sent out a large number of people to search and investigate in the name of assisting the ghostly parade. At the same time, the number of guests entering the 2 Earth auction halls far exceeded the previous day. This was because there were rumors that the successor of the mental demon Dao ancestor had an irreconcilable conflict with the ghostly parade. As long as there was a chance, he would definitely attack again. The previous day's bloodshed did not cause the cultivators to stay away in fear. Instead, it caused the opposite effect, which was extremely ironic. On the second day, Gu Chen, who had transformed into the middle-aged Daoist priest Xiaoqiu, did not move at all. He stood guard in a pavilion not too far away from the 3 auction halls, observing the situation while adjusting his condition. He was certain that the ugly emperor would need time to familiarize himself with the 3 heart-shaped stones, so he would not attack again on the second day. There was an extremely high chance that he would choose to attack on the Heaven Hall on the last day. This judgment was completely different from the guesses of the various powers in the city. After the 2 attacks, the ghostly parade and the various forces had a basic judgment of the ugly emperor's strength. They were certain that even if the ugly emperor didn't escape and wanted to continue attacking, it was impossible for him to attack the Heavenly Hall, which was guarded by many great sages, because that was equivalent to seeking death. However, the various powers lacked an important piece of information. The ugly emperor had already gathered 5 heart-shaped stones. Only Gu Chen knew this truth, and he had seen the ugly emperor state before. He knew that it would be an all-out, crazy attack. When the time came, his chance would come. If he missed this chance, there would be no better time to capture Medusa. Just how many experts would be gathered at the Heaven Hall tomorrow? How many changes would the ugly emperor's attack cause? All sorts of variables were unknown, so he could only do his best to prepare. Every bit of preparation meant a higher chance of victory. The sun set, and the sky darkened. The second day of the auction unexpectedly ended peacefully. Many sages guarding the Earth Hall could not help but reveal looks of disappointment. Could it be that the successor of the mental demon Dao ancestor knew that it would be difficult for him to succeed again, so he had given up? Has he already escaped? This was the most reasonable choice, but many cultivators who were hoping for a fluke still felt disappointed. They cursed the successor of the inner demon for being a sneaky scoundrel. When the lanterns were lit, the discussions about the successor of the mental demon far surpassed the discussions about the auction in the restaurants and teahouses in the city. Gu Chen released his divine sense and felt the various rumors in the city. He couldn't help but shake his head. After tomorrow, rivers of blood would probably flow in Binhai City. It was unknown if the cultivators who were clamoring now would cry and regret not leaving this place earlier. The night passed uneventfully, and the last day of the auction arrived. Compared to yesterday's surge of people in the two Earth halls, the number of cultivators entering the Heaven Hall today was obviously much higher. Apart from the fact that a large number of cultivators had already given up on the idea of entering the Earth Hall yesterday, there was another more important reason. Rumor had it that a few precious treasures were about to appear in the Heavenly Hall today, and they were even more attractive than the heart-shaped stone in the hands of the successor of the inner demon. The reason why Binhai City could attract the great sages was also because of the existence of these auction items. There was no doubt about the attractiveness of such rare treasures. Even if many cultivators knew that they didn't have the financial resources to participate in the auction, it was still good to see the world. How is it? Have you found Junior Sister Chu? At the entrance of the Heaven Hall, Sword Pavilion's Song Chowching had a worried expression as he anxiously asked his fellow disciples who had rushed over. His fellow disciples shook their heads, unable to hide their fatigue. Clearly, they had been running around the entire night. Senior brother Song, Junior Sister Chu's whereabouts are still unknown. I'm afraid she's in trouble. When the chaos happened in the Earth Hall, Junior Sister Chu was in charge of the auction platform. According to the speculations of the Uncle Masters, it's very likely that she encountered the successor of the inner demon head-on and encountered misfortune. A female disciple's eyes were red. Many Sword Pavilion disciples had died in the chaos yesterday, but their corpses had been found. Only Chu Meixin's whereabouts were unknown. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. Junior Sister Chu, the heavens help the worthy. Don't say such inauspicious words. Alright, let's put this aside for now. It's the last day, and we have to fulfill our responsibility as guards. We can't allow any more accidents to happen. Song Chowching encouraged the crowd. At this moment, a tall and skinny middle-aged Taoist walked past them and entered the Heaven Hall without attracting their attention. Taoist Zhao, you're here. At the entrance of the hall, Ji Yang saw Gu Chen and greeted him enthusiastically. Gu Chen walked forward unhurriedly and the two of them walked in side by side. He asked casually, "Is it done?" Ji Yang immediately revealed an awkward smile and explained, "Taoist Zhao, it's not that I didn't do anything after receiving the money. It's just that there are too many important people here today, and I really couldn't make arrangements." Gu Chen's expression immediately turned gloomy when he heard this. Oh? I wonder who those important people are. The Heaven Hall's box isn't small, right? Can't you even arrange a place for us to stay? Taoist Zhao, you might not know this, but other than Madame Du, only the great sages and a few important guests can enter the box today. Other than them, even I am not qualified to enter. Madame Du has instructed me not to let anyone spoil the great sage's mood. Ji Yang smiled bitterly. Oh? Which great sages are they? Tell me so that I can be convinced. Gu Chen snorted coldly. Ji Yang's eyes flashed with surprise. He had interacted with this Zhao Qiu many times. Although he was generous, he didn't seem to have a powerful background. As for his cultivation, he should only be at the sage level. However, his tone was a little arrogant. He had already used the name of a great sage, yet he still wanted to get to the bottom of it. Could it be that this guy's background was more powerful than he had imagined? This wasn't something impossible, so Ji Yang explained the situation to Xianxia as much as he could. I'm sure Taoist Zhao has heard of the 5 great sages who fought in the Earth's second hall the day before yesterday, right? In addition to Great Sage Zhuge of the Sword Pavilion, the other 4 are Great Sage Haidong Xian of the Sea Clan, Great Sage Point Star of the Star Sea Sect, Great Sage Sun Zhu of the Mystical Wood Sect, and Great Sage Rua Su of the Divine Wander Sect. Gu Chen's expression was slightly unnatural. A great sage of the Divine Wander Sect also came? This sect is said to be very mysterious and rarely moves around. Great Sage Rua Su of the Divine Wander Sect is the most distinguished guest this time. As you know, the Divine Wander realm opened by the Divine Wander Sect is very popular. As a result, the Divine Wander Sect is overflowing with wealth. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the richest sect in the Tao world. It was not easy to invite him this time. Ji Yang observed Gu Chen's expression as he spoke. He sneered secretly when he saw that Gu Chen's expression had obviously become unnatural after hearing about the great sage's background. He had thought that Gu Chen was hiding some powerful background, but it turned out that he had no self-awareness. In order to make Gu Chen retreat, he whispered again, "In addition to these 5 great sages, a great sage of the sacred family also came this morning." Daoist Zhao should have heard of the sacred family, right? Set a small goal first, such as 1 second. Remember, bookseller's residence. Gu Chen's pupils shrank slightly, then he nodded and said solemnly, "I've heard of it. It's one of the 10 ancient underworld clans, the overlord force of the 6th mountain and sea." 10 ancient underworld clans? Very few people use this term now. Daoist Zhao is very knowledgeable. Ji Yang nodded and sighed. Including the one from the sacred family, there are 6 great sages in the box. According to my guess, not all great sages are willing to deal with others, so there might be other great sages hiding in the dark. I've made it very clear. Do you understand? It's not that I don't want to help you, but I really can't say anything. But don't worry, the seat I've arranged for you is very close to the box, and it took me a lot of effort. As they spoke, the 2 of them entered the auction hall. Ji Yang pointed to a certain place, which was indeed very close to Madame Du's box. It was almost at the entrance. It was not until then that Gu Chen's expression softened and he nodded. "Thank you, Daoist Ji." Seeing that Gu Chen had no objections, Ji Yang invited him to take a seat and then went to the entrance of the hall to wait for the next guest. Gu Chen arrived at the seat Ji Yang had indicated. Just as he was about to take a seat, he found the person beside him familiar. It was the dragon-taming sex elder, Chu Fengxian. At this moment, he was chatting cheerfully with the guests beside him. When he saw Gu Chen sit down, he smiled at him politely. He was no longer as aloof as he was in the Leaping Carp building. The guests nearby were not simple. Many of them were at the Sage King realm, and their backgrounds were hard to say. Chu Fengxian naturally didn't dare to put on airs. Gu Chen pretended not to know him and nodded politely at Chu Fengxian. Then, he sat in his seat without saying a word. He had no intention of getting to know anyone. At this moment, his heart was filled with the 6 great sages that Ji Yang had mentioned. The information he had obtained was of great significance. Great Sage Zhuge of the Sword Pavilion was very likely to be on the same side as Medusa, so he had to be careful. As for the other 5 great sages, he was especially concerned about the great sages of the Divine Wander sect and the Sacred Family. The Divine Wander sect had created the Divine Wander realm, and its influence in the Tao world could be said to be extraordinary. Gu Chen's hidden god army was able to make use of the loopholes in the Divine Wandering sect to dominate the area. It was hard to imagine how much damage the Divine Wandering sect could cause if they wanted to do something bad. Divine Ascension sect claimed to the outside world that the Divine Ascension realms they opened were isolated from each other, but Gu Chen, who had already grasped this loophole, knew very well that they were lying and that this sect was hiding a great secret. Ghost Wandering Street was originally a divine traversing world, but it was able to develop into the largest divine traversing city square in the dark world. Was this related to the support of the divine traversing sect? Hearing that a great sage from the divine tour sect would attend the auction, Gu Chen naturally thought of this possibility. As for the Sacred Family, as the enemy who had exterminated the tyrants back then, Gu Chen had never forgotten Uncle Ling's reminder. This race was originally an enemy that he was destined to face. Although they weren't his target, he still had to be careful and vigilant. The Heavenly Hall was extremely large and could accommodate about 10,000 cultivators at the same time. Most of the seats were already filled before the start of the auction. The guests were chatting and laughing, and many of them looked at the box from time to time. They were curious about when the great sages and Madame Du, who was the most beautiful in the city, would arrive. However, even when the MC went on stage, no one entered the box. Many of the guests revealed looks of confusion or disappointment. Gu Chen was very close to the box, but the box was set up with a powerful restriction, so he couldn't spy on the situation inside. If he forcibly used his divine sense to invade the box, he might be able to tear the restriction apart, but that would also alert the enemy. However, although he couldn't see the situation inside, Gu Chen could vaguely feel the presence of auras inside. He was afraid that the Medusas and the great sages had already entered the box, but there was another passage in the box, or they had used some kind of teleportation ability. This made Guchen a little disappointed. He had originally planned to probe the strength of the great sages at a close distance and understand the defense around the Medusas. What's the use of being close? We've been tricked by Ji Yang. Many people around had bribed Ji Yang to get this seat. Seeing that the great sages didn't intend to have any contact with the people at the venue, it was inevitable that some people were dissatisfied. This is normal. A few of the auction items that will appear today are very sensitive. Even if the great sages want to fight for them, they don't want too many people to know. At this time, the great sages in the box might be scheming against each other. Even outside, it's hard to guarantee that there aren't any great sages hiding their identities. Chu Fengxian seemed to be pointing out something. The cultivators next to him heard this and said curiously, listening to Brother Chu's tone, "You seem to know the auction items that will appear today like the back of your hand." "I can't say that I know everything, but I do know a little. All the forces should have more or less received the news. Why don't we exchange information with each other, so that when the time comes, there will be an item that catches your eye, but they don't have enough funds because they have already bid for other items, causing them to be frustrated." Chu Fengxian suggested, and a few people showed hesitation when they heard this. They had indeed received some information in advance, and some of them had come today precisely for this. Chu Fengxian's suggestion of exchanging information made some sense, but it was also possible that there would be more competitors, and then it wouldn't be worth it to fight with them. "Brother Chu, you must be joking. The few auction items that everyone knows today will definitely be in the pockets of the great sages. What right do we have to fight for them? As for the others, no one is interested even if we say it, so let's just forget about it." After weighing the pros and cons, the various forces all cunningly chose to remain silent, unwilling to reveal information in advance and attract unnecessary competitors. Guchen was silent at the side. He had more or less heard about the auction items that would appear today, but he wasn't here for them, so he naturally wasn't interested. His gaze swept over almost every cultivator that entered the hall, observing them, wanting to grasp every variable as much as possible. He saw that the siblings Hai Xian and Hai Hong had arrived, as well as Zhou Tai, Xin Kuafu, Jiang Beidu, and Zhang Hao. Virtually no one was willing to miss out on such a grand occasion. The famous great sages, the outstanding figures of the younger generation, the eccentrics, and chosen from all over the 9 mountains and seas were all gathered here. Once everyone was seated, the people on the street started to distribute the jade slips. Everyone present had one. "What is this?" The guests curiously took the jade slips, and soon, their eyes lit up. "It's actually the catalog for today's auction. Ghost Parade really knows how to do business. Looks like I won't be able to get anything good today." Chu Fengxian, who was beside Guchen, took the jade slip, opened it, and shook his head. Some of the other people were also cursing in their hearts. They had originally come for one or a few auction items, thinking that they would have the opportunity to bid for them cheaply. However, once the catalog was released, some customers who had the same requirements as him would know about it. It would be equivalent to locking in on the auction items in advance, and the competition would be extremely fierce. And the more intense the competition, the higher the auction item's price would be, the more profits the seller would make, and the higher the commission for the Ghost Parade would be. Guchen was indifferent to the moods of others. He opened the auction catalog and casually browsed through it. Suddenly, his gaze froze. Shukju website. In the last few rows of the catalog, an auction item entered Guchen's line of sight. The ancestor's right arm bone hides the secret of the great primordial technique. Those who are lucky may obtain the ancestor's teachings from it. There were few relevant introductions, but this was an auction item verified by the Ghost Parade. It was one of the last items to appear in today's auction, and the starting price was not low either. This was enough to prove its authenticity. Guchen could not help but take a deep breath. Back then, the ancestor left behind a backup plan, hoping that one day he could possess a suitable host and return to his peak with the 5 energy seeds. He did not expect to meet him halfway. Guchen suppressed his backup plan with the glorious ancient overlord body. Not only did he destroy his remnant soul, but he also absorbed the energy seed in the ancestor's skull and inherited his complete path. Since then, Guqian became the only person in this world who could separate the energy seed from the remaining limbs of the ancestor and absorb it. Back then, the energy seed contained a huge amount of life essence, which made Guqian's glorious ancient overlord body improve greatly. Therefore, after that, Guqian paid attention to the whereabouts of the remaining limbs of the ancestor. As long as he could obtain all the limbs, the glorious ancient overlord body might be able to achieve great success in the shortest time possible. However, the limbs of the ancestor were fought over by various forces. After a long time, no one knew where they went. It was easier said than done to find them. Even if they could find them, they might not be able to obtain them. But now, it actually appeared in the Ghost Parade auction. This was an unexpected surprise. Although it is related to the great primordial technique, without the skull, there is no way I can get any benefits from the limbs. Therefore, in the eyes of the forces, this right arm bone is probably of little value. It is not unimaginable to auction it. Guqian's eyes flickered as he pondered. The secret of the limbs of the ancestor had been studied by many forces over the years. However, because they did not have a skull, it was impossible for them to understand the secret within. This was not a secret. Therefore, although this item looked precious, there were probably not many cultivators who would be willing to spend a lot of money for it. Since that was the case, there was a chance to bid for it. Guqian made up his mind. If he could obtain this item, the significance of this right arm bone to him was even greater than the Tao source, which was the finale of the auction. Of course, the premise was that the auction wouldn't end prematurely for some reason. If that was the case, he might have to give up this opportunity in the chaotic situation. In the private room of the Heavenly Hall. I didn't expect the Star Sea sect to be willing to auction the ancestor's right arm bone. I heard that your sect has spared no effort in digging out the ancestor's secrets and hunting down the remnants of the Yuan sect. Great Sage Sunju of the Marvelous Wood sect looked at the auction catalog in his hand and said to the Great Sage Starpoint Sage beside him with a smile. This right arm bone has been in the hands of our Star Sea sect for so many years, but we have not been able to see through its secrets. It can only be said that our sect is not fated to have it, so our patriarch said that we should take advantage of this auction to give it to someone who is fated. Starpoint Great Sage replied indifferently. Even if this item is of little value, it is still related to the Tao technique. It can still bring a considerable reward to the Star Sea sect. Considering that one of the four limbs, the right leg bone, has fallen into the hands of that person not long ago and there is no hope of gathering it, it is a wise move to get rid of it in time. Great Sage Sunju teased with the intention of undermining him. The Great Sage Starpoint Sage snorted coldly when he heard this. You are very well informed. You flatter me, fellow Taoist Starpoint. In terms of being well informed, how can I compare to perfected Ruasu? Great Sage Sunju looked at an old man who was not far away and complimented him in a friendly manner. As soon as he finished speaking, the great sages present focused their gazes on Great Sage Ruasu. They all had different thoughts. The Divine Wandering sect had a special status. Ordinary forces in the outside world might not know the inside story, but they knew it very well. To be honest, it was beyond their expectations that the Ghost Parade could invite Great Sage Ruasu. Many people were thinking of building a relationship with him. Did perfected Ruasu come to Binhai City this time for the Tao source? Among the crowd, a young man in brocade clothes with a purple python coiled around his waist suddenly spoke. His tone was very direct. For a moment, several great sages, including Hai Dongxin of the Sea clan, showed concern. Haha, although the Tao source is good, it can only be used once. The old man was given a bottle by senior brother sect master in his early years, but he can't use it now. Everyone, you can rest assured that the old man is only here to broaden his horizons. He has no intention of competing with you, Great Sage Ruasu said kindly. Great Sage Ruasu said kindly. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they heard this. Since perfected Ruasu is not going to make a move, then I can rest assured. This Tao source is definitely in my bag. The young man who asked the question earlier said confidently. His determined tone made the other great sages frown slightly. Sacred Family's Chong Yan was the youngest great sage present. In terms of financial resources, the Divine Wandering sect was undoubtedly number one. Apart from the Divine Wandering sect, the Sacred Family should be the richest. After all, they were a large clan that had existed since the ancient netherworld. In terms of financial resources, the Starseed sect and the Mystical Wood sect couldn't compare. However, everyone was present. As a latecomer, it was obviously inappropriate for Sacred Chongyan to be so domineering. It seemed that this person had been showing off his abilities since he was young. It seemed that it was true. "Young man, you talk big." However, the old man didn't intend to return empty-handed this time, Hai Dongxin said coldly. Hai Dong Xian spoke coldly, not giving any face to Holy Chengyan. The sacred family's financial resources were indeed outstanding, but the Sikh clan wasn't bad either. "Then it depends on your own ability," Sacred Chongyan sneered. The atmosphere was a little awkward. At this moment, the exquisite and charming Medusa suddenly raised her wine glass and gave a toast to everyone. "The scoundrel ran amok a few days ago. It's all thanks to the help of the great sages. I am very grateful." "Madam Medusa, you're too kind," Great Sage Zhuge replied. The Great Sage Zhuge replied. Seeing this, the others also nodded and wisely changed the topic to another place. The atmosphere was finally not so awkward. "Speaking of which, the inner demon Dao ancestor has been dead for so long. I really didn't expect his successor to appear at this time," Great Sage Ruasu sighed. "I have long heard of the heart-shaped stone, but I didn't know it was related to the inner demon Dao ancestor," Great Sage Sunju said regretfully. "The bandit didn't appear yesterday. I'm afraid he has already escaped. Finding him again will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens." Star Sage shook his head and looked at Great Sage Zhuge. "I heard that a disciple of the Sword Garret has gone missing. Have you found her? Perhaps she is the key to catching him. Her whereabouts are still unknown. However, there is nothing special about the missing female disciple. Even if she is related to the inner demon Dao ancestor, she has probably met with misfortune after being used," Great Sage Zhuge said expressionlessly. Hearing this, everyone replied with an "oh." They didn't know whether to believe what Great Sage Zhuge had said. This matter concerned the Great Heart Magic. The Sword Garret had the advantage of being the host and didn't want to reveal too much information to them. It was normal for them to secretly track it down. Apart from the female disciple of the Sword Garret, rumor has it that Qin Yunfei of the Jade Dynasty's Qin clan has also disappeared. He went missing with the Blue Sea clan. Daoist Winterheart, is this true? Star Sage looked at Hai Winterheart. Yes, it is true. When he disappeared, Hai Xian and Hai Hong were under the influence of a secret psychic technique, so they had no idea where he went, Hai Winterheart said honestly. What? Do you suspect that there's something wrong with him? Great Sage Zhuge asked. Haha, there are indeed some mysteries about this person, Star Sage said with a cold laugh. Oh? All the great sages present were instantly interested. Even Medusa listened curiously. Ever since Saint Qin disappeared, the Qin clan has been in decline for a long time, Star Sage said. We have long since forgotten about them. It was only a few years ago that they reappeared. Saint Qin Daolin, a peerless figure, Great Sage Ruasu seemed to have thought of something inside. The other great sages didn't deny what he said. Great Sage Sunju continued, a few years ago, there was a strange phenomenon in the absolute beginning demonic mine, and the sudden change of the Jade Dynasty happened. At that time, the Qin clan leader failed to transcend the tribulation and become a saint. Although I wasn't in the second mountain and sea, I heard about it. The others nodded. What impressed them was not the Qin clan leader's failure to transcend the tribulation. After all, even if he had become a saint, his strength and status were far inferior to theirs. What really impressed them was that the various Dao ancestors had probed the Qin clan. Only Qin Daolin could make the various Dao ancestors go to such lengths. He was from the same generation as them, but he was so amazing that they still felt fear when they thought of him. That's right. Ever since Qin Daolin, there hasn't been a second saint in the Qin clan. They had a chance a few years ago, but they failed in the end. And a few years later, Qin Yunfei of the Qin clan appeared in Binhai City. He was already a saint, and he even defeated Baoyu of the dragon-taming sect. Isn't that strange? Star Sage said with a cold laugh. His words made everyone fall into deep thought. To everyone, the failure of the birth of the second sage of the Qin clan was just something that happened yesterday. Today, a sage had suddenly appeared, and there had been no news of it before. It was indeed a little surprising. No one knew much about Qin Yunfei, but since he was a member of the younger generation of the Qin clan, he was naturally not that old. He had actually broken through to become a saint at such a young age, and was even able to defeat Bao Yu, who was an elite among his peers. He was indeed not simple. The Qin clan has been in decline for a long time. It's not strange for a genius to appear, right? Haidong Xian frowned and said coldly. He didn't find it strange that the star sage would say such a thing. Jiang Beidu must have told him about it. And when Jiang Beidu and Hai Hong had a conflict, Qin Yunfei had helped Hai Hong. It was not hard to imagine that Qin Yunfei was filled with resentment. Therefore, from Hai Dongxin's point of view, the great sage's words were somewhat incriminating. After all, Qin Yunfei had helped the younger generation of the Si clan. Naturally, he had to speak up for him. That's right, it's not strange for a genius to appear, but for this genius to suddenly disappear after being attacked in the second hall is a little strange. I don't think there are so many coincidences in the world. There are often connections between things, the great sage replied. It wasn't that he wanted to make life difficult for the younger generation. It was just that this was related to the big heart magic, and he shouldn't let go of any clues. That makes sense. Since this Qin Yunfei is suspicious, and there are no other clues, we should investigate him. The great sage Zhuge nodded. It was a Hail Mary solution, and the others didn't have any objections. Haidong Xian also didn't say anything more. There was no harm in just investigating him. He wasn't the younger generation of the Si clan, and there was no need to protect him. As the great sages chatted, the auction in the hall outside began. The treasures that were being auctioned earlier didn't catch the eye of the great sages. Everyone chatted casually. Occasionally, there would be something that caught their eye, and they would bid for it. They didn't insist on it. Everyone's target was the last auction item, the source of Tao. They knew that it would definitely be sold for a sky-high price. In order to preserve enough wealth to compete with their opponents, no one dared to be extravagant. Time passed very quickly, and unknowingly, the auction came to an end. As the finale item, the source of Tao appeared, except for the great sage Ruosu, who was not interested in competing, and the great sage Zhuge, who was maintaining order. The eyes of the other four great sages lit up when they saw the source of Tao. On the stage, a 9-colored bejeweled nectar was placed in a small jade bottle, emitting an unusual rhythm through the bottle. Gathered within the Tao ponds of the 9 great Tao quartz, it's capable of assisting one in comprehending the primordial Tao law. It's worthy of being a rare treasure. I, Nether Parade, spent countless efforts and paid a great price to obtain this Tao source. The starting bid is, the voice of the MC on the stage came from afar, and suddenly became ethereal, as if it was far away in the sky. The starting price couldn't be heard clearly, and the 4 great sages stood up subconsciously. Through the window, they stared straight at the dreamlike source of Tao. Suddenly, not only did the voice disappear, but the tens of thousands of guests in the hall also disappeared from the sight of the great sages. Something seemed to descend from nothingness, and 4 words came faintly, 1,000 hells of the heart demon. Gu Qin stood on the endless land, and a tall fat man appeared in front of him. This fat man had horns on his head, and he was from a different race. Although he was fat, his fat seemed to contain explosive power. Just by staring at him, he gave him a strong sense of pressure. Gu Chen's face was solemn. A moment ago, he was still in the heavenly hall. Half of the auction process was over, and it was the turn of the ancestor's right arm bone to be auctioned. Suddenly, everything in front of him changed. He was sure that it was his first time seeing the fat man in front of him, but he felt inexplicably familiar. In the inheritance imprint that belonged to the ancestor, he had seen this person more than once. That's right, the person in front of him was the ancestor, the plot that had been laid out for countless years, but because of his interference, the tragic and ambitious person who had failed at the last step had now appeared in front of him. Tyrant Supreme, you ruined my great plan and stole my elemental energy seed. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Today, I must kill you. The ancestor roared angrily, and his voice was like rolling thunder. Then, he strode forward, and his figure grew taller and taller until he was as majestic as a demon god, and his ferocity was monstrous. Is this an illusion? Gu Chen's eyes were deep in calm. If he guessed correctly, it should be the ugly emperor who made a move. Compared to the previous attack on the Earth's second hall, the ugly emperor's method was many times more brilliant, and Gu Chen actually didn't notice it before. However, in the face of the brilliant ancient overlord body who could suppress the great Tao technique, the secret technique of the heart demon was of little use. Gu Chen mobilized the vigorous life essence in his body, thinking that he could easily break the Tao technique like in the past, but he didn't expect that, bang, the ancestor punched him heavily on the head, and he was punched straight into the ground. It was incomparably real, and with a loud bang, a large pit was formed. A splitting headache came, and even the bones in his body felt like they were about to shatter. Gu Chen climbed out of the pit with great difficulty. His hair was disheveled, and he looked like he was in a sorry state. Looking at the enraged ancestor, his mouth twitched. He had really failed miserably. Even the glorious ancient overlord body couldn't escape from the mental illusion set by the ugly emperor. No matter how real the pain was, Gu Chen knew that the ancestor couldn't come back to life. It could only be said that the ugly emperor, who had gathered 5 heart-shaped stones, was infinitely close to mastering the great Tao technique. That was why even he couldn't escape. Although the glorious ancient overlord body could suppress a great Tao technique, that was only when it was completed. With his current level, it was easy to suppress a small Tao technique, but it was difficult to suppress a nearly complete great Tao technique. His strength has increased to such an extent in just a day. It seems like I was right. That guy has a special technique that allows him to borrow the power of the heart-shaped stone. Gu Chen murmured. The heart-shaped stone was not just a vessel for Tao techniques. It was also a terrifying amalgamation of mental energy. As long as there was a technique to guide it, one's strength could increase by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. Back then, Bachi Saint had used a trick to merge his soul into the heart-shaped stone and use the power of his emotions. There were disadvantages to doing this. One's mind could be easily affected by the heart-shaped stone and lose oneself. However, Bachi Saint had 8 heads, and he used the talent of his race to reduce the disadvantages. The ugly emperor clearly didn't have the talent of Bachi Saint, but his use of the heart-shaped stone's power was more brilliant and powerful. Gu Chen didn't know how he did it. Perhaps it had something to do with his strong will, but he definitely had some special technique. The stronger the ugly emperor was, the more advantageous it would be for his plan. Even though he had also fallen for the trick, Gu Chen was more excited. Boom, the ancestor punched again. Gu Chen, who had just suffered a loss, quickly dodged. Even though everything in front of him was an illusion, his powerful mental energy could affect reality. If he really took a few more hits, it would be more than enough for his body. With great difficulty, he managed to pull away from the ancestor. Gu Chen's eyes lit up. He grasped the air with his left hand and an ancient umbrella appeared. The glorious ancient overlord body was not the only trump card that could resist Taoist techniques of all sizes. The ancient umbrella created by the 15th level of the art of heavenly craftsmanship was far superior to the ordinary heavenly twining silk in terms of its ability to suppress Tao spirits. In the past, the heaven twining silk had to bind the Tao spirit and cause it to disintegrate before it could break the small Tao technique. Now that he was in a spiritual illusion, the Tao spirit seemed to be nowhere to be found. But to Gu Chen, it was not a big problem. Slowly raising the ancient umbrella in his hand, Gu Chen's black hair fluttered in the wind. The umbrella's body emitted a dazzling brilliance. The ancient umbrella was originally made from countless strands of heaven's silk, sand gathered into a tower, and soil accumulated into a mountain. Since it could be fused, it could naturally be broken down as well. Scatter, 3,000 zhang of flying snow. Gu Chen's body did not move. The ancient umbrella in his hand exploded along with the light, turning into countless silk threads that instantly pierced the void in all directions. Like flying snow, the ancestor's body was penetrated. Before he could take revenge, he turned into bubbles and shadows in an unwilling roar. The earth turned from solid to virtual, as if it was cut and decomposed by countless lines. The sky and earth were turned upside down. Swish, when Gu Chen opened his eyes, he found himself sitting in his original position. The luster in his eyes slowly faded. On the auction stage in front, the female MC was motionless like a beautiful puppet that lacked spiritual energy. Looking carefully beside her, the first auction item had not yet appeared. Guchen clearly remembered the previous auction process. It was clearly the time for the ancestor's right arm bone to appear, but he did not expect it to be just an illusion. Even his perception of time had been manipulated and fooled. The Taoist technique was indeed extraordinary. The auction hall was strangely quiet. Be it Chu Fengxian, who was beside Guchen, or the other guests, their eyes were glazed. Obviously, they had fallen into some kind of illusion, but they did not know it. Guchen immediately looked at the private room, and his expression changed immediately. In the sky above the private room, a giant illusory demon god was opening its arms, and the corners of its mouth were raised into a sinister smile that was very similar to the ugly emperor's. Although the situation in the private room could not be seen, it seemed that the people inside had already been played by the evil demon. Guchen's expression became uncertain. Now that everyone in the heavenly hall seemed to have fallen into the trap, perhaps this was a rare opportunity to take down Medusa. He stood up and glanced at the cultivators in the hall again. He was sure that everyone, including Zhang Hao, had fallen into the illusion, and he was about to take action. Suddenly, a heavy, cold snort came from the private room, like rolling thunder. What a great descendant of the inner demon, all of us have underestimated your strength. However, aren't you too arrogant to think that you can kill all of us here? As the voice fell, the soul of an old man with the demeanor of an immortal rushed out of the private room, directly colliding with the Tao spirit outside. Rumble, the private room was instantly shattered, and the evil demon Tao spirit seemed to have been struck by lightning, turning into billowing green smoke. It was actually no match for the old man's soul. After the soul ejection destroyed the Tao spirit, the old man's soul quickly returned to his body, exuding a sacred and distant aura. Almost at the same time that the Tao spirit was destroyed, the other 5 great sages and Medusa in the private room all woke up from the illusion, their expressions solemn. In the auction hall, Zhang Hao from the Supreme Qi Palace also regained his spirit in an instant. Apart from him, a fat cultivator suddenly jumped up from his seat and cursed, "Excuse me." Guchen's expression changed. In just an instant, a great opportunity was lost. Fortunately, he did not have time to enter the private room just now, or he would have become the target of everyone, except for a few people. The other 10,000 cultivators did not immediately wake up, as if they were still immersed in the illusion. Clang, great sage Zhuge sensed something, and a sword chi suddenly cut off the eaves of the auction hall, and the sky outside appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, it was obviously daytime, but there were many stars in the sky, each bright red and demonic, like the eyes of some kind of demon. Ah, it really is not that easy to deal with. It's okay, the game will be more fun this way. Sinister laughter came from the sky, and then they saw that in the eyes of the stars, dense black dots appeared, flying towards Benhai City at an extremely fast speed. The great sages present all changed their expressions. With the heavenly eye, they could see that the black dots were actually countless ferocious-looking demons. They let out shrill howls, and with an unstoppable momentum, they descended on the human world. It's the Tao ancestor of the mental demons, billions of mental demons tribulation. This person has already received the true teachings of the grand heart magic. We must stop this tribulation. If all the cultivators in the city are invaded by the mental demons, the consequences will be unimaginable. Great sage Ruasu, who had just saved everyone, cried out involuntarily. The error-free chapter of the Divine Martial Overlord will continue to be updated on Green Bean. There will be no advertisements on the site, so please collect and recommend Green Bean. If you like Divine Martial Overlord, please collect. Divine Martial Overlord Green Bean updates the fastest. Billions of mental demons were so powerful that they could distort reality, and the mental demons would transform into actual demons. In terms of fooling the human heart, these materialized mental demons were many times stronger, and their numbers were unimaginable. Great sage Ruasu had read about the secrets of the mental demon Tao ancestor. Back then, wherever the mental demon Tao ancestor went, these materialized mental demons would wreak havoc, causing various factions to go crazy. Finally, like a rolling snowball, it evolved into a war that spanned across the 4 mountains and seas. Countless powerhouses of various races and sects died in that war. Even now, the survivors paled at the mention of it. Because of the Nether Parade auction, countless cultivators of the 9 mountains and seas had gathered in Benhai City. Once they lost their rationality and went on a killing spree, not only would the cultivators suffer huge losses, but the various major factions would also become enemies, and there would be endless conflicts. If they did not handle it well, a large-scale war would occur again. Truwood Sanzhou. When Great Sage Sun Zhu heard Great Sage Ruosu's reminder, he slapped the void with his right hand, and a huge palm print Dharma idol appeared. Countless tree arms extended from the palm print, covering the sky and trying to block the descent of the mental demons. However, the billions of mental demons howled and actually passed through the Truwood Sanzhou, coming even more ferociously. When Hai Dongxin saw this, she cast a spell from afar, and a 10,000-foot water screen appeared, covering Binhai City. However, the group of mental demons still passed through the water screen. Mental demons are materialized from the mind. Ordinary attacks are useless against them. Only secret spiritual spells can be effective. Great Sage Ruosu hurriedly reminded them. In just a short while, the group of mental demons was getting closer and closer to Binhai City. Clang! Clang! When Great Sage Zhuge heard this, he used his fingers as a sword. A powerful and pure sword intent rose from his body, instantly wiping out thousands of mental demons. Seeing that Great Sage Ruosu was speaking the truth, the others also used spiritual attacks. However, the number of mental demons was just too great. Even if all the great sages joined forces, the effect was very limited. Most of the mental demons eventually passed through the void and descended into Binhai City. When the many cultivators in Binhai City saw the large group of demons descending from the sky, their scalps went numb, and they fled for their lives. Fear, anger, and all sorts of other emotions attracted the descending mental demons. The more they ran, the more the mental demons surged. Many cultivators let out shrill cries as their bodies were devoured by the inner demons in the next moment. By the time they calmed down, their appearances had already changed. They looked like fiendish demons with bloodthirsty eyes as they started a massacre. Binhai City had fallen. In an extremely short period of time, the situation had completely gone out of control. When Great Sage Ruosu saw this scene, his expression turned extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Kill the successor of the mental demon and you might be able to break this spell. Everyone, please lend us a hand." Great Sage Zhuge followed. This was the territory of the Sword Emperor dynasty, and if the situation developed to the point where it couldn't be cleaned up, then the entire Sword Pavilion would lose all face, and the Sword Ancestor would surely be furious. Hai Dong Xian, the Great Sage Sun Zhu, the Great Sage Point Star, and the Holy Chong Yen all had different expressions on their faces. At this chaotic juncture, everyone had their own thoughts. Guchen stared at Medusa, who was beside the great sages. His eyes flickered. As long as the great sages did not leave, he would not have a chance to attack Medusa. Meanwhile, over 10,000 cultivators in the auction hall suddenly woke up and rose to their feet. However, when they opened their eyes were actually dark red and bloodshot, their throats releasing beast-like growls. Boom! Chu Fengxian suddenly attacked Gu Chen, who was very close to him. Gu Chen dodged to the side, and took the opportunity to point a finger at his shoulder. Chu Fengxian's figure instantly froze. Starting from his shoulder, all the tendons in his body twisted, and his face flushed red. For a moment, it was difficult for him to display his strength. This finger was the tendon-changing finger, a martial art technique of the Origin School. With the great sages and Zhang Hao present, not only did Gu Chen not dare to display the strength of the tyrant body, but he also did not dare to easily use any moves that reminded others of Chen Yunfei. However, Chu Fengxian had the cultivation of a Saint King, and ordinary techniques were useless against him. Thus, after weighing the pros and cons in an instant, Gu Chen displayed the Origin School martial art technique. There were many practitioners of the Origin School martial art technique, and it would be very difficult to investigate his background. At the same time, not only was Gu Chen attacked, but Zhang Hao and the fat cultivator, who were awake, were also attacked by the people around them. Zhang Hao waved his long sleeve, and the yin and yang qi surged, easily sending the people around him flying. Supreme Qi Palace True Disciple, don't hurt Hai Hong and Hai Xian. Hai Dongxin looked at Hai Xian and Hai Xian anxiously. Right now, they had already been enslaved by the inner demon and were trying to surround Zhang Hao. The Star Point Great Sage's eyes narrowed. Jiang Beidu was also in danger. Bang! However, the fat cultivator killed the approaching cultivators with a punch. He did not show any mercy at all. His eyes darted around, and when he saw that the situation was chaotic, he suddenly rushed backstage of the auction hall. Don't even think about taking advantage of the chaos. Holy Chongyan and Great Sage Sun Zhu were already thinking about the bottle of Source of Tao that would appear in the finale. When they saw someone suddenly rushing toward the auction item, they were instantly enraged and attacked. Whoosh, 2 streaks of light smashed into the back of the fat cultivator, but his body did not explode as expected. The fat cultivator did not even make a sound, and he directly smashed through the wall. His physical body is actually so strong. A body-tempering cultivator. Don't even think about it. Great Sage Sun Zhu and Holy Chongyan were shocked and angry, and they immediately chased after him. Everyone, the most important thing now is to deal with the inheritor of the inner demon. Great Sage Ruasu was anxious, but he could not stop them. He could only grit his teeth and release his soul again, turning into an indomitable wandering god. He went against the inner demon torrent and searched for traces of the ugly emperor. Great Sage Zhuge and Medusa, who had stayed behind, exchanged a look, and a strange light flashed in their eyes. Then, they also rushed into the sky. Perfected Ruasu, I'll help you. In a short while, 4 of the 6 great sages had left, and only Hai Dongxin and the Star Point Great Sage were left beside Medusa. Great sages, leave the cultivators here to me. I will also ensure that the juniors of the Sea Clan and the Star Sea Sect are safe. Please try your best to control the situation in the city. Most of the cultivators gathered in Binhai City have very sensitive backgrounds. If there are too many casualties, the consequences will be unimaginable. Zhang Hao dealt with the enemies around him with ease as he spoke to Hai Dongxin and the Star Point Great Sage. As a member of the Hongmeng group, the Grand Qi Palace had always maintained the balance of the major forces in the Dao world. The chaos that had happened in Binhai City was too big. As an inheritor, he had to think of a way to control the situation. Otherwise, it would be easy for people with ulterior motives to deliberately make things difficult for him when he returned to the palace. Will you be alright alone? The Star Point Great Sage was not angry about the arrangements that Zhang Hao had made for him. Instead, he was a little worried. Almost all the top cultivators in Binhai City were gathered in the Heaven Hall, and there were many Sage King experts attacking Zhang Hao. Although Zhang Hao was a true disciple of the Supreme Qi Palace, his cultivation level had not reached the Great Sage realm. It was not easy for him to deal with so many experts who had lost control. Don't worry. Although these people still have their cultivation levels, they can't use their dermic techniques when they are unconscious. It's not difficult to trap them. Zhang Hao smiled calmly. Star Sage was relieved to hear that and looked at Hai Dongxin. What does the life and death of the cultivators on the land have to do with the Sea Clan? Hai Dongxin said calmly. Although the Sea Clan is far from the land, they are still a member of the Heavenly Pu Dao Court. Moreover, Zhang Hao suddenly grabbed Hai Xian's neck and smiled innocently. If you don't help, this pair of siblings will die. After that, the Sea Clan will also become the target of public criticism. Hai Dongxin was furious. This kid was so young, but he was so ruthless, as expected of someone from the Supreme Qi Palace. He did not respect a great sage like him at all. Fine, I'll settle this with you later. Hai Dongxin compromised and rose into the sky toward the chaotic crowd in the city. Star Sage hurriedly followed behind. Zhang Hao just smiled nonchalantly and let go of Hai Xian's neck. Chaos spread under his feet, and Hai Xian sank into it and disappeared. Madam, it's not safe here. Seeing that the great sages had left, the 2 maidservants that Ming Shou had transformed into reminded Medusa. Medusa did not have any fear on her face. Instead, she looked up at the demonic clouds in the sky and murmured, "You really can't judge a book by its cover." That ugly son of the fierce demon sage actually grew to such a level. Before she could finish speaking, the auction hall was suddenly flooded by terrifying energy. The fat cultivator who had tried to snatch the auction item had already started fighting with Great Sage Sun Zhu and Holy Chongyan. The street where the 3 auction halls were located was almost instantly turned into ruins. Zhang Hao's wooden clogs drew on the ground in time and drew all the surrounding cultivators into a circle. The cultivators inside the circle were not affected by the fluctuations of the battle between the great sages. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, Zhang Hao sensed that someone was looking at him. He turned around and saw that it was a tall and thin middle-aged Taoist priest. His expression couldn't help but become serious. He had noticed this middle-aged Taoist when he woke up because he found that the middle-aged Taoist seemed to have escaped from the illusion of the successor of the inner demon earlier than him. He could not see through this person. If he were to fight with him while protecting so many burdens, the situation would be very bad. Gu Chen glanced at Zhang Hao. He didn't expect him to save people here. That's good. If I'm busy saving people, I won't have the time to pay attention to him. Gu Chen disappeared from the smoke and ran in the direction of Medusa. The opportunity he had painstakingly created had finally arrived. Now that the great sage was no longer by Medusa's side, no one would care about her life or death in the chaos. The two maids protected Medusa and quickly left the ruins, heading straight for the seaside. Gu Chen quickly caught up, but he didn't show himself directly. He restrained himself and waited silently. The two Ming hunters could transmit information to the Qian clan's ancestor anytime and anywhere. If he killed them directly, Qian Kuan Group would definitely conduct a series of investigations on Zhao Qiu. Although he was confident that his identity as Zhao Qiu had never revealed any flaws, it was best to avoid trouble if he could. Moreover, he hadn't decided how to deal with Medusa. Since that was the case, he had to consider whether Medusa would be suspected to have defected when she returned to Qian Kuan Group. His enemy was Fang Yuan, so he couldn't be too cautious. Gu Chen quietly followed behind Medusa and waited indifferently. He didn't have to wait too long. Soon, a group of demonized cultivators surrounded Medusa. Their eyes shone with burning desire. The path of the inner demon released all kinds of evil hidden in the depths of a person's body. A beauty like Madame Du was the target of many people. More than 10 cultivators attacked Medusa. Medusa was very calm and stood on the spot without moving. The two maids no longer disguised themselves and transformed into Ming hunters to fight the attackers. The Ming hunters weren't weak, but there were Sage Realm cultivators among the attackers. No matter how strong the Ming hunters were, they were monsters developed by Qian Kuan Group after all. They couldn't reach the Sage Realm, so they were quickly defeated. When the two underworld hunters were torn to shreds, the leading sage gulped and pounced towards Medusa. Her eyes emitted a sinister glow. Crack! 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 The sage's figure suddenly froze, and a horrified expression appeared on his face. His body turned into stone bit by bit from the inside out. Medusa smiled and winked at the other cultivators who were charging over. Those cultivators also turned into stone statues, their vitality dissipating. The matter has blown up. The situation isn't good. I'm afraid that when the situation is under control, the incident in Binhai City will definitely attract the attention of the important figures. The Ghost Parade Street that I've worked so hard to manage has been destroyed. If the son of the ferocious demon sage isn't dead and is captured, the problem will be even more serious. Medusa rubbed her brows, looking like she had a headache. Just as she was considering what to do next, her expression suddenly changed. Swoosh, she turned around almost immediately, and an unprecedented light erupted from her snake eyes. A terrifying power of petrification drowned a radius of 1,000 feet, however, there was a vigorous and powerful hand that ignored her petrifying power and pressed down on her white neck, lifting her off the ground. You! Medusa's pupils constricted like needles. She looked at the expressionless middle-aged Taoist priest in front of her and felt an inexplicable chill. She had interacted with this person before, but she didn't realize that he was hiding such terrifying strength. Medusa's face quickly flushed red. She tried her best to reach out with one hand and grabbed Gu Chen's arm in resistance. She tried to use the power of petrification to affect his body, but any power that entered his body through her hand was like mud in a swamp. There was no reaction at all. The other party's body was like a vast and unfathomable ocean. It was not something she could move. Gu Chen held Medusa's life in his hands. Without saying a word, he searched her body with his divine senses without restraint to ensure that Feng Yuan or anyone else didn't leave any means behind. He even forcefully charged into her sea of consciousness and checked her soul amidst Medusa's screams, confirming that there were no restrictions. When everything was fine, he tore her clothes and took away all the artifacts on her body. Then, he threw her naked body into the space inside his body. After doing all of this, he looked at Binhai City, which had turned into a Shura hell. Without any hesitation, he burrowed underground. After changing directions a few times, he followed the underground river and burrowed into the sea like a fish. End of chapter 2058. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.